The era of horror has descended, and the game of death has emerged, marking a world where the exorcist coexists with the uncanny. In a previous life, Chu Qing was on the verge of becoming the esteemed king of Chu River, but now he finds himself reborn at the dawn of this eerie age. The old rules are on the brink of collapse, and in this dark dawn, who shall rise to power? Awakening from a long night, Chu Qing returns from the depths of hell. In this age rife with strange occurrences and uncertainty, he seeks to establish his own kingdom and era. I am Chu Qing, you may call me the king of Chu River, or perhaps the son of darkness. Chapter 001. I am Chu Qing, return from hell. Young man, what brings you to the Dragon King Temple at this hour? Isn't closed by now? In Luocheng, on the evening of August 30th, a taxi traverses the road. The taxi driver casts a curious glance at his passenger. This young man possesses a striking elegance that even the once renowned little white wolf of Luocheng feels overshadowed by his presence. However, the driver's lingering gaze is primarily drawn by the peculiar expression on the young man's face. After years in this profession, he has never encountered anyone quite so strange. The young man sits silently, his eyes fixed ahead, seemingly lost in nostalgia, or perhaps observing something unseen in the shadows. This unnerving demeanor prompts the driver to seek conversation. At that moment, the young man turned to glance at the taxi driver and thoughtfully remarked, I came to admire the SC. Nary, it has been quite some time since I last visited this part of Los City. The taxi driver looked at the young man with curiosity. Young man, you're not from Los City, are you? It was evident that had he known the young man was not a local, he would have taken a longer route. The young man replied, I am indeed from here, but I have been away for a long time. In his previous life, during the era of terror, Los City was the epicenter of devastation, originating from the Dragon King Temple, which harbored the formidable and fearsome entity that instilled dread in countless ghost tamers across Blue Star, the blood-eyed Dragon Lord. Regrettably, the driver could not discern the young man's nostalgic reflections and interrupted him. Hearing this, the young man sincerely nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was true in his previous life. Los City was among the earliest of the populous cities, with millions perishing under mysterious circumstances, ranking prominently on a global scale. Moreover, it possessed one of the most powerful anomalies, the blood-eyed Dragon Lord. Such a Los City had few peers among cities. The young man pondered for a moment. It must be around 20 years now. The taxi driver felt a surge of incredulity. 20 years. This young man appeared to be merely 22 or 23, perhaps just freshly graduated from university. So, he had left Los City at the tender age of 3. Had he? What on earth was he reminiscing about? The driver was at a loss for words, observing the young man's serious demeanor, which left him utterly speechless. Could it be that this young fellow had a few screws loose? The young man shook his head and stated, I am an orphan. I plan to settle in Los City in the future. The driver paused, casting a glance at the handsome young man, his expression instinctively softening somewhat. Humans often conjure an unwarranted sense of sympathy from certain words. Then your life must be difficult as well? A trace of weathered reminiscence flickered in the young man's eyes. Difficult, that scarcely encapsulated his reality. 2 decades of precarious existence, 2 decades of treading on the edge of an abyss, could scarcely recall how many times he had narrowly escaped death, how many betrayals he had endured, how many had succumbed to demise or sacrifice, all leading him to this pivotal moment. The moment he was on the brink of ascending the throne. Yet, just as he was about to become the king of Chu Qing, he was struck by a treacherous blow from behind. That blow rendered his 20 years of toil futile. Bien, Cheng Wang Ding Xia. A glint of coldness flashed in the young man's gaze. Nevertheless, he merely smiled, turning his attention to the vast expanse of the night outside. All that is in the past, the future, shall be far more intriguing. Ah, youth is a wonderful thing, so eternally vibrant. Just like our girl. As he spoke, the taxi driver wore a blissful smile. With a loving wife and daughter, and though not affluent, they had sufficient sustenance in such times. Happiness was not a rarity. Little did the taxi driver comprehend the gravity of what loomed ahead. 3 days hence, at midnight on September 3rd in Kyoto, an unfathomable event would unfold. Countless anomalies would descend, and the book of life and death would manifest beside every individual, passing judgment on the essence of their existence. Humanity faces a grim choice: to perish beneath the bizarre or to become a ghost master within the sinister hierarchy, struggling for survival. Only 3 days remain in such an era. Perhaps changes have already begun to unfold, however. As an ordinary taxi driver, he remains oblivious to them. The young man refrains from further conversation. The dim streetlights cast shadows upon his disheveled black hair, and he drifts into a reverie. Rebirth, what an astonishing concept. Yet, in these tumultuous times, even if granted another chance at life, he harbors no absolute confidence in traversing a path more secure and far-reaching than that of his previous existence. Thus, he must take a gamble. In all of Luocheng, there exists no place more fitting for this wager than his current destination. He stakes the frail remnants of humanity to command a formidable and dread entity from his past life, one that ranked among the elite in the Dragon Kingdom, the blood-eyed Dragon Road. And so it begins anew. The taxi driver, observing the young man lost in thought, silently muses to himself. Indeed, this lad's demeanor is decidedly peculiar. Consequently, the taxi driver accelerates beneath his feet upon exiting the city center. Their speed surges dramatically. In the distance, the Dragon King Temple appears to finally manifest. At this moment, the young man, rather than feeling urgency, speaks up. Just drive slowly, it's late, and safety comes first. This remark momentarily startles the taxi driver. Wasn't that quite reasonable? Could it be that he had overthought the situation? Perhaps the young man had merely indulged a bit too much? Yet, there was no scent of alcohol lingering in the air. The taxi driver felt a twinge of doubt, uncertain of the young man's mental state. Soon, the youth's voice resonated once more, warming the driver's heart. Indeed, he had overthought the situation. Reflecting on this, the driver, perhaps out of guilt or simply because he was naturally loquacious, pondered a moment before resuming the conversation. "Young man, where do you hail from? Where have you spent all these years? Where did he come from?" A flicker of reminiscence crossed the young man's eyes. There lay a realm filled with bizarre and ominous deities, ready to devour the world. There existed those who had transitioned to the netherworld, wielding the uncanny powers of ghostly summoners. Countless hidden domains, spirits, infernal artifacts, and curses thrived there. It was a glimpse into the future of humanity, that it was at that time hell itself. Finally, the young man parted his lips. "That hell? What?" The driver was taken aback, convinced he had misheard. Yet the youth fell silent again, for the reason was simple. The Longwang Temple of Luocheng was now in sight. The young man paid his fare, opened the car door, and gazed at the distant, closed gates of the temple. "Young man, what is your name?" Nonetheless, he managed a slight smile. Within that warm smile lay an inscrutable significance. Chu Qing. Chu as in the king of the river, Qing as in the azure sky. In the enveloping darkness, the young man's figure gradually advanced, vanishing from sight. Only the taxi driver remained, momentarily stunned, before reaching for his phone. "Hello, is this the Los Angeles Inspectorate? I need to report something that I encountered a lunatic named." "No, really. It was truly." Fine, I understand." Chapter 002. The Malevolent Deity. The Eye of the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord. The Dragon Kingdom, with its heritage spanning thousands of years, stands as the most historically profound nation on the blue planet. Following the advent of the Terror Era, it has also emerged as a formidable bastion of ghost tamers, being the nation most rife with horror and the inexplicable. Among the elite, there exist first-grade royal ghost tamers such as King Qing Guang, King Biancheng, King Zhuanlun, and King Wu Guan, among others. As for the malevolent deities, there are numerous formidable entities as well. Among them, Los Angeles was completely transformed into a forbidden zone for humanity 3 years after the onset of the Terror Era. Indeed, this very city of Los Angeles will, in 3 years' time, become an absolute wasteland. One of the fundamental reasons lies in the mother river of the Dragon Kingdom, the Yellow River. Throughout these years of the Terror Era, a being has arisen here, one whose terror could rival the top 5, or even the top 3 malevolent deities in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. The sky is shrouded in darkness and gloom. Before him, the Dragon King Temple looms, resembling a monstrous entity poised to devour any who dare approach. Chu Qing raised his gaze to behold the Dragon King Temple, the very malevolent deity responsible for the destruction of Los Angeles. renowned for its fearsome reputation throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and even the Blue Planet resides within. This temple, the Dragon King, the blood-eyed Dragon Lord. The clock has struck 8:30. At this hour, the Dragon King Temple no longer welcomes visitors or incense offerings. Chu Qing circled around, taking advantage of the night, and with the Dragon King Temple nestled in a secluded corner and the streetlights dim, he leapt over the wall and entered the shadowed sanctum of the temple. In stark contrast to the bustling incense offerings of the day, the night cast an eerie gloom upon the sight. It felt as though a pair of blood-red eyes were watching the intruder's arrival. Navigating past the interior of the temple, the incense-selling shops, and the staff quarters, Chu Qing finally arrived at the main hall of the most renowned Dragon King Temple in Awakens. Within the grand hall, the lingering scent of incense still hung in the air. Who could have imagined that this Dragon King, once venerated by countless souls with their offerings, beseeching favorable weather before the advent of the terror-filled age, would later become the harbinger of calamity that ravaged the entire Dragon Kingdom? The very source of dread that sent shivers down the spine. Chu Qing instinctively raised his gaze. On the incense table, a statue with a human body and a dragon head stood majestically. However, the dragon head was covered by a crimson cloth. According to local customs in Luocheng, at the turn of each month, offerings were made to the Dragon King, during which time a red cloth would be placed over the dragon's head. Ancient legends spoke of sacrificing young boys and girls to the Dragon Lord, who is said to marry a maiden, hence the covering of this red cloth symbolizing nuptial celebrations. Of course, in modern society, it merely serves as a token gesture. This red cloth would remain in place until the 5th day of the following month, which conveniently suited Chu Qing's intentions. He leaped directly onto the table, standing in parity with the revered Dragon Lord, who was worshipped during the day. Beneath the crimson cloth, the clay statue of the Dragon Lord seemed to scrutinize Chu Qing. At this moment, however, Chu Qing dared not gaze further at the statue. If the blood-eyed Dragon Lord had indeed materialized, even if he had not ascended to the formidable rank of a first-tier deity, but remained at the most rudimentary 9th tier, he would still be far beyond the capacity of an ordinary human like Chu Qing to confront. Thus, with a sudden flourish of his hand, the crimson cloth draped over the Dragon Lord statue was swiftly unveiled. A vividly lifelike golden dragon head emerged. Unlike mere sculptures, this Dragon Lord's effigy possessed genuine, independent pupils within its eyes. Chu Qing refrained from examining those eyes directly. Instead, he took out his phone and instinctively aimed it at the mesmerizing gaze, capturing an image before scrutinizing it. Loosely, the orbs appear to be crafted from some precious gem, bestowing an astonishing realism upon the Dragon Lord's visage. At first glance, it seemed as though the figure was genuinely engaging in a stare with him. Yet, Chu Qing was acutely aware that these were authentic eyes. Although he had departed from Luocheng after the onset of the terrifying era and had escaped the cataclysm that befell the city in his previous life, he had grown up in Luocheng and had meticulously investigated the city's destruction in his past existence. Naturally, his understanding of the blood-eyed Dragon Lord surpassed that of the average person. Initially, the source of its power lay within those very eyes. In the wake of the arrival of the era of terror, these eyes reveal the true essence of the blood-eyed Dragon Lord. Furthermore, they constitute the primary reason for his ascendance to king in this harrowing epic. Having been granted a second chance at life, Chu Qing, in his pursuit of peril, naturally chooses to merge with the most promising spectral entity, thereby securing his greatest true MP card for the myriad schemes he must navigate amid the strange and malevolent spirits that will emerge following the onset of this terrifying age. Thus, gazing at the pair of crimson orbs within the Dragon Lord's gaze, seemingly sculpted from bloodstone, Chu Qing suddenly extended his hand to penetrate the eye socket of the Dr. Agon statue. Ordinarily, the orbs nestled within such sockets would be akin to the balls within a stone lion's mouth, impervious to removal. Yet, as Chu Qing's finger delved into the Dragon Lord's eye socket, the bloodstone-like orbs appeared to rotate as if imbued with a will of their own. Were it not for Chu Qing's unwavering confidence, he might have remained oblivious to this extraordinary spectacle. The orbs seemed to possess their own consciousness, attempting to evade his grasp. However, The era of terror had yet to fully manifest despite their remarkable potential and the murderous rules they embodied. They had not yet attained the formidable strength of the future. With an eye spanning merely a few centimeters, how could it possibly elude Chu Qing's capture? His fingers grasped suddenly, and by the time the pupils sought to flee, it was already too late. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chu Qing had not once met those eyes with his own, which was peculiar. Even the nascent abilities, bound by certain laws, were sufficient to extinguish a human life devoid of resistance. The texture was not as hard as a gemstone, rather, it was somewhat soft, reminiscent of an elastic gallbladder. Thus, it was effortlessly extracted from the eye socket of the Dragon King sculpture. Success! When he resumed his seat upon the bed, the clock had already struck 11 at night. The silvery moonlight bathed Chu Qing's slightly flushed face, a result of his hasty run, while simultaneously aiding him in regaining his composure. Within the iron box, two blood-red orbs seemed to emanate a faint, eerie crimson glow beneath the moonlight. Chu Qing took a deep breath, feeling his heart racing within his chest, striving to calm itself at the utmost speed before he extended his hand. At last, he gently caressed the blood-red orbs nestled in the iron box. After approximately half a minute, the slow movement of those orbs came to a halt, and within the sanguine depths, a pair of indistinct black vertical pupils appeared to scrutinize him intently. Finally, a smile graced Chu Qing's lips, and without a second thought, he seized a nearby fruit knife and plunged it directly into the left eye socket. Splash! Vivid crimson splattered forth.
Chapter 003 Blood Eye Fusion. Beishan Cemetery. Drip, drip. The sound echoed like a faucet left ajar. Within the room, the atmosphere was oppressive, punctuated by a hauntingly sharp sound. Vivid crimson liquid trickled from the crevices of Chu Qing's fingers, which were pressed against his eye sockets, falling into an iron box. Amidst this sanguine immersion, the two blood-red orbs appeared to shimmer with an intensified brilliance. The pain was excruciating, a torment so severe that it could render many unconscious. Yet throughout the ordeal, Chu Qing's expression remained utterly unchanged. The clenched roots of his teeth and the taut veins on his forehead bore testament to the suffering he was enduring. Even he had to summon immense fortitude to withstand it. Nonetheless, this was only the beginning. There was no intention of manipulating the bizarre. The only path lay in merging oneself with the spectral entities. Moreover, the chances of success were grim. A failure could lead to grievous injury, disability, or even a swift demise. Nevertheless, without a trace of hesitation, Chu Qing proceeded. The Blood-Eye Dragon Lord of the Yellow River was one of the most fearsome deities of his past life, and currently, the only manifestation of a malevolent spirit he could encounter. At this moment, this anomaly was merely a nascent source, possessing infinite potential yet feeble power. If he hesitated now, what hope would there be of vying for the throne or pursuing immortality? With determination, he grasped the blood-red orb and forcefully inserted it into his pierced left eye socket. The overwhelming agony, coupled with the body's instinctual rejection, caused Chu Qing to convulse slightly. Yet, he steadied himself and approached the mirror, lowering his bloodied palm, while with his remaining eye, he gazed into the hollow, blood-stained cavity of his left eye. It writhed. Within the crimson-hued eye sockets, his left eye writhed incessantly, as if something within was twisting and contorting to adapt to this newfound abode. However, the writhing soon escalated in speed, almost as if it were anxious to burst forth from the confines of the eye socket. Had it not been for Chu Qing's immediate awareness of the anomaly, hastily covering his eye with his palm, this entity might have truly escaped. A failure of fusion? How could that be? Chu Qing's visage contorted in rage. From his understanding, such bizarre entities, originating from organ-like sources, exhibit an exceedingly high compatibility with the human form at such a nascent stage. The blood-eyed Dragon Lord was indeed a formidable aberration, worthy of its rank among the most fearsome beings in the Dragon Kingdom during his previous life. In this moment, devoid of anxiety or despair, the only emotions reflected in Chu Qing's eyes, apart from fury, were exhilaration and fervor. The greater the innate power of the blood-eyed Dragon Lord, the better. He pressed his palm firmly against the eye socket, seeking to thwart the escape of this blood-eyed entity. Yet, It seemed to sense the disturbance and attempted to surge toward the neural pathways leading to the brain. Should the brain sustain any damage, even Chu Qing's formidable willpower would inevitably succumb to unconsciousness, or worse, death. However, if the blood eye were to escape, the immediate fusion with his flesh and blood would be lost, rendering any future attempts to harness it futile. What to do? A flicker of hesitation crossed Chu Qing's mind for the first time. His remaining eye darted toward the iron box, where he could perceive the other blood eye, equally agitated and restless. This blood eye, as a pair, was unmistakably a singular entity. Is it only through complete integration that success can be attained? Yet, should one falter, the consequence could be the loss of one's sight. In this impending era of terror, even possessing fragments of memories from a past life may lead to considerable complications, perhaps even premature demise. To gamble or not to gamble, it is evident that the time for Chu Qing to ponder is exceedingly limited. Should the blood-red eyes erupt in chaos, the opportunity to gamble would vanish entirely. With this thought, Chu Qing steeled his resolve, almost devoid of hesitation. At that very moment, while the pain still lingered, he plunged the knife once more. The intense agony plunged Chu Qing into a momentary haze of unconsciousness, threatening to overwhelm him. However, the formidable willpower honed in his previous life sustained him, enabling him to press the other eye he had grasped firmly into the shattered socket. In that instant, Chu Qing found himself devoid of the other eye to witness the transformation unfolding within the pair. He could only tightly shut his eyes, utilizing the faint strength of his eyelids to restrain the eyes that sought to escape once more. Ultimately, relying solely on his sense of touch, he perceived the diminishing struggle of the blood-red eye, and only then did he exhale a sigh of relief. Concurrently, the excruciating pain seemed to shed all restraint, triggering the limits of Chu Qing's endurance, leading him to lose all consciousness and collapse onto the bed. The pure white moonlight illuminated the scene, and beneath Chu Qing's closed eyelids, something appeared to writhe rapidly. If, at this moment, one could pry open the eye socket and gaze into its depths, they would behold the blood-red orbs, where the severed veins and nerves are swiftly mending and reconnecting. Even the shattered eye of Chu Qing is being rapidly restored within this crimson hue, although the original black and white iris slowly envelopes these blood-red eyes. Ultimately, everything succumbs to silence. Beneath the night, the entire city of Luo is enveloped in an absolute stillness. Yet, within this tranquility, myriad secrets, unbeknownst to most, are taking root and blossoming. In the northern outskirts, the Beishan Cemetery stands. In stark contrast to the renowned and expansive cemeteries of Luo, this site appears desolate and dilapidated. Were it not for the signboard and the relatively orderly gravestones, one might easily mistake it for a mere graveyard of chaos. The reason is simple. It is said that in its earlier days, besides the urns housed in the designated cemetery, it also contained a multitude of coffins and the remains of the deceased. The location of Beishan is remote and heavily shadowed, thus perpetuating the tales of hauntings. Tonight, the air is thick with such an aura. This cursed place, devoid of even a single streetlight, what a joke. They call it a good job, yet the pay is merely acceptable. I have no children, no wife, what is there to fear? Bring on a female ghost, if you will. A man in his 40s, wielding a flashlight, curses under his breath as he patrols the summit of Beishan, seemingly attempting to quell the trepidation that stirs within him. Here, one can instantly behold the pitch-black abyss below and the luminous moon above. Despite the desolation and the pervasive gloom, a sound, soft yet unsettling, emanates from nearby, causing the man's footsteps to freeze in place. Who? What manner of creature is this? The flashlight beams towards the source, revealing a pitch-black cat by the cliffside. Its emerald eyes, glowing eerily in the night, pay no heed to the approaching man or the light shining upon it. The cat stands as if human, its hind legs upright, head tilted back, front paws touching together as if in reverence to something not far off, while its entire body trembles. By the heavens, you nearly scared me to death, the man exclaims, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He squats down, picks up a stone, and prepares to hurl it at the feline. Yet, in that moment, as he maintains his crouched position, he instinctively glances behind him. A chilling sensation envelopes him, as if his very blood had turned to ice. Before him, No more than 10 centimeters away, a disheveled human face emerges, devoid of any features, just a blank mass concealed beneath unkempt hair. Suddenly, the mass splits open with a gaping crack, producing a hollow voice. "Do you see my face?" A blood-curdling scream erupts from the depths of the dark northern mountain, shattering the silence. The black cat finally turned its head, its emerald-green eyes momentarily widening in surprise before returning to its previous posture, as if it were engaged in a silent reverence. Should anyone have stood behind it, they would have observed the tremors of the cat, seemingly in worship of the entire northern mountain. Chapter 004. An eye for an eye. A resounding bang 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 echoed through the air, the heavy knocking jolting the slumbering Chu Qing, her brow furrowing slightly as she appeared not yet fully awakened from a prior state. "Chu Qing, are you dead at home? Didn't we agree to go for the internship interview today? I called you, but you're not answering. Hurry up and open the door." A voice boomed, powerful enough to rattle the very floor of the building, causing Chu Qing, still half asleep, to furrow her brow even deeper. "Chu Qing, you're not seriously dead, are you? Just wait a moment. I'll call the landlady to bring the keys. Come on, it's just a breakup. It's been days." Pain, indescribable and akin to a branding searing into her mind, compelled Chu Qing to cover her eyes. The knocking outside intensified, and she abruptly opened her eyelids, nearly glued shut by blood crusts. In that instant, the world appeared drenched in a scarlet hue. The bed and desk before her seemed shrouded in a crimson veil. Though clarity eluded her, there was an uncanny sense of total visibility. Success. Chu Qing's consciousness surged back. Although her vision diverged entirely from that of a human, the ability to perceive the world once more proved that she had indeed succeeded. He hastily retrieved his mobile phone, disregarding the persistent knocking at the door, and activated the camera to focus on himself. Gazing through the blood-red lens, he beheld his own reflection. However, this moment of observation rendered Chu Qing momentarily stunned. The previously black and white irises had vanished without a trace. Before him, within the depths of his ebony eye sockets, emerged a pair of blood-red vertical pupils, starkly contrasting with the human gaze. Especially as Chu Qing fixed his stare upon them, the crimson slits abruptly constricted, resembling the pinprick focus of a ferocious beast honing in on its unsuspecting prey. It was indeed a success, yet the era of terror had not yet officially arrived, and the ledger of the survivors' fates had yet to be unveiled. Consequently, Chu Qing was unable to fully comprehend the effects and capabilities of these blood-red eyes through the death ledger. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of blood-red characters gradually coalesced before him. Blood-eye grade, 9th tier, category, entity, symbiotic, anomaly. Lifespan, 3 months, eye for an eye rule after a certain duration of mutual gaze. One may disregard the opponent's rule-based abilities and rebound them. If the adversary possesses no rule-based ability, then the execution of this power will cause the life force, or spirit, of the target to reverse its blood, or in energy, leading to demise. The duration required for this gaze is contingent upon the disparity in tiered talents between both parties. With eyes and pearls, ability capable of probing into beings, infernal artifacts, etc., discerning their tier, essence, rules, abilities, and lifespan. Symbiosis, state currently coexisting with humanity. Life force consumption is doubled, while simultaneously, a nascent intelligence has begun to awaken. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. What do you think? How formidable are my abilities? Humble humans, treat me well. Despite having surmised that the foundational rules and powers enabling the blood-eyed dragon lord to become one of the most formidable fiends of the dragon kingdom in a previous life would not be trivial, the true extent of the blood-eyed ghost's capabilities still exceeded expectations. Each ghost possesses its own set of rules governing its abilities. The more powerful and high potential the ghost, the more easily its ability rules are triggered. In the early days of the terrifying era, once these rules were activated by humans, the outcome was invariably fatal. Thus, during this perilous period, it became paramount to discern the opponent's rules of engagement. Only then could a mortal hope to evade the supernatural. Yet, this task was fraught with difficulty, as every discovered lethal trigger rule was invariably paid for with human lives. Unquestionably, the blood-eyed ghost's an eye for an eye rule stands out for its simplicity, requiring merely a gaze to activate its effect, allowing it to shine amidst the myriad of lethal rules possessed by other spirits. Moreover, it can disregard the opponent's rules and counter them after activation. Not to mention the even more exaggerated ability of having eyes and pearls. Should one fathom a ghost's rule-based abilities, particularly the knowledge of those rules, this could significantly enhance survival odds, especially in the early stages of the terrifying era, ensuring a position of invincibility. The only peculiarity lies in the last point mentioned. This also caused Chu Qing to furrow his brow. The symbiotic state did not surprise him. Indeed, the consumption of longevity was within reason. However, he did not anticipate that this blood-eyed ghost possessed a certain degree of awakened intelligence. Generally, spirits of a relatively low grade lack any form of wisdom, relying solely on instinct, akin to beasts that only know how to manifest their own rules and engage in indiscriminate slaughter and consumption. It is only after accumulating longevity and elevating their grade to around the 4th rank that they truly awaken wisdom and self-awareness. Yet, this blood-eyed ghost, upon merging with its own existence, exhibited preliminary intelligence, and evidently, based on the annotations, it seemed to be of no low caliber. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. As for longevity, it is quite straightforward. Not only does it serve as a hard currency in the forthcoming terrifying era, but it is also one of the most crucial elements. Longevity is a peculiar form of lifespan that can be transformed into ghostly currency for use, albeit at a somewhat disadvantageous exchange rate. Furthermore, for spirits wishing to enhance their grade, it often necessitates a substantial amount of longevity for ascension. More importantly, the vast majority of spirits cannot independently increase their longevity and are prone to consumption. They must either kill humans to siphon their longevity for longevity or devour their kind. Conversely, once humans transition to the realm of they acquire various abilities that allow for the natural generation of longevity. This longevity can also assist humans in elevating their rank and nurture the spirits they command. In this grotesque yet desolate world, humans and spirits exist as adversaries, yet they are inextricably linked, each unable to escape the other. What then is my own state? Since this blood I can manifest a portion of the effects of the Book of Life and Death, it is only natural that one can perceive their own condition. As Chu Qing's words fell, the crimson text before him indeed underwent a new transformation. Chu Qing. Rank: unclassified. Yang lifespan: 3 months. Lifespan: 3 months. Symbiosis: status significantly reduced. Yang lifespan: capable of fully commanding the blood-eye ghost. Note: it is not about commanding. I merely allow you to borrow some of my power. However, human, do not perish. Otherwise, I shall meet my demise alongside you. Chu Qing's hand clenched tightly. In his previous life, his Yang lifespan in the Book of Life and Death was a full 60 years. Indeed, to wield the enigmatic forces with a mortal body, particularly that of a formidable entity such as the Blood-Eye Ghost, is no simple feat. 60 years of Yang lifespan reduced to a mere 3 months? If one were to consider this normally, it would imply that he has only 3 months left to live. Of course, there are methods to extend a human's Yang lifespan. Similarly, lifespan can be converted into Yang lifespan for use. However, even if all 3 months of lifespan were converted, it would yield only 6 months. Not to mention that without lifespan, the Blood-Eye Ghost would inevitably rebel. Yet, unless the Blood-Eye Ghost were to unleash a massacre to obtain that low-quality, low-cost lifespan, a human can only increase their lifespan by first becoming a entity. Contemplating this, Chu Qing exhaled deeply. This time, the choice regarding becoming a entity requires careful consideration. At that moment, the incessant knocking at the door abruptly ceased, followed by the voice of the man outside. "Hey, Yunjie, I must trouble you once more. I truly apologize. I have no idea what that rascal Chu Qing is up to." The next instant, a clear voice chimed in. "What happened to Chu Qing? I don't know. He isn't answering his phone, and there is no response to the knocking. Could he have gone missing? By the way, he just experienced a breakup a few days ago. Could he be in a dark place?" As the conversation unfolded, the sound of jingling keys reached the ears, followed by the crisp sound of the door lock being inserted. Chu Qing furrowed his brow and cast a glance around. A fruit knife stained with blood, a metal box with dried blood crusted upon it, and the desiccated bloodstains on the bedding. It was glaringly evident that this was a crime scene. Although having been granted a second chance at life, Chu Qing held little regard for the crumbling societal norms. However, as terror loomed, he did not wish to squander precious time over trivial matters. Swiftly tidying up, he dashed into the bathroom. Chapter 005. Chu Qing's Job. The door swung open. Two figures rushed in. One was a young man, roughly of Chu Qing's age, bespectacled and exuding an air of refinement. The other was a woman in her 30s, clad in silk pajamas. Chu Qing, they both called out, only to be met with the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom. Subsequently, Chu Qing stepped out slowly. His handsome face, marked with traces of water, wore a look of suspicion as he regarded the two imposing figures before him. Fang Ping? What seems to be the matter? Why the urgency? At this moment, Chu Qing appeared no different from his usual self. His striking black and white eyes, filled with surprise and confusion, indicated his bewilderment at the intentions of the intruders. And Ruo Shui. Chu Qing blinked, contemplating for over 10 seconds before finally recalling her identity. He smiled and said, I had a bit to drink and didn't hear you. My apologies. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback. You truly have changed. How long has it been since I heard you utter the words my apologies? Is something indeed amiss? Chu Qing disregarded his comment and turned to the landlord, Su Suyun, standing nearby. Sister Yun, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Su Suyun shook her head. Chu Qing, are you really all right? I'm perfectly fine. Well then, I shall take my leave. Fang Ping mentioned that you are going for an interview today. Best of luck. Su Suyun made a gesture of a clenched fist. Thank you. I will see you off. Su Suyun, whose origins remained a mystery, was known only as a wealthy woman. However, in a previous life, at the onset of the terrifying revival and the arrival of the death games, this affluent landlord met her demise within her own room. Not only Su Suyun, but all the women in the entire building, and subsequently the entire neighborhood, suffered untimely deaths, their fates marked by horrifying and ghastly ends. It is said that someone once beheld a mysterious girl clad in red on the balcony of the 16th floor, where Su Suyun resides. Her attire, seemingly fashioned from blood and human skin, evoked an unsettling aura. Later on, it was rumored that during the ascension of the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord to the second rank, a grand selection of concubines took place in what is now the hellish city of Luo. Among those chosen, it is said, was the very enigmatic girl in red who now inhabits the Happy Garden. Clearly, under normal circumstances, the exquisite form of the beautiful young woman before us would soon become a part of that haunting figure draped in crimson. At this thought, a flicker of intrigue sparkled in Chu Qing's eyes. He pondered for a moment and then said, Sister Yun, should any unusual occurrences arise in the neighborhood, do not hesitate to call me. His demeanor remained serene, yet his words carried an undeniable weight, causing Su Suyun to momentarily pause in surprise, followed by a look of skepticism. Unusual occurrences? What could possibly be unusual? Chu Qing, are you, like those smooth-talking rascals online, losing your ambition? A young man should pursue his own career. She chuckled lightly, adding, however, I appreciate your kindness, but remember, rent is due next month. Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged, as he replied calmly, understood. The fleeting encounter with Su Suyun held little significance for him. Whether she lived or perished mattered not. More importantly, he found himself deeply intrigued by the girl in red, who would eventually become the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord's consort.
Perhaps, Trouk Su Suyun.
He could draw the attention of that spectral maiden in crimson during her vulnerable beginnings, making it all the more feasible to claim her for himself. Moreover, if possible, Chu Qing still hopes to retain some semblance of his humanity. Furthermore, even in his previous life, he did not completely lose all traces of his humanity like many other ghost tamers. At that time, he had encountered a certain existence who had ascended to the esteemed position of Wheel King in the Dragon Kingdom. This Wheel King once imparted to him, the journey of a ghost tamer is not merely a struggle against the spirits but also a battle within oneself. It is a confrontation with the madness in one's heart, the obsession with one's self, and the coldness of humanity. The essence of a ghost tamer lies in the awareness of one's humanity, in the constant remembrance of being human rather than a ghost. Otherwise, The position of Een will become a pathway to transformation into a ghost. The reason a king is because he can command all, not only malevolent spirits but also himself. Chu Qing, the king of Chu Qing, is eternally a human commanding malevolent spirits, rather than a malevolent spirit controlling humanity. This clarity resonates deeply within Chu Qing. However, he is acutely aware that there exists another aspect within him that remains inadequately mastered, seemingly dissatisfied with the tone and words of the woman before him. Alternatively, it is evident from Chu Qing's memories what the true nature of this blood-eyed dragon lord is. In an instant, the contrasting black and white of Chu Qing's eyes became entirely uncontrollable, abruptly transforming into a vivid crimson hue. Within the pitch-black orbs, a single blood-red vertical pupil emerged, fixating intently on the woman before him, Su Suyun. As Su Suyun was about to turn away with a smile, her entire body suddenly became rigid, and an uncontrollable rush of blood surged toward her brain, causing her black and white eyes to become bloodshot. Her heart raced violently, as if on the verge of explosion. Almost in the next instant, she felt as though she might bleed from all her orifices and perish. However, in the blink of an eye, those terrifying crimson vertical pupils vanished without a trace. The uncontrollable beating of her heart gradually calmed. Su Suyun gazed ahead in a daze. The young man before her continued to wear a smile, his eyes twinkling with warmth, seemingly untouched by her earlier words, which bore a hint of reproach. In that moment, Su Suyun felt a disorienting dizziness, prompting her to instinctively lean against the wall for support. Chu Qing reached out, steadying her shoulder without overstepping his bounds. "Sister Yun, are you all right? Was that just an illusion? Perhaps it's due to your recent diet. You've been eating too little?" Quickly, Su Suyun shook her head and regained her composure. "I apologize. I might be experiencing a bit of low blood sugar. Chu Qing, please don't take my earlier words to heart. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. I must be going now." Observing Su Suyun, whose pallor betrayed her distress, and feeling compelled to depart hastily, Chu Qing found little joy in unsettling the affluent woman's heartstrings. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly as he calmly covered one of his eyes, silently murmuring, "This is the first time, and I hope it shall be the last. If it spirals beyond control, I could even pluck out my own eye, let alone yours. And do not forget, it is because of me that you possess a modicum of wisdom." Instantly, the irises, once a blend of black and white, transformed into a vivid crimson, swiftly oscillating between the two hues. It seemed profoundly dissatisfied with Chu Qing's demeanor, yearning to break free, yet trapped within the confines of this corporeal prison. After a struggle lasting over 10 seconds, tranquility was finally restored. Concurrently, Fang Ping, who had grown impatient waiting inside the room, emerged and cast a glance at Chu Qing, who stood there seemingly lost in thought. Tianyu Entertainment is a moderately renowned entertainment company in Luocheng, with a subsidiary in the gaming industry. Both Chu Qing and Fang Ping were students of fine arts at a local university in Luocheng. In this era, the job market for art graduates, particularly in fine arts, often rendered graduation synonymous with unemployment. Securing an internship like this was indeed a rare opportunity. However, Chu Qing turned to him and declared, "You may go on your own. I have already secured a position." "What? When did this happen?" Fang Ping exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Just now." "What kind of job?" As Chu Qing arrived at the entrance, he picked up the job advertisement from the Luocheng Daily that had been delivered early that morning. He pointed to a minuscule recruitment section that read, "Beishan Cemetery is hiring a security guard, with meals and accommodation provided, monthly salary of 6,000, along with 5 insurances and 1 fund, plus meal compensation. The work is light and the hours are relatively flexible. Applicants who are bold and unafraid of superstitions will be given priority." Chapter 6. The shadowy position of the grave keeper. The sun shone brightly, accompanied by a hint of warmth. Such temperatures did not allow Chu Qing to relive the warmth of the human world. Rather, they rendered him slightly uneasy, having grown accustomed to darkness and chill. Fortunately, upon alighting from the taxi and gazing at the cemetery before him, nestled against a mountain and devoid of even a small shop nearby, a familiar coldness surged within him, granting Chu Qing a sense of reassurance. Beishan Cemetery. The sign was somewhat dilapidated, with corners rusted extensively. The entire cemetery, from the entrance to the interior, exuded an air of decay. Beishan, indeed, was a mere edge of the Beiming Mountain. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, this locale is renowned, primarily because it is the resting place of numerous historic nobles and dignitaries. In the past, due to this significance, it thrived abundantly. However, the hope that this place might bestow some fortune upon descendants, allowing a few to rise to great wealth and prominence, was now but a distant dream. The current state of the cemetery plainly illustrated the decline of its fortunes. Besides the fact that it was a public establishment, the lack of proper maintenance at Beishan Cemetery was further exacerbated by the rumors of hauntings. Even during the day, this expansive cemetery exudes an eerie desolation, seemingly devoid of any staff. However, shortly, a young man rushed down from a distant private car parked by the roadside. "You must be Chu Qing, right? I am from the Beishan office. My name is Su Wei." The young man appeared exceedingly anxious, and without waiting for Chu Qing to respond, he continued, "If there are no issues, please sign this form, and you can officially commence your employment today." Before Chu Qing could react, Su Wei eagerly handed over a form, his impatience palpable. In such a scenario, who among the ordinary would not feel a sense of foreboding? There was no inclination to enter together, as if merely standing at the threshold was already pushing the limits. Chu Qing observed everything with keen eyes but remained indifferent. He took the form and swiftly signed his name. His purpose in applying for the position of security guard at the cemetery was not driven by the so-called benefits, but rather for another reason. In his previous life, his position in the underworld was that of a paper craftsman, a role that barely allowed him to utilize his meager artistic skills, and initially, he found some comfort in it. Nevertheless, in this new life, upon his rebirth yesterday afternoon, Chu Qing had developed a fresh perspective on his inaugural role in the afterlife. There are numerous options for positions in the 9th rank of the underworld, and as far as Chu Qing knew, there were no fewer than several dozen. Yet, as the ranks of these positions ascend, the availability of higher-tier roles becomes increasingly scarce. Moreover, the difficulty of promotion is exponentially greater than that of the ascension of spectral beings. Furthermore, certain high-ranking shadow positions necessitate corresponding lower-ranking ones for advancement. For instance, it is rumored that the king of Mount Tai, who holds a position among the 10 Yama kings, can only elevate from the 2nd rank to the title of Lord of Mount Tai through the attainment of the Mountain Dweller shadow position of the 9th rank. The elevation of shadow positions and their pathways significantly influences future achievements and limitations. In evaluating the capabilities associated with shadow positions, apart from combat prowess, the acquisition of shadow longevity is of utmost importance. The paper artisan possesses a combat strength and spirit-controlling ability that can be deemed moderately proficient, and the pathway toward ascending to an 8th rank shadow position remains feasible. However, it is certainly not the optimal choice for attaining a 9th rank shadow position, primarily due to the considerable challenges in acquiring shadow longevity. To gain shadow longevity, one must craft a paper effigy resembling oneself, inscribe one's birth date and time upon it, and then incinerate it. While this may sound straightforward, the folding process is exceedingly intricate, and any lack of resemblance could render the effort futile, wasting materials and potentially diminishing one's shadow longevity. Additionally, the original paper artisan had already encountered a narrow pathway when attempting to ascend to the middle ranks. It was only through a fortuitous opportunity during his rise to the 6th rank that he managed to transition into a new shadow position sequence, bringing him a step closer to becoming the king of Chu River. Thus, in this lifetime, the paper artisan is resolutely disinclined to pursue such an endeavor. Among the shadow positions known to Chu Qing, the one with the highest potential for acquiring shadow longevity lies right before him. In this life, Chu Qing has envisioned a shadowy occupation, the gravekeeper. In the terrifying era of the past, this role was subjected to relentless criticism, and later, it was even dubbed the most dubious of the 9th-tier shadow professions. The rationale behind this sentiment is rather straightforward. The potential for a gravekeeper encompasses both a remarkably high ceiling and a dismally low floor. Yet, the pinnacle of this profession is occupied by but one individual, the king of Bianqing, whose failure to ascend to the title of Chao Jiangwang stemmed from his previous role as a gravekeeper, a 9th-tier shadow profession. While there exists only one king of Bianqing, the lower threshold is a challenge that nearly every gravekeeper has genuinely encountered. The name itself reveals the essence of the profession, to vigilantly oversee tombs. However, attaining recognition as a shadow profession within this peculiar era of death games is no trivial feat. A gravekeeper must guard against the malevolent spirits that awaken within the tombs, ensuring that all evil entities return to their slumber before the dawn breaks, thus safeguarding the sanctity of the burial grounds. By fulfilling this duty, they can effortlessly accrue shadow longevity during daylight hours. Furthermore, the greater the number and quality of the eerie entities within the tomb, the more shadow longevity one can obtain. Most importantly, there is virtually no upper limit. For a gravekeeper, as long as they can maintain control over the malevolent spirits within their tomb, they can amass shadow longevity with ease. This task, however, poses a daunting challenge for ordinary spirit tamers who aspire to become gravekeepers, as many have fallen victim to the very entities they sought to control. Yet, for Chu Qing, who possesses the memories of the terrifying era and the capabilities of the blood eye, this profession seems to be the most fitting for him. Moreover, it is of utmost significance that in his previous life, the enigmatic Chu Qing encountered certain extraordinary phenomena within a remarkably unique secret realm. There existed an exceedingly peculiar mural, its inscriptions faded and fragmented, yet the memories it evoked within Chu Qing remain vivid and profound. The origins of that secret realm were shrouded in terror, and it was fraught with peril. Many second-tier ghost tamers from the Dragon Kingdom had met their demise within its confines. After enduring countless hardships, he eventually gained access to a grand hall, where he discovered not much more than a solitary orb and that singular mural. Nevertheless, the complexity of the mural was astounding, its records chaotic. Yet, he distinctly recalled that among its depictions, several ninth-grade shadow occupations were emphasized, the most notable being the guardian of the tomb. This guardian was also the initial ninth-grade shadow occupation of Ding Xie, the Wang of Bianqing, who had once been his closest ally but ultimately delivered a fatal betrayal at the last moment. Chapter 007. The Faceless Ghost, the Earthbound Spirit of Beishan. Upon entering, the small incense shop and guard room on the left side shall be your designated place. It contains a bed and various living necessities. If you do not mind, you may either settle in or request new items. Additionally, the incense shop has a supply of wreaths, paper effigies, and the contact number for the incense dealer. Should you wish to engage in a small business venture, you may do so, though profits will be your own responsibility. Furthermore, every first day of the month at 8 a.m., you must travel 2 kilometers to the office to collect your salary. After the young man named Su Wei finished his lengthy explanation, he handed the key to Chu Qing and, without hesitation, departed in haste, driving away from the entrance of the Beishan cemetery. From beginning to end, he had never set foot within this cemetery. Yet, Chu Qing remained unfazed as he grasped the key and unlocked the imposing iron gate of the North Mountain Cemetery, striding boldly inside. However, upon crossing the threshold, his pace momentarily faltered. He began to comprehend why that individual had been so reluctant to enter this cemetery. The North Mountain Cemetery, true to its name, is situated on a desolate hill belonging to the Baima mountain range. Apart from a vacant expanse of graves at the foot of the mountain, there lies a small hillock encompassed within. Although this hill stands only 200 to 300 meters in height, the cemetery's description notes that the higher the burial site, the more valuable the grave, and thus the greater the cost. Naturally, with the cemetery's decline, many ancestors of once affluent families have altered their fortunes and long since relocated from the North Mountain Cemetery. Presently, this cemetery indeed appears quite desolate, with scarcely a few tombstones to be seen, and this emptiness invokes a sense of unease. In truth, the location of the North Mountain Cemetery is rather favorable, not far from the Yellow River. Beyond this barren hill and several others lies the mighty river flowing relentlessly. The entrance connects with the main road leading to the outskirts of the city, and the surrounding area is replete with open space, ripe for development. This cemetery occupies such a site. Chu Qing, lacking knowledge of geomancy, nonetheless perceived a wisp of grayish aura upon entering the cemetery. This hue, imperceptible to the ordinary eye, was distinctly visible under the scrutiny of Chu Qing's gaze. It is none other than the legendary Yin energy, or perhaps one might refer to it as ghostly aura. Although the era of terror is set to officially commence at the stroke of midnight 2 days hence, there are already numerous eerie traces manifesting, a akin to the blood-eyed dragon lord. This northern mountain is likely one of those places. It is no wonder that that individual turned away so swiftly. Moreover, given the potent residue of this energy, it is probable that the peculiarities here have already engaged in the consumption of life essence, having tasted flesh. In other words, there have been fatalities in this locale. Contemplating this, he revealed a faint smile. From the perspective of the gravekeeper, he feels an immense satisfaction with this grand necropolis. Not only is it sufficiently vast, but its very terrain allows for the congregation of energy, providing ample opportunity for the establishment of numerous graves. In the future, it can accommodate a greater number of peculiarities, preventing the mindless slaughtering of initial entities from erupting into infighting. Most importantly, he has been granted a formidable ghost from the outset. While the potential and talents of this spirit remain uncertain, and it cannot possibly become his grave ghost, Chu Qing has already determined the candidate for that role. However, the greatest advantage of the gravekeeper, in contrast to other ghost tamers, lies in the abundance of powerful spirits at his command. Thus, what may seem like a formidable ghostly entity to others is, in reality, a living, breathing, self-sustaining machine for the accrual of essence. As for the grave ghost, as the name suggests, it is a vengeful spirit entirely under the gravekeeper's dominion, restricted to operating within the confines of the tomb. This limitation represents one of the most frustrating aspects of the gravekeeper's role. Once it strays beyond the tomb, it becomes little more than an ordinary spirit, lacking in overall strength. Nonetheless, within the tomb's boundaries, the combat prowess of the gravekeeper and the grave ghost remains commendable. Thus, even with the presence of the blood-scarlet eyes demon, the value and significance of the first grave spirit remain paramount. Contemplating this, Chu Qing moved forward, gradually approaching the area thick with ominous energy. Before he could summon the blood-scarlet eyes for a closer examination of the source of this malevolence, an unusual sound interrupted him from the side. Meow. Chu Qing turned his gaze to investigate. A black cat sat regally atop a dilapidated stone tablet overgrown with mysterious vines, its curious orange-green eyes scrutinizing Chu Qing. A wisp of dark energy coiled around its form. Was this a feline creature that had encountered the uncanny and consumed the shadows, leading to its preliminary awakening? A smile curled at the corners of Chu Qing's mouth as he crouched down and extended his hand. Meow, meow. The black cat regarded Chu Qing with evident surprise, yet it displayed no fear, leaping gracefully from the stone tablet to stand before him. Measuring approximately 30 centimeters in height, the diminutive creature appeared frail, its jet-black fur shimmering with a deep crimson hue under the sunlight. Ancient texts describe the mysterious black cat as entirely dark, revealing a reddish-brown tint in sunlight, believed to ward off malevolent spirits. As Chu Qing stroked the black cat's body, its initially trembling form relaxed, emitting a soothing purr. Only then did Chu Qing inquire, "Little one, did someone perish here before?" Strangely, upon uttering these words, the black cat, which had just settled comfortably, began to tremble once more, as if it could comprehend human speech. Chu Qing continued to caress the somewhat disheveled fur of the black cat, smiling gently as he spoke. "Do not be afraid. I understand that this is not your fault. You did not strike. You merely happened to be present when that creature was feeding, and you took a few nibbles of the leftovers, correct?" Meow. Upon hearing Chu Qing's words, the cat's cry suddenly turned piercingly sorrowful. The previously obedient demeanor vanished entirely, and its orange-green pupils shrank to pinpoints, gazing in terror at Chu Qing, or perhaps at something behind him. An indescribable chill emanated from that direction, despite it being broad daylight. Chu Qing squinted slightly but refrained from turning around hastily. The enigmatic rules of murder could shift unpredictably. Who could fathom the nature of this ghost's abilities? Thus, under the increasingly fearful gaze of the black cat, Chu Qing's eyes abruptly transformed from their usual black and white into a deep crimson hue. Within the inky darkness of his eye sockets, blood-red vertical pupils fixated intently on the black cat, before he finally turned around slowly. Before him stood an ethereal figure. Enveloped in crimson, this apparition wore a tattered, decayed white dress, its original form unrecognizable. Grizzled, withered hair obscured its face, rendering it indistinct. Yet, the deep crimson eyes locked onto their target activated the having eyes and orbs effect instantaneously. Before me, the entity's abilities were entirely discernible through the blood-red gaze. Faceless Ghost. Rank, 9th grade. Category, Earthbound Spirit. Lifespan, 9 months and 17 days. Face of Terror. Rule by crafting an atmosphere of fear and a specific scene. It can weaken the will of living beings. Only when a human's will plummets past the critical threshold and plunges into utter terror can the true visage of the faceless ghost be revealed, simultaneously triggering a fatal face exchange. The effectiveness of the fear it instills is contingent upon the respective ranks and innate abilities of both parties. Wall of Ghosts ability. It can conjure an illusory wall of ghosts within a designated area, further diminishing the will of the living and ensnaring them in profound dread. Earthbound Spirit state. It is unable to leave the confines of the North Mountain Cemetery, where its ability recovery rate is significantly expedited. Moreover, its daily consumption of lifespan is halved. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. Hey, you're not frightened by such a creature, are you? Nonetheless, our appearance seems to align with its aesthetic. Observing the rules and abilities of the faceless ghost conveyed through the blood-red gaze, Chu Qing couldn't help but marvel once more at the Blood-Eye Dragon Lord's rule-based prowess, which truly allowed it to thrive. However, a flicker of unease crossed the corner of Chu Qing's eye. The pressing dilemma now was how to make eye contact with this entity that lacked a face. Chapter 008. Subduing the Faceless Ghost. Ex-girlfriend? Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the North Mountain Cemetery, where the sun shone brightly above, yet within the graveyard, the air was as frigid as a crypt. Two figures stood motionless, locked in a tense standoff. Only the black cat, with a visage of sheer terror, gazed at the two figures that evidently bore no semblance to human beings, retreating to a safe distance. As time inexorably passed, Chu Qing could distinctly sense a creeping dread manifesting within his heart. This fear did not stem from a deficiency in his willpower. Rather, it was the result of the faceless ghost's rule-based abilities coming into play. Although the absence of a dramatic scene rendered this fear somewhat subdued, it still burgeoned within him, an involuntary birth of trepidation. He understood that despite possessing the blood eye, the faceless ghost was already an enigma of the 9th rank. While its rule-based abilities might not be overwhelmingly powerful, their activation could effortlessly extinguish his life in the present moment. What he needed to accomplish was to counteract the adversary's rules before they took effect, imposing his own in retaliation. However, the unfortunate reality was that the very first true anomaly he encountered was one devoid of eyes. The activation of the blood eyes rule required a mutual gaze. How could he establish eye contact with a being that possessed none? This posed a significant dilemma. Nevertheless, even in this precarious situation, Chu Qing remained entirely composed. Mastering the lethal rules of the anomaly allowed him to maintain the upper hand, and even if subjugation proved impossible, he could withdraw at any moment. With this thought, Chu Qing cast his gaze upon the face obscured by withered strands of hair and smiled faintly. What a pitiable creature, unable even to display its own visage. Upon hearing these words, the black cat, which had recently leapt back onto a gravestone, regarded Chu Qing as if it had encountered a ghost. Even the faceless specter, seemingly devoid of intelligence, momentarily paused in confusion before erupting with rage. This lowly entity, lacking wisdom yet akin to a beast, possessed the uncanny ability to sense emotions. Indeed, this particular faceless ghost thrived on the emotional turmoil of its victims as its means of infliction. In the presence of Chu Qing, it detected no fear, only an overwhelming sense of derision. In an instant, the North Mountain Cemetery seemed to transform into a realm of gloom. The sun vanished, engulfed by a shroud of darkness, punctuated only by the whispers of passing winds. The atmosphere of dread became almost palpable, clinging closely to him. Nevertheless, Chu Qing remained unfazed. His blood-red eyes remained fixed upon the faceless specter, and he extended his hand, attempting to probe the ghost's ethereal form. Alas, as a spirit bound to the earth, it possessed no corporeal body, leaving his hand to meet only an icy void. How does my visage strike you? During my school days, I was considered quite the heartthrob. Surely my features align with your aesthetic? He mused, echoing the words of blood eye without hesitation. Meanwhile, a black cat observed Chu Qing's audacious antics, as if he were dancing on a minefield. Slowly, Chu Qing leaned forward, his forehead nearly touching that of the ghost. The two entities seemingly on the brink of contact. And what of my eyes? Are they not captivating? So crimson, akin to rubies, would you not wish to pluck them from their sockets for yourself? He blinked those blood-red orbs, disregarding the sensations of shame and resistance emanating from blood eye, even as his heart raced with a mix of mischief and trepidation. Confronting malevolent entities, unless one possesses overwhelming superiority, is akin to traversing a tightrope at any moment. This is particularly true for creatures devoid of much intellect, resembling beasts in their nature. In the early to mid-stages of an exorcist's journey, the essence of combating these entities lies in discerning the rules, unraveling them, and employing one's own mastery over the entities to counteract these regulations. The activation of the blood eyes rule is initiated through eye contact. However, it has not been stated that such contact necessitates the use of one's eyes, for an entity's perception extends beyond mere vision. Therefore, what he endeavors to achieve now is the profound development of the blood eye's regulatory functions. If this can be accomplished naturally, all will be well. If not, there remains the option to retreat. Evidently, Chu Qing's blood eyes appear remarkably captivating. Amidst the dark, labyrinthine environment, those blood-red orbs seem to glimmer with an otherworldly light. As the palpable sense of dread within Chu Qing intensifies, he and the blood eyes simultaneously perceive a unique gaze directed towards him, or rather, towards his face, and notably, the crimson pair of eyes upon his visage. A fragmented voice then resonates. Such a beautiful face, such eyes. I desire them. In that instant, the crimson light within Chu Qing's eyes flared brilliantly. The rule of the blood eyes activated instantaneously. Moreover, Chu Qing had already calculated the duration of eye contact required to activate the rule against the faceless specter of the same rank. A fleeting breath's time. Less than 2 seconds. Indeed, the potential of the blood eyes is astonishingly profound, yet their own ocular observations cannot ascertain the corresponding weight of the rules in question. One must await the arrival of an enigmatic era, wherein the book of life and death may be consulted for insight. However, this moment is not one for Chu Qing to lose focus. Almost instantaneously upon the activation of the blood pupil's rules, the formless specter before him commenced a violent trembling. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What a terrifying manifestation of power this is. In this very instant, under Chu Qing's intentional peril, the reciprocal effect of this principle became apparent. Trembling, the faceless ghost began to shake uncontrollably. The dread previously inflicted upon Chu Qing was entirely returned to the specter through the two blood pupils. In its gaze, the blood-red orbs consumed its entire field of vision, as if ready to engulf it in the next heartbeat. An instinctual, overwhelming fear compelled it to kneel, burying its head beneath its arms, pleading, "No. Please, spare my face." As the shroud of immense terror enveloped the scene, Chu Qing perceived with stark clarity that within the confines of the eye-for-an-eye principle, under the specter's own fear, a mere thought from him could extinguish its existence. It was akin to a diner savoring a morsel, the act of swallowing merely a matter of will. This was the inherent instinct to kill that the ghost exhibited upon triggering the rules. Yet, Chu Qing refrained from such an act. Despite the prospect of vanquishing the faceless ghost and absorbing some of its essence through the blood pupils, thereby reaping a portion of its ephemeral lifespan, he hesitated. This entity, born in an age of terror yet to fully manifest, possessed considerable potential. Despite witnessing the abilities of this entity, Chu Qing had no intention of transforming it into his own burial spirit, especially not a restless spirit. It could be deemed a fateful laborer of the underworld. Lowering his gaze, he reached out to touch the faceless ghost, even though he could not physically make contact. And with a gentle smile, he reassured, "Rest assured, as long as you obediently comply, I shall not strip your visage away. Moreover, if you perform well, I shall procure a countenance that you favor. What say you?" It was evident that the faceless ghost struggled to comprehend his words, merely responding to Chu Qing's gestures and emotional cues, its ethereal form trembling in response. Nonetheless, it conveyed a sense of submission. This spirit, devoid of intelligence, resembled a wild beast, yet it would not seek its own demise. The midday sun shone brilliantly, fervently striving to dispel the darkness enveloping this somber place. The light cascaded upon Chu Qing's disheveled black hair, softening his somber demeanor considerably. Gradually, he rose to his feet and glanced aside, extending his hand. The black cat trembled yet dared not refuse his beckoning, leaping into his embrace once more. With a cheerful smile, Chu Qing cradled the feline, facing the blazing sun behind him, and gazed at the North Mountain Cemetery and the entirety of Mang Mountain. From now on, with my presence, none shall dare to bully you. However, at that moment, the cemetery gate behind him creaked open, producing a cacophony of sounds. Chu Qing turned to see Fang Ping peering through the ajar gate. Chu Qing, I came to see your workplace. Look who I've brought along. Chu Qing peered through the rusted iron gate, gazing at Fang Ping beside him. There stood a girl of similar age to them, clad in a Chanel gown that flowed elegantly around her. Her feet adorned with Valentino's studded high-heeled sandals shimmered under the sunlight, and in her hand, she held a new Hermes calfskin handbag in a delectable toffee hue. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qing finally recalled her identity. Chapter 009 Humanity, quite intriguing, isn't it? In the era of terror, Chu Qing had endured over 20 years in his previous life. During that span, his focus had long shifted to matters of greater significance. Yama's legacy, the hierarchy of shadow occupations, the acquisition of longevity, and the ominous prototypes. The trivialities that transpired before the onset of terror had faded from his memory, save for the enhancement of his cognitive abilities due to his elevation in shadow duties, which ensured that even the most inconsequential details lingered. Evidently, for Chu Qing, the sight of his former girlfriend, who appeared both pitiful and somewhat remorseful, belonged to the realm of inconsequential matters. He vaguely remembered that, in his previous life, this woman had entered into a relationship with a wealthy heir just before graduation. However, before he could wallow in sorrow for even a couple of months, the era of terror arrived, rendering such trivialities insignificant in the face of life and death. Now here she was once again. Unbeknownst to him, the faceless specter had vanished without a trace. Cradling the black cat in his arms, Chu Qing approached the door and smiled. Fang Ping, what brings you here? Fang Ping scratched his head. I finished the interview and am now waiting for the results. Guess what happened? Upon exiting the Yuyue Entertainment Company, I encountered Ruoxue, who inquired about your well-being. As fortune would have it, we both found ourselves free, and thus decided to come and visit you. As the conversation progressed, Fang Ping exhibited a touch of caution, clearly indicating he was not being entirely truthful. In reality, his concern for Chu Qing's situation compelled him to reach out to Ruoxue, prompting this visit. It was impossible for him to overlook the fact that Chu Qing had chosen to guard a graveyard as a security officer, thereby circumventing 30 years of life's convoluted paths, particularly the darker and more nefarious ones. This led Fang Ping, after years of friendship, to harbor unwarranted suspicions. Chu Qing, perceptive as always, noticed his friend's unease but chose to disregard it. After glancing at the two, he invited them in. As they followed Chu Qing into the premises, an inexplicable chill enveloped them the moment they crossed the threshold of the cemetery, a clear indication that no ordinary individual would willingly frequent such a dismal place. This reinforced Fang Ping's suspicions that his friend was indeed reeling from the aftermath of a heartbreak. Pondering this, he glanced at Ruoxue who, with a slight pursing of her lips, nodded in silent agreement. Upon entering the modest guardhouse, which had been promised as a dormitory and incense shop, they found it relatively clean and spacious. However, as Ruoxue settled into a seat, her expression turned to one of regret as she began to speak. Chu Qing, I am truly sorry. I realize I have caused you pain, but you needn't. Chu Qing regarded the woman before him, speechless at her emotional turmoil. Even if she did not become the wife of a wealthy family, she eventually established herself as a formidable ghost handler in the early days of Lo City. Unfortunately, she could not escape the catastrophe that befell the city, ultimately perishing amidst the ghostly turmoil. Chu Qing waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough, I do not blame you. It is common for couples to part ways during graduation season, and your choice is entirely rational. You need not dwell upon it. Upon hearing this, Ruoxue felt even more remorseful, gazing tenderly at the man before her. There was an indescribable aura about him, coupled with his status as the campus heartthrob of their modest university, which made it impossible for her not to be moved. However, Ruoxue understood that, after graduation, such sentiments could not sustain her, leading her to swiftly embrace the affections of a wealthy and influential second-generation heir in Lo City. Yet, upon encountering Chu Qing once more, that elusive charm, that mysterious thrill, rekindled memories of the past. Thus, she instinctively extended her phone toward him, her beautiful eyes pleading for his attention. Chu Qing, however, furrowed his brows slightly. He truly wished to sever ties with this woman. To claim that he could not let go was sheer nonsense, for their relationship had been mutual, and he had enjoyed it as well, with Ruoxue often covering their hotel expenses. Thus, any feelings of anger or resentment were utterly unfounded. Let us not speak of the fact that he, upon his rebirth, cannot even recall who his former lover was. Even considering that, in his previous life, the treacherous Ding Xie of Bianqing had sabotaged his endeavors, to the extent of later betraying him, it does not incite a fervent desire for vengeance within him. Though one might assume he yearns to exact revenge with unrelenting ferocity, to the point of relishing in the other's demise, such sentiments have not been fully realized. They can only be labeled as enmity that must be avenged in this life. Kingship transcends mere strength. It encompasses an indomitable spirit. The time for retribution is inevitable, and indeed, Chu Qing has already conceived the initial steps toward it. However, to allow vengeance to disturb his heart would render one unfit to ascend as a king-level spirit master in this harrowing era, rife with entities capable of corrupting the human heart. The burden of countless sins must be borne to forge an undying resolve. Hatred pales in comparison to his lofty ideals and aspirations, rendering it insignificant. His reluctance arises solely from a desire to avoid complications. Yet, it is evident that his resistance has led Fang Ping and Ruoxue to misconstrue his intentions. Fang Ping cleared his throat and remarked, "Well then, you two carry on with your conversation. I shall take a stroll outside." Having uttered these words, he indeed turned to leave, utterly oblivious to the potential perils that awaited him alone beyond the confines. And Ruoxue, seemingly oblivious to Chu Qing's evident discomfort, gazed tenderly at the black cat nestled in his arms. "You still have such a fondness for cats, don't you?" "The little one we raised together is still with me, however." Upon noticing Chu Qing's continued indifference, she finally pressed on, "Chu Qing, we are both orphans. We understand that in this society, in this era, without money, one might as well be lower than a dog. The only leverage a woman possesses, aside from her youthful appearance, is her relentless ambition to ascend." Chu Qing smiled, intrigued that she had finally broached the main topic. He anticipated the humiliation she was about to bestow upon him. Yet even the Chu Qing of his past life, who had nearly ascended to the rank of Chu Jiangwang, could not have foreseen what Ruoxue would say next. "But a Qing, I still love you. Add me as a friend. I have 10,000 here for you to take. Lin Hung Tian and I have already registered our marriage, though we have yet to hold the formal ceremony. Recently, with all the family matters on his side, I haven't had much time. How about this? I'll send you money every month, and when I have the chance, we can meet here discreetly." Upon hearing this, even with his remarkable past experiences, Chu Qing was utterly taken aback by her words, and Ruoxue glanced around, nodding in satisfaction. "This place is quite secluded. It's an excellent spot for our meetings. Rest assured, Lin Hungtian's father has recently been in particularly poor health. In a few years, the Lin family's assets will belong to Lin Hungtian, who is nothing but a fool. At that time, I will endeavor to seize the fortune and then divorce him." Chu Qing remained silent, observing the woman before him who was lost in her own monologue. Was it not agreed that the narrative would unfold with a delightful interplay of triumph and humiliation every 3 days? How did it suddenly morph into the role of a venomous antagonist and mistress? And Ruoxue, gazing at Chu Qing, felt a surge of impulsiveness. Even if these words were the truth, they should not be uttered carelessly. The fewer who knew, the smoother the plan would proceed. However, upon witnessing the melancholy aura of the man before her, amidst this desolate setting, her heart softened. Regrettably, time was of the essence today. Chu Qing, exasperated, shook his head, preparing to clarify matters, but Ruoxue denied him the opportunity, continuing directly, "It's settled then. I have been quite busy lately. There have been disturbances at the Lin family, and I haven't had much time to spare. Just as her words fell, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from outside. Suddenly, Ruoshua's expression shifted, and as anticipated, they heard Fong Ping's voice from beyond the door. Lin Hengtian, how did you find this place? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued, while Ruoshua, quick to react, stood up abruptly. From her latest Hermes calf leather bag, she retrieved a wad of cash and tossed it to Chu Qing. Take this for now. Lin Hengtian has arrived. Since you had an unpleasant altercation with him before, it would be best if you stayed inside. Leave everything to me. Upon finishing her words, Ruoshua hurriedly opened the door and dashed outside. Within the confines of the security room, Chu Qing could still hear her overly sweet voice exclaiming, "Darling, what brings you here? Weren't you at the hospital with Dad?" A smile graced Chu Qing's lips as his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. In the shadows cast by the sunlight, those blood-red orbs danced irregularly within their dark sockets, seemingly applauding the splendid little scene that had just unfolded. Subsequently, it appeared as though Chu Qing was conversing with himself, or perhaps posing a rhetorical question to the two disparate beings in the room. Humans are quite fascinating, are they not? Chapter 010. There are ghosts here. Schwer, didn't you mention that a close friend invited you to lunch? Yet here you are instead? A stranger's voice questioned from outside. Through the slightly chipped glass, Chu Qing discerned a vague figure beyond the door, clad in a white suit, which barely conformed to the semblance of a gentleman. Clearly, this was Lin Hengtian. However, upon a fleeting glance, Chu Qing's brow arched slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue. The three individuals outside seemed oblivious to Chu Qing's shadowy gaze. As Ruoshua's voice followed, "Darling, please don't be upset. Fong Ping said that Chu Qing was feeling a bit down, and asked me to come and talk to him, to help him let go of this infatuation." So that was the case? Yet one must wonder, what business does that pretty boy Chu Qing have in this ghastly place? Lin Hengtian's voice resonated once more. He claimed to be here as a security guard, and feeling a pang of sympathy, I handed him 10,000 as a parting gift, hoping he would cease his tumultuous antics in the future. You simply do not believe me, do you? Yet you still chose to follow me here? Hearing a hint of irritation in Ruoshua's voice, Lin Hengtian's tone softened immediately. Not at all. My mother came to take over my shift, and the hospital no longer requires my presence. My father is clamoring to be discharged, and it has become quite vexatious. I thought to join you for a meal and perhaps meet your friend, yet here I find myself in this wretched place. At this juncture, Lin Hengtian turned to survey the surroundings, seemingly catching sight of a figure within the guardhouse. He leaned in, exclaiming, "What on earth is that fool Chu Qing thinking? I always said that those in the arts have rather peculiar minds. Why on earth would he choose to be a security guard in such a dismal location? Chu Qing, are you brave enough to come out?" As the guardhouse door swung open, and Ruoshua's expression shifted to one of apprehension. Sure enough, Chu Qing emerged, clutching a stack of cash. "Is there something you need, young Master Lin? Ah, look at you, you little dandy, daring to show your face." Lin Hengtian scoffed, the corners of his mouth curling in amusement. "What did I say back then? You should have gone straight to a karaoke bar or a nightclub for this sort of work. I assure you, earning several thousand a month would have been a breeze. If you happen to encounter a few wealthy ladies willing to splurge on you, raking in tens of thousands each month would be a mere trifle. If you're truly in need, I could offer you some introductions. My father is acquainted with several affluent ladies whose households lack male presence, and there are even a few male bosses who are quite inclined towards such matters. If you are interested, I could introduce you to them. Perhaps, in due course, our Lin family's business may require your assistance in persuading them." Ha ha ha. Chu Qing's smile remained undiminished as she continued to observe Lin Hengtian with great enthusiasm, seemingly unfazed by his words. Meanwhile, Fong Ping could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chu Qing. "Lin Hengtian, what on earth are you saying?" Lin Hengtian cast a frosty glare at Fong Ping. "What? Do you really want to throw down with me? Look at you. I heard you went to apply at Huanyu Entertainment this morning. Let me tell you, Zhao Yu from Uncle Zhao's family at Huanyu is a childhood friend of mine. Do you honestly think you can work there? Dream on." However, observing Fong Ping's flushed face, Lin Hengtian smirked. "I've registered an MCN company with Zhao Yu, So, if you curse this pretty boy now, I might just reserve the position of HR manager for you. The annual salary starts at 20,000, not including bonuses. What do you think? He regarded Fang Ping with an air of disdain. Under the influence of wealth, love, friendship, and even familial ties all seemed trivial. He was accustomed to witnessing people grovel under the allure of money, and thus, he eagerly anticipated Fang Ping's reaction. Even Chu Qing gazed at her friend with keen interest from behind. Only Ruoxue furrowed her brows, genuinely displeased as she looked at Lin Hengtian for the first time. Fang Ping's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as he suddenly lunged forward, seizing the collar of the latter. How much money do you have that makes you so arrogant? Without it, you are nothing. With that exclamation, he swung his fist, aiming directly at Lin Hengtian's face. This unexpected scene caught both Lin Hengtian and Chu Qing off guard. The former instinctively recoiled, while Chu Qing extended his hand, successfully intercepting Fang Ping. Maintaining his composed demeanor, he smiled at the slightly flustered Lin Hengtian. Strangely, the brightness of the graveyard appeared to diminish significantly, and an indescribable fear enveloped Lin Hengtian's heart. He forced himself to glare fiercely at both Chu Qing and Fang Ping. I'm not lacking in money, just leave Schwer alone. With that, he deliberately linked arms with Ruoxue and hastily made his way towards the exit, climbing into the ostentatious sports car. As he opened the car door, he instinctively glanced back at the graveyard, and that fleeting glance sent a chilling wave through his warm, sunlit body. He quickly dove into the car, flooring the accelerator in a hasty retreat. Darling, what is wrong with you? And Ruoxue asked, surprised by Lin Hengtian's distracted state. At that moment, Lin Hengtian trembled, abruptly slamming the brakes on the road, before turning to Ruoxue in a panic. Schwer, that place is haunted. There's a ghost right next to Chu Qing, a figure shrouded in white, with an indistinct face, only hair visible. Observing the terror reflected in Lin Hengtian's eyes, an imperceptible disdain flickered in Ruoxue's gaze. Yet, she still spoke softly, is there really any ghost in this world? Moreover, it's broad daylight. Haven't you been feeling a bit paranoid after spending time with Dad lately? No, Schwer. I truly am not deceiving you, Lin Hengtian anxiously explained. Just watch. That Chu Qing won't survive for long. How dare he take on the role of a security guard in such a haunted place? But, in a way, it's for the best. He won't be able to bother you anymore. Yes, it's for the best. Listening to Lin Hengtian's nonsensical ramblings, Ruoxue remained silent, her delicate hands gently patting Lin Hengtian's back as if to soothe his fears. However, in her eyes, hidden from Lin Hengtian's view, lay an intense and unyielding coldness, coupled with an unmistakable contempt. Chapter 011. The Paper Man, the familiar stench of copper. Chu Qing stood at the door, still smiling as he watched the roar of the engine fade away. He had done nothing throughout the encounter. Rather, he turned to glance at the still furious Fang Ping and remarked with a grin, "Come now, is it really worth getting so worked up?" Fang Ping was taken aback, staring at Chu Qing. Chu Qing, how can you remain unfazed by what that bastard said? Damn it, does he really expect me to be his dog for that meager sum? He ought to consider that in this day and age. What job doesn't he allow one to survive? Do you think I could starve just because of his trifling offer? With a smile, Chu Qing opened the door to the guardroom. Fang Ping observed his companion's demeanor. Feeling a surge of frustration, yet rendered helpless, he stepped inside. Surprisingly, Chu Qing did not follow Fang Ping. Instead, he moved towards an unoccupied open space nearby and continued, "Do not be anxious. He possesses something intriguing. When the opportunity arises, I shall let you experience it thoroughly." Upon returning to the room, Fang Ping cast a puzzled glance at Chu Qing, asking, "What is there to be anxious about? What opportunity? What shall I experience? I am already filled with irritation." Remarkably, he found himself rather pleased with his companion's reaction. Although Chu Qing rarely indulged in testing human nature, this individual appeared rather commendable. It was somewhat regrettable that he had perished early during the outbreak in his previous life. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing tossed a stack of 10,000 yuan onto the table, extracting several bills as he addressed Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, I am going to teach you a skill. Please hand me your identification card." "What?" Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback but complied obediently. Thus he stood there, dumbfounded, as he watched Chu Qing fold a crimson banknote into a small paper figure in mere moments. The figure had arms, legs, and a head. Moreover, when Chu Qing produced a watercolor pen to embellish it, Fang Ping was left speechless. He felt an uncanny resemblance between the origami figure and himself. Having witnessed Chu Qing inscribe his birth date onto a paper effigy and hand it to him, Fang Ping was taken aback. This item should be carefully kept close. In times of peril, either cast it away or ignite it for greater effect. When the moment arrives, simply seek me out, Chu Qing instructed. Fang Ping, still in a daze, accepted the peculiar object and gazed incredulously at the dilapidated guardhouse that also served as a shop for incense and paper effigies. Goodness, do you truly intend to pursue this line of work? He exclaimed, astonished. Chu Qing paid him no heed and picked up a banknote, directing his attention back to Fang Ping. Enough chatter. Learn from me. My time is limited, as I must venture out shortly. Oh, but Chu Qing, could we perhaps use a different piece of paper? Isn't it rather wasteful to fold money into these paper figures? Fang Ping lamented, his expression oddly perplexed, contemplating whether he should call a mental health facility. Without lifting his gaze, Chu Qing replied, these matters do not warrant excessive concern. What Lin Hengtian just stated is of no significance to you either. Remember, everything he relies upon, even his very existence, holds no value to me beyond the mere identity of being human. Fang Ping displayed considerable aptitude. Within half an hour, under Chu Qing's meticulous guidance, he managed to fold a rather convincing paper effigy. Satisfied, Chu Qing nodded approvingly. Yet, unable to contain himself, Fang Ping finally spoke up. Qingzi, are you certain you're all right? You've seen how that woman and Ruoxue is. It hardly seems worth it. Observing Fang Ping's worried expression, Chu Qing chuckled. What are you thinking? I merely returned her money. Fang Ping responded, oh, that's fine. But really, what's the purpose of folding these things? Are we planning to dominate the funeral market in Luo City together? He grimaced as he fiddled with the paper effigy in his hands. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Qing placed an arm around Fang Ping's shoulders and whispered in an ominously low tone, these objects can exorcise spirits. Lin Hengtian is haunted, and I suspect his entire family is as well. With that, Chu Qing strode out of the guardroom, leaving Fang Ping alone in the eerie chamber, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Watching Chu Qing's retreating figure, he clutched the paper effigy to his chest, torn between belief and skepticism. He hurried after Chu Qing, calling out, Qingzi, I know a good mental hospital. Should I help you get in touch with them? Get lost. Before he could pursue the grave ghost that had been lamented by Ding Xia countless times, he needed to assess the situation concerning the Lin family. He had a myriad of methods to eliminate Lin Hengtian, and he could certainly do so without attracting trouble. It was straightforward. He could make Lin Hengtian appear on video surveillance, allowing the faceless ghost to dispose of him. The only reason he spared Lin Hengtian's life was that the malevolent energy surrounding him was even more potent than that which lingered in the northern mountain cemetery. Most importantly, Chu Qing detected a familiar scent emanating from him. A familiar scent wafted through the air, one that had proven difficult for him to suppress over the years. He could only mask the tumult within with a smile. It was the distinct aroma of oxidized metal, colloquially known as the scent of copper. While in Ruoxue bore no trace of this odor, Lin Hengtian was enveloped in its overwhelming presence. In a previous life, a unique entity possessed an extraordinary object, one whose significance was overshadowed only by its wielder, who, in terms of renown, surpassed even the blood-eyed dragon lord. The strength of this figure remained ambiguous. Yet the blood-eyed dragon lord wielded tangible power solely within the dragon kingdom, reigning as a true sovereign of malevolent spirits. In contrast, that extraordinary object could be celebrated across the globe for its prestige. The scent that clung to Lin Hengtian emanated from a treasure linked to that very entity. Yet, could it truly have originated in the city of Luo? Perhaps it was merely a fragment of a larger puzzle, or perhaps he was overthinking it. Regardless, he felt an insatiable urge to uncover the truth. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of determination sparked in Chu Qing's eyes as he sat in a taxi, sending a friend request to Ruoxue. After a brief interlude of approximately 10 minutes, the request was accepted. and Ruoshue sent no words, only a red heart emoji, as if conveying an unspoken understanding. Chapter 012. The God of Wealth of the Lin family on August 31st, at 1:12 p.m., within the luxurious single-occupancy ward of the Second People's Hospital of Luo City, several nurses and 2 doctors firmly restrained an elderly figure. He was a middle-aged man who could hardly be considered old, his hair merely graying at the temples, giving him the appearance of someone in his 50s. However, the madness etched upon his face infused him with an indescribable aura of insanity and decay. My money! My money! Someone is trying to steal my money. Where is my God of Wealth? Quickly, summon the God of Wealth. Only with him present can no one touch my money. My money belongs solely to me. His cries bore no resemblance to those of a prominent businessman in Los Angeles, but rather resembled those of a complete lunatic, a miser akin to a modern-day Grangier. Beside him stood a woman, her face etched with bitterness. Yet she, alongside the other medical staff, remained firmly fixated on Lin Yuancheng. Is Dad having another episode? Despite her frustration with her son's choice of words, the woman nodded, her countenance heavy with worry. Where is Xiaoxue? As a mother-in-law, she held her daughter-in-law in high regard. Though the family was not well off, she was incredibly filial, deeply loved her son, and most importantly, was ambitious, studious, and possessed a striking beauty that did not attract unwanted attention. Having had only one boyfriend at her age, she had reluctantly accepted this daughter-in-law despite the disparity in their backgrounds. Lin Hengtian then remarked. The woman shot him a sharp glance. What are you thinking? Your father is in this state because of that thing. If you ask me, it should be smashed and thrown away at once. Why are you still letting? Before she could finish her words, Lin Yuancheng abruptly broke free from his restraints and seized the woman's neck with both hands. You want my money? You want to rob me? I will strangle you. I will strangle you. In mere seconds, the woman's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Fortunately, the medical staff nearby reacted swiftly, restraining him once more and securing him firmly to the hospital bed with a rope. Nevertheless, Lin Yuancheng's eyes remained bloodshot, glaring at his wife of over 20 years, as if she were not his beloved partner but rather an enemy sworn to avenge a familial grievance. The woman could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed onto the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Only Lin Hengtian furrowed his brows, feeling both the noise and a sense of irritation. He could only hope that Ruoshue would arrive swiftly. However, at that very moment Ruoshue, whom Lin Hengtian held great expectations for, was accompanied by an unexpected wild man, entering their family's villa garden in the car he had purchased for her. Amidst the chaos, he spoke of his money being threatened, claiming he needed the protection of the God of Wealth. Both Lin Hengtian and his mother believed that his father had lost his sanity, and in the following days the symptoms worsened. Ruoshue, while speaking, descended from the driver's seat of her white BMW 530 alongside Chu Qing. Chu Qing's expression remained remarkably calm, yet the slight tremor at the corner of his eyes was enough for those familiar with him to sense the tumultuous emotions brewing within. Upon entering the exquisite garden of this 8-figure villa in Los Angeles, Chu Qing could ascertain with absolute certainty that his previous conjectures were indeed correct. The scent that enveloped him, a familiar and distinct metallic aura intertwined with a haunting chill, was an intoxicating fragrance he would never forget. I have taken a considerable risk to bring you here, Qing Gu. How will you repay me? He glanced at his ex-girlfriend, whose beautiful face radiated a sense of self-satisfaction. Her alabaster chin held high. This woman was undeniably insufferable, yet she possessed a certain allure. Without her expertise, it would have proven quite challenging for Chu Qing to enter without a hint of trouble and unravel the mysteries within. He paid little heed to Ruoshue's eager demeanor. Every fleeting moment before the onset of this terrifying era was of paramount importance. His plans had shifted slightly due to the emergence of these phenomena. At this moment, he had no leisure to indulge her in the exploration of human emotions. His gaze swept the room until it settled upon a particular object, and he approached it slowly. Having encountered countless peculiar entities, even without activating his blood eyes or utilizing his spectral abilities, he could perceive the concentration of dark energy. At this very moment, the intensity of the malevolent aura within the villa's living room rivaled that of the Beishan cemetery, perhaps even more potent due to its confined space. It was no wonder Lin Hengtian bore the signs of an untimely demise, with dark circles under his eyes. The source of this ominous energy lay right here. He did not hastily employ the blood eye. Judging by Ruoshua's reaction, this object had been present for at least half a month. And yet, among the Lin family members, only Lin Hengtian's father seemed to be affected. Moreover, according to Ruoshua, there was no imminent threat of death, which undoubtedly indicated that the lethal capabilities of this item were not as terrifyingly immediate as one might presume. This was a statue of the god of wealth, approximately the height of a human head, seemingly cast in bronze, though the passage of time had caused the originally copper-colored surface to oxidize and darken. In the dimly lit living room, devoid of any illumination or curtains, it appeared exceedingly sinister. Notably, the bronze deity grasped a small black coin, which seemed to have been fashioned in this manner during the initial casting, fitting perfectly. Chu Qing's gaze remained fixed upon the statue and the black coin within its hand, unwavering. Meanwhile, Ruoshua incessantly chattered beside him. "Qinggu, you have no idea. Just after leaving the North Mountain Cemetery, that good-for-nothing Lin Hengtian claimed he saw a ghost near you. Can you believe it? At his age, still terrified of ghosts. It's utterly laughable. Apart from having a decent father, he pales in comparison to you, Qinggu." At that moment, Chu Qing finally spoke. He is not mistaken. Huh? And Ruoshua was momentarily taken aback by Chu Qing's interruption, his words leaving her momentarily speechless. Chu Qing's gaze remained unchanged, still fixated on the statue above, and he reiterated, "He is not mistaken." And Ruoshua opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally uttering, "Qinggu, what are you saying? How could you possibly want to?" Chu Qing calmly interjected, "That is not what I meant. What I am saying is, he is correct. There truly are ghosts in this world." What? At that moment, Ruoshua found the situation utterly ridiculous. The sunlight outside was obscured by clouds, and in an instant, the already dimly lit living room, shrouded by curtains, became enveloped in profound silence. Chu Qing, however, remained unfazed and slowly pointed upwards, continuing in a subdued tone, "Look there." And Ruoshua lifted her gaze, and the statue of the god of wealth was shrouded in shadow, appearing ominously eerie from this angle. For reasons unknown, after casting her eyes upon it, she felt an icy chill engulf her, and goosebumps erupted across her skin. Chu Qing's voice echoed in her ears. "There is one lurking above. Indeed, it is watching us, this pair of dog lovers." Chapter 13. The shadowy god of wealth. Chu Qing, who competes with ghosts for money. Silence. Within the villa, aside from the unnatural darkness, only silence prevailed. After 5 seconds, a crisp thud resonated. The sound of the woman beside him swallowing was somewhat pronounced. Yet, it was evident that neither Chu Qing nor Ruoshua paid heed to such trivialities at that moment. Chu Qing could already sense the tremors radiating from the woman beside him, and Ruoshua's fingers, clutching the sleeve of Chu Qing, turned pale, involuntarily trembling as they shook his garment. Chu Qing, however, was utterly unperturbed. In fact, he positioned himself directly before the statue of the god of wealth, obscured in the inky darkness, thereby obstructing Ruoshua's path. This gesture left the misunderstood ex-girlfriend profoundly moved, even though she found it difficult to believe in the existence of spirits in this world. If only she had the courage to stand beside Chu Qing at that moment, she might discover the truth. Unbeknownst to her, at some point, Chu Qing's pupils had transformed into a vivid crimson, coldly observing the statue of the god of wealth shrouded in shadow. Dark god of wealth. Rank: 9th grade. Category: Entity Anomaly. Dark lifespan: 3 years, 2 months, and 10 days. Divine wealth. Rule living beings may worship this statue to beseech wealth. Subsequently, the supplicant enters a state of dark financial blessing, wherein their fervent dependency on the dark god of wealth escalates with every monetary gain, diminishing their willpower. Upon accumulating a certain threshold of wealth under this dark blessing, the killing rule is triggered, allowing for the absorption of all the spiritual wealth of the victim. The quantity of dark lifespan gained through this act of murder is significantly amplified. Greed's grasp, ability, a passive effect that intensifies the greed of all beings upon witnessing its true form. Entity state lacks the ability to move freely, with dark lifespan consumption have daily. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. This entity is remarkable, and the copper coin in your possession is even more extraordinary. Tell me, human, would you not consider this a missed treasure without my presence? Ignoring the narcissism of the blood-eyed ghost beneath its ocular facade, Chu Qing maintained a serene gaze, utterly indifferent to this so-called god. God? What a ridiculous farce, a mere ninth-grade anomaly daring to self-appoint as a divine being. In an earlier era, a mere passerby, an adept in ghostly arts, would have effortlessly obliterated such a creature upon sight. This entity had only just come into existence, driven solely by instinct. Ignorance could be forgiven. Chu Qing's crimson gaze followed the blood-eyed ghost's indication to the obsidian coin it clutched. Clearly, in comparison to this god, the coin held far greater significance. Black coin, grade, 9th, category. One of the puzzles of the underworld, size unknown and undetectable. Minting ability holding this coin grants the bearer 1 day of life currency daily. Greed's curse. No usage curse. Any living being can utilize it. Note. Humans hasten to attain it. Do not delay our wealth. This is our treasure. A smile graced Chu Qing's lips, the most genuine expression of joy he had felt since his rebirth. This black coin was indeed remarkable. Gaining a daily life currency. For an early-stage ghost master, this provided a substantial safety net, alleviating concerns over the consumption of life. Moreover, the absence of a usage curse meant it could be wielded freely without consequence. A true treasure of the underworld. The use of underworld artifacts typically came with curses. The severity of these curses directly influenced the artifact's value. The lower the requirements for use, the higher the artifact's worth. However, what truly filled Chu Qing with joy was not merely this discovery. Rather, it was the realization that this copper coin was indeed a fragment of the puzzle he had long remembered. The entire world, the vast and terrifying realm of Blue Star, contained a few formidable entities of the first rank, such as the ghost kings and fearsome deities. While not abundant, they were certainly present. Yet, to speak of a first-rank ghostly artifact, or even those within the third rank, was to speak of treasures beyond imagination. In his previous life, Chu Qing possessed one, which was among the pillars of his ascendance to the title of King of Chujiang. Nevertheless, when compared to the complete version of this artifact, it was as if a minor figure stood before a titan, and in the terrifying world, their renown was worlds apart. Of course, the one wielding the complete artifact, the mistress renowned throughout the terrifying world of Blue Star, was on an entirely different echelon from him. Yet, Chu Qing could hardly have anticipated that a shard of this object would appear in Luo City. It seemed that, in the future, he might have substantial opportunities to engage meaningfully with that mistress of the narrow realm. With this thought, the corners of Chu Qing's mouth curled into an even more enchanting smile. He extended his hand, and Ruo Shui, sensing Chu Qing's movement, leaned forward just in time to witness his slender, pale fingers grasping the black copper coin held by the statue of the god of wealth. What was he about to do? Chu Qing's intentions soon became apparent to Ruo Shui as he tugged at it, and the visible force he exerted grew stronger. Yet, despite the veins on his hand standing out, neither the coin nor the statue budged an inch, and Ruo Shui, standing behind Chu Qing, watched in astonishment. Was he attempting to steal money? To rob the god of wealth? It is incorrect. Just moments ago, Chu Qing mentioned that a ghost was lying above, which implies that he is currently vying for wealth with a specter. How absurd. Most importantly, the implication here suggests that this so-called god of wealth, this ghostly deity, seems rather reluctant to relinquish its grasp. Soon after, the force within Chu Qing's hands relaxed. He appeared to exhale deeply, adjusting his somewhat erratic breathing caused by the exertion of his power. In the next instant, he extended his hand, signaling Ruo Shui to retreat further back. She complied but was hesitant to stray more than 2 steps away from him. With a calm demeanor, Chu Qing directed his blood-red gaze towards the spectral god of wealth and softly uttered, "You, a lowly entity that devours the fortunes of living beings, dare to exist under the guise of a legitimate deity? I grant you an opportunity, yet do you not comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the earth?" It was evident that given the entity's rank, Chu Qing hardly expected it to grasp the weight of his words. Engaging in discourse with such mindless beasts was indeed futile. The primary objective remained to capture the attention of this entity. His blood-red eyes firmly locked onto the spectral god of wealth, whose pitch-black orbs in the darkness mirrored his own gaze. In that moment, the sensation reminiscent of the previous encounter with the faceless ghost resurfaced. Thus, facing this entity's stare, and under Ruoshua's bewildered gaze, Chu Qing gradually inclined his body. O god of wealth, may you bestow upon me abundant fortune. The wealth I seek is not mere scraps of paper used by humans. Surely you understand? Upon finishing his words, he surprisingly bowed directly to the entity above. Then, before Ruoshua's astonished gaze, the once utterly dark and foreboding statue of the god of wealth began to sway autonomously. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, it toppled directly onto the incense burner. The bronze statue appeared to prostrate itself upon the altar, unable to withstand Chu Qing's reverent bow. Moreover, the black copper coin that Chu Qing had exerted all his strength to pry loose fell before him with a clang, its chill palpable to the touch. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he decided to spare its life, instructing it to serve as a guardian in his abode. With another thud, the statue rolled, seemingly responding with a resounding yes. Chapter 14. The Legend of the Death Apartment. The command of Chu Qing. The era of terror has descended for 2 decades. What are the most formidable malevolent spirits? In the forums established by countless demon tamers in later years, many powerful beings have left their marks on this most renowned thread. This thread features formidable spirits from around the globe, each embodying various rules and abilities. Among them are the blood-eyed Dragon Lord, who reigns supreme in the Dragon Kingdom, the infamous Bloody Mary, the nightmare of all men across the Blue Planet, the enigmatic proprietress of the Neutral Realm, the Night Girl, the Hungerer, the Curse of Friday, the Midnight Cinema, and the Clown. Some of these entities possess exceptionally high ranks, some wield bizarre rules, while others boast astonishing records. Yet, within this array, there exists an extraordinarily unique presence, a peculiar tale of horror, once the profound nightmare of an ordinary human. Once, it was a trial coveted by the ambitious and daring. 2 decades after the era of terror, it bore many names on the Blue Planet. In the Dragon Kingdom, it was initially referred to as the Death Apartment, the Underworld Hotel. In the Blue Planet, it later came to be known as Hell's Basement, the Crimson City. Legend has it that, in its infancy, it was merely a room. Those who entered this room would trigger a peculiar curse. The curse was straightforward. It compelled the entrant to journey to a specific place and fulfill a task. The nature of this task was uncertain. It could be so arduous that a mere mortal, bound by the rules, would be forced to turn the uncanny against itself. However, without exception, failure to complete the task invariably resulted in death. Yet, where there are penalties, there are also rewards. Completing the task would grant the individual so-called hell points, which could be exchanged for a myriad of items. It is said that one could acquire anything. This allure ignited fervor among countless spirit tamers. However, during those 2 decades of terror, it seemed that only ordinary humans, yet to become spirit tamers, could gain entry. This was undoubtedly a source of great lament. Consequently, when news of the Death Apartment spread, many spirit tamers remained skeptical. Until, eventually, an event sent shockwaves through the community of spirit tamers worldwide. In the southeastern Dragon Kingdom, a renowned spirit tamer known as the Buddha King discovered the existence of the Death Apartment. Ignoring its refusals and warnings, he employed a unique method to boldly enter the apartment. 3 days passed in utter tranquility, and then the entity known as the Three-Faced Buddha, a manifestation of the covenant with the Buddha King, dissolved the contract and re-emerged into the mortal realm. Since that moment, the Southeast Asian region was graced not only with the presence of this formidable spirit, but also with the apparent disappearance of the esteemed exorcist, the Buddha King, as if he had never graced the world with his existence. Silently, he extinguished the life of a top-tier exorcist and left behind the latter's primary spirit, the Death Apartment, which from that instant became an entity that must never be provoked. This is the legendary tale of the Death Apartment, a story known to all exorcists in the previous life. With a soft jingle, he retrieved a key and unlocked the door, his gaze instantly transforming into a striking crimson hue as he beckoned. The faceless spirit, hidden in the shadows, promptly approached Chu Qing and followed him into the guardhouse. As he toyed with a frigid copper coin, Chu Qing commenced a dramatic act of self-sacrifice, seizing a fruit knife to slice open his finger. Drops of crimson blood cascaded into a bowl. Before long, the deep red liquid filled nearly half the bowl. After a moment of contemplation, he mixed in some leftover vermilion and mineral water from the shop, stirring it with his fingertip. Satisfied with the result after a brief trial, he nodded approvingly and turned his blood-red gaze toward the bewildered faceless spirit. He produced 2 bowls and inserted them into the spirit's form, beginning the process of transfusion. The faceless spirit attempted to evade but found itself firmly ensnared by Chu Qing's piercing gaze, rendered immobile. Finally, after blending a considerable amount of ominous energy into this bowl of sanguine vermilion, Chu Qing once again took his finger as a quill and began inscribing upon the glass of the guardhouse door, name, Godovine wealth rank, 9th grade. In his previous life, in contrast to the widely known legends surrounding the death apartment, Ding Xie had once shared his insights regarding it. A single remark from him left the young Chu Qing astounded. Ding Xie had claimed that he nearly mastered the death apartment in its earliest days. Indeed, this esteemed king of Bianxing, Ding Xie, uttered words that anyone else would undoubtedly deem to be mere boasting. Yet Chu Qing, with his understanding of Ding Xie, knew that even inebriated, he was not one to engage in idle bragging. Although this assertion seemed utterly implausible, the reason was straightforward. Ding Xie stated that the death apartment was summoned by him, perhaps even created through a fortuitous turn of events. It was astonishing, yet that fellow spoke with unwavering conviction. Initially, Ding Xie served as a gravekeeper. After assuming this role, he merely crafted a small grave within his own homestead. When he first embarked on his duties as a gravekeeper, he had a peculiar habit. He would inscribe the bizarre news, locations, and death tolls he gathered from various sources onto the solitary iron gate of his modest grave, preparing meticulously for future inquiries and explorations. At this very moment, Chu Qing's thoughts were in a flurry, yet her hands remained steady, swiftly inscribing the next line in blood. Location: Second People's Hospital of Luo City. The potential and audacity of Ding Xie, destined to become a prominent figure in the future of the Dragon Kingdom, had already manifested at the onset of terror. Thus, the probability of his triumphant returns after each excursion was exceedingly high. He would invariably display the controlled anomalies upon that door, either allowing his grave ghost to absorb them or entombing them within his mausoleum. However, one day, Ding Xie unexpectedly noticed an alteration in the script he had inscribed on the iron door. Initially indifferent, he later found, to his astonishment, that the writing on the iron door had seemingly animated, revealing an unfamiliar and previously undiscovered eerie trace. Skeptical yet intrigued, he ventured to the indicated location, only to discover the presence of an actual anomaly. Yet upon returning to his mausoleum, he found that the strange writing on the iron door had vanished, as he had failed to fulfill the task of the blood inscription. Even the grave ghost guarding the mausoleum was oblivious to the disappearance of that entity. Consequently, the infamous moniker of the death apartment began to permeate throughout the Dragon Kingdom and the world. Ding Xie had shared these tales with Chu Qing on numerous occasions, expressing his sentiments of regret and contemplation repeatedly. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances at the outset, and with his mastery over the grave spirit already established, he would have endeavored to subdue the death apartment, fully aware of its accelerating power, regardless of the monumental price. Chu Qing's fingers paused momentarily in their writing, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Having risen from the lowly status of a gravekeeper, a mere 9th-rank spectral position, to become the king of Bian City, Ding Xie believed that the initial form of the death apartment, that gateway to the afterlife, represented the finest choice for a grave spirit. He had often conversed with Chu Qing, pondering what marvels might have unfolded had he commenced his journey as a grave spirit with the death apartment as his foundation. It can be said that the reason for Chu Qing's choice to embrace the role of a gravekeeper in this new life was significantly influenced by this unique grave spirit. As the closest confidant of the former king of Bian City, how could Chu Qing possibly refrain from assisting his dear friend in realizing this aspiration? With this thought, Chu Qing dipped his fingers into the last remnants of crimson paint at the bottom of the bowl, leaving behind his final inscription on the glass of the portal. Commentary: Wealth can reach the heavens and command the earth. Money can summon spirits and dispel deities. Decree from Chu Qing. Chapter 15. The Tomb of Money. The Arrival of the King of Hell. August 31st, 4:17 p.m. 55 hours and 43 minutes remain until the complete resurgence of terror. In Luo City, at the Second People's Hospital, and Ruoxue had never been so cautious. As they departed from the Lin family's villa, the clock barely struck 2 o'clock. Yet, and Ruoxue had traversed for more than 2 hours. It was not due to traffic, but rather the ominous object resting in the back seat. Prior to the events of that afternoon, she had resolutely dismissed the existence of ghosts. However, following the unsettling occurrences at the Lin villa, she now recognized that the deity of wealth in her back seat was indeed a genuine enigma. Who could possibly drive with such a specter looming? Throughout the journey, she had accumulated an uncountable number of traffic tickets. The mere thought of a ghost fixating its gaze upon her sent shivers down her spine. Little did she know how many times she had silently cursed Chu Qing during this ride. Were it not for the peculiar demeanor of that entity in the presence of Chu Qing earlier, she would have unleashed her frustration vocally. Was this fellow even human? It seemed increasingly uncertain. After scaring her senseless, he had the audacity to take a cab, leaving her, a solitary woman, to navigate with that haunting artifact. Though her mind brimmed with such thoughts, outwardly she found herself repeatedly muttering, "I am Chu Qing's woman. If you seek trouble with the Lin family, do not involve me." It must be acknowledged that while that man treated her like a mere tool, it was at this moment that Ruoxue realized he was the only one who could provide her with a semblance of security, even if it was merely through a name. Thus, later on, after bringing this revered figure into the hospital room, Ruoxue discovered that the flicker of fear within her heart had mysteriously vanished without a trace. "Shuer, you have finally arrived. Why didn't you answer my call?" Lin Hengtian hurriedly stepped forward, taking the black statue of the wealth deity, approximately 30 centimeters tall, from her hands. He seemed oblivious to any changes in the statue, as he lamented Ruoxue's somewhat tardy arrival, which had subjected him to the torment of 2 elderly individuals' incessant chatter for over 2 hours. He extended his hand to accept the heavy, bronze statue of the wealth deity and promptly made his way toward his father, Lin Yuanqing. Indeed, ever since Ruoxue entered the room, Lin Yuanqing's gaze had been fixated upon the statue. "Wealth deity, mine, my money. Dad, the wealth deity is here. Rest assured, with the deity present, our family's fortune will remain intact. Please cooperate and let the doctor treat you properly." Lin Hengtian quickly handed over the statue. Lin Yuanqing held the figure tightly in his embrace, his wide-open eyes finally beginning to close, which brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone present. Lin Hengtian then remarked, "I told you bringing this to Dad would suffice. Once he calms down, it would be far better for the doctor to provide proper treatment." Observing her husband's tranquility, the woman also breathed a sigh of relief, nodding in agreement. Looking at her husband's closed eyes, she added, "In that case, let your father rest for a while. Inform the medical staff that he hasn't eaten all day. We should step out for a bite to eat." The trio nodded in unison and exited the hospital. After a casual meal at a nearby eatery, they emerged to find the night had enveloped the surroundings in darkness. A fleeting glance exchanged among the 3 caused 2 of them to halt in their tracks simultaneously. Lin Hengtian's reaction was starkly different from that of Ruoxue. The former furrowed his brow, while the latter displayed a flicker of surprise mingled with a hint of panic. Yet both remained silent, their gazes fixed on Chu Qing, who had just descended from a taxi. Indeed, it was Chu Qing who had arrived. "What brings you here, Chu Qing?" Lin Hengtian inquired coldly, prompting Chu Qing to turn towards the trio, a familiar and loathed smile curving his lips. In response to Lin Gongzi's inquiry, Chu Qing replied candidly, "I'm here to retrieve something of mine." Lin Gongzi is present as well. "You have something here?" Lin Hengtian glanced at the entrance of the second hospital, momentarily taken aback. However, it was evident that after the events of earlier that afternoon, Lin Deshao was in no mood for idle banter with Chu Qing, especially with family members beside him. He strode into the hospital lobby with purpose, heading towards the elevator doors. To his dismay, the insufferable individual trailed closely behind him into the elevator. Lin Hengtian did not bother to conceal his disdain. Meanwhile, the woman beside him noticed her son's expression, casting a peculiar and scornful glance at the modestly dressed yet strikingly composed young man. As a genuine upper-class individual in Los Angeles, she was unaware of the connection between the person before her, Chu Qing, and her son. However, it was evident that there was no need for her to offer any pleasantries. Just as she was about to inquire, several hurried nurses entered before the elevator. Upon seeing the four individuals, one of the noticeably older nurses slightly bowed and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we must first attend to an urgent matter on the 8th floor. May we ask you to wait a moment?" The three individuals, excluding Chu Qing, were taken aback, and Lin Hengtian spoke up, "We are also headed to the 8th floor." "What is the matter?" The 8th floor housed the private wards of the second hospital, reserved for the affluent and influential. However, the nurses' expressions visibly changed, and they shook their heads. "It's nothing. Since you are going there as well, let us ascend together." Lin Hengtian and the woman exchanged a glance, each perceiving the worry reflected in the other's eyes, while Chu Qing maintained her unwavering smile. Upon reaching the 8th floor, a doctor anxiously inquired at the elevator entrance, "Has the spare key for room 11 been brought? Hurry!" The mention of room 11 caused Lin Hengtian's complexion to drain of color, and disregarding the woman behind him, he hurriedly followed up, "Doctor, what is the matter with room 11? The doctor evidently recognized Lin Hengtian, but at that moment, he showed no inclination to converse, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, even saturating the edges of his mask. With the spare key in hand, he approached the door of room 11. And Ruo Shui and the woman hastily followed suit, while only Chu Qing ambled over at a leisurely pace, listening to the piercing screams that echoed from ahead. Within mere minutes, the once imposing woman fainted with a shriek, and the previously domineering young master paled, collapsing onto the ground. The anxious doctor exhaled in relief, his heart finally at ease. Only in Ruo Shui, her complexion ashen, turned to glance at her ex-boyfriend, Chu Qing, who was approaching at a languid pace. A complex expression danced across her face, tinged with an indescribable terror. She suddenly felt as though the king of hell had come to collect souls. Unperturbed by her gaze, Chu Qing continued his slow strides until he reached the door of room 11. The door swung wide open, revealing Lin Yuancheng lying on the pristine white bed, a copper statue of the god of wealth nestled in his arms, facing the entrance. The statue's countenance appeared to smile upon all who entered. Scattered across the bed were numerous crimson bills, strewn about chaotically on the sheets and the floor. At that moment, the room resembled not a hospital ward, but rather a grave constructed from piles of red currency. In the very center of this grave, Lin Yuancheng sat propped against the bed, his eyes darkened by suffocation, wide open in a silent scream, his mouth stuffed with the same crimson bills, resembling a blooming rose. Chapter 16. The Human Heart. The death of Lin Hengtian. Amidst the clamor, panic, and wailing, the unconsciousness enveloped the room. In that fleeting moment of silence, the chaos outside echoed as if it were a bustling marketplace. The scene, akin to a work of art, was shattered for Chu Qing. The doctor hastily approached, lifted Lin Yuancheng's eyelid, and instructed the nurse to place the unconscious woman onto a nearby bed. Rising to his feet, the doctor shook his head and said, "Mr. Lin, please remain calm. After you left, the old gentleman locked the door, and we are unaware of what transpired." When questioned, he did respond, "But just 10 minutes ago, when the nurse checked, there was no sign of life." The doctor's expression was one of distress, clearly indicating his surprise at the turn of events. However, Lin Hengtian was unwilling to acquiesce. After all, it was his father lying on that bed. Just as Lin Hengtian was about to press further, a nearby nurse interjected, "Dr. Zhang, Mrs. Sun's condition is deteriorating." It was evident that Mrs. Sun referred to Lin Hengtian's mother. Instantly, Lin Hengtian turned his head, and the doctor rushed forward, examining her pupils before exclaiming, "This is serious. The patient is experiencing an acute cerebral hemorrhage. Quickly, to the emergency room." At this moment, Lin Hengtian could no longer afford to create a scene. The once spirited young master, who had been so full of life at noon, now appeared utterly lost, his eyes reflecting a deep confusion. However, at that moment, an even more infuriating development unfolded. Outside the bustling nurse's station, the figure of his fiancée, who should have been present, had inexplicably vanished, instead following that insufferable man as they turned to leave. What could she possibly be doing? Lin Hengtian felt an inexplicable surge of anger within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stealthily followed. With his father's sudden demise and his mother's uncertain fate, how could this woman cast flirtatious glances at that stranger who had appeared out of nowhere? Indeed, the two of them quietly slipped into a nearby emergency exit. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Hengtian forcefully pushed open the door and hurried after them, exclaiming, "Anruashue, what are you doing?" However, as he rounded the dimly lit corner, he discovered the two figures standing there, seemingly unfazed. Most notably, his girlfriend, or rather, fiancée, displayed only a hint of guilt and composure in her beautiful eyes. Chu Qing, with a hint of intrigue, turned her gaze back to the young master. In the dim lighting of the emergency exit, she spoke, "Young Master Lin, how does it feel to lose both parents in a single day?" Lin Hengtian fixed his intense gaze on Chu Qing, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? My mother is not dead." Chu Qing shook her head, asserting, "I can responsibly inform you that your mother is undoubtedly doomed, albeit it is somewhat regrettable." Indeed, it was a genuine regret. The influence of the Een God's malevolent energy had taken a profound toll on this family of three, with the impact being most severe. As a person ages, sudden shocks, compounded by an already overburdened body, lead to inevitable demise. Cerebral hemorrhage coupled with a body drained by malevolent forces leaves no room for survival. His lamentation does not stem from the tragic loss of an innocent life, but rather from the sorrowful nature of such a demise. Neither the Een God of wealth nor the blood-eyed ghost can derive longevity from it. After all, that is wealth, his wealth. Thus, having already lost one, this opportunity before him must not be squandered. Contemplating this, Chu Qing's gaze towards Lin Hengtian grew increasingly fervent. Lin Hengtian wished to say more, yet Chu Qing, brimming with impatience, interjected, "Enough. The reason I summoned you was not to discuss this matter." Lin Hengtian was momentarily taken aback, sensing an air of authoritative command in the tone of the man before him. At that moment, he appeared as the true sovereign. However, before Lin Hengtian could fully grasp the implications of Chu Qing's words, the latter's next statement sent a chill coursing through him. "You see, your parents have departed on this very day. As their only child, you cannot bear to see them lonely on the other side. Can you? Why not go and keep them company?" Chu Qing spoke with a smile, as if discussing where to dine for a late-night snack. Lin Hengtian's lips twitched as he stared at Chu Qing in shock, terror, and fury. The man before him, perpetually adorned with a serene smile, resembled a devil. Even Anruashue turned abruptly to glance at Chu Qing. He had never before expressed a desire to kill Lin Hengtian, yet, in that fleeting moment, Anruashue's eyes darted about in a flurry. "Stay back. I have trained in combat. In this era, do you still dare to take a life?" Lin Hengtian struck a fighting stance, yet before he could finish his words, his form suddenly froze. At that moment, he became acutely aware that the man before him, in the dimly lit emergency passage, possessed a pair of blood-red eyes that had transformed without his notice. His entire body trembled. He yearned to flee, but inexplicably, the blood in his legs seemed to stagnate, rendering him utterly immobile. Just as he believed death was imminent, Chu Qing's voice echoed once more in the dark corridor. "TSK, this is becoming rather tedious," and Ruashue. It was then that Lin Hengtian recalled his fiancée was still beside him. Responding to Chu Qing's call, and Ruashue acknowledged softly, prompting Chu Qing to continue with a smile. "How about this? I shall grant you a favor. You decide whether to spare your dearest fiancé's life. Take your time to ponder. His fate rests entirely in your hands." And Ruashue's entire being stiffened as she beheld Chu Qing's blood-red gaze fixed upon her, along with Lin Hengtian's face, etched with fear and hope, her lips pressed together tightly. Lin Hengtian swallowed hard, gazing at Ruashue, unwavering in his belief in her. Even in this dire moment, he held fast to his conviction, for from the very first encounter with Ruashue, he had known she was the partner he would seek for a lifetime. Beauty is an inevitability. She is kind-hearted, fond of small creatures, and ambitious. Upon joining her family's company, She commenced her journey as a mere sales representative, yet managed to secure substantial contracts that even seasoned managers could not obtain. Within a few short months, he resolved that this girl before him was his lifelong love, and he was willing to defy his parents' wishes, secretly marrying her and irrevocably binding their fates together. Thus, he was convinced of the depth of his affection for this woman, and it seemed that Enruashue reciprocated his feelings with equal fervor. It was this Chu Qing who, once freed from peril, vowed that regardless of the cost, be it enlisting an exorbitantly priced assassin, he would ensure her demise, rooting out the source of his troubles. Yet, amidst his hopeful anticipation, Enruashue exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Chu Qing before slowly retreating. This seemingly trivial gesture appeared to convey a decisive choice and an answer, bringing joy to Lin Hengtian and raising Chu Qing's eyebrows in surprise. However, the tide turned swiftly, and Ruoxue halted her retreat, seizing a fire extinguisher from the side. Under the dim emergency lights, the extinguisher glowed a vivid red, as if soaked in blood. The woman approached a stunned Lin Hengtian, tears streaming down her face, smudging her exquisitely crafted makeup, and even a bit of mucus escaping her nose, revealing the depth of her sorrow. Yet, this heart-wrenching visage met Lin Hengtian's ashen expression, and she spoke, "Hengtian, we are already married. Once you and your parents are gone, the entirety of your family's inheritance will belong to me. The abundance of wealth is overwhelming. Even if I were to relinquish my shares entirely without engaging in any business, it would suffice for several lifetimes. Hengtian, I am truly sorry, but this is simply too much. I cannot bear to share such immense riches with someone I do not love." As she muttered these words, she finally grasped the half-meter-tall fire extinguisher and hurled it towards Lin Hengtian. The sound was a dull yet resonant thud. Chu Qing leaned against the wall, observing this scene, the dramatic tension far surpassing that of the recently concluded theatrical performance in the hospital room, prompting a smile to grace her lips once more. Why do humans turn to the shadows, wielding the power of ghost tamers to navigate the eerie? Because the human heart is infinitely more inscrutable than the rules governing murder. Is it not? Chapter 17. The Lantern of Human Heads. The Disappearing Blood Characters. In Luo City, at the Jinshan community. As an aging and dilapidated structure, it resides in the old district. Furthermore, with a nearby processing plant having opened, most residents have vacated in anticipation of demolition, leaving behind those with nowhere else to go. Among them is Fang Ping. Exhaling deeply, Fang Ping lay on his bed, casting a glance at his slightly reddened fingers, then at the stack of discarded paper on the table. According to Chu Qing's standards, only a handful could barely be deemed complete. Yet, this was sufficient to fill Fang Ping with a profound sense of accomplishment. Although he was unaware of the significance or reasoning behind these tasks, it stemmed solely from his trust in Chu Qing. However, as he contemplated this, Fang Ping gently touched the special paper figure nestled in his embrace. The crimson paper figure, adorably grotesque, combined with his own birth date, imparted an uncanny sense that this origami creation was truly a reflection of himself. Who taught this fellow Chu Qing? Previously, I had never heard of him possessing such a skill. Cradling the vividly crafted paper figure once more, Fang Ping retrieved his phone, which he had carelessly set aside. As he casually opened WeChat, he was suddenly taken aback. After graduating in his 4th year, the once close ties with his classmates had faded, and during the summer, it could be said that they were all pursuing their own paths. The class group had become eerily silent. Yet today, upon entering, the conspicuous red notifications, 99 in total, clearly indicated that something significant had transpired. Without hesitation, Fang Ping clicked in and scrolled back to the beginning of the conversation. The first line that met his gaze caused his eyes to widen in disbelief, as he abruptly sat up from the bed where he had just reclined. Zhao Miao. Something terrible has happened. Lin Yuancheng, the chairman of the Senmu Group, committed suicide this evening at the second hospital due to mental illness, and his wife died of acute cerebral hemorrhage as a result. Their son, unable to accept this grim reality, jumped off a building. Lu Yunyun. Is that for real? Zhao Miao. Absolutely. I was accompanying my mother for a checkup today, and the body of that young Master Lin was just a few dozen meters away from me. He jumped from the 8th floor, and the impact was horrific. Wang Qing. No way? I actually went to interview at Senmu Construction today. This better not jeopardize my 6,000 yuan monthly salary. Mu Hong. Wait a moment, the young master of Senmu Group? His surname is Lin, isn't it that? Li Qingyun remarked. Indeed. Our university's belle has a new boyfriend. Who would have thought that before even entering the elite circles, she would face such devastation? Lu Yunyun added, in my opinion, Chu Qing and Ruoxue were such a perfect match. Why the change? Now look at the situation. Wang Qing interjected. What does a talented scholar and a beautiful woman matter? It should be a matter of wealth and beauty. It's a pity that our university's belle missed the chance to soar high and transform into a phoenix. Zhou Lingling chimed in, while you all revel in schadenfreude. You may not know that Ruoxue has already registered her marriage with Lin Hengtian. With this incident, do you realize how much inheritance she stands to gain? Wang Qing exclaimed. Wait, what? Registered and then faced with destruction? SNT, there's some conspiracy at play here? The entire student group plunged into heated discussions. However, Fang Ping could only mechanically scroll through the chat records. After the initial exchanges, his mind was entirely elsewhere. The colossal inheritance and conspiracy theories held no sway over him. His focus had narrowed to a singular point. This object can exorcise spirits. Lin Hengtian is haunted, and likely his entire family carries the same burden. Haunted beings do not live long. He suddenly grasped the folded paper figure he had placed in his embrace. It was at that moment he noticed a faint crimson glow appearing not far from the window. His residence is on the first floor of Jinshan Community, an old building that rises no more than 6 stories, devoid of an elevator, and lacking any particularly bright streetlights. The faint red glow outside appears exceedingly jarring. He lifted his gaze, and upon the first glance, Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback. What he beheld was a lantern. No, perhaps it was a balloon? Fang Ping blinked, momentarily unable to discern the difference. Yet, it seemed to be a luminous balloon which must be a lantern. But how did this object come to be beside his window? Uncertain, he instinctively opened the window to scrutinize this phenomenon. The soft red light instantly enveloped him, bestowing an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his being. Amidst this sensation, Fang Ping squinted slightly, feeling as though he were floating in an ethereal realm. However, just as this feeling washed over him, he suddenly snapped back to reality and looked up, realizing that, unbeknownst to him, the blood-red lantern had materialized directly above his head. At last, he seemed to discern what illuminated the lantern, a human head. Fang Ping was struck with terror, but it appeared to be too late. The lantern had somehow already descended upon him, and through the open window, it yanked a living person upwards, soaring into the sky. We're taking off. At the entrance of Beishan Cemetery, a taxi remained parked. The same taxi driver, wearing a look of misfortune, hastily departed after collecting the fare, eager to leave this haunted place behind. Lin Hengtian has met his demise, and his entire family perished unexpectedly. Chu Qing is quite satisfied with this outcome, as his gains are visibly apparent. Chu Qing. Level. None. Yang lifespan. 4 months. Yin lifespan. 3 months. Symbiosis. Status significant reduction in personal Yang lifespan, capable of fully commanding the blood-eye ghost. Note. The essence of Yin lifespan is truly delightful. It is only due to that inferior human being prematurely tainted by Yin energy that this small amount of Yin lifespan could be converted, allowing this lord to consume what you hold. I have a premonition that its flavor will far surpass that of the human. Indeed, the final plan of Chu Qing does not involve allowing Ruoxue to take action against Lin Hengtian. Not only would it be overly complicated, but the traces left behind would be too numerous, and he is disinclined to engage in trouble with the inspectors. Fortunately, the abilities of the Blood-Eye Dragon Lord have many exploitable aspects. After locking eyes, the power of the Blood-Eye allows for the manipulation of blood, effectively controlling Lin Hengtian's movements. Upon confirming Ruoxue's intentions, he directly employed the Blood-Eye to compel Lin Hengtian to leap from the 8th floor before all witnesses. This maneuver entirely eliminated all complications and granted him an additional month of Yin lifespan. The doors were reopened. The night's Yin energy was markedly denser than during the day, causing the currently ordinary body Chu Qing to shiver slightly. As the Blood-Eye manifested, his gaze swiftly swept across the scene. The Beishan cemetery lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any visible light. Yet this did not hinder his vision. Meow. 2 points of eerie green flickered in the distance. With a faint smile, Chu Qing extended his hand, saying, "You little creatures certainly know how to guard the home. Very well, I shall treat you to a delicacy tomorrow." Meow. The black cat seemed to comprehend Chu Qing's promise, leaping excitedly into his outstretched arms, and then, with a graceful bound, perched itself upon his shoulder. Chu Qing paid it no mind, exhaling deeply. Regardless of the god of wealth or any other matters, nothing was as crucial as the threshold he was about to cross. The death apartment was a peculiar manifestation he had conjured based on Ding Xie's insights and his own understanding, necessitating a preemptive summoning. He was determined to select the finest guardian for this grave, the grave spirit. Failure was not an option. With this thought, Chu Qing approached the guard room and pushed open its door. The god of wealth followed him inside, albeit slowly. His blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, noting that the faceless ghost had been left against the door. It was likely that the threshold had long since absorbed the essence of the underworld. As the lights flickered on, he cast the faceless ghost aside and fixed his gaze upon the blood-red inscriptions that seemed to have dried on the door of the guard room. 3 minutes elapsed without any sign of change. He had mentally prepared for failure, after all. Ding Xie had repeated this action numerous times, certainly more than 10, before managing to awaken the embryonic form of the death apartment. To expect success on his first attempt, despite his additional preparations, was overly ambitious. A failure of this nature was entirely rational, and he bore no disappointment. However, just as Chu Qing was on the verge of relinquishing all hope suddenly, his blood-red eyes focused intently, and the crimson, desiccated script on the glass appeared to transform, as though it had just been inscribed. It began to flow slowly, ultimately vanishing from the surface, as if some unseen force had drained the very essence of the blood-written words. Chapter 18. The Emergence of the Death Apartment. Morning guests. How do the bizarre come into existence? This question eludes a definitive answer. However, as a top-tier ghostmaster in his previous life, who was but a step away from ascension, Chu Qing possessed some understanding of the matter. The fundamental rule governing the birth of the bizarre is the complete absence of rules. Indeed, the emergence of the uncanny can occur under any circumstance. Humans, particularly those who master the art of ghost taming, are either consumed and absorbed by the bizarre or stand a chance of becoming it themselves. Furthermore, an ancient artifact, a serendipitous event, or even a mere phrase, a sound, or an intangible entity such as a website could all potentially give rise to the bizarre. The genesis of the uncanny is governed by sheer unpredictability. Yet, as a leading ghostmaster from his previous life, Chu Qing was privy to certain inside knowledge. Although the bizarre can manifest under any condition, the intensification of malevolent energy undoubtedly accelerates this process. Malevolent energy is the most prominent characteristic of a terrifying era. With the global increase of such energy, the environment of the world is destined to undergo significant transformations. Thus, Chu Qing harbored a modicum of confidence regarding the changes in the death apartment, provided that Ding Xie had not been exaggerating in their previous conversations. However, Chu Qing did not anticipate that things would progress so smoothly. The blood character gradually faded away, and his blood pupils became focused, fixating on the exceedingly ordinary stainless steel and glass door. Soon, the blood pupils discerned something unusual. A dense aura of malevolence was gathering, which needed no further elaboration. More critically, through the observation of his blood pupils, a subtle yet extraordinary change manifested before him. Indeed, even the blood pupils could not discern what was amiss. Yet this was sufficient. He could ascertain that the embryonic form of the death apartment was indeed coalescing. This clarity was enough. Should Ding Xie be merely jesting with him, and this method failed to summon the death apartment, then he would need to expend considerable effort on the choice of the grave ghost. With this thought, Chu Qing wasted no more time. He glanced at the clock and placed the god upon the counter without removing his garments, directly reclining on the wooden bed in the room, his eyelids gradually lowering. Despite the fusion and symbiosis with the blood pupils, they did not endow him with extraordinary strength. Rather, in terms of both his life force and the essence of death, it was evident that the integration of the blood pupils had become a burden for him. Nonetheless, it was precisely due to this that after an entire morning of relentless exertion, he too felt fatigue. However, just as the lights dimmed and he closed his eyes, on the brink of drifting into the embrace of slumber, a sharp and jarring clang reverberated from outside the door, piercing the stillness with disquieting intensity. Qingzi! Qingzi! Help! Chu Qing opened his eyes, rose swiftly, and pushed open the door, only to behold Fong Ping frantically pounding on the iron gate outside the cemetery. However, in that moment, Fong Ping appeared rather disheveled. Bloodstains adorned his trousers and body, while several unmistakable scratches marred his neck. Chu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "What on earth happened? Ghost. There's a ghost. Damn it. Qingzi, you've saved my life. I owe you one." Observing Fong Ping's incoherent ramblings and the dense aura of negativity enveloping him, it was evident that he had encountered something supernatural. Chu Qing nodded, dismissing the gravity of the situation. "Come in." At last, Fong Ping followed him into the guardroom. Chu Qing relit the lamp and inquired, "Did you see a ghost? Did you use that paper effigy?" Fong Ping nodded again, casting a glance at his friend. Was it just him, or did Chu Qing seem a tad too composed? Nonetheless, recalling the earlier scene sent chills down Fong Ping's spine. "Speak up." After yawning and pouring himself a glass of water, Chu Qing settled in comfortably. Fong Ping then recounted the harrowing ordeal he had just faced. The human-headed lantern. Chu Qing pondered for a moment. In his previous life, the unique geographical location of Luo City had led to a far greater frequency of supernatural occurrences than in most cities across the Dragon Kingdom. He knew of many, both known and unknown, too numerous to fully comprehend. Yet, through Fong Ping's account, it became clear that this phenomenon was somehow linked to the light-propagating rules of murder. This method proves to be even more convenient than his blood-red pupils. If it were to develop further, its potential could be quite remarkable. Of course, the lethal rules governing the blood-red pupils might be more intricate than those of this lantern of severed heads. However, the formidable combat prowess and the strength of its rules are unmatched by any ninth-grade anomaly that Chu Qing has encountered thus far. Thus, he harbors no concerns. So, the injuries you bear are a result of that sacrificial paper figure's effectiveness, leading to your fall from the sky. Fong Ping nodded. "Qingzi, you have no idea. The journey from my home to here nearly left my soul adrift. That wretched taxi driver, upon seeing me, nearly ran me over without stopping. Fortunately, a kind-hearted soul intervened. Otherwise, we would have been separated by realms." Disregarding Fong Ping's tears and sniffles, Chu Qing nodded. "All right, you should rest now. Sleep here for the night. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to your home. According to my deductions, that entity should not be able to kill indiscriminately. After failing to succeed with you tonight, it is likely to seek you out again tomorrow, so be prepared." The night swiftly passed, with Chu Qing enjoying a deep and restful slumber, while Fong Ping's panda-like eyes clearly indicated a rather uncomfortable night. However, just as Chu Qing awoke and rose, the sound of knocking at the heavy iron door reverberated once more. Upon opening the door, it was none other than an Ruoxue. Chu Qing's gaze held a hint of amusement. The reason is quite simple. Yesterday, the woman led him to the Lin family villa in a luxurious BMW 530 worth several $100,000. However, today the in-laws, along with her late husband's ex-girlfriend, arrived in none other than her deceased husband's Ferrari SF90. Under the teasing gaze of Chu Qing, the latter managed to force a smile. "I brought breakfast. You haven't eaten yet. Have you? Come in." Upon entering the guardroom, and Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fong Ping, but she quickly regained her composure. "Let's eat." The spread included crab roe buns, shrimp dumplings, and spicy soup. This woman had clearly put a lot of thought into the breakfast, bringing a variety of flavors. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, leaving them silent. However, what Chu Qing did not anticipate was the sudden roar of an engine from outside. Is the Beishan cemetery always this bustling? Even more surprising was that, in the next moment, the previously locked gate emitted a clattering sound, evidently being opened. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slowly as he approached the guardroom window to peer outside. As the three stepped out, the woman gasped in sheer disbelief. You're not dead?" A crimson hue flickered deep within Chu Qing's eyes. Should he indeed have perished? The implications behind those mere 3 words were rich with meaning. What an intriguing visitor this early in the morning. Chapter 19. Hello? I need to report a crime. It must be said that since his employment commenced yesterday, Chu Qing has sensed that the situation at the Beishan Cemetery is remarkably peculiar and suffused with an eerie ambience. This is not solely due to the presence of the faceless ghost, but also because of the circumstances surrounding his employment. The lingering aura of negativity, coupled with his subsequent observations of the faceless ghost, leads Chu Qing to deduce that his predecessor had not been deceased for long prior to his arrival, perhaps merely a day or so. A mere day might mean that the previous employee's death had yet to be resolved when he assumed his position. What could be the urgency behind such haste? Moreover, did the former gravekeeper not have any family? These questions abound, yet Chu Qing finds himself disinclined to ponder them further. Now, it appears that the reason for this unusual situation is surfacing. However, before Chu Qing could react, a woman frowned and quickly realized. If he is not dead, where was he last night? Why did he fail to clock in? Why was there no patrol this morning? Such negligence on the very first day of work is unacceptable. You are Chu Qing, correct? Effective immediately, you are dismissed. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, with high cheekbones and thin lips, her countenance embodying a sharpness. The absurdity of dismissing a gravekeeper from his own cemetery struck Chu Qing as one of the most imaginative jokes he had ever encountered. Yet, before he could utter a word, Enruashue stepped forward, addressing the woman. Who are you? The woman glanced at Enruashue and replied, I am Huang Hong, the manager of the Beishan office. Enruashue's lips curled into a cold smile. In that case, you are dismissed effective immediately. What? On what grounds do you dismiss me? The woman named Huang Hong, in her 40s, stepped forward assertively. It appeared that, were it not for the presence of the 2 men, Chu Qing and Fang Ping, she might have resorted to physical confrontation. Enruashue, however, remained unfazed. She withdrew 2 sheets of paper from her Hermes handbag and first addressed Chu Qing, stating, I had originally intended to surprise you. She then turned her attention to Huang Hong, saying, This morning, I contacted General Manager Wang Tao of your Beishan office. Present. The operational rights to Beishan Cemetery and a portion of the North Mongshan Scenic Area have been leased to Mr. Chu Qing and me for a sum of 10 million over 20 years. Therefore, we hold the authority to appoint and dismiss personnel at the Beishan office. My name is Enruashue. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, Huang Hong's complexion paled slightly. Yet, after seeing the black and white text, along with the signatures and fingerprints, she was momentarily at a loss for words. So soon? Even Chu Qing was taken aback, questioning how matters had progressed so swiftly. How could Enruashue have handled such affairs in merely one night? Moreover, the Lin family had only recently suffered a tragic fate. It was evident that he had underestimated the decisiveness of his former girlfriend. Indeed, the Lin family's villa was now a gathering place not only for shareholders of the Senmu Group, but also for the Lin family's business associates and various distant relatives, all drawn together by the recent calamity. As the uniquely positioned heir to the Lin family's legacy, she had become the focal point of their attention. It is precisely because she has become the target of public scrutiny that Enruashue, having witnessed everything with her own eyes yesterday, fully comprehends the gravity of her situation. The only individual capable of safeguarding her is none other than Chu Qing. Thus, throughout the night, she swiftly organized the liquid assets available from the Lin family and established contact with General Manager Wang, who oversees the Beishan region. Within mere hours, she clandestinely fulfilled the terms of the contract as a gift for Chu Qing, simultaneously serving as a talisman for her impending survival. The woman's intelligence and decisive execution are indeed unparalleled. Chu Qing discerned her subtle intentions yet remained indifferent. In the tumultuous chaos of society, brute strength and power constitute the sole contract. However, at that moment, he chose to disregard these trivialities and focused instead on the figure before him, Huang Hong. It became evident that this cemetery in Beishan harbored secrets he was yet to uncover, with the key to the enigma likely resting within this woman named Huang Hong. He took measured steps forward, prompting Huang Hong to instinctively retreat a few paces. Her expression was far from pleasant. It was unclear whether her demeanor stemmed from her dismissal or some other cause, but a flicker of malevolent intent occasionally glimmered in her eyes as she regarded the strikingly handsome man before her. Eventually, Chu Qing came to a halt 5 meters in front of her and spoke, his first words leaving Huang Hong astounded. "You carry a heavy scent of death." Huang Hong forced a smile and replied, "What are you talking about? The humidity is heavy. Perhaps I should try cupping therapy." Chu Qing calmly observed the retreating figure of the woman driving away. Fang Ping, unable to contain himself, finally spoke up. "Brother Qing, this person seems a bit off, doesn't she?" Chu Qing responded with a thoughtful hum. Meanwhile, Fang Ping's mind was suddenly illuminated. The events of the previous night had made him realize that there were other forces at play in this world. Forces capable of dictating the lives and fates of others. And his good brother was undoubtedly a master of these matters. A paper figure casually crafted in his hands had the power to save him from peril. Clearly, this was no ordinary individual. At that moment, Fang Ping envisioned the three of them, himself, Chu Qing, and an Ruoxue, forming a paranormal investigation team reminiscent of a novel or anime. An indescribable sense of legendary purpose enveloped him, dispelling his earlier fatigue and invigorating his spirit. "Brother Qing, when shall we set off?" Chu Qing cast a peculiar glance at the enthusiastic Fang Ping, struggling to comprehend the source of his excitement. "Set off? For what purpose?" Fang Ping pointed at the fading exhaust of the departing vehicle. "Naturally, to investigate this woman. She's acting suspiciously. She must be up to no good." Chu Qing gazed at him with increasing bewilderment. "Fang Ping, haven't your teachers ever imparted a vital lesson to you?" Fang Ping blinked in confusion. "What lesson?" "When faced with danger or malevolent individuals, one should contact the authorities and seek help from the police." "Ah!" Fang Ping was taken aback, having never considered that option. However, Chu Qing paid him no mind and, right before his eyes, took out her phone and dialed, "Hello, I would like to report a crime." Chapter 20. Preparations for the Shadow Office. The sister of King Qin Guang. One of the survival rules in a terrifying era. Never underestimate the unknown when confronted with bizarre information. For you can never predict which peculiar rule or ability may inadvertently constrain you. Countless self-proclaimed invincible ghost tamers have met their downfall in the depths of despair. Even possessing blood-red eyes that grant a significant advantage, Chu Qing has never been careless, especially when facing an entirely unknown ghostly entity. At the headquarters of the Luocheng Inspectorate, the Criminal Investigation Department received yet another distressing call. The young officer who answered wore a frown. "Another report? How many have we had in the past fortnight? What are you waiting for? Quickly relay the details." The captain interjected with irritation. At the cemetery in Beishan, someone reported that a death occurred previously without being reported, and the office failed to address it. Today, a new security guard was hired, and it was he who made the call. Why are we being burdened with such ambiguous matters? Do you not realize how busy we are lately? Who knows? As they conversed, two figures entered from outside. The captain turned to them. "Xiao Lu, Xiao Tan, have you found any useful leads?" Most eyes were drawn to the female inspector whose nameplate read Lu Lian. The reason is simple. Beneath the rather ill-fitting uniform lies a surging energy. Yet, that face resembles that of an undeveloped doll, forced into an expression of coldness that, rather than evoking a sense of distance, instead appears quite endearing. Captain Wang furrows his brow. What is the purpose of going there? Can a headless corpse from the old town possibly appear in the villa district? The two exchanged glances, then lowered their heads as Inspector Lu Lian spoke up. "Captain Wang, the situation is as follows. There have been no new victims discovered in the old town today, and the other investigations and evidence collection with the families have not yielded any progress. Furthermore, my senior colleagues have already completed their tasks, and I feel our presence is unnecessary. However, I heard something last night that piqued my curiosity, so I decided to investigate this morning." "What was it?" "Well, last night, at the Second People's Hospital, the Lin family of the Senmu group perished." Observing the mysterious Lu Lian, Captain Wang sighed. He felt somewhat helpless. This young lady, with her remarkable background, insisted on entering the most perilous criminal division, always stirring up matters that seemed irrelevant. He truly wondered what the director was thinking. How could he be unaware of the news regarding the Lin family's tragic demise? Lin Yuancheng was indeed a prominent figure in Luocheng. Yet, what more could be said about that case? Everyone had witnessed Lin Yuancheng's mental instability. The surveillance footage showed no one entering or exiting, and the manner of death was not something an outsider could accomplish. His wife suffered from acute cerebral hemorrhage, and there was no need to elaborate further. The only issue at hand was that of the young master of the Lin family. However, this young master's leap from the building was witnessed by numerous nurses and doctors, unequivocally confirming it as a suicide. Such a case had no relevance to their criminal investigation department. Nevertheless, considering the background of this young lady, Captain Wang could only nod and inquire, "Have there been any discoveries?" Indeed, there had. Lu Lian replied mysteriously, "I discovered that after the tragic demise of the Lin family trio, the greatest beneficiary was Lin Hengtian's fiancée Yi, a woman named Ruoxue, and according to my investigation, they had only been married for less than half a month. In less than half a month, the entire Lin family perished, and the inheritance fell entirely into the hands of an outsider. It can be said that Ruoxue bears the greatest motive for suspicion." And what followed? Captain Wang shrugged and remarked, "Where is the evidence? Everyone has already established that it was a suicide." Lu Lian scratched her head. "Isn't that what I'm still investigating? Furthermore, I discovered something else during my visit. This morning, the Lin family villa was quite lively, yet Ruoxue was absent from the scene. After reviewing the traffic surveillance, I found that she seemed to be seeking out her ex-boyfriend. Most importantly, on the day the Lin family passed away, her ex-boyfriend, Chu Qing, was also at the second hospital. Clearly, including Captain Wang, no one paid any heed to Lu Lian's so-called revelation. The reason is quite simple. The conjectures made by Lu Lian are indeed accurate. However, the issue lies in the fact that the deaths of the Lin family are overwhelmingly substantiated. Inspectors cannot rely solely on intuition to adjudicate cases. Although it may appear that Ruoxue possesses a significant motive, the principle remains: justice must be founded upon evidence. At this juncture, an inspector interjected, "Hold on, little durian. What was the name of Ruoxue's ex-boyfriend?" "Chu Qing," she replied. "It seems inexplicably that he has gone to Beishan Cemetery, working as a security guard. I have a gut feeling that there is still an affair between him and Ruoxue." Before Lu Lian could finish her thought, the inspector continued, "Speaking of which, the call that reported the incident came from this Chu Qing." Upon hearing this, Lu Lian immediately rose to her feet. Observing her reaction, Captain Wang decisively stated, "In that case, Lu Lian, you need not assist with the decapitated corpse case in the old district for the time being. Take Tan Yu to Beishan Cemetery and inquire there." Understood. Even Chu Qing had to concede that this female inspector was quite distinctive. Of course, this distinction was not merely in her physique, but in her visage. It bore a certain resemblance to someone from his memories. "You are Chu Qing?" "Yes." "Did you report the incident?" "Yes." "Please elaborate on the specifics." "All right, we have noted this down. Do you have anything further to add?" The male inspector, named Tan Yu, continued to inquire, shook his head. At that moment, Lu Lian could no longer restrain herself and asked, May I inquire about your thoughts on the deaths of Lin Hengtian and his son from the Lin family?" A flicker of intrigue passed through Chu Qing's mind, and he adopted a rather contemplative expression. "Yesterday, I was at the second hospital and witnessed firsthand that the wealthy are not necessarily truly happy. In this life, the most important thing is to find joy." Clearly, his demeanor did not alleviate the suspicions of the female inspector before him, who continued to regard him with a scrutinizing gaze. Nevertheless, she had to concede that in the presence of such a handsome man, it was difficult to perceive him as a suspect. Chu Qing, however, smiled at her and asked, "Inspector Lu, what is your relationship with Lu Ci?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lian was momentarily taken aback. "He's my brother." "Do you know my brother?" "That can't be right. He is studying for his doctorate in the capital. I've investigated your background, and you've always been in Luo City." As she spoke, Lu Lian hastily fell silent, blinking nervously as she looked at Chu Qing. Ignoring her reaction, Chu Qing smiled and said, "This is my WeChat. If there is anything specific you need me to assist with, feel free to reach out anytime." Both of them were momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Chu Qing. Nevertheless, they added him on WeChat. Based on his description, it was evident that this matter was indeed unusual, and they needed to investigate the whereabouts of the previous security guard, as well as the vicinity of Huang Hong. With the gate closed, the two quickly drove away, while Chu Qing found himself lost in thought. Lu Ci, the King Qin Guang from his previous life. King Qin Guang, revered as the foremost among the legendary Tenyama kings, is a figure of considerable prowess. While it may be presumptuous to assert he is the strongest, he undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the realm of the first-class spectral officials of Blue Star. More significantly, he held the esteemed position as the head of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, the official ghost-handling organization of the Dragon Nation, during a time when order lay in tatters. In that terrifying era of disarray, he represented the last vestige of official authority and public trust. To his surprise, he discovered that, in his previous life, King Qin Guang's sister resided in Luo City. However, he had heard whispers that King Qin Guang and the Anomalous Affairs Bureau had made several attempts to eradicate the bizarre dominion led by the Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord in Luo City. Was it possible that this was connected to her? Quite intriguing. As for Lu Lian's slight suspicion towards him, he remained utterly indifferent. Fang Ping wiped the sweat from his brow. Qinggu, why do you need so many of these items? At that moment, the contents of Fang Ping's bundle were laid bare. In addition to a plethora of white paper intended for origami figures, there were wooden boards, marble slabs, and a variety of other assorted items. Mind your own business and continue folding your paper figures, he retorted with a hint of exasperation, yet he still inquired, Qinggu, when shall we confront that lantern? The head lantern? Originally, Chu Qing had planned to scout the area with Fang Ping during the day while procuring these items. However, as often is the case, plans are swiftly altered. The incident with Huang Hong's report had left him pressed for time. Thus, the sooner they completed these tasks, the more assured he would feel. It is not too late to go tonight. It is just right, as you did not sleep well yesterday. If it becomes unbearable later, you may take a short rest. Having dismissed Fang Ping, Chu Qing gazed at the items before him, nodding in satisfaction. The purpose of these objects was quite straightforward. They served as tools for the gravekeeper to construct tombs and materials to draw the supernatural to the guarded burial sites. Additionally, they were essential transfer tools required to ascend to the 9th grade spectral position of gravekeeper. He needed to prepare them in advance to ensure that he could be the first to attain the spectral rank of gravekeeper among 9th grade ghost tamers after midnight tomorrow. If his memory served him correctly, being the first to achieve the corresponding spectral position would yield significant benefits. In his previous life, he had failed to seize this opportunity. However, in this lifetime, he certainly would not let it slip away. Chapter 21. Lanterns, eyes, black umbrellas, that touch of blood red. September 1st, 6:42 p.m. There remained 29 hours and 18 minutes until the terror of the age officially descended. The night had fully enveloped the world, casting it into utter darkness. Normally, at this hour, nightfall would not arrive so swiftly. Yet this year, the nights seemed to come much earlier than in previous Septembers. Lu Lian sighed and glanced at her driving partner, Lao Tan. Why is it so difficult to crack a case? Why is it so hard to identify a murderer? Tan Yu replied, in any case, resolving a case requires evidence, although I feel she has her own issues. You also sense that something is off about Chu Qing, don't you? He has been inquiring about Huang Hong's situation on WeChat all day, showing a great deal of concern. Tan Yu gazed at the spirited Miss Lu, revealing an awkward yet courteous smile. Well, the suspect I mentioned is none other than Huang Hong. Today, we have indeed uncovered some clues, haven't we? Moreover, the original guard at Beishan Cemetery, Liang Daju, has also mysteriously vanished. Huang Hong is truly suspicious. I have already requested an investigation order from Captain Wang. Lu Lian sighed in disappointment. You also believe that the deaths of the Lin family trio are unrelated to outsiders, don't you? Tan Yu was acutely aware that this esteemed lady had arrived under the escort of their director and a prominent figure from Luoqing, making her someone beyond his reach. It is vital to possess self-awareness. Observing his partner's demeanor, Lu Lian let out a soft huff. Forget it, let's end it here. I'll go grab a bite myself. By the way, where are we? Tan Yu glanced over and replied, No need. Don't forget. I have this with me. Lu Lian patted the slender gunstock. which was disproportionately thin compared to its upper part. Tanyu pondered for a moment and nodded. She was indeed no mere ornament. In numerous internal assessments, she had consistently excelled in marksmanship. Very well. After indulging in a hearty meal, Lu Lian emerged from the small eatery nestled within the alley an hour later. The old district retained its antiquity. Not only were the public facilities lacking, but even the streetlights seemed dim and murky. It was barely around 8 o'clock, yet the main road was almost devoid of pedestrians. Lu Lian walked alongside the road, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, flies, and moths irking her inexplicably. She murmured to herself, "I must voice my concerns to Uncle Du. The renovation of this old district needs to be prioritized. It's been ages, and not a single taxi in sight truly." But soon, her spirits lifted as her gaze fell upon a taxi parked in front of a grand entrance. She hurried over and rapped gently on the driver's window. As the window rolled down, a pale face of a middle-aged man emerged, glowing faintly even in the dim light. Despite the presence of such a striking beauty, the driver exhibited no sign of emotional response, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish as they fixed upon her. "Are you driving?" she inquired. The man remained silent but nodded slightly. A surge of joy coursed through Lu Lian, and she was just about to step into the vehicle when a distant, yet not overly jarring, scream pierced the air. As a public inspector, Lu Lian instinctively raised her head and glanced back. Behind her lay an old-fashioned residential complex, its dilapidated storefronts and rusted gates telling tales of neglect. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards the community, catching a fleeting glimpse of its name, Jinshan Community. However, as Lu Lian departed, she remained oblivious to the pale-faced taxi driver, whose lifeless eyes began to shift slowly. Subsequently, the seemingly ordinary taxi began to move, and after traveling a mere 10 meters, it vanished from sight as if it had never existed at all. In less than 2 minutes, a black Audi gradually came to a halt before the entrance of the residential complex. A figure rolled down the window, glancing at the gate of Jingshan Community, a hint of crimson flashing in her eyes. Such dense malevolence. "This is the place. You wait here." Excitement and exhilaration surged within Lu Lian, as this singular thought consumed her. The reason was simple. The opportunity she had long yearned for to solve a case lay before her. Moreover, it was a recent major case. The piercing scream had emanated from a man. At this moment, that man was utterly voiceless. It seemed as though something had ensnared his neck, half of his head already submerged in a pool of crimson, which hung ominously in the air not far away. Lu Lian refrained from rushing to investigate. Instead, she concealed herself in the shadows, retrieving 2 items. As her colleagues in the Criminal Investigation Bureau well knew, Lu Lian was far from a mere ornamental figure. Even at this critical juncture, she did not act impulsively. She first sent a message to Captain Wang and Tanyu on WeChat, calling for reinforcements, before releasing the safety on her pistol and chambering around. Beneath the 10-meter-high expanse, apart from that ominous crimson object, there was not a soul in sight, not even a glimpse. At least she had seen none. So, what exactly was that crimson entity? A drone? Could a drone accomplish such a feat? And who was controlling it to commit murder, and how had they managed it? Lu Lian was uncertain. All she knew was that if she did not act swiftly, that man would surely meet his demise. Thus, even at the risk of alarming the serpent in the grass, she had no choice but to act. "Those behind, step forward. Lower him, or I shall be compelled to fire." Her commanding voice echoed through the nearly deserted neighborhood. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The crimson glow seemed to sever all senses within the vicinity. Even the few households with lights appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama. Without time to ponder this scene, Lu Lian steadied her aim at the red light hovering less than 10 meters above. The impenetrable darkness of the night did nothing to undermine the steadiness of her grip. With a resounding bang, flames erupted from the muzzle. The firework of the night seemed to pierce the crimson light. The trajectory of the radiant beam appeared to be altered. Then came a resounding thud. The shot had indeed been effective. The man, who had been hoisted by the neck, plummeted from the sky. However, just as Lu Lian moved to assist the figure descending from above, she was taken aback to see that the object floated slowly, not falling, but instead hovering above her. As she instinctively raised her gaze, she finally discerned what it was amidst the darkness. It was a large red lantern. The illumination in the night was exceedingly faint, yet bathed in the scarlet glow, an indescribable sense of ease washed over her. On a sweltering summer day, the refreshing sensation of a basin of cool water washes over both body and mind. In the depths of winter, immersion in a hot spring offers unparalleled relaxation. After a long, lingering night, the fragrant embrace of nicotine from a cigarette brings a sense of ease. This comfort prompts Lu Lian to instinctively release the gun from her grasp, her entire being seemingly taking flight. Wait, taking flight? Unbeknownst to her, her body has indeed ascended. It feels as though she is being drawn by some unseen force, a pull devoid of anguish, instead infused with the very joy she just experienced. She tilts her head back, and a colossal red lantern appears above her, resembling a hat poised to descend upon her. Yet, in an instant, Lu Lian's pupils constrict sharply. In the moment she gazes upwards, she perceives, within the hollow of that grand red lantern, a head, a visage, grinning at her with an unsettling smile. She covers her mouth. A frantic urge to struggle surges within her, yet it proves futile. Even the handgun, her sole source of security, has fallen to the ground. It is over. She is unaware of the nature of this entity. All she comprehends is that her fate is sealed. She does not wish to perish. Her large eyes brim with tears of terror. At just over 20, she has yet to savor the taste of love, and there are countless experiences still awaiting her. However, the slowly ascending form, the indescribable chill, and the increasingly imminent base of the lantern incessantly remind her that she is about to become one among the countless headless corpses previously discovered. However, all the resentment and bitterness gradually dissipated within Lu Lian as the lantern drew nearer. Regardless of the outcome, she had died in the pursuit of saving others. At the very least, her original intention had been fulfilled. With this thought, a faint smile graced Lu Lian's lips as she prepared to embrace death. Yet, at that moment, a crisp sound of footsteps approached from a distance. The neighborhood was exceedingly dilapidated, with scarcely a few streetlights illuminating the path. She parted her lips, unsure whether to call for help or to urge the unexpected figure to depart swiftly. However, in the fleeting moments of her fading consciousness, as she turned to behold the approaching silhouette, Lu Lian was momentarily taken aback. The figure held a pitch-black umbrella, appearing strikingly out of place against the moonlit sky. His footsteps were remarkably steady, seemingly oblivious to the eerie presence above him. As he approached her, his shadow loomed over her, and he finally raised the dark umbrella, revealing his gaze directed at her and the blood-red lantern suspended in the air. Lu Lian felt herself on the verge of fainting but summoned her remaining strength to face the figure. In the next instant, a jolt coursed through her entire being. In the darkness, the face obscured beneath the black umbrella remained indistinct, shrouded by the night. Although she could not discern his features, within the depths of that profound darkness, she glimpsed a pair of crimson eyes, deeper and more sinister than the blood-red lantern above. Chapter 22. Darkness beneath the lantern. The terrifying head lantern. How can one seize prey that has succumbed to the rules of murder? The answer is deceptively simple. Before the prey is wholly extinguished, one must ensnare it within one's own murderous paradigm. This was precisely what Chu Qing accomplished. The moment Lu Lian beheld those blood-red eyes, the oppressive grip of the head lantern in the sky seemed to vanish into thin air. Overwhelmed by the relentless torment of this bizarre battlefield, Lu Lian succumbed to unconsciousness as she plummeted from the sky. In the depths of darkness, the crimson hues of the ground and sky mirrored one another. As Chu Qing extended his hands to catch Lu Lian, he discarded her carelessly, akin to refuse. Raising his gaze once more, his blood-red eyes received immediate feedback. Head lantern, grade, 9th rank, category, spiritual anomaly, remaining lifespan, 7 months and 16 days, severed, rule position directly beneath the head lantern. She will enter a state of dragging. Upon her head being drawn into the lantern, the murderous rule will be fulfilled. Spirit state generally imperceptible and capable of traversing physical obstructions. Each traversal consumes a portion of the remaining lifespan. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note: this wretched object possesses considerable potential. Alas, it pales in comparison to my own. Ah, the loneliness of invincibility is truly profound. Chu Qing regarded this entity with calm detachment, standing resolutely beneath the head lantern. The previous escape of two prey had seemingly ignited the once placid red lantern into a fervor. The swaying crimson light cast an intense scarlet hue over the world, enveloping Chu Qing in a sensation of ethereal detachment. Is this the blinding nature of perception? Such a terrifying ability! It can be asserted that the power of this human-headed lantern could indeed annihilate an entire city. Should this object ascend in rank in the future, and if it remains unpurged, countless ordinary souls in Luo City may face dire calamity. No wonder the proud blood eye also remarked that this human-headed lantern was merely slightly inferior to him. Aside from its rather feeble rules of killing, its ability to shroud the area in darkness is undeniably formidable. However, the frigid feedback in his eyes did not halt Chu Qing's contemplation. Instead, it prompted him to speak softly. It has indeed grown dark there at night, lacking illumination. Would you be willing to accompany me? With that, a gust of wind seemed to sweep through the entire Jinshan community, howling as it rustled the fabric of Chu Qing's dark coat. The immense lantern suddenly descended, as if tethered to his very neck. Yet, the lanterness attempt to lift him into the air abruptly faltered. This was due to the grotesque, terrifying visage within the lantern. Locking eyes with Chu Qing, the blood-red pupils met his gaze. The noose around his neck unraveled, and the colossal lantern gradually settled upon the ground. Even as a ninth-grade anomaly, the human-headed lantern must yield to the blood-eye dragon monarch in the clash of rules. An eye for an eye. Thus, the situation has transformed. Previously, the head lantern was compelled to drag Chu Qing, but now it is Chu Qing who drags this head lantern. If he so desires, he need only reverse the celestial polarities and immerse his head within this lantern. It is not he who faces death, but rather this head lantern. It is precisely due to this realization that the head lantern no longer resists. He gently lifts it up, observing the dimming red glow of the lantern, and a smile graces his lips. Simultaneously, his curiosity deepens. Just how significant is the weight of the Blood Eye's rules? The weight signifies the power of the peculiar rules. Often, particularly after many years have passed into the era of terror, the elevation of peculiarity leads to formidable rules, which can easily result in rule clashes. The confrontation of two opposing peculiar rules necessitates measuring the outcome based on the weights of their respective rules. In the subsequent era of terror, many spirit masters assess the potential of peculiarities primarily through three criteria. First, the simplicity of activating the rule and the potency of its effects. Second, the weight of the rule's capability. The third, an area Chu Qing has yet to explore, pertains to the elevation of peculiarity. These three elements constitute the principal standards for evaluating peculiarity. Regrettably, it remains uncertain whether due to a low grade, the Blood Eye uniquely fails to probe the weight of its rule's power. Once the Book of Life and Death manifests, Chu Qing will have the opportunity to thoroughly examine the weight of the Blood Eye's capabilities. As he slowly advanced, he grasped the blood-red lantern. Bathed in its eerie glow, Chu Qing momentarily froze, casting his gaze upon a figure beside him. It was not Lu Lian, but rather the man whom Lu Lian had rescued in the beginning. However, even Chu Qing was taken aback to discover that this individual was an acquaintance. Indeed, since his rebirth, he had nearly forgotten many of the people from his past. Yet, this person before him was one he had encountered just yesterday morning, and the impression left by their interaction was indelibly etched in his memory.
Su Wei.
He was the one at the reception desk when Chu Qing arrived at the Beishan cemetery. What was he doing here? Chu Qing's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, the blood pupil provided feedback. Su Wei. Grade. None. Lifespan. 1 month. Near-death coma. State incapable of movement. Incapable of thought. Note. A feeble male human, tainted by corpse energy and yin energy, bearing numerous sharp wounds. Even without encountering the head lantern, it would be difficult for him to survive much longer. Human, I presume, with your intellect you should have deduced something, have you not? As a token of gratitude for my contributions, why not consider him a snack for me? Chu Qing's gaze remained unperturbed as he lifted the head lantern and reopened the pitch-black umbrella. As he walked, shielding his eyes, he remarked, "Do be quiet. Consuming such things in excess is detrimental to one's health and may hinder development. Furthermore, how would you consume him? Shall I pry open his eyelids? That woman? No, that won't do. I still have use for her in the future. In the stillness of the inky night, the clock slowly approached 9 o'clock. Within the desolate and shadowy community, a figure brandished a pitch-black umbrella, clutching a blood-red lantern. The sight of this solitary figure, muttering to itself, was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Yet, it was precisely this eerie scene that roused Lu Lian from her stupor. She gazed at the crimson glow and the tall silhouette beneath the trench coat, yearning to extend her hand. However, the prior dragging had left her utterly weakened, and the spot where she fell throbbed with excruciating pain. Wait. What is that? What is that thing? The blood-red lantern now hung quietly in the figure's grasp, resembling a timid kitten, as if everything that transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. The voice resonated once more. It's just a little creature with a hungry belly. I apologize for startling you. And you? Who are you? The figure remained silent, slowly retreating into the darkness. The shadows cast by the lantern's glow obscured everything beyond its reach, rendering it invisible to onlookers. As the figure receded, enveloped by the lantern's light, it gradually vanished into the abyss, and Lu Lian's consciousness finally shattered, plunging her back into unconsciousness. Yet, in that fleeting moment of darkness, the voice emerged from the shrouded mist. King Chu Qing. Chapter 23. Does the King Chu Qing truly exist? 10 minutes later, the wail of police sirens pierced the night. A resounding commotion erupted at the entrance of the Jinshan community. Figures armed to the teeth approached swiftly, soon laying eyes upon the prone forms of Lu Lian and Su Wei. The portly chief who led the charge was nearly petrified at the sight before him. Fortunately, upon rushing over, he discerned signs of life, and a wave of relief washed over him. As for Su Wei, he scarcely cast a glance in that direction. Lu, are you all right? Lu Lian languidly opened her eyes, and upon spotting the familiar inspector's hat, a sense of relief enveloped her. Summoning her strength, she uttered the 3 words that resonated most profoundly in her memory. Chu Jiang Wang. Quickly find Chu Jiang Wang. The chief, along with Captain Wang and Tan Yu, exchanged bewildered glances. Who is this Chu Jiang Wang? A deity from the Underworld? One of the legendary rulers of countless vengeful spirits? They pondered. How could such a being possibly exist? Had this young woman wandered too close to the gates of the Netherworld and succumbed to hallucinations? With that thought, the chief hastily shouted, "Ambulance! Hurry!" Meanwhile, Fang Ping remained oblivious to the situation at the inspectorate. At this moment, he was akin to an Ruoxue, who had once escorted the god of wealth to the second hospital. Despite his efforts to keep his gaze forward, he found himself subconsciously glancing at the rearview mirror. There, beside the enigmatic Chu Qing, rested a large red lantern, approximately the size of a grinding wheel. This very object had ensnared him the previous night, nearly claiming his life. Now it lay ominously in the back seat beside him. To claim he wasn't trembling with fear would be an outright falsehood. Fang Ping's subtle maneuvers did not elude Chu Qing's notice. However, at this moment, Chu Qing paid little heed to such trifles. His entire focus was consumed by contemplation of the recent events. Earlier today, he had tasked an Ruoxue with investigating Huang Hong's background, and coupled with the intelligence disclosed by the sister of King Qin Guang, he had gathered crucial information. Huang Hong's residence lay within the old district, in close proximity to the Jinshan community. It was evident that Su Wei's predicament was orchestrated by Huang Hong. The scent of corpse energy emanating from him bore a striking resemblance to that of Huang Hong. Could it be that this woman had transformed her missing husband into a zombie? At first glance, this seemed the most plausible explanation. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. This made no sense. Such a creature, even for an entity of the 9th rank, would induce headaches for practitioners of the 7th or 8th rank. Thus, if a genuine zombie existed, Su Wei would not have escaped. He would undoubtedly be beyond salvation. Moreover, if a bona fide zombie were to exist, why would it heed Huang Hong's commands? Merely because it was likely her husband in life? The dilemma lay in the uncertainty of whether she had been the one to end his life. How could he possibly become a zombie and still obey her? If Huang Hong had not undergone a rebirth and somehow ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier corpse driver before the era of terror descended, Chu Qing would be utterly confounded. This seemed highly improbable. Could it be? A glimmer of realization flickered in Chu Qing's mind, and with clarity came a sense of calm rather than urgency. If that thing truly exists, it requires a substantial number of corpses for sustenance. Huang Hong is not a fool. She has audaciously taken action against Su Wei, who is nearby. Clearly, she has realized that I have reported to the authorities and has decided to abandon all restraint, opting instead to feed that creature in a desperate manner. However, after midnight tomorrow, the Book of Life and Death shall descend, heralding the onset of a deadly game and the resurgence of a terrifying era. The peculiar occurrences within the city will significantly escalate, and by then those individuals may not possess the time or energy to pursue her. Very well. Chu Qing's flickering gaze closed once more. Let her indulge in her own games at her leisure. Under the cloak of night, the Audi sent by an Ruoxue sped swiftly through the darkness. Yet, atop an old building in this dilapidated district, a figure crouched on the rooftop, observing the ambulances and police cars racing below. Indeed, these accursed inspectors have traced the matter back to me. It is all that wretched boy's fault. A pair of sinister eyes glinted with an unspoken malice. The face belonged to none other than Huang Hong from earlier in the day. But how is that boy still alive? Has the strange phenomenon at Beishan Cemetery vanished? Caw! Huang Hong swiftly turned her head to glance at her shoulder. At that moment, a peculiar creature perched upon it. It was a raven, entirely enveloped in black. However, its body was significantly larger than that of an ordinary raven, and its eyes, rather than the typical black, glimmered an eerie green, resembling those of a predatory wolf hunting in the night. The raven's sharp claws gripped Huang Hong's shoulder, causing a few drops of blood to seep from the wound. Yet, Huang Hong seemed entirely unperturbed. Instead, she spoke softly and tenderly. "My dear, do not fret. We shall continue our search, and I am certain we will find you something to eat. Come along." With that, the raven appeared to comprehend her words, unfurling its wings and soaring into the air, while Huang Hong grasped its ankle. Although she was exceedingly slender, she seemed to weigh around 80 or 90 pounds, yet the raven effortlessly towed her through the sky. "Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow evening, we shall seek revenge on that insufferable brat. Shall we? At that time, I shall first extract the eyeballs you love most for you to savor, and we shall share the rest." Caw! Unbeknownst to Chu Qing, the very eyeballs he relied upon most had already attracted unwanted attention. Beneath the cloak of night, wielding a lantern fashioned from a severed head, Chu Qing gradually entered the guard room of the North Mountain Cemetery. As expected, on the glass of the guard room, a line of blood-written characters began to writhe anew. Chu Qing could distinctly sense that the entities within had grown more potent. His summoning method was now more intuitive than when he had first dealt with Ding Xie. By utilizing his own blood, a medium already heavy within energy, as a pigment and nurturing it with the malevolent essence of the faceless ghost, the results appeared promising. The blood characters writhed incessantly, striving to coalesce, until they gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue, which then seemed to be absorbed by the glass door, vanishing without a trace. This scene left Fang Ping utterly astonished. "Qinggu, what is this?" Chu Qing replied nonchalantly, "A new peculiar phenomenon. You shall grow accustomed to it in due time. How do you feel today?" Fang Ping was tempted to express that he felt nothing at all, for he had barely participated in the recent events. However, the blood-red lantern in the shape of a human head lay on the ground, still radiating a faint glow. This object, which had nearly claimed his life, was now so close. He pursed his lips and said, "But in the past. Past is past. Present is present." Chu Qing extended his hand, and the black cat that had been waiting at home darted into his embrace. Suddenly, Chu Qing remembered, "Ah, little one, I promised you a treat yesterday, but I was too busy during the day and forgot." With that, he reached out and snatched the black copper coin from the hands of the god of wealth, only to discover beneath it a thin sheet of white paper, an offering of 1 day's worth of underworld currency. Upon seeing this, the black cat paused momentarily, then seemed to sense something, opening its mouth wide and swallowing it whole. Chu Qing chuckled as he stroked the little creature's fur, saying, "I haven't named you yet. Let me think. From now on, you shall be called Xian Tong. Let us work on elevating your status. It's rare for a little one like you to possess such potential and talent. While I do not expect you to reach the level of that Bakaniko from the island nation, I certainly do not keep idlers by my side. Meow. Observing Chu Qing, who appeared to be engaging in what others might perceive as cruel behavior towards a cat, Fang Ping found himself unable to restrain his curiosity any longer and inquired, Brother Qing, enough with the trivialities. Let us proceed to hang the lantern. Chu Qing grasped the lantern resembling a human head, while Fang Ping, burdened with thoughts, hefted the ladder. The two made their way to the entrance. Chu Qing suspended the grotesque lantern behind the grand gate, casting a dim light into the darkness that enveloped the entrance to Beishan Cemetery. He glanced at the vibrant red lantern and nodded, saying, "Stay here safely. Should you escape and I catch you again, your fortune may not be so favorable next time. Yet rest assured, I am not devoid of compassion. Your longevity will not be diminished." Satisfied, Chu Qing leaped down from the ladder and raised his gaze. Beyond the ominous gate, the lantern, perched upon the mast, radiated an almost blinding brilliance. The distant, desolate tombs and crumbling gravestones rendered the scene particularly macabre. As he took a step forward in the stillness of the midnight hour, he ascended towards the summit of Beishan Cemetery. Fang Ping followed closely behind, and after 10 minutes, they reached the pinnacle of the cemetery. Standing there, they surveyed the entirety of Luoqing. It was then that Chu Qing finally spoke. "Pingzi, the current state of Beishan Cemetery is home to at least 3.5 peculiarities, and more will surely arise in the future. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Fang Ping nodded thoughtfully, his resolve solidifying as he declared, "Brother Qing, I wish to go to the countryside." "The countryside? Do you believe that such a retreat will shield you from those anomalies? That notion is rather naive." However, what took Chu Qing by surprise was that Fang Ping shook his head. Chu Qing was momentarily stunned. After half a minute, he nodded, "Very well. Do not forget the methods I have taught you. After midnight tomorrow, personally fold 10 of them, burn them to ashes, and then steep them in water to drink. As for the remaining matters, there is no need for me to instruct you further. Should any danger arise, you may contact me by phone. While I may not arrive in time, I could assist in retrieving your remains." This was the method of promotion for a paper effigy craftsman. Fang Ping nodded with excitement, surprisingly refraining from inquiring how Chu Qing knew so much. This evening he had learned an important truth. Yet ultimately he gazed at Chu Qing, who overlooked the dark expanse of Luo City, unable to resist asking, "Brother Qing, does the king of Chujiang truly exist?" Chapter 24. The House of Strange Tales. Points of 3,000 years of Yin life. Early in the morning, before dawn had broken, Fang Ping departed. Chu Qing made no attempt to stop him. He had already done enough. He had salvaged Fang Ping from an untimely demise, even imparting the method for the paper effigy craftsman's promotion ahead of time. The value of this knowledge was incalculable. Should Fang Ping become the first to ascend within this particular echelon of invocation, he would reap significant benefits. If utilized wisely, this advantage could facilitate his rise in the early stages of this terrifying era, which was more than sufficient. As he opened his eyes, the weakness of his body caused Chu Qing to involuntarily twitch his lips. Not only did he have less than 3 months of remaining vitality to merge with the blood pupil, but more critically, in order to summon the bizarre embryonic form of the death apartment, he had expended 2 small bowls of blood over the past 2 days. If the death apartment does not manifest soon, he might truly find himself unable to cope. Although he possesses some nourishing food, it is unlikely to yield immediate results. Fortunately, today marks the final day. The glow of his phone illuminated the screen, clearly displaying the time. September 2nd, 7:12 a.m. Tonight, at the stroke of midnight, the true onset of the terrifying era shall commence. After midnight, he will officially assume the role of a gravekeeper. Once he attains the 9th rank of the spectral position, although the enhancement of his physique is tied to his rank, he should not remain in such a feeble state. With this thought, Chu Qing did not rush. Less than 15 hours remained until the true arrival of the terrifying era. During these remaining hours, he prioritized caution. With this in mind, Chu Qing opened his luggage and retrieved his laptop. It was an exceedingly worn device, reminiscent of the time when he and Ruoxue worked part-time together during their courtship to purchase it. He gently opened it and connected it to a power source. After a moment's contemplation, he launched the browser and swiftly typed in a website's domain name, adeptly bypassing the firewall. 10 seconds later, the website gradually refreshed, revealing a pitch-black pattern before his eyes. On the entirely dark forum, for blood-red characters, both in Chinese and English, were inscribed, "Home of Strange Tales." A smile crept across Chu Qing's face. These individuals were indeed quite efficient in their endeavors. Home of Strange Tales, the largest forum for spirit tamers across the entire Blue Star in his previous life. Here, whether one has ascended to the esteemed rank of king or is merely a novice, barely grasping the peculiarities of the 9th tier, all can be witnessed. Remarkably, this space is not solely populated by individuals. It also hosts a myriad of extraordinary anomalies that have managed to gain entry. Indeed, in its inception, this website was merely established by enthusiasts with peculiar interests. However, as the bizarre occurrences on Blue Star multiplied, many began to engage in discussions about these phenomena. Even more astonishingly, this platform, originally a haven for strange tales, evolved into a veritable repository of the uncanny, a website that could be accessed even amidst power outages and internet disruptions. Here, one can auction items, post tasks, and trade information. It is evident how impactful such a platform has become. Consequently, it has often held a status akin to that of an official forum among future practitioners of ghostly arts. Presently, however, this website has yet to reach such heights. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in Chu Qing's mind. He recalled an important detail. After the forum officially transformed into a hub for strange tales, there was a notable change in the points system. In the present and during the early days of the horror era, forum points could be directly exchanged for currency. Yet, after the repository of strange tales became a genuine phenomenon, this rule was rendered obsolete. To acquire points for forum use, one must now exchange them for a portion of their lifespan. This is precisely why the influence of this repository of strange tales has grown to be so immense. However, as the House of Strange Tales transformed into a realm of true eerie narratives, Chu Qing found himself uncertain about whether the points accumulated by previous users had been retained. Yet, he vaguely recalled that in his past life, there were indeed some spirited exorcists who profited significantly from this phenomenon. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing promptly dialed in Ruoxue. "Deposit 1 million into my account." "Understood." And Ruoxue did not inquire about the reason, and within 5 minutes, his phone buzzed with a notification. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing registered an account, instinctively naming it Chu Jiangwang. Even though in this life he no longer treaded the path of the ferryman under the shadow of Chu Jiangwang's spectral duties, this title had accompanied him throughout his rise to fame in his previous existence, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The 1 million was swiftly converted into points, an astounding 100 million forum points, even after the House of Strange Tales became a true realm of the uncanny in his past life. This vast amount of points translated to a staggering 1 million days of spectral longevity, which is nearly 3,000 years. Undoubtedly, this was a fortune. Consequently, having invested this 1 million, Chu Qing refrained from further expenditures. It was evident that with the advent of the horror era, existing currency and the majority of monetary systems had become worthless scraps of paper. The notion of exchanging money for spectral longevity, even at a rate of 10 to 1, let alone 100 or 1 million for a single day of longevity, countless affluent individuals would vie for such an exchange. Yet it was simply unattainable. The significance and value of the insho, beyond its frequent association with hard currency, also possess a practical utility. This sum is already considerable, and should one continue to indulge in greed, it is inevitable that the House of Strange Tales may seek to impose its troubles upon oneself. The emergence of such phenomena lacks any discernible pattern or forewarning, rendering it one of the most enigmatic oddities of the past life. Unless absolutely necessary, it is advisable to avoid confrontation with such entities. Exiting the recharge page, Chu Qing turned his gaze towards the homepage of the House of Strange Tales, perusing the trending posts. In the land of the sun that never sets, bizarre red dancing shoes appear, leading those who wear them to dance to the point of exhaustion and death. In the Lighthouse Nation, the vengeful spirits of Native Americans manifest. A terrifying curse upon their entire race? The horrors of the underworld. Does Silent Hill truly exist? The terrifying Snow Woman of Winter Snow Town. Even if merely 1 in 10 were to survive, they would be assured of the world's harrowing truths. Such an increase in searches is entirely reasonable. Contemplating this, Chu Qing decided to append a section for Longua to these posts. Just as he clicked on it, a knock resonated from the door. Frowning, Chu Qing nonetheless rose to open the entrance of the Beishan Cemetery, welcoming the first visitor of the morning. Regrettably, since his arrival at this cemetery, he had yet to encounter anyone genuinely intent on purchasing a burial plot. The visitors were far from ordinary individuals. It is evident that Lu Lian, the inspector who nearly had her head severed by a lantern last night, still bears the lingering chill of the supernatural, yet dares to venture into this haunted locale. In the eyes of Chu Qing, she can hardly be considered a normal individual. Hello, we meet again, Mr. Chu. Chapter 25. Are there ghosts in this world? The Inspector Lu has arrived. What of the one from yesterday? Observing her solitary entrance, her complexion remains deathly pale, and Chu Qing can distinctly see that beneath Lu Lian's shirt, she is clad in hospital attire. It is apparent that Lu Lian has likely escaped from the confines of a hospital. Lu Lian shook her head. Some matters have arisen. Tan Yu has gone to address them. I have come today to convey something to you. Chu Qing, not in haste to inquire further, smiled and replied, let us discuss it inside. Following Chu Qing, Lu Lian stepped into the guardroom. As she gazed at the wooden plaques and small stone tablets scattered on the floor, her expression soured. For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling chill within this room, colder than that outside the cemetery. This eerie coldness compelled her to recall the harrowing brush with death she had experienced the previous night. Prior to last night, she was an unwavering atheist. However, the events that transpired shattered Lu Lian's worldview completely. The horrifying lantern and the figure that appeared in her moment of near demise. Was it the king of Chujiang? She murmured to herself, despite the fact that her colleagues believed she was merely experiencing delusions following an assault. Yet, she remembered vividly that voice. Just then, a voice resonated in her ear. Inspector Lu, you may speak now. There is no tea available. I hope you do not take offense. As she glanced at the water cup offered by a finger, Lu Lian instinctively uttered a thank you. However, she seemed momentarily lost in thought. That voice from last night. She lifted her gaze, only to behold the remarkably handsome face of Chu Qing. Indeed, last night we conducted an urgent investigation and discovered that Su Wei, also from the Beishan office, had been attacked, likely by Huang Hong. In the latter part of the night, my colleagues followed the leads to Huang Hong's residence. As she reached this point, Lu Lian appeared to recall something, her pale complexion growing even more unsettling, involuntarily shivering. In Huang Hong's refrigerator, we found remnants of skin and decayed flesh. DNA analysis revealed that the remnants belonged to at least 8 individuals, and among them, the ones hidden the longest were Huang Hong's partner and child. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Has this woman been affected to such an extent? In this bizarre and terrifying era, some struggle to survive, some rise against the odds, while others transform into specters or even more dreadful entities. Preliminary forensic assessment suggests that 8 individuals have perished, and their time of death did not exceed 7 days. Chu Qing nodded, realizing that his conjecture was accurate. In that case, have you proceeded with the arrest? Lu Lian furrowed her brows. I was unable to participate in the operation due to my own assault last night. However, according to my colleagues, despite comprehensive searches and surveillance from the Sky Eye, we have yet to locate Huang Hong's whereabouts. Thus, I have come primarily to inform you, Mr. Chu. As the individual who reported the Huang Hong case, it is crucial to note that you had a verbal confrontation with him prior to filing the report. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that you may very well be the criminal's next target. The man before her, however, displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the warning, Inspector Lu. I shall exercise caution. Not merely caution, Mr. Chu. Should any danger arise, it is imperative that you promptly contact me or the inspectorate. Lu Lian fixed her gaze on Chu Qing, her seriousness palpable. Rest assured, I will inform you at the earliest sign of trouble. You should also take care of yourself. Given that you were attacked, it would be wise to recuperate. Upon hearing Chu Qing's assurance, Lu Lian finally rose to her feet, only to execute an unexpected gesture that took him by surprise. She bowed deeply. I apologize, Mr. Chu. What is it? Chu Qing was genuinely perplexed. I wish to apologize for suspecting you as the perpetrator of the Lin family massacre yesterday, Lu Lian declared emphatically. Chu Qing chuckled softly. So, you no longer harbor doubts today? Lu Lian pressed her slightly pale red lips together and nodded. Something extraordinary happened yesterday that made me realize there are many things in this world that I remain unaware of. Therefore, Mr. Chu, there is no need for the formalities. Simply call me Chu Qing. Very well. So, Chu Qing, may I inquire if you noticed anything unusual during your time at the Second People's Hospital? Lu Lian gazed at Chu Qing with anticipation. She refrained from specifying what she meant, but Chu Qing shook his head in response. I didn't see anything, and you need not apologize. At this juncture, as Lu Lian regarded him with astonishment, the man's face slowly drew closer, their faces now within a mere 20 centimeters. Chu Qing smirked playfully. Perhaps it was indeed I who committed the act. Lu Lian opened her mouth, forcing a smile. Chu Qing, are you joking? What would you use to do that? Chu Qing extended his finger towards an object beside the counter. With that, Lu Lian turned her head, momentarily taken aback. It was a small, approximately 30-centimeter tall bronze statue of the god of wealth, holding a pitch-black coin in its hand, atop which rested a piece of pristine white paper money. Lu Lian chuckled softly. Let me see you off. Unlike their entrance, where they had walked in a staggered manner, the two departed side by side. As they walked, Lu Lian posed a question. Chu Qing, do you believe there are ghosts in this world? As her words fell, a gust seemed to stir within the Northern Hill Cemetery. Chu Qing nodded. Indeed. You wouldn't suggest that it's right here, would you? You've discovered it. There's something following you, but fret not, with me around, it shall not harm you. A smile flickered across Lu Lian's pallid visage. You are insufferable. Ha ha ha. Yet, this smile, after merely 3 chuckles, gradually faded and ultimately became painfully rigid. She tilted her head, staring vacantly at the entrance of the Northern Hill Cemetery. At that threshold, a tall flagpole bore a large crimson lantern, swaying in the howling mountain wind, yet the lantern hung steadfastly, unmoving. It resembled a grotesque, upside-down crimson head, glaring down at her with malevolent intent. At that moment, Lu Lian's complexion turned even more ashen. She could not help but shiver, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Just then, a voice echoed close to her ear. Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 26. The Eerie Survival Guide. This voice sent a chill through Lu Lian, raising goosebumps all over her body, akin to a frigid reptile slithering along her spine. In terror, she glanced at Chu Qing. I bought it yesterday. Otherwise, it would have been too dark at night. Indeed, it would be wise to procure one. But why not install a streetlight? Are streetlights too expensive? The two fell into silence, exiting the Northern Hill Cemetery without another word. Stepping through the immense iron gate, Lu Lian felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. She paused at the threshold, turning to glance back at the ever-smiling Chu Qing, and at last, she could not restrain her curiosity. Chu Qing, are you familiar with Lord Chu Jiang? The moment the question escaped her lips, Lu Lian felt a twinge of regret. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing beamed and nodded. Of course, he is one of the legendary figures in myth, the second king among the 10 kings of hell, presiding over the aquatic realms of the Underworld. All that perishes in water falls under his dominion. Lu Lian's expression shifted from complex emotions to a forced smile. I see. You truly are well informed. I have always held a fascination for such tales. Otherwise, I would not have come to work here, would I? During my studies, I would occasionally encounter ancient murals, including those depicting the 10 kings of hell, and I even attempted to recreate them a few times. Chu Qing chimed in. Lu Lian opened her mouth as if to say more, but Chu Qing interrupted. Lu Lian nodded, seemingly forgetting that her purpose for visiting was to caution Chu Qing about a certain individual. She watched Lu Lian depart, the familiar roar of an engine filling the air as a bright yellow SF-90 approached from the distant road. And Ruo Shui opened the car door, breakfast in hand. Who was that milk cow just now? Chu Qing shot her a sidelong glance. Mind your words. And Ruo Shui pouted slightly and then followed Chu Qing into the inconspicuous, somewhat dilapidated guardhouse. Qing, I'm paying you to renovate this place. It's quite uncomfortable to reside in such a shabby location. We can discuss that later. After taking a sip of the egg drop soup, Chu Qing remarked, the investigation should have yielded some results by now, correct? As the conversation shifted to serious matters, and Ruo Shui nodded. The god of wealth indeed was presented to the Lin family half a month prior to the incident. This individual is also the greatest beneficiary. Aside from myself, following the Lin family's misfortune, he is the second largest shareholder of Senmu Group and simultaneously the chairman of Gao Jian Company in the provincial capital. His influence extends not only in Luo City and Xing City but throughout the entire Central Plains province. The statue of the god of wealth was given to Lin Yuanchang by Chairman Gao Hong precisely half a month before the incident. Furthermore, in recent days, Gao Hong and his company have been acquiring shares of Senmu Group. Chu Qing nodded. It appears that Chairman Gao surrounds himself with capable individuals. Based on the deductions and calculations from the previous life, signs of turmoil had begun to manifest approximately half a month to a month before the onset of the Terror Era. It is likely that once the god of wealth encountered issues, he was promptly discovered and brought here. Contemplating this, Chu Qing turned to Ruo Shui. Your current situation must be quite difficult as well, I presume? And Ruo Shui nodded. That day, I encountered that Director Gao. He candidly expressed his intention to acquire the shares held by the Lin family of Senmu Group, and at a rather meager price. A soft click of the tongue escaped her lips. Chu Qing chuckled softly. Having grasped some extraordinary powers, there are always those who believe they can effortlessly dominate others. Of course, he himself was no exception to this notion. It is the primal instinct of the survival of the fittest. All right, I understand your thoughts. When that Director Gao makes his next appearance, you should articulate your position clearly to him and the person he relies upon, and have them come to me. Understood. When he visits next, I will convey the message. Oh, and there's one more thing. At this juncture, and Ruo Shui's large eyes gleamed with anticipation as they turned towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing, well aware of her intentions, recalled that in a previous life, and Ruo Shui had the potential to become a spirit controller, particularly after witnessing him vanquish Lin Hengtian with his blood-red eyes. Chu Qing was never fearful of ambitious individuals. Ambition was indeed a virtue. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I understand your desires, and I must inform you in advance that wielding such power comes at a price. Nevertheless, I am certain you will not be deterred by this. Meet me at midnight tonight. A flicker of excitement illuminated Chu Qing's eyes as he conceived a splendid idea, and Ruo Shui's gaze sparkled with intensity as she suddenly sprang to her feet. Really? Upon noticing that Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged, she swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Brother Qing, I knew it. You still love me. Chu Qing smiled lightly. Love? This sentiment, for the king of Chujiang who has battled in hell for a decade, feels rather extravagant. However, the presence of an Ruo Shui before him indeed serves as a commendable specimen. Indeed, should the opportunity arise, Chu Qing yearns to ascertain whether an Ruo Shui could become the first user to experience the death apartment once summoned. Yet, it remains uncertain whether an Ruo Shui can truly stand out in such a scenario. He is also curious to discover if, under his dominion, the death apartment would exhibit any alterations, with an Ruo Shui being the most suitable test subject. Very well, let us proceed with our tasks. After bidding farewell to the earnest and Ruo Shui, he refrained from perusing the plethora of posts that were either devoid of substance or lacking in significance. Instead, he navigated through the channels, deftly switching between countless IP addresses. Once he established a secure connection, he meticulously composed a post in the input box. Eerie Survival Guide. A terrifying era is imminent. Learn the essentials of survival in this world teeming with the bizarre. Author, King of Chujiang. Viewing fee, 100 points. Chapter 27. The Hellish Society. The person trapped in the mirror. Ha ha ha. Which fellow posted this? It sounds almost genuine, with talk of shadowy lifespans and the bizarre. Truly amusing. Damn, what this guy says is true. I encountered a horrifying anomaly in the lighthouse country, a doll-like figure. To the chap from the lighthouse country above, It seems you have encountered the type of spirit entity referred to by the author. Are you planning to transform this forum into a refuge theme as well? How intriguing. Count me in. 100 points are required, which can be easily obtained for merely 1 unit of currency in various countries, or by inviting a few individuals and completing certain tasks. Consequently, following the emergence of Chu Qing's exquisite post, many individuals clicked in. However, initially, it was mostly a few accidental jesters who stumbled upon it. Host, do you know anything about this? King Chu Qing? Are you also from the Dragon Kingdom? Your Excellency King Chu Qing, do you have a means of contact? I would like to engage in a detailed conversation with you if possible. Host, I would like to inquire how humanity should combat these wretched entities. My friend, I am the Count of Purgatory, a council member of the Hell Society, and I sincerely invite you to join our ranks as a representative within the Dragon Kingdom. We have sent you the specifics of membership benefits in the background. Please consider it carefully. Wait, why do the individuals above seem so authentic? Hell Society? What sort of organization is that? Do they really need representatives in the Dragon Kingdom? Upon reading this, Chu Qing also became intrigued and accessed the background. Sure enough, in no time at all, there were already a staggering 99 private messages awaiting him. This indicates that the home of strange tales has indeed gained significant popularity worldwide. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that this forum may eventually evolve into the so-called official forum. The first private message that Chu Qing opened was from a member of the so-called Hell Society, a name he indeed recognized. Although he had never heard of this so-called Count of Purgatory, the reputation of the Hell Society was quite formidable. It was even rumored that the founder of the Strange Tales House had ties to the Hell Society. Of course, once the Strange Tales House fully transformed into a realm of the uncanny, the identity of its founder became irrelevant. In his previous life, the Hell Society was a globally renowned organization of spirit tamers, possessing a strength that could rival that of several minor nation-states. It was astonishing to realize that these individuals had amassed such power even before the era of terror commenced. However, in his past encounters with them, he had little interaction. The Dragon Kingdom had always remained an untouched domain for the Hell Society. As for the so-called terms and conditions proposed by the other party, they were hardly worth mentioning. Even now, these individuals, despite being aware of the existence of the bazaar, often sought to entice others with mundane currency, which held no significance for him. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Dear leader, I am currently in Xingqing Central Plains. I have encountered something strange. After I exited the restroom, it seems as though I am the only person left in the entire city. I am so frightened. Chu Qing glanced at the message and decisively opened the private conversation. Please describe your current situation to me. Woo-woo, dear leader, help me. I truly do not comprehend. I have always been captivated by the supernatural. Last night, I encountered a peculiar ritual purported to breach dimensions. In the dead of night, I positioned candles before the bathroom mirror, inserted sandalwood incense, and after midnight, it was said that one could enter another realm. I endeavored to partake in this ritual, yet I discovered no alternate world. Instead, I found myself utterly alone in existence. Alas, rescue me. Such dimensional rituals are mere nonsense. However, mirrors in an age of terror undoubtedly rank among the most frightening objects. During the 2 decades of the previous era of horror, aside from hidden realms, there existed certain peculiar worlds that were permanently inhabited. One such realm is the mirror world. Within it dwell mirror spirits, an array of peculiar entities governed by the principles of light refraction, all residing within the reflections, forming a world nearly indistinguishable from our own. Clearly, this individual before me has unwittingly ventured into the mirror world. Nevertheless, while perilous, the mirror world possesses considerable value. Not to mention, a substantial portion could potentially be retained as a trap for capturing mirror-like anomalies. Furthermore, it appears that certain puzzles of spiritual artifacts require shards from the mirror world. Most importantly, it lies not far from me. The distance from Luocheng to the provincial city of Xingqing is merely 100 kilometers. Such proximity renders a round trip feasible, even in the face of an impending era of terror. Upon this realization, Chu Qing no longer hesitated and directly inquired, "All right, esteemed one, my name is Zhang He, currently residing in the Yulong community of Xingqing." After noting this down, Chu Qing resumed his exploration of the other threads on the Strange Tales forum. It must be said that over the past month, with the increase in bizarre occurrences, even in the Dragon Kingdom, numerous individuals have circumvented barriers to post on this forum. Upon his perusal, Chu Qing indeed discovered a plethora of strange incidents reported within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom. However, most of these lacked a lure for him, possessing relatively modest potential. This is perhaps understandable. Entities such as the blood-eyed Dragon Lord, even in their embryonic forms, possess a terrifying nature that can claim lives in an instant upon the triggering of their rules, leaving little opportunity for escape. Those with exceptional talents and formidable abilities, naturally, have fewer survivors, resulting in a scarcity of individuals posting online. Contemplating this, Chu Qing glanced outside at the sky, which had once again succumbed to a murky gloom, and finally rose to his feet, exhaling deeply. Once more, he returned to the 2 white porcelain bowls. Calmly, he lifted the knife again. This marked the 3rd time. Although it was merely a small portion, the continuous bloodletting over 2 consecutive days had indeed taken its toll. Nevertheless, it should be sufficient, one would hope. According to Ding Xie, he had managed to fully summon the blood characters of the Death Apartment roughly 3 months into the Era of Terror. Utilizing the method of blood character remnants, he had likely captured 5 or 6 entities. This number is considerable indeed. Ding Xie is certainly no ordinary individual. The Gravekeeper yearns to hunt the uncanny, each encounter a perilous dance upon the razor's edge, wrestling with death itself. Only by inciting the anomaly, drawing it into his tomb, can he subdue it through the intervention of the Tomb Spectre. This marks the 3rd occasion for Chu Qing. Although the frequency is somewhat limited, his preparations are far more robust. By blending his own blood with the essence of Een, he finds it easier to attract the otherworldly presence. Drip, drip. The crimson liquid flows anew into the bowl, as the Een essence, water, and vermilion are methodically combined. This time, Chu Qing forsakes his fingers for a brush. Upon the glass door, he inscribes a new blood-red script. Name, Huang Hong, Half-Ghost, Grade. Unranked, 9th grade location. Luo City objective. Investigate the anomalies surrounding Huang Hong, eliminating or reclaiming them while capturing or dispatching Huang Hong. Comment. Who says demons disturb the human heart? The wickedness of humanity surpasses that of the fiend. Edict of King Chu Qing. This night serves as the arena for the hunter and the hunted. Chapter 28. The stage beneath the moonlight. Hunters and prey. Caw. Caw. Beneath the inky heavens, the piercing cries of crows echo ominously. Like a hawk, a figure circles low in the sky. Below, atop a towering water tank, a silhouette crouches, its green eyes glimmering in the darkness, fixated on the children frolicking beneath. Dried blood stains the corners of her mouth, while remnants of flesh cling to her nails and the formidable 40-centimeter cleaver that hangs at her waist. The aroma is truly intoxicating. How can it be so fragrant? Come play above. Hurry up. Auntie has toys for you. Her lips quivered, droplets of saliva escaping as her gaze fixated on the children frolicking beneath the water tower, clearly from the nearby school. Yet, just as she was on the verge of succumbing to temptation, a figure swooped down from the air, landing beside her. Quack! She turned abruptly to the black crow. Darling, are you saying that wretched creature has finally emerged from that accursed place? Quack. Indeed. However, darling, do you not find these little ones appealing? I recall how much you relished that little wildling when you consumed it. Did you not? I understand. I understand. You prefer not to feast upon the living. Fear not, I shall assist you first, and then we shall divide the spoils, shall we? Quack. What? Do you still deem that fellow more detestable, do you not? Quite right. Quite right. That individual is indeed the most despicable. After all, it has only just emerged from its shell. Kill. Eliminate that brat. Quack. In the depths of the night, an indescribable chill permeated the air. Previously, Chu Qing either drove or took a taxi, never truly exploring the cemetery he had come to regard as his own territory. However, it was evident that the accompanying facilities were nearly non-existent. Aside from a seemingly abandoned crematorium, there are no nearby convenience stores. Both sides are utterly desolate. The nearest supermarket is nearly a kilometer away, and even the closest residence is over 500 meters distant. The former office of the Beishan Administrative Office is situated a full 2 kilometers away. Here, should a person perish, it is likely that they would remain undiscovered for quite some time. Aside from the streetlights flanking the main road, the surroundings are enveloped in darkness, with only the chilling caress of a gentle breeze breaking the profound silence. The dim streetlights appear impotent against the shroud of night. Only the crescent moon shines brightly, unobstructed from the heavens above. Fortunately, Chu Qing had not come unprepared. With this thought, he glanced down at the large red lantern he held. The head within the lantern seemed to sense his gaze, displaying a smile that others might find terrifying, but to Chu Qing, it appeared almost endearing. He then produced a black umbrella and slowly unfurled it. However, unlike yesterday, when the umbrella was meant to shield himself from the shadows cast by the light, today it served a different purpose. Instead of heading towards the urban area, he ventured into the wilderness that lay between the cemetery and the city after exiting the Beishan graveyard. A solitary figure, clad in a dark trench coat, held aloft a black umbrella, while in the moonlight, he carried a blood-red lantern. He walked slowly, as if savoring the tranquility and leisure offered by the moonlit night. The moonlight served as a spotlight, illuminating this solitary figure upon the stage of the night. The solitary protagonist upon this stage was struck with precision. No, not solitary, for in the very next moment, the ethereal moonlight overhead was obscured by a figure with outstretched wings. Beneath those wings, a silhouette clutching a razor-sharp cleaver rose against the vastness of the night, lifting the weapon with one hand as if descending from the heavens, poised to cleave with ferocity towards the figure concealed by the dark umbrella, reminiscent of a hawk swooping down to seize a serpent in its grip. Alas, this winged creature was not the invincible serpent-hunting hawk. Neither was the figure traversing the boundless wilderness merely a feeble venomous snake. He was a true fiend, with a gaping maw, lying in wait for the falconess assault. The prey often remains unaware of who the true hunter is. The exceptionally sharp cleaver, though marred with nicks, still gleamed with a dazzling reflection beneath the moonlight, illuminating the figure in the darkness who seemed oblivious to the unfolding scene. At an indeterminate moment, that figure had raised his gaze. Under the moonlight, amidst the gleam of the cleaver, the two silhouettes above were distinctly aware of the disdainful smirk gracing the man's lips. Compared to the woman's frenzy, his demeanor was remarkably serene, so tranquil that it momentarily stunned the woman, who had attempted this seemingly invincible maneuver countless times before. Then, in the next instant, as if the curtain of a film had been drawn back, the concealed crimson light burst forth with sudden brilliance. That light felt as though everything had slowed to a crawl. Then, that cleaver pierced directly through the crimson barrier, leaving even Chu Qing unscathed. The darkness beneath the light. This beam of red radiance could render all physical attacks, save for the supernatural, utterly ineffective. Not even a knife could harm it. Even if someone were to fire a rocket launcher from afar, it would serve no purpose. Technological weaponry, when confronted with the bizarre, posed not the slightest threat. Rather, could even bolster the adversary. For instance, at this moment, should he wish, Chu Qing could seize the cleaver in an instant and deliver a fatal blow to the entity before him. Yet, such a death seemed rather trivial when compared to the being standing before him, a humanoid creature that transcended the mere definition of human. In this world, death was a release. Chu Qing's gaze was frigid as he casually hurled the severed head lantern into the sky. A vast expanse of crimson enveloped the desolate wilderness. The once ferocious and frenzied woman fell to the ground with a thud, her eyes vacant as they fixated upon the lantern suspended in the air. Faced with the latter's rule-defying power, this madwoman, not yet fully transformed into a specter, exhibited no means of resistance. Chu Qing paid her no mind. Instead, his eyes slowly drifted toward the sky, locking onto the equally bewildered black crow. His gaze was as piercing as blood, cold as ice. Chapter 29. Ghoul. He is not human. In this era of terror, the strange and the bizarre took on myriad forms. Previously, there were entities like the faceless ghost, humanoid spirits, and the likes of the Een god of wealth, which manifested as physical objects. There exist bizarre entities reminiscent of the death apartment, which appear devoid of any corporeal form, akin to a curse governed by intricate rules. Similarly, The House of Strange Tales manifests solely as a virtual entity. Furthermore, there are peculiarities that materialize in the guise of animals. The black cat, named Xiantong by Chu Qing, harbors the potential to evolve into a unique entity known as a Yao Gui. In contrast, the current specimen, while also presenting an animalistic exterior, embodies a different essence than Xiantong. Black crow, grade, unranked, category, corpse eater, lifespan, 20 days, in life, 19 days, rules, unranked, devoid of rules, night patrol, ability enhanced vision in darkness, alongside an augmented sense of danger. Corpse eater, status capable of consuming the corpses of living beings, thereby gaining a portion of in life. However, both in and yang life are expended daily. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note, how utterly feeble. Human, you make such a fuss over such a trivial entity? I must question your abilities. Chu Qing chuckled, disregarding the blood-eyes derision, as he surmised the abundant consumption of corpses, along with the almost pickled stench of the corpse energy emanating from Huang Hong, left only one peculiar entity aside from the zombies, the corpse eater. Often referred to as scavengers, they represent a rather unique subset within the realm of the bizarre. The abilities and rules governing corpse eaters tend to be rather mundane, which is why they frequently linger beside powerful entities, subsisting on the remnants left behind. Evidently, in the past, Huang Hong relied on the faceless specter of the North Mountain Cemetery to nourish this ghoul. This is the essence of the matter. However, with the faceless specter now subdued by Chu Qing, and after spending countless days and nights in close proximity to the ghoul, Huang Hong could no longer suppress the darkness and madness within her, ultimately devolving into a half-ghostly being akin to a demon. To Chu Qing's slight surprise, this ghoul had yet to fully develop, merely having formed a bizarre semblance. Nevertheless, judging by its current state, it was nearing completion. Indeed, the value and significance of this entity were undeniable. The surveillance capability of the Dark Crow was indeed crucial. With this thought, Chu Qing's blood-red pupils finally locked onto the Dark Crow, which was under the control of a lantern fashioned from a severed head. A cacophony of terrified cries echoed forth, a sound so jarring it pierced the air. It seemed to behold the most terrifying and dreadful sight imaginable. It yearned to flap its wings and flee from this place, to escape the blood-red gaze of that man. Yet it found itself powerless. The slightest movement rendered its blood congealed, and the malevolent aura amassed from the consumption of countless corpses transformed into a prison, binding it firmly in place. Observing the Dark Crow, which transitioned from frantic struggles to a resigned stillness, Chu Qing revealed a faint smile as he extended his hand. The crow's body gradually descended from the air into his palm, landing with utmost caution, as if fearing its sharp talons might pierce the delicate skin of this human. Its feathers, dark as satin, glimmered under the night sky, while its luminous eyes reflected a profound fear and trepidation. Even the beasts, even the lower creatures lacking in self-awareness, harbor a fear of death. Chu Qing slowly extended his other hand, gently stroking the feathers of the black crow, and pondered aloud. Do you wish to learn how to become a true anomaly? Caw. Perhaps the black crow could not fully comprehend the significance of Chu Qing's words. Its beastly mind was solely focused on pleasing the formidable and extraordinarily strange human before it. That was all. Chu Qing, however, remained unfazed and chuckled. Anomalies, before entering their true form, cannot manifest genuine rule-based power. Ghouls are relatively inferior species among anomalies. The requirements for advancement are simple and straightforward. You merely need to elevate your lifespan to match that of the living, and during the usual consumption, you can achieve the next level of transformation. Caw? The black crow gazed at Chu Qing with a hint of confusion, struggling to grasp the essence of the being before it. It merely trembled. Chu Qing fixed his blood-red eyes intently upon the black crow, saying, "Little creature, if you follow me, I can facilitate your transformation into the next tier right now. What say you?" Caw. The shrill cry echoed, and this time, the creature seemed to truly understand the implications of the words, imbued with a sense of pleading. Yet, Chu Qing remained skeptical. As it stood, the anomalies he had captured, the Een god of wealth and the faceless ghost, were immobile entities. The human-headed lantern was under his primary watch. The intimidation of his blood-red eyes was insufficient to fully subdue a creature devoid of significant intelligence. To completely restrain, subdue, or even command these eerie entities, one must first attain the status of a shadowy figure. Fortunately, the arrival of such a pivotal moment is not far off. Just then, a piercing and terrified scream pierced the air. Ah! Chu Qing turned to look. Unbeknownst to her, a lantern fashioned from severed heads had already manifested above Huang Hong's head. This woman, whose mind was steeped in the miasma of death and darkness, seemed to finally grasp the essence of fear at that very moment. An invisible tendril of shadowy energy ensnared her neck, firmly tethering her beneath the ghastly lantern. Within it, a head, drenched in blood, glared at her with an intense and vengeful gaze. Such overwhelming terror obliterated the earlier confusion that had enveloped her in the shadow of the lantern. Chu Qing, however, remained utterly unfazed. With calmness, she directed her blood-red eyes towards the lantern. Very well, release her. The lantern swayed slightly, seemingly reluctant to relinquish its easily attainable prey. A cold glint flickered in Chu Qing's eyes, and in an instant, her blood-red gaze activated, establishing dominion over the lantern. The howling mountain winds swept through. With a thud, Huang Hong plummeted to the ground. The excruciating pain coursing through her body could not overshadow the profound dread that gripped her heart. She did not even dare to glance at the crimson gaze beside her. At this moment, her sole thought was to flee, to escape this place, to escape this person. No, this was not a person. He was certainly not human. In that instant, a fundamental realization dawned upon Huang Hong's already muddled mind. Why was this individual able to remain unscathed in the North Mountain Cemetery for several days? She had initially thought that the terrifying presence within the cemetery had vanished or that some other reason was at play. Now, however, she understood everything. The being before her was a far more horrifying entity than the ghostly specter haunting the cemetery. Escape. Ignoring the agonizing pain radiating from her presumably fractured leg, she frantically turned to the black crow, exclaiming, "Darling, darling." The crow's voice seemed to echo from the heavens once more. Huang Hong breathed a sigh of utter relief. No matter the circumstances or the time, her beloved was a source of immense reassurance. It was precisely because of the black crow that she found the confidence to flee from this demon, to escape the clutches of this malevolent force. At last, the sound of the black crow grew ever closer. Huang Hong extended her hand, yearning to grasp the crow's talon as she had done before. Flight, the ultimate advantage. Air superiority became the most vital assurance for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. With this thought, Huang Hong felt a diminished sense of dread towards the entity lurking in the wilderness. What of its eerie and terrifying powers? What met her gaze was a pair of chaotic, blood-red eyes beneath the opened black umbrella. These were the last sights she would ever behold. For in the next moment, a pitch-black, all too familiar claw emerged before her. This claw, which had once guided her through the skies above Luo City, did not seize her hand this time but instead plunged into her eye socket. Crimson splattered everywhere. Spilled beneath the moonlight, the wilderness echoed with a chilling howl, a sound reminiscent of a beast's lamentation, resonating through the boundless expanse. In this interplay of black and white, dual eyes, interlaced with streaks of crimson, emerged from the sockets of Huang Hong, now resting in the talons of a black crow. The creature lifted its prey gently, grasping it within its dark beak and swallowing it whole. Chu Qing extended a hand, and the black crow obediently alighted upon his palm. Subsequently, it perched upon Chu Qing's arm and shoulder, coldly observing Huang Hong, who wailed like a dying beast, while preening its feathers as if attending to a trivial task. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, tossing a piece of pristine paper money to the crow, which consumed it in one gulp, its aura of darkness gradually unfurling. Once more, the black umbrella was unfurled, casting a sanguine lantern to illuminate the path taken. The moonlight bathed the wilderness, revealing only the seemingly deranged Huang Hong, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction, her cries lamenting the fate of a defeated soul after the curtain falls on the stage. She clung to a sliver of hope for survival, oblivious to the fact that those who tread the line between the human and the spectral realms lack even the qualification to become prey. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Black Crow. The tolling of the bell. On the evening of September 2nd, at 8 p.m., Within the Criminal Investigation Department of the Inspectorate in Luo City, despite the enveloping darkness, the atmosphere remained vibrant and bustling. Captain Wang bore an expression of weariness, not solely due to the incessant stream of cases plaguing Luo City, but also on account of the presence of a certain young lady, a relative who was both irksome and beyond reproach. Lu Lian, however, paid no heed to Captain Wang's goodwill. Captain Wang, what did the director and the higher-ups say? Upon mentioning this, Captain Wang appeared somewhat perplexed. Last night, a significant incident had occurred, and most notably, this young lady, upon awakening from her slumber in the hospital, spoke of peculiar things. She mentioned a blood-colored lantern and the king of Chu River, a jumble of nonsensical phrases that would lead one to believe she had been possessed. The crux of the matter was that he had reported this occurrence, and even the director had relayed it upward, yet there was no reprimand from above. Such a grave case, resulting in countless casualties, naturally warranted a report. However, after the report was submitted, the response from higher authorities was not a rebuke but rather a directive. An expert from the capital would arrive the following day to assist in unraveling the mystery of the lantern and other cases in Luocheng. Consequently, the primary focus of the department today shifted to Huanghong. This morning, 2 bodies were discovered on the outskirts of the city, along with the vehicles belonging to these unfortunate souls. Evidence from the dashcam and some surveillance footage suggested that Huanghong had feigned a roadside stop, only to murder the 2 individuals once they were inside the vehicle. Lu Lian furrowed her brow, about to voice her thoughts when a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. A figure burst through the door, and before the many inspectors could express their concern, the newcomer excitedly addressed Captain Wang. "Captain Huanghong, we've apprehended Huanghong." The words of the newcomer captured the attention of all present, including Captain Wang and Lu Lian. The latter hastily rose in a state of anxiety and inquired. The newcomer glanced at Captain Wang before responding. It was discovered near the outskirts of the city. Huanghong's condition is exceedingly dire. Her leg bones are fractured and severely injured. Most alarmingly, her eyeballs have been gouged out, indicating signs of a struggle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Lian dashed toward the door. "Xiao Lu, where are you going?" "I am going to check on Chu Qing. He may be in danger." "Captain Wang, please interrogate Huanghong and notify me of any developments." Captain Wang opened his mouth, watching Lu Lian sprint away, feeling somewhat helpless, with only one thought occupying his mind. Damn it, being handsome has its advantages. If that impoverished lad were to become a prince. Shaking his head, he dismissed these chaotic thoughts and promptly said, "Let us go see this lunatic who spares neither her husband nor her children." Unbeknownst to him, Huanghong had been apprehended by the inspector almost immediately after her departure. At this moment, she was walking home, feeling light and leisurely, yet, perched upon his shoulder was an ominous weight, akin to a massive block of ice, growing increasingly chilling. Chu Qing understood that this ghoul was undergoing a transformation. The unusual shift from a never-before-seen state to the 9th rank was indeed expected to come with such disturbances. Just as Chu Qing opened the front door, the ominous, subdued croak that had been silent all the way home finally erupted from his shoulder once more. Gack, gack, gack. The jarring, discordant sound, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, evoked an unusual significance within him. In an almost instinctive reaction, Chu Qing hastily covered his ears, his crimson eyes fixated intently on the ebony crow before him. No, it was not merely a crow. After Chu Qing bestowed upon this black bird a piece of ghostly currency, its life essence had been completely balanced, prompting its ascension. The transformed crow now bore an entirely different visage. Its form remained similar, perhaps even slightly smaller than before, merely a tad larger than an ordinary raven. However, its eyes, which should have been as dark as coal, now shimmered with a verdant hue, emitting a ghostly glow amidst the night. Its feathers, once an impenetrable black, now displayed streaks of deep crimson, and most notably, its sharp beak appeared drenched in blood, a vivid scarlet. This ghoul, in stark contrast to the crow it had been, seemed like an entirely different creature. Yet, what surprised Chu Qing even more was the newly acquired prowess of this entity after its ascension. Crow ghoul, grade, 9th, type, ghoul, lifespan, 30 days, in life, 30 days, death knell resonance, Rule its call can mark living beings, significantly increasing the attraction range of nearby anomalies towards the marked entity. Additionally, it can continuously sense the location and condition of the marked being, with a maximum of 3 simultaneous marks. Nocturnal vigilance, ability enhanced vision in darkness, coupled with heightened danger perception. Flight speed and stamina are greatly amplified. The ghoul status capable of devouring the corpses of living beings, thereby gaining a portion of their life force. However, both life force and spiritual energy deplete daily. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. An exceedingly practical ability. Indeed, human, you have found such a promising ghoul under my guidance. Disregarding the blood-eyed ghost's self-adoration and claims of merit, Chu Qing's blood-red gaze was firmly fixed upon the black crow, which had undergone a transformation into a raven. He felt immense satisfaction. Ghouls possess rarely direct yet peculiar rules for killing. The majority serve as adjuncts to the eerie. Their abilities and rules vary greatly. Undoubtedly, the black crow before him, with its death knell rule and night watch ability, stands out among ghouls. This lifted his spirits considerably. Upon returning to the cemetery, he noted the time. The hands of the clock barely grazed 8:30. The smoothness of this venture exceeded his expectations. He rehung the lantern made from a human head at the entrance and greeted the faceless ghost that had stirred at the sound. Chu Qing then led the black crow into the lounge. However, he paid no further attention to the raven. After depositing it upon the counter, he fixated his piercing gaze upon the door. As anticipated, with the raven's entrance, the blood inscriptions upon the door seemed to come alive once more. Most importantly, with this movement, Chu Qing finally sensed an indescribable aura gradually coalescing above. He had an intuition that today, indeed today, the eerie blood inscriptions of this death apartment were about to reveal themselves. The bizarre anticipation he had long awaited was on the verge of materializing. Chu Qing furrowed his brow. Was Nruo Shui here so early? To his astonishment, as the car door closed, the jarring sound of pounding against the imposing iron gate echoed, accompanied by Lu Lian's frantic voice. Chu Qing, are you all right? Chapter 31. Truly no joke. A glance at the bloodstains on the door confirmed his suspicions. As they slowly writhed, it seemed as though they were once again absorbed by the glass door. However, the formerly transparent glass now appeared slightly red and murky in the darkness for reasons unknown. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Qing decided to step outside, opening the heavy iron gate that had only recently closed. Upon seeing Lu Lian's anxious expression, he instantly grasped the situation. The indifference that typically lingered in his gaze softened for a rare moment. The actions from the inspectorate were swift. Without the black crow to serve as a means of observation and evasion, the blind Huang Ying was captured in less than half an hour. Are you unharmed? Lu Lian breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing the familiar face of Chu Qing. What happened? Chu Qing feigned ignorance. What's wrong? Huang Hong has been apprehended, and the location of his capture is not far from here. I thought something had happened to you. It terrified me, Lu Lian exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Chu Qing smiled. It's good that he has been caught. As Lu Lian gazed at the man's face amidst the shadows, she opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Even she herself could not comprehend why, in the midst of such darkness, she had impulsively ventured into this eerie place. Conversely, this fellow remained remarkably composed amidst it all. Summoning her courage, she inquired, "Will you not allow me to come in for a moment?" Upon entering, Lu Lian's gaze was immediately drawn to the peculiar large bird strutting atop the counter. Its feathers were a blend of dark crimson and pitch black, its eyes glinting like those of a wolf, accompanied by a beak and talons stained blood red. The moment she laid eyes upon it, she gasped sharply, and just as Chu Qing furrowed his brow, her voice rang out again, "Wow, what a cool parrot." Parrot? Chu Qing chuckled incredulously. Do you have a penchant for keeping such creatures? Lu Lian's words prompted him to nod. I suppose so, but I typically only keep those that serve a purpose. Lu Lian paused, her gaze shifting to Chu Qing, her expression growing oddly inquisitive. You don't mean to imply you rely on this creature to attract women, do you? Chu Qing couldn't help but laugh. What you say is absurd. What girl would fancy such a pet? Lu Lian huffed lightly. Who says they wouldn't? I think it's quite fascinating. Chu Qing smiled silently, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications in her words. He glanced at the time, prompting Lu Lian to freeze as a terrifying thought crossed her mind, causing the joy to vanish from her face. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly asked, Chu Qing, do you truly believe in the existence of ghosts in this world? Chu Qing's expression remained tranquil as he nodded subtly. I believe you. Did you not inquire about this very matter during the day? No, I was not jesting with you. I speak the truth. Lu Lian attempted to clarify, but Chu Qing interrupted once more. Whether now or then, I assure you I was not jesting. Gazing upon Chu Qing's countenance, which bore a blend of mirth and unwavering certainty, Lu Lian opened her mouth yet found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qing turned his attention back to the young lady. Lu Lian nodded, harboring a plethora of thoughts yet to be expressed. However, as her words hovered on the brink of utterance, the dim, flickering glow of the tungsten bulb illuminating Chu Qing's visage rendered her speechless once again. Thus, she returned to the car and ignited the engine. In the rearview mirror, Chu Qing stood at the entrance of Beishan Cemetery, that peculiar parrot steadfastly perched upon his shoulder, bidding her farewell as she distanced herself. For reasons unknown, within the depths of his gaze, Lu Lian felt an unprecedented sense of security. A smile graced her lips, her spirits lifted, and she whimsically took up her phone to play a melody. I come rushing toward you, you are the stars and the sea. Regrettably, this buoyant mood endured for but a few fleeting minutes before it was abruptly shattered by the insistent ring of a phone call. Lu Lian furrowed her brows slightly, but upon glancing at the screen and recognizing it was Captain Wang, she promptly pressed the answer button. Hello, Captain Wang. What's the update? Huang Hong revealed that this deranged woman had personally killed a total of 6 individuals, including her husband and child whom she had accidentally slain. She is nothing short of a demon. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Lu Lian couldn't help but gasp in shock. What does it mean to take 6 lives? In this era, such a heinous crime is enough to send shockwaves across the nation. However, we cannot definitively ascertain the need for evidence. This woman appears to be utterly insane, and her injuries are severe. Following a preliminary interrogation, she was promptly sent to the hospital. Team leader Wang's voice resounded once more. Lu Lian was evidently deeply invested in the case. Team leader, how was she apprehended? Don't even mention it, he replied. The moment I inquired about that, it became apparent that this woman had completely lost her mind. Her words were a jumble. She claimed to have been judged and punished by ghosts, incessantly repeating phrases about something not being human. There was a palpable sense of helplessness in Wang's tone, as interrogating such a nonsensical lunatic, who had committed such a staggering crime, was indeed a significant ordeal for him. Previously, she spoke of ghosts in the Beishan Cemetery. She had lured numerous homeless wanderers and idle individuals to that ghostly domain, using their bodies to nourish her so-called treasure. This insane woman even claimed that she had managed to elude the watchful eyes of the inspectorate and the surveillance of the Skynet because of her treasure. Treasure? Lu Lian was taken aback. What could a woman so deranged as to murder and consume her own husband and child possibly refer to as a treasure? Even a tiger refrains from consuming its cubs. What kind of treasure could this madwoman possibly possess? At this juncture, Captain Wang seemed to have finally found a target for his scorn. Indeed, consider the extent of this woman's madness. The treasure she spoke of was a large crow. That kind of pitch-black bird. She claimed that the crow could grasp her and soar through the skies of Los Angeles. Wasn't that utter nonsense? The most alarming part was that the corpses of those she had slain, the flesh stripped from them, had mostly been consumed by that crow. After years of experience in criminal investigation, this was the first time he encountered such a lunatic. A crow, even if it could eat, how much could it possibly consume? According to this delusional woman, considering the bodies from the North Mountain Cemetery and those she had killed, there were probably over 10 individuals involved. In just a mere fortnight, an average living person weighing 75 kilograms had been entirely devoured by a crow? What absolute drivel! Within the dim confines of the vehicle, Captain Wang's irate outbursts echoed through the car's audio system, yet Lu Lian seemed to hear none of it. Despite her efforts to quell her chaotic thoughts, the image of that entirely black and dark red parrot resurfaced before her eyes, alongside the resonant voice of Chu Qing, echoing in her ears. I am not jesting with you. In that moment, Lu Lian appeared to finally grasp that Chu Qing was indeed not joking with her. Chapter 32. The apartment revealed, the hellish pact and the guiding death. On September 2nd, at 9:30 in the evening, there remained 2.5 hours until the onset of the terrifying era. Lu Lian's thoughts were of little concern to Chu Qing. At this very moment, all of his attention was riveted upon the entrance of his home. The dim glow of the bulb cast an eerie light upon the once clear glass, which now appeared to be suffused with a dark crimson hue. As time progressed, this sanguine tint grew increasingly vivid and striking. A brood within it was born here. Moreover, as Chu Qing's gaze lingered, it seemed as though strands of blood emerged from the very air, resembling delicate vermilion serpents, slithering and undulating through the atmosphere. Bianchang Wang Dingxie, elevated to the position of guardian of the tomb, deemed this to be the finest choice for a grave specter. The Death Apartment, a bizarre legend from a previous life on the Blue Star. At this juncture, prior to the official arrival of the uncanny era, it was finally poised to manifest within his grasp. Countless shades of crimson surged and writhed. The tungsten filament bulb overhead seemed unable to suppress the sanguine glow emanating from the doorway. Each passing second heightened the tension etched upon Chu Qing's pallid visage. As a flicker of anxiety involuntarily appeared, even his blood-red pupils in that instant seemed to materialize from within. The sound of flowing water echoed. At long last, the utterly ordinary door underwent a transformation. A torrent of blood began to seep through the once transparent glass, cascading down like a waterfall. The clamor of crimson appeared to resonate with an inexplicable connection to Chu Qing. The most significant distinction between Chu Qing and Ding Xie lay in the script he inscribed each time he prepared to strike, composed of his own blood mingled with the essence of Yin. The birth of the uncanny was devoid of rules. The absurdity of this birth method may seem unreliable, yet Chu Qing, who has endured countless years in a bizarre world, understands that one should not impose the inertia of conventional thinking upon the strange. The blood characters of the Death Apartment embody this peculiarity. In other words, these blood characters are intrinsically linked to Chu Qing's own essence. With his blood, Chu Qing has conjured, or rather summoned, this strange entity. Now, the anomaly has taken form. A cascade of blood, akin to a torrential waterfall, flowed forth and, astonishingly, detached from the glass door above, floating down to rest in Chu Qing's hands. It was evident that the blood he had previously shed held significance. Compared to the time when Ding Xie summoned this entity, it undoubtedly shared a certain affinity with Chu Qing. Eagerly, Chu Qing gazed at the pool of blood in his hands with his blood pupil, filled with curiosity about the legendary Death Apartment. What might the embryonic form of the Death Apartment, which even a top-tier King Leveline spirit controller could devour, truly resemble? Blood character ghost, grade 9, category, earthbound spirit, Yin lifespan, 20 days, hell contract. Rules: all beings who encounter the death guidance blood characters must fulfill the death guidance tasks within the specified time. Otherwise, the death rules shall be triggered, leading to their obliteration. Death guidance ability: the blood character ghost can perceive the bizarre within fate and issue death tasks. By fulfilling the corresponding death guidance tasks, the blood character ghost can receive death feedback and gain in lifespan. The earthbound spirit status requires a place of repose. Otherwise, the daily consumption of its ethereal life will escalate tenfold. Promotion requirements: unknown. Note: how can such a thing exist? Human, what have you conjured? Gazing at the pool of blood in his hand, Chu Qing could no longer contain himself, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Indeed, this is the embryonic form of the legendary Death Apartment, possessing the formidable ability to guide fate and establish rules. Even the most rudimentary 9th rank can simultaneously attain both rules and capabilities, thus augmenting their ethereal lifespan. Although not as potent as the Blood Eye, which offers a preemptive advantage against other anomalies and boasts overt combat prowess, the capabilities of the blood character ghost evidently lend themselves more to alternative applications. Just as Ding Xie had surmised, this Death Apartment is most suitable for grave spirits. Setting aside all else, the death guidance alone is invaluable. For a gravekeeper, the peculiarities within the tomb are an endless resource. After all, for a gravekeeper, these anomalies can often serve as consumables. However, with the guidance of this blood character ghost, the capture and acquisition of anomalies seem assured. Contemplating this, Chu Qing was eager to inscribe a stele and entomb himself, becoming a gravekeeper, and then harness this blood character to become a tomb spirit. Fortunately, he would not have to wait long. He cast one last glance at the time. 10:40. Only 80 minutes remained until midnight. The era of anomalies had arrived, and the book of life and death had manifested. Although the emergence of the death register does not imply that the eerie phenomena are entirely revealed to the public, nor does it signify that any individual is qualified to transition into a spectral role as a ghost controller, it nonetheless serves as a symbol, a representation. However, after experiencing the frigid touch of the blood characters in his grasp, Chu Qing soon furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The arrival of the supernatural era was just moments away. But where was Ruoxue, as previously arranged? If his memory served him correctly, she had mentioned coming over in the evening. Although their agreed time was midnight, her disposition suggested she would likely arrive early. His brow knitted in concern. At that moment, the freshly formed blood character seemed to sense the chill in the air. The crimson hue, akin to a meandering stream, slipped from his hand and readhered to the glass door, which had returned to its original state. The blood-red letters began to writhe incessantly, and to Chu Qing's astonishment, they gradually formed coherent lines upon the glass surface. He could hardly have anticipated that this newly manifested blood character would directly exhibit its inherent abilities. Even more surprising was the realization that he had become the first to validate this newfound capability. Yet, the message conveyed by the blood character was beyond his expectations. Location. Proceed immediately to the last bus stop 404, located 500 meters beyond the Beishan Cemetery. Time limit. Within 1 hour. Task objective. Rescue Ruoxue, who is trapped in a ghostly taxi, and eliminate or subdue the ghostly driver. Task reward. Unknown. Task failure penalty. Death, crossed out. The blood-lettered ghost departs, and a new suitable dwelling must be sought. Gazing upon the crimson characters, Chu Qing realized in that moment that it was not Ruoxue who was late, but rather she was destined to depart. Chapter 33. The Ghostly Taxi. The Crisis of Ruoxue. Ruoxue had never felt so unfortunate in her life. Her limbs trembled slightly. Inside this taxi, amidst the September chill, it felt as if the air conditioning had been set to its lowest possible temperature, chilling her to the very marrow of her bones. Cursed be it! Cursed be it! Cursed be it! Ruoxue could not help but curse within her heart. Why did Lin Hengtian's wretched car break down today? She had countless questions. Yet it was evident that, at this moment, words held no value. Miss, we have arrived. A day's worth of currency? Thank you. Indeed, at this juncture, the taxi driver before her demanded ghostly currency. But the question remained, where could she possibly procure such currency? More importantly, would a normal driver ever request ghostly payment? Not to mention, she had caught a glimpse of the driver's pallid visage and those soulless white pupils, which she dared not behold a second time. She understood that she had once again encountered a specter. Regrettably, today's ghost was not like Chu Qing, who sought to take lives. Rather, it was one that sought her own. Was this retribution? She had watched with indifference, even exacerbating the downfall of the Lin family. In just a matter of days, has the specter come knocking at her door? She desperately attempted to call Chu Qing, yet within this taxi, it seemed as though all signals and electronic devices had been severed. She was utterly unable to seek help from Chu Qing. Fortunately, Ruoxue was evidently no ordinary individual. Chu Qing had mentioned that the peculiar phenomenon of murder adhered to certain rules. Though she was unaware of the specific regulations governing this ghostly taxi service, she understood that failing to pay would likely be one of the most fatal stipulations. Taking a deep breath, she asserted, "Driver, you have yet to reach my destination. How can I pay you if we have not arrived?" It has arrived. The cold, rigid, and sluggish voice intensified Ruoxue's tremors. However, she recognized the necessity of remaining composed. Panic could lead to her utter demise. "I meant to go to Beishan Cemetery. You have merely arrived at this bus stop. You are not a bus, you are a taxi. Until you reach my destination, I cannot provide you with payment." Taxi. Bus. Evidently, her words had some effect, as the taxi driver fell silent. And Ruoxue held her breath, recalling Chu Qing's words. Some bizarre rules could be manipulated in specific contexts, such as in the present moment. At this juncture, and Ruoxue was nearly certain that failing to pay the fare would inexorably trigger the murderous rule, an unavoidable fate. Thus, even though hope seemed faint, she resolved to do everything in her power to buy herself some time. After a moment of contemplation, the icy voice, reminiscent of a corpse, uttered words that plunged and Ruoxue's heart into despair. Why should I give you money? You haven't delivered me to my destination. What reason do I have to pay you? And Ruoxue spoke, forcing herself to muster the courage. Never had she imagined she would find herself embroiled in a dispute over taxi fare with such a peculiar entity. Yet, at this moment, she had no choice but to proceed as such. Then, half a day. Inshou Mingqiao. Thank you. To Ruoxue's astonishment, the ghostly taxi did indeed offer her a discount. However, she pondered what good was that. Where was she to procure any Inshou Mingqiao? Who knew where that trinket was sourced from? What difference was there between a day and half a day? If she could not provide payment, wasn't it all the same in the end? Unbeknownst to Ruoxue, there was, in fact, no unit of measurement for Inshou. Thus, the ghostly taxi's fare and its so-called discount held no significance whatsoever. No, you haven't delivered me. Why should I pay you? It must be free. And Ruoxue protested vehemently, despite having seldom raised her voice in such a manner throughout her life. More critically, her outburst lacked any semblance of conviction. Free. Free. The taxi driver echoed these words, seemingly coming to a realization. He abruptly turned to face Ruoxue, causing her to nearly leap from her seat. His eyes, devoid of any pupils and as white as snow, bore into her with an unsettling intensity. The pallid, bloodless visage of the individual transformed into a grotesque and terrifying countenance. A voice emerged, seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth. If you don't pay, you shall die. This pronouncement plunged Ruoxue into a frigid despair. Within the confines of the taxi, the temperature seemed to plummet by another 10 degrees in that instant. Her jaw quivered uncontrollably, and with great trepidation, she stammered, I will pay. I will pay. The air temperature appeared to rise slightly in response. Yet the pretense of Ruoxue persisted as she feigned searching through her beloved Hermes calfskin bag for an eternity. However, as the chill within the vehicle resurfaced, she fought to suppress the panic welling in her eyes, finally producing 3 thick bundles of crimson Chinese currency. This sum of 30,000 yuan could not only cover the taxi fare but could even purchase a modest second-hand cab. Alas, to the menacing figure before her, this wealth was akin to mere refuse. This was evident from the return of the frigid atmosphere, reminiscent of the depths of winter. I want money. This is not money. Ghost money. If not, you shall die. At last, Ruoxue confronted the bitter taste of mortality. Despite her extraordinary mental fortitude, as the inexorable specter of death loomed ever closer, tears brimmed in her large, expressive eyes. She did not wish to die. She truly did not want to perish. Yet, the encroaching cold enveloped her, rendering her as if encased in ice, stripping her of the sensation of her own existence. Even the instinct to flee or struggle eluded her grasp. Is this what one might call an eerie power? Her thoughts and consciousness seemed on the verge of freezing. Yet, in that fleeting moment before death's imminent arrival, a dull thud resonated from outside the car window. Bang, bang, bang. The front window was rolled down, and on the precipice between life and death, Ruoxue heard an exceedingly familiar voice. Master, shall we depart? Struggling to gaze towards the driver's side where the window had been opened, she beheld, under the cloak of night, a pair of blood-red eyes that felt hauntingly familiar. Chapter 34. The Mother and Child Ghost. The Feeding of Chu Qing. This was an utterly unremarkable taxi, a classic blue and white vehicle bearing the emblem of Luo City, complete with a green license plate indicating it was an electric car. The sole aspect that seemed slightly out of place was the taxi's license plate. EN 40004. It was evident that such a plate was anything but ordinary. In the dim light of the evening, few would bother to scrutinize the taxi's license number closely. Chu Qing calmly lowered his head, observing the open window and the middle-aged man within. A ghostly taxi. He was blissfully unaware of the strangeness of the situation. After years of fierce battles in his past life, he could only recall the infamous oddities that were renowned in later times, each at least of a third-grade terror level. Such commonplace fare was clearly beneath his notice. Yet, as the saying goes, even a lion exerts full force when hunting a rabbit. The moment his blood-red eyes opened, they meticulously scrutinized everything about the other. Ghost rental, rank, 9th grade, category, subghost, lifespan, 3 days, debt settlement rule. Guests who fail to repay their lifespan after the mission is accomplished shall meet their demise. Mission accomplishment ability, capable of appearing at bus stations in Luochang to retrieve any guest, swiftly proceeding to all designated locations. Subghost status. Under the dominion of the Ghost Mother, upon exhausting its lifespan, it does not perish but rather consumes the Ghost Mother's lifespan. However, should the Ghost Mother perish, the subghost will likewise face extinction. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. Clearly, in the grand scheme of things, humanity is inconsequential, yet there seems to be an intriguing entity lurking behind it. Chu Qing's eyelids fluttered slightly. A subghost of the Ghost Mother? Evidently, his prior assumptions and disdain had been starkly contradicted. Even after many years of turmoil during the Bizarre Era, the Ghost Mother remained a formidable and rare entity. Most critically, the whereabouts of the Ghost Mother are notoriously elusive. Once provoked, it often leads to an unending cycle of conflict. If possible, Chu Qing would certainly prefer to avoid antagonizing such an unknown force in the early stages. However, he could not overlook the first task assigned by the blood character Ghost. Otherwise, the embryonic form of the death apartment he had summoned would, much like Ding Xie before, flee to seek out other dwelling areas upon failing to complete its inaugural blood task. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. As the offspring among the maternal specters, Chu Qing understood that this entity could only be subdued if it could bring the ghostly matriarch under control. Otherwise, it remained wholly uncontrollable. Thus, only one outcome awaited them. Come. Get in the car. Get in, the spectral taxi driver, a middle-aged man, uttered with a halting voice. This did not imply that he possessed any intellect. In truth, a portion of the eerie and lethal rules required interaction with humans, and in the absence of demonstrating their arcane abilities, they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. This was one of the most terrifying types of the supernatural. If not for the blood-red pupils, Chu Qing might not have discerned the true nature of this individual at first glance. However, once his true essence was revealed to Chu Qing, this entity posed no threat or significance to him. The spectral taxi driver regarded Chu Qing with a predatory gaze, intending to lure this prey into the vehicle before silently consuming the previous victim. Yet, at that very moment, his previously vacant, lifeless eyes, akin to those of a dead fish, fixated on Chu Qing's gaze. Those crimson orbs were so enchanting, so uncanny, that they rendered his already limited cognition paralyzed, staring vacantly into those eyes. This was precisely the conclusion Chu Qing desired to witness, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Ruoxue in the back seat was unaware of how time passed. If circumstances permitted, she yearned to fling open the car door and flee at once. However, she also recognized that this was not a moment for rash actions. She could only tremble as she gazed at the driver's seat in front of her, forcing herself to avert her eyes from the pair of crimson orbs. She had once witnessed the terror that those blood-red eyes could instill. She understood that such realms were beyond human reach, and indeed that was the case. A peculiar sound emanated from the front seat, a noise reminiscent of bones fracturing irregularly, akin to a rooster being strangled mid-crow. It struggled, screamed, and emitted the final tremors of life, yet was inexorably drawn toward death. The once anthropomorphized gaze of the ghostly taxi driver began to fade to a pallid hue, devoid of emotion, fear, or surprise. Nevertheless, its body gradually extended through the open window, or rather, it was dragged out by that blood-red gaze. Chu Qing's eyes had never been this crimson before. The dark sockets seemed completely filled with this sanguine hue. At that moment, the malevolence emanating from those blood-red eyes was more intense than ever, fiercer even than that of a human head lantern. A hissing sound echoed, as though something were ablaze. This ghostly taxi driver, now being pulled away, finally allowed Chu Qing to experience a peculiar sensation. Aside from Lin Hengtian, this was the first instance of the blood-red eyes feeding. However, even Lin Hengtian's demise could not provide Chu Qing with the satisfaction of a complete consumption. Previously, whether it was the faceless ghost, the crow ghost, or the human head lantern, none could compare. Their state was one of being ensnared by the blood-red eyes under the principle of an eye for an eye, suspended in a condition of being held within the mouth, yet never swallowed. However, this ghostly taxi driver, devoid of any hesitation, finally consumed it whole. From beneath, the sinister energy began to dissipate. At that moment, the pair of blood-red eyes seemed to transform into swirling vortexes of crimson. The escaping dark energy was entirely devoured by these blood-red whirlpools. Everything was drawn into those blood-red eyes, until the ghostly taxi driver standing before vanished completely without a trace. Chu Qing closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, tears of blood-red began to stream from the corners of his eyes. It was as if an eerie crimson eyeshadow materialized there. The chilling and the warm seemed to converge within his dual pupils, bestowing upon Chu Qing an indescribable sense of relief and delight. Still within that taxi, and Ruoxue instinctively covered her mouth. Her reaction was not one of fear, disgust, or revulsion. Her glimmering gaze after being rescued attested to her excitement. She craved. She idolized. Chapter 35. The Underworld Artifact. Taxi number 40004. Chu Qing. Rank: None. Yin lifespan: 6 months and 21 days. Yang lifespan: 3 months. Symbiosis: status: significant reduction in personal Yang lifespan, capable of fully commanding the blood-eyed ghost. Note: though merely a minor ghost, its essence is rather delightful. Let us celebrate our first encounter with consumable sustenance. Certainly, the entity behind this matter will likely not let us off easily. However, with my presence, we shall manage. This ghostly taxi has granted me nearly 3 months of extended life. Such an enhancement is quite remarkable. Nonetheless, if given the choice, I would prefer not to collect life essence in this manner. While life essence is indeed significant, I possess various methods to acquire it and need not barter my clarity of mind and future for it. Chu Qing opened his eyes, the crimson hue of his gaze unwavering. He paid no heed to Ruoxue, who sat in the taxi, nor did he inquire about her presence in this situation. Such trivial questions held no relevance. Instead, he fixed his intense gaze upon the taxi itself. From the moment he had dragged the ghostly entity from the vehicle, he sensed that this taxi was no ordinary one. His blood-red eyes once again scrutinized the peculiar object before him, and as anticipated, taxi number 40004, grade, 9th rank, category, Underworld Artifact, Death Surge ability while driving. It can ignore and traverse through all pedestrians, vehicles, and certain obstacles on the road, doubling its speed. Expensive driving, curse for every 100 kilometers driven. 1 day of life essence is consumed. Note: although this subpar vehicle is lacking as my steed, it shall suffice for the time being. Human, let us take a thrilling ride. Clearly, this object bears a striking resemblance to the black coin previously encountered by Chu Qing. However, while the black coin is a 9th grade underworld artifact and also a crucial component of a superior artifact, this taxi numbered 40,004 appears to possess a more unadulterated essence. In comparison to the black coin, this artifact is imbued with a trifling curse. 100 kilometers of driving would consume a day of one's lifespan, a luxury that cannot be understated. Yet, unlike ordinary vehicles that require refueling, this peculiar contraption renders concerns of speed limits and pedestrians obsolete, making such a sacrifice worthwhile. Underworld artifacts are of immense value. Indeed, in the early onset of this strange phenomenon, remarkable treasures are still relatively easy to discover. In future times, once the worth of these items is recognized, acquiring them will prove far more challenging. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing refrained from calling Ruoxue down from the car. Instead, he opened the door and took his place in the driver's seat. Chu Qing, buckle up. The necessity of wearing a seatbelt in the back seat soon dawned upon Ruoxue. With a swift press of the accelerator, there was no thunderous roar of the engine. Instead, only the shrill rush of wind as speed soared to unprecedented heights. In that moment, Chu Qing finally grasped the essence of true death-defying velocity. He glanced at the time, 11:20. There was still ample time, allowing him to fully explore the capabilities of this artifact. After all, this taxi numbered 40,004 marked his inaugural experience with an underworld artifact in this lifetime. As for the black copper coin, that trinket was deemed unworthy for use, relegated to the domain of the underworld's wealth deity for the accumulation of fortune. Enroi Shue's breathing became exceedingly tense and rapid, overwhelmed by the speed. In a mere 5 seconds, this vehicle, which appeared no different from a dilapidated taxi, had astonishingly surged to a staggering limit of 300 kilometers per hour. It was madness. Chu Qing had lost his sanity. Enroi Shue was unequivocally certain that such velocity was already terrifying in the outskirts of Luo City. Yet within half a minute, they had barreled into the city center. Although it was past 11 at night, pedestrians and other vehicles still populated the streets. Was he reckless? Clearly, Enroi Shue's apprehensions were justified. For in the next instant, a large truck, idling at a red light, came into view. But the question remained, could they possibly stop at this speed? The series of frantic screams only intensified Enroi Shue's impending sense of doom. Yet, at that moment, Chu Qing showed no intention of applying the brakes. Instead, he accelerated further. What did a velocity of 400 kilometers per hour entail? Even high-speed trains typically travel at a pace of 250 to 350 kilometers per hour, while the takeoff speed of an aircraft often exceeds 300 kilometers. Yet now, this rickety taxi had achieved such a horrifying speed. Within less than a second, the rear of the truck collided with Chu Qing's vehicle. However, as Enroi Shue shut her eyes, she felt neither the terrifying roar nor the pain that she had anticipated. She blinked in bewilderment, her eyes wide open as the vehicle continued to speed along the highway. Even as the pace slightly diminished, it remained astonishingly rapid, effortlessly weaving through other cars and obstacles in its path, as though impervious to any hindrance. Remarkably, she remained unscathed amidst this chaotic journey. Was this not extraordinary? She was at a loss as to what had transpired. All she understood was that she had miraculously survived once again. Accompanying this was an exhilarating rush, a thrill that danced on the precipice of life and death, all brought forth by the man before her. Regrettably, Chu Qing paid her no heed. For him, such a spectacle was merely a trifling affair, a mere trifle in the grand tapestry of his past existence. With a deft maneuver, he executed a full 360-degree drift, accelerating at a staggering speed of 400, traversing from the outskirts of Luoyang city center to the entrance of Beishan Cemetery in what would typically require no less than half an hour. As Enroi Shue finally alighted from this vehicle that had brought her perilously close to death, her legs felt weak beneath her. She had escaped the clutches of mortality. Time remained before the clock struck midnight. Chu Qing, indifferent to Enroi Shue's delayed realization, turned his gaze towards the bloodied inscription on the glass door. As anticipated, upon crossing the threshold, the eerie blood-stained words, which seemed to dictate fate, began to seep forth. Mission accomplished, Enroi Shue successfully rescued. The ghostly cab driver has been vanquished. In the guidance of death, the blood-stained spirit reaps 5 days of shadowy longevity. Executor's mission reward, Netherworld vehicle number 40004, a taxi. However, Chu Qing did not dwell on such trivial matters. The completion of the blood task ensured that the blood remained peacefully at the entrance. Thus, everything was in readiness. Next, they would await the impending bizarre revival, which was destined to arrive after more than half an hour. Chapter 36. Welcome to the Era of Terror. As darkness enveloped the night, most inhabitants of Long Country and the eastern region of Blue Star had long succumbed to slumber. The dimly lit world seemed altered in some ineffable way, yet it was unclear how. There stood a bridge, remarkable in its uniqueness and significance within the entirety of Luo City. Spanning nearly 4 kilometers, it bridged the 2 banks of the Yellow River. Even in the dead of night, vehicles continued to traverse its expanse. Among them was Lu Heping, a weary driver after a long day behind the wheel. As he approached the bridge, illuminated by the streetlights, it appeared to him as a staircase leading into the abyss, compelling him to halt his vehicle at the roadside before ascending the bridge. He yearned for a brief respite, contemplating a short nap in his car, planning to resume his journey by morning. With this thought, He reclined his seat and played a soothing melody, glancing at the time, 23:59. Indeed, it was the hour for rest and repose. With a smile, he prepared to lean back and close his eyes. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the digits signifying time reset entirely. September 3rd, 0:00. Time, at this moment, has both circled back to its origin and reached its conclusion. Suddenly, Lu Heping found himself enveloped by an inexplicable chill, a sensation that swiftly dispelled his drowsiness. Instinctively, he retrieved his mobile device, eager to consult the navigation system and ascertain how far he was from his destination. However, the sight that greeted him momentarily stunned him. The screen, which should have displayed the navigation interface, had inexplicably turned pitch black. Just as Lu Heping began to suspect that the battery had died, a crimson hue began to seep from the dark screen. Gradually, this sanguine tint coalesced into a line of text. Welcome to the era of horror. This is a deadly game where humanity dances with the bizarre, a strange paradise of a new epoch. Poor humanity, you are destined to struggle for survival in the endless night. And you, Lu Heping, alas, you are merely an ordinary human. You know not what longevity means, nor do you comprehend the strange. You are utterly unprepared to resist or master them. Therefore, regrettably, barring unforeseen circumstances, you shall soon meet your demise. To hell with this. You are the one who is doomed, Lu Heping retorted, his bewilderment laced with indignation. In this day and age, could a mobile virus still exist? With a decisive motion, he opted to power down his device. Yet, to his astonishment, even in its shut-down state, the ominous text showed no sign of vanishing. Instead, a brand new message emerged. O foolish humans, since you are unwilling to accept reality, then succumb to the eternal abyss of death. Do not rush, it awaits you just ahead. With a curse, Lu Heping cast his phone aside, casting a glance at the enveloping darkness, the desolate road, and the distant yellow river bridge in Luoqing. The slightest hint of drowsiness and fatigue had vanished without a trace. The phone, discarded on the passenger seat, displayed once more in blood-red letters, "Humans, inevitable is death for all, and the myriad causes of death stem from the folly of your own species. Go on, embrace it." The vehicle resumed its journey across the yellow river bridge, appearing from above like a small boat adrift in a vast sea, vulnerable to being swallowed by the slightest wave. The night was shrouded in gloom. On the surface of the Luochang Yellow River Bridge, a thick fog had settled, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Within an apartment in Luochang, there were no ordinary dolls nor any of the pink embellishments favored by girls. It was a remarkably clean and simple room. Yet, lying in bed was Lu Lian, who, despite her efforts, could not find sleep. Over the past 2 days, she had endured an overwhelming amount of experiences and encountered too many sights, each one leaving an indelible mark upon her. Even after lying in bed for hours, sleep eluded her. Images flickered incessantly in her mind. In the precarious realm of the lanterns, amidst the countless remains within Huang Hong's abode, there existed a woman who appeared to be driven to madness, alongside a black and crimson parrot. Most notably, there was a man perpetually adorned with a subtle smile, Chu Qing. He seemed to possess an inexhaustible allure, captivating Lu Lian's curiosity. This inevitably led her to reminisce about their initial encounter. Thus, Lu Lian pondered for a moment before sending a voice message to a friend in her WeChat contacts. Not long after, a somewhat weary voice emerged from the other end. "Hello, sister, are you all right?" Lu Lian found this question perplexing. "I'm fine, brother. Are you still awake?" On the other line, Lu Ci smiled faintly. He and his family held an immense affection for his younger sister. "If you're not asleep, why should I be? What's the matter? Missing your older brother?" "No, I just wanted to ask if you know someone." "Who?" "Chu Qing. He should be around my age," Lu Lian replied. There was a brief pause on the line, as if he were contemplating. "Chu Qing. There is indeed a Chu family in Kyoto, but I haven't heard of anyone by that name." Lu Lian furrowed her brows slightly, nodding. "Oh, perhaps I made a mistake. All right, brother, you should get some rest." However, at that moment, Lu Ci did not hastily end the call. What do you know about him?" He paused, his voice suddenly deepening. "Let's see how it goes. All right, I'm off to sleep now. However, at this moment she once again recalled that figure. Chu Qing, what secrets does he harbor? The communication was abruptly terminated, and Lu Lian glanced at the time. 23:59. Indeed, it was quite late. She wondered what her brother was doing awake at such an hour. Yet, since sleep eluded her, she decided to indulge in a book. However, just as she picked up a random tome, it suddenly began to warp before her eyes. A blood-red page emerged, captivating her attention. Before Lu Lian could fully comprehend the situation, ominous black letters materialized upon the crimson page. Welcome to the era of terror. This is a deadly game where humans dance with the bizarre, a peculiar paradise of a new epoch. Poor humanity, you shall endure in this endless night, struggling to survive. And you, Lu Lian, regrettably are merely an ordinary human. While you may have escaped death at the hands of some enigmatic force, this will not suffice to ensure your survival in this age. Gazing at the dark script above, Lu Lian felt a surge of panic. Yet, her reaction was markedly more resilient than that of an average individual like Lu Heping. Perhaps her recent experiences had enlightened her to the fact that this world seemed fundamentally different from the one she once knew. Just as Lu Lian stood in bewilderment and astonishment, a new stream of dark text began to flow from the blood-red page. However, you are fortunate. You have garnered the favor of some existence. Cherish this friendship, for it shall prove invaluable. Chapter 37. The Weight of Blood Eyes. Information of the Book of Life and Death. Welcome to the era of terror. This is a deadly game where humanity dances with the eerie, a bizarre paradise of a new epoch. Alas, those pitiable lowly humans are destined to survive in the endless night, clinging to their existence. Of course, this bears no relevance to you, esteemed sir. You need merely to occasionally display your mercy and compassion, illustrating the power that comes with being a formidable being. Esteemed sir, you are the amalgamator of the uncanny, the witness to transformation, the harbinger of a new age. It is my honor to serve you, Lord Chu Qing. Gazing at the watch in his hand, a smile graced Chu Qing's lips. The Book of Life and Death remains as ever, snobbishly discerning. Indeed, the vessel of his Book of Life and Death is this smartwatch, which he had acquired merely a week prior to his rebirth. However, this is of little consequence. As long as one remains alive in this terrifying era, the Book of Life and Death will not vanish or be discarded. It will manifest in any form accessible to you. Ignoring the bewildered and Ruoxue nearby, Chu Qing began to probe the watch. His thoughts swirling, examine the information of the anomalies I command. The reason the era of terror is dubbed a death game largely stems from the existence of the Book of Life and Death. This artifact allows one to investigate their own capabilities, somewhat akin to the Blood Eye Ghost's ability to perceive, yet it is limited to self-examination and anomalies fully under one's control. However, as expected, upon consulting the Book of Life and Death for information on the blood-eyed demon, it proved to be quite similar to observing it through the lens of having eyes and pearls. The only notable distinction lay in the subtle differences between an eye for an eye and having eyes and pearls, which introduced a minor variance. Weight level: 10. The corners of Chu Qing's mouth curled upwards. The weight of the 9th tier was likely constrained within the range of 1 to 10. Under the pressure of rules, those with higher weight levels possessed a superior capacity to activate their abilities. Although in his previous life, Chu Qing had encountered beings whose weight levels surpassed these limitations, the manifestation of the blood-eyed demon's abilities was already sufficient. He cast another glance, and it seemed that the Book of Life and Death had sensed his favorable mood, for a new note appeared at the bottom. Esteemed sir, to wield such peculiar powers with the frail body of an ordinary human yet to ascend to the ranks is truly astonishing. However, to survive in such a world with this feeble form is evidently insufficient. Only by ascending to the 9th tier can you harness your own strength to combat the uncanny. Would you like to know how to ascend? Though it may be somewhat embarrassing to mention, someone as great as you need only sacrifice 5 years of your life essence, and I shall reveal this secret known solely to me. Friendly reminder: if your life essence is lacking, you may convert your vitality for this purpose. Simply tap on me to select the conversion option. Isn't that considerate? Observing the hints from the Book of Life and Death, Chu Qing smiled once more. In the previous life, countless ordinary individuals, either naive or desperate in critical moments, were deceived, unwittingly sacrificing precious years, sometimes even decades, of their lifespan in exchange for this so-called secret. The secret, however, was deceptively simple: to transition into a position in the realm of the dead. Indeed, that was all there was to it. 5 years of life exchanged for the mere answer of to transition into a position in the realm of the dead allows entry into the 9th grade. Yet, the specifics of how to transform into the corresponding position remained unmentioned in the Book of Life and Death. This book was truly a source of frustration. As for the precise methods of transitioning into various positions in the realm of the dead, even with longevity, the Book of Life and Death could not provide them. Such pathways were developed only after years of research during a terrifying era. The Book of Life and Death could only be regarded as a tool. If one were to truly treat it as a golden finger, Chu Qing could only wish them a less tragic demise. As for the positions in the realm of the dead, he had long been prepared. He cast a glance at an Ruoxue beside him and cautioned, "Do not trust any conversations within that thing, especially those that tempt you to exchange your lifespan. Remember, your lifespan is your greatest asset for survival in this world." And Ruoxue nodded eagerly, yet her enthusiasm remained undeterred. Chu Qing, uninterested in her excitement, straightened his posture. He had no need to consult the Book of Life and Death for its futile methods of transition. As the former king of Chujiang in his past life, the most valuable possession he held was the knowledge of the myriad methods for transitioning into various positions in the realm of the dead. The role of the gravekeeper he had prepared for himself was something he had diligently worked towards since his rebirth. Upon contemplating this, he casually cast his gaze upon the Book of Life and Death. "Esteemed sir, your profound distrust in me is truly disheartening." He paid it no heed and instead let his thoughts meander. "Let me examine my information. The true nature of the Book of Life and Death, whether it possesses genuine self-awareness, has long been a subject of inquiry among scholars in his previous life. The origins of this entity have ultimately eluded definitive understanding. However, one fact remains certain. The existence of the book cannot directly contravene the executable commands of the Ghost Master. Even when luring souls, primarily employs enticement rather than outright deceit. As anticipated, the information regarding Chu Qing gradually materialized on the pages. Chu Qing. Rank: None. Een lifespan: 6 months and 21 days. Yang lifespan: 3 months. Coexistence: status significantly diminished Yang lifespan, capable of fully commanding the blood-eyed ghost. A. Status unknown state. Note: Esteemed sir, it appears you harbor numerous secrets. HM? Initially, Chu Qing merely intended to glance briefly before preparing for the transition ceremony to become a gravekeeper. Yet, this fleeting glance unveiled something extraordinary. There exists an unknown state, one that even the blood-eyed ghost cannot detect, of which he remains unaware. What then could this unknown state be? Chu Qing fell silent, as he had begun to piece it together. Though his rebirth transcended his comprehension, it would undoubtedly engender some unique transformations and distinctions within himself. What, then, was the true reason behind his rebirth? Was it that peculiar orb that had appeared alongside the mural within that strange secret realm? Chu Qing was uncertain. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless, the mere opportunity for a second life was already a significant advantage over others. Such a chance was not one he could afford to squander. Only through relentless ascension of strength could he confront any challenge that lay ahead. With this resolve, he hesitated no longer. The transition to the position of the gravekeeper commenced. He was equally determined to claim the special reward bestowed upon the first gravekeeper of legend. Chapter 38. The Transition Ceremony. The Gravekeeper and the Life Buyer. Deceased: Chu Qing. Date of birth: July 15, 2003, at midnight. Time of death: September 3, 2025, at midnight. Upon the vast stone tablet, these lines were etched with remarkable clarity. Above the inscription, a striking black and white photograph of Chu Qing was displayed, lifelike and vividly realistic. This monumental stone was positioned at the very center of the North Mountain Cemetery. The desolation and decay of the cemetery were apparent, with few gravestones and urns remaining. Even those had been meticulously arranged by Chu Qing in recent days. Now, within this expansive graveyard, only this singular massive stone tablet stood. Behind it, on the unexcavated ground, lay an enormous, somber black coffin, opened and meticulously placed, awaiting the arrival of its master. Chu Qing's gaze remained tranquil as he cast a final glance at the stone tablet. He then allowed a single drop of blood to fall upon the photograph, spreading it evenly before he slowly passed beyond the monument. The method for transitioning to the lowest rank of the gravekeeper, a ninth-tier position in the realm of the afterlife, is quite straightforward. One must find the two fundamental elements of a burial site, a tombstone and a coffin, inscribe one's name, leave behind a photograph, and denote the moment of transition as the time of death. Subsequently, one must lie within the coffin and await the passage of 2 hours. At first glance, this process appears exceedingly simple. However, there exists a stringent and uncompromising requirement. This condition has indeed delayed the establishment of a concrete method for the transition to the gravekeeper role. The tombstone and coffin must be situated within the domain of otherworldly anomalies. Thus, the 2-hour wait entails more than mere slumber. It involves confronting potential supernatural threats. This is precisely why the gravekeeper, a position marked by modest rewards, challenging transitions, and average combat capabilities, was largely overlooked by countless exorcists in the Dragon Kingdom during a previous era. Only in dire circumstances would one choose to become a gravekeeper. Nevertheless, as far as Chu Qing's understanding goes, the prospects for a gravekeeper remain promising. Advancement to a higher tier could lead to becoming the esteemed king of Bian City, a legacy of the 10 kings. This stands in stark contrast to his own past, where he transitioned from a paper craftsman to a 9th-tier position, only to navigate through the channels of the 6th and 7th tiers, ultimately reaching the lineage of the King of Chu River through serendipity and fortuitous circumstances. This is precisely why, after his rebirth, he scarcely entertained the notion of becoming a paper craftsman. Although the method of transitioning to a paper craftsman is unimaginably simpler compared to that of a gravekeeper, and while the combat prowess it yields is considerable, combined with the experience from his previous life, he could easily amass a substantial reserve of lifespan as long as he folded the paper figures swiftly. However, with the fusion of the Blood-Eye Dragon Lord and the initial form of the Death Apartment's blood character Ghost as his support, Chu Qing saw no necessity to tread the old path once more. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing glanced at the time and let out a slight sigh. He approached the edge of the coffin and looked at Ruoxue, who appeared bewildered and helpless. From his pocket, he produced the white lifespan paper money he had just seized from the hands of the god of wealth and tossed it to Ruoxue. This is the lifespan ghost money. Now, with this piece of ghost money, seek out the peculiarities within the Beishan cemetery. Find one of them and persuade it to protect you or to spare your life when you are on the brink of death. You need only to wait until I awaken. Of course, should your lifespan prove insufficient, I trust you have seen the hints from the previous ledger of life and death. In that case, you may exchange your young lifespan. You are well aware of the rarity and value of such a commodity. The less lifespan you expend with this method, the higher your potential and future limits will be. Should you fail, you will have no one to blame but yourself. I require 2 hours within. The current time is 10 past 12, meaning I shall not awaken until at least 10 past 2. Take care of yourself. And Ruoxue stood in a daze, gazing at the ominous object in her hand, while simultaneously, she felt the weight of numerous gazes directed towards her. The black-red crow perched on a nearby branch, a shadow obscured by darkness, and the blood-red lantern hanging from the mast all seemed to watch her. Furthermore, there was the sinister deity of wealth displayed within the house, as well as the blood-red characters upon the door that she had previously glimpsed but could not comprehend. It dawned on her with a sense of delayed realization. These entities were precisely the peculiarities referenced in the Book of Life and Death. What took her by surprise was that within Chu Qing's domain, not only were there strange occurrences, but there were also so many of them. She pondered how she might communicate with these anomalies to ensure her safety. And Ruoxue was uncertain, yet her previous harrowing experience in the ghostly rental had imparted a crucial lesson. She had no choice. Should she forfeit this opportunity, who could say how many more perilous situations she would encounter in the future? To cite a recent example, the chairman of Gao Jian Company, Gao Hong, who had sent the sinister deity of wealth to the Lin family, was already eyeing her with intent. Destiny, after all, is something one must strive for and seize. In a certain light, Chu Qing and Enruoshue had always belonged to the same ilk. Almost instantaneously, she resolved to approach Chu Qing, pursing her lips and nodding in affirmation. She cast a fleeting glance at Enruoshue, but Chu Qing chose not to engage further. He had already extended his utmost benevolence. It should be noted that the peculiarities of Beishan Cemetery had barely been subdued under his influence. The inherent ferocity of nature certainly exists, and the instinct for slaughter remains. However, here, at the very least, it has been considerably suppressed. If the transaction is completed and one survives these few hours, the death buyer can successfully transition into a new role. At that time, the elevated positions within the realm of death, such as the ghost merchant or the underworld trader, would be particularly suitable for Enruoshue. Regardless, this starting point is immeasurably superior to that of Enruoshue in her previous life. Not to mention, Chu Qing is already prepared to integrate Enruoshue into the system of the death apartment. As long as she performs well, her future growth is assured by Chu Qing. With all arrangements in place, Chu Qing ceased to waste time and slowly stepped into the coffin, simultaneously closing its lid. Creak. Under the cawing of the raven spirits, the king initiated the ritual. Chapter 39. Successful transition. The first gravekeeper. The coffin lid was sealed. In that moment, the world became profoundly silent. This colossal coffin seemed to encapsulate everything that had transpired before, sealing it away from the outside. On the book of life and death, a crimson light flickered, revealing lines of text. You have lain down in this coffin. Though no one comprehends the significance of this act. Inside the coffin, darkness envelopes you, a void so profound that you can only hear the increasingly labored sound of your own breathing and the weighty thumping of your heart. Such sounds, for you, are a blessing, for they affirm that you are still alive, are you not? The atmosphere here is perilous, teeming with countless ominous entities ready to engulf you at any moment. Though a sense of panic washes over you, you comprehend that the world beyond is fraught with danger. It is within this diminutive box that you find your sanctuary. Admittedly, it seems rather inappropriate for a living being to lie within such a coffin meant for the dead. Yet one must ponder, are you truly alive? Casting a glance at the prompts on the book of life and death, Chu Qing remains unfazed, even allowing a smile to grace their lips. At this moment, the feedback from the book, shifting from a subjective perspective, signifies the uniqueness of the current predicament. Such transformations in the text occur solely in extraordinary circumstances. This is a graveyard, a tomb prepared solely for you. You realize that to survive in such a place, to contend with those bizarre entities, one must transform into a being even more enigmatic than they. Wisps of dark energy seep from the coffin into your very being. Remarkably, you find no aversion to these strange forces upon which you depend. Rather, you embrace their arrival with unexpected delight. The birth and death dates inscribed on the tombstone are sufficient for you to draw upon their power. However, you must also acknowledge that in seeking this strength, you inevitably attract the covetous gaze of the terrifying entities lurking outside. To gain power, one must be prepared to pay the price. Such is the nature of existence. Prepare yourself to seek life amidst death. Alas, the prelude to the profession of a tomb guardian is not entirely accurate for Chu Qing. Indeed, his coffin is enveloped by 5 sinister entities, each exuding a formidable and terrifying aura. Yet, even though these entities are aware of his presence within the coffin and can sense the malevolent energy flowing through the gravestone's birth and death inscriptions, they dare not make a single move. The notion of seeking life amidst death? For Chu Qing, this perilous and arduous transition ritual, fraught with danger for others, is merely a formality. Nevertheless, the chilling currents of energy send a shiver down his spine. The traces of this malevolence, composed of these entities, infiltrate Chu Qing's body. The human vessel, accommodating such energy, significantly diminishes one's lifespan while attracting the attention of the sinister. There exists but one remedy, the path of profession. Time drifts slowly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour and a half has elapsed. The external world seems to bear no impact upon you. You are fortunate. The wandering entities outside have either overlooked you or disregarded your presence altogether. In any case, it appears you have achieved a semblance of safety. Concurrently, the energy entering your being begins to coalesce, and amidst this gathering of shadows, you sense an indescribable transformation within yourself. In a state that is both human and spectral, you seem to have acquired a certain proficiency. In the depths of the unknown, it feels as though you are intricately connected to the very essence of the earth beneath you. It is an indescribable sensation. You gradually acclimate to this transformation, yet remain oblivious to its true significance. This represents the foundation upon which you will stake your existence in the impending era of terror. For a considerable time, Chu Qing has disregarded the futile feedback and notifications of the death ledger, instead closing his eyes as if he has completely succumbed to slumber within the coffin. The abilities of the Gravekeeper's shadow occupation are slowly coalescing within him. He is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but it is evident that, according to the recent notifications, the ritual of transitioning into a Gravekeeper is nearing its conclusion. Engrave the stone tablet, record the birth date, capture the portrait, preserve life, safeguard death. At this moment, it seems as though you have genuinely transformed into a bona fide specter. However, as time progresses, you sense a peculiar ability awakening within your body and soul. This ability is extraordinarily enchanting, drawing you in with an irresistible allure. It is epitomized by the term shadow occupation. The power of this shadow occupation that you now wield is known as the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper safeguards not only tombs but also death and all that emanates from it. You are aware of what that entails. Do not fear, do not panic. You comprehend the profound and clandestine nature of your vocation. Thus your unwavering resolve at the moment of your choice truly befits the abilities conferred upon you by this profession. Does it not? In the recesses of your mind, accompanied by the subtitles of the Book of Life and Death, a myriad of extraordinary abilities seem to manifest instinctively. The Gravekeeper. Chu Qing instinctively clenched his fists. Yet, the prompts from the Book of Life and Death persist, as the esoteric knowledge of the Gravekeeper continuously floods into Chu Qing's consciousness. O Gravekeeper, the tomb spirits that flourish alongside the graves are your greatest allies. O Gravekeeper, within the confines of the tomb, you possess unparalleled enhancement and restoration. O Gravekeeper, your boundless vitality ensures that you do not rely on mortal slumber. O Gravekeeper, at the fleeting twilight that bridges dawn and night, you must adhere to your duties to reap your rewards. O Gravekeeper, when your name is inscribed upon your gravestone, your life has already reached its conclusion. The reason you still traverse this realm is due to the gift of death. O Gravekeeper, you are the first of your kind to emerge in this world. In appreciation and gratitude, the myriad of slumbering souls and death itself, from within the profound darkness, have bestowed upon you a unique gift as a Gravekeeper. May you be worthy of the admiration and gratitude bestowed upon you by him and them. O Gravekeeper, it is time for you to awaken. Within the dark confines of the coffin, a blood-red gaze slowly opened, accompanied by the faintest curve of a smile. Alas, the absence of comments fills me with trepidation. Is there anyone out there? The young author feels quite anxious. Chapter 40. The Power of the Gravekeeper. A corner of the Underworld. Within the pitch-black coffin, Chu Qing lay motionless. He sensed a power of the underworld that was entirely distinct from that of the paper craftsman. In this moment, it seemed as though he could grasp the entirety of the North Mountain Cemetery, as if it were his own palm, meticulously and vividly. This ability, reminiscent of a bound spirit, allowed Chu Qing to comprehend the essence of a Gravekeeper's power. Nevertheless, he raised his arm, and the Book of Life and Death responded to his thoughts and intentions, providing him with the most intuitive and detailed feedback and introduction. Chu Qing. Grade. 9th rank. Underworld lifespan. 1 year. Mortal lifespan. None. Gravekeeper. Underworld position preserver of life. Guardian of death, known as the Tombkeeper. Mortal lifespan consumed and vanished, all converted to Underworld lifespan consumption, with a daily depletion of 1 day of Underworld life. Preservation of life, ability within the jurisdiction of the graveyard. All physical attributes are enhanced, and the need for sleep is significantly reduced, with a substantial increase in the rate of recovery from all conditions. Guardian of death, duty at dawn. Ensure the identification of all anomalies within the tombs, thereby accumulating Underworld lifespan. For each 9th rank anomaly identified at the daily break of dawn, 1 day of Underworld lifespan is gained. Capable of actively suppressing the weighted rank of anomalies within the tomb. Current graveyard range, 400 acres. Grave spirit manipulation. Ghost control technique. It allows one to inscribe an entire understanding of the rules of murder beneath their gravestone, thereby achieving mastery and control. Currently, one can only command a single spirit. However, the grave spirit is confined to the cemetery, benefiting from the life-preserving powers of the gravekeeper, which enhances the weight and level of its rule-based abilities. Current grave spirit. None. Symbiosis. Status lifespan significantly reduced, yet capable of fully commanding the Blood-Eye Ghost. Status unknown. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note: Esteemed Master, you have embarked on the first step of a magnificent journey. It is my utmost honor to serve you. This encapsulates all of Chu Qing's abilities under normal circumstances. The role of a gravekeeper is inherently shadowy. Typically, one can only harness the unique characteristics and advantages of this position within the confines of the cemetery. The same applies to the grave spirits, which elucidates why the profession of gravekeeper can be exceedingly burdensome. Not to mention the authority associated with the profession of guardian of death. In the span of a single day, a 9th-grade anomaly can only bestow a meager day's worth of lifespan. Who can benefit from such a paltry offering? Generally, a 9th-grade anomaly consumes an entire day's share of lifespan. It is only spirits bound to the earth, like the god of wealth or the faceless ghost, that experience a halving of their lifespan daily due to their inability to move freely. Otherwise, the meager returns from each day would scarcely suffice to sustain the 9th-grade anomalies residing within the cemetery, let alone provide for oneself or one's grave spirit. The gravekeeper is often regarded as one of the most arduous and thankless roles, and this sentiment is not without merit. Without the introduction of a novel element, even someone as astute as Chu Qing might contemplate whether to occasionally unleash these bizarre entities to satiate their insatiable hunger for life force. However, beyond the comprehensive elucidation of the gravekeeper's abilities, the most significant aspect remains the reward bestowed upon the inaugural gravekeeper. This reward transcends Chu Qing's expectations of a spectral artifact or a clue to the arcane. It is a unique capability never before seen by a gravekeeper. Corner of the Netherworld, ability having received the gift of death. You possess the knowledge to seamlessly integrate the bizarre entities with your tomb. Depending on the varying states of the entity's abilities, you can discern the precise advanced construction requirements for a tomb that is completely compatible, and you may consume life force to facilitate its transformation. The bizarre entities within will experience a substantial increase in the life force they can garner daily, while their chances of ascension will also be enhanced. Upon achieving complete integration, the gravekeeper can exercise flawless control over the corresponding bizarre entities without any expenditure. Currently, only the advanced construction requirements for 9th-grade bizarre entities can be observed. Indeed, the capability of the corner of the Netherworld is the reward for the first gravekeeper. It does not pertain to an enhancement of combat prowess, but rather an expansion of the gravekeeper's abilities. Yet, the benefits it confers are immeasurable. The acquisition of life force is self-evident, and once converted into spectral currency, it holds considerable value within the world of the bizarre. Moreover, the increased likelihood of the bizarre entity's ascension is a rare boon, adding a final, more ambiguous yet astonishing effect. Is this the reward for the first gravekeeper? He suddenly recalled Ding Xie, who had spoken to him about the ritual and requirements for ascending to the position of the king of Bian City. What was necessary was to establish a city of wrongful death that belonged solely to oneself. He wondered if, upon attaining the first rank as the king of Bian City, one would also possess a capability akin to a corner of the underworld. If so, did this signify that he, as a gravekeeper of the 9th rank, was already in a position that could stand in contrast to the first rank of the king of Bian City? Contemplating this, Chu Qing gasped in astonishment, a smile emerging on his face. Indeed, it was something to anticipate. However, anticipation was a matter for the future. What he should do now was to swiftly transform the embryonic form of the death apartment into his own grave spirit. With this thought, Chu Qing opened the coffin. And Ruo Shui's face had turned ashen. She had never felt such helplessness before. Now, she fully understood just how exaggerated Chu Qing's terror truly was. It turned out that without Chu Qing, this place was nothing short of genuine hell. The North Mountain Cemetery was infinitely more terrifying than that number 40004 taxi. The black crows in the sky, the malevolent deity of the underworld gazing unabashedly, the large red lanterns drifting above without her notice, the blood characters that continuously writhed, and at this moment, the faceless, ethereal figure she regarded as her talisman. On her death ledger, lines of text flickered. Can money really buy everything? Perhaps, but the peril you face is exceedingly grave. Merely a month of life, now in the hands of the faceless ghost for conversion, leaves you with a mere 15 days. After all, the quality of the life you obtain through this method is dismally substandard. The faceless ghost has begun to reconsider whether it should risk confronting the eager entities that are impatient to dismember you for such a trivial amount of life. Feeling the ominous reminders from the Book of Life and Death, and Ruoxue felt an overwhelming urge to curse. This marked her third attempt at exchanging life, paying the faceless ghost once again. Though it may seem insignificant, the conversion of life to yang life within the book is far from a straightforward one-to-one exchange. For each month of life, she has exchanged 3 times, sacrificing an entire 3 years of yang life. Previously, a day of life was scarcely enough to fill a gap, and for that, she had already relinquished 3 years of her yang life in exchange. Time has now advanced to 2:15. Chu Qing, why has he not yet emerged? And Ruoxue lamented in despair. In this desperate struggle for survival, you sense that should you escape this imminent danger, a new power shall be bestowed upon you. This power is known as the position. Your position is that of a life purchaser. A life purchaser utilizes wealth to traverse the realm of shadows, facilitating exchanges for life. You must employ will and strategy to communicate with countless entities, even though some may have no desire to converse. They merely wish to indulge themselves. At long last, amidst such foreboding subtitles, as in Ruoxue contemplated once more activating the death ledger to barter for an additional year of life, a voice as ethereal as celestial music emerged. With a soft crack, the previously dormant death ledger sprang to life as if it had been eagerly awaiting this moment, rapidly illuminating the screen with a series of inscriptions. Buyer of life, the specter driven by wealth that compels you is your assurance in the purchase of existence. Buyer of life, you possess a charm that sets you apart. They regard you as one of their own. Buyer of life, bear in mind that money is paramount. With wealth, even the dead may be compelled to act, while without it, one becomes but a mere specter. Buyer of life, in the intricate trades between humanity and the enigmatic, you shall receive the rewards that are rightfully yours. Buyer of life, you are the first of your kind to emerge in this world. Money itself, along with a multitude of eager traders, presents you with a token of appreciation and gratitude from the depths of obscurity, as a unique gift for your role as a buyer of life. May you be worthy of their admiration and gratitude. Buyer of life, the awakening of an existence will eradicate all the predicaments and perils before you. Extend your gratitude to him. As a buyer of life, yielding to the powerful is not a mark of shame. The chilling and eerie atmosphere dissipated entirely, and Ruoxue sank to her knees, gasping for breath. In the next moment, from the pitch-black coffin, a figure began to emerge slowly. Chapter 41. The Grave Spirit, the Sinister Method of Ascension. From the shadows, Chu Qing reappeared. In this moment, all the peculiarities grew eerily silent. The master of the blood-red eyes became even more formidable, and with it, the pair of blood-red eyes that posed a deathly threat to them also grew stronger. Irresistible, unresistible. Chu Qing cast a casual glance at the perspiring and Ruoxue. With a mere gaze, the blood-red eyes locked onto her, instantly revealing all of Ruoxue's accumulated abilities. And Ruoxue, grade, 9th, lifespan, none, yang life, none, currency, 10 years, life buyer, position. A life buyer operates through monetary exchange with the underworld, facilitating a mutual exchange to procure life.
Yang life dissipates.
Life dissipates. Physical condition and appearance do not deteriorate with the passage of time. Every 5 days, 1 day of life is automatically consumed to buy life. Death occurs when currency is entirely depleted. Monetary exchange with the underworld ability enhances the recognition level of the peculiarities, diminishes their hostility, allows for a certain insight into the intentions and partial rules of the peculiarities, and enables preliminary appeasement and communication. When converting life to currency, the exchange rate is elevated to 3:1. Mutual exchange. Position each completed transaction with the peculiarities yields a portion of profit that becomes one's own in life. Wealth can move spirits. Spirit control technique can expend half of one's in-life currency to control a selected spirit. Current grade allows the control of only one. Current spirit, none. Abundant wealth ability all-in currency held will receive an increased interest rate, accruing 0.05 of the total in currency monthly. Simultaneously, one can wield the ephemeral power of ghostly currency to exert control over a peculiar entity, with the duration of this control contingent upon the amount of ghostly currency expended. This ability necessitates physical contact for activation. The efficacy of this ghostly currency increases in accordance with the elevation of the buyer's personal caliber. Current status. Survived a calamity, mentally and physically drained. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. Humanity. You have astonishingly enabled a woman to acquire such formidable capabilities and a profession. Remarkable indeed. It aligns perfectly with my tastes. Hasten to claim her. The sardonic remarks of the blood-eyed specter did not elicit a response from Chu Qing. He was well aware of the capabilities of the buyer, understanding that this was not a profession particularly adept in combat. What took him by surprise was that the initial reward for the buyer also manifested as an ability, seemingly equally formidable. The interest rate of ghostly currency? There exists an exchange ratio between ghostly currency and lifespan. This is one of the most exasperating aspects for spirit tamers in this bizarre realm. To exchange certain items for purchase, one must convert lifespan into ghostly currency. However, the conversion rate is dreadfully steep at 12:1. Indeed, 1 year of lifespan only yields 1 month's worth of ghostly currency. Subsequently, when this month's ghostly currency is absorbed by other entities or spirit tamers, it can only procure another month of lifespan. Such an egregious ratio can only be ameliorated through a few select means, one being the ghostly lineage of the buyer, and the other, the ultimate version of the black copper coin puzzle, a terrifying treasure possessed by the proprietress of the narrow world. However, the rare yet indispensable currency of the underworld, the paper money for the deceased, can be accumulated through such interest rates. If this woman possesses a lifespan of 1,000 to 1,800 years, it implies that she could, in a month, effortlessly amass the equivalent of 5 to 6 months' worth of this currency. While it may seem modest at first glance, the potential for enhanced levels, which further augments the interest rate, suggests that the future holds far greater promise. This ability harbors significant potential. For a moment, Chu Qing found himself reluctant to allow this woman to become a trial participant within the death apartment system. Lifespan and paper money, no one could ever have too much of either. Although this ability is indeed rare, it is not irreplaceable. With this thought in mind, he did not lose sight of his primary objective. The blood-lettered specter of the death apartment had been on his mind since his rebirth, ranking alongside the blood-eyed dragon lord as one of his foremost ambitions and anticipated gains. Today, at this moment of becoming a gravekeeper, it would finally manifest as his grave specter. The ideal choice for a grave specter he had long yearned for, the Wang Dingxie of Bianqing. He hastened his steps, arriving at the entrance of the security room, where the blood characters seemed to sense Chu Qing's approach, gradually revealing themselves upon the glass. The rules governing the blood-lettered specter's actions do not involve continuous activation, setting it apart from other peculiarities. Coupled with Chu Qing's summoning, it was as if the blood characters, alive in their own right, flew into his palm the moment he extended his hand. In the next instant, accompanied by the blood-lettered specter, Chu Qing directly approached the monument before him, standing proudly in the heart of the Beishan cemetery. He gradually crouched before it, casting a glance at the blood character ghost in his hand, steadying himself against the massive stone monument. A thought crossed his mind, and in the next moment, it appeared as though an invisible chisel had etched a line upon the original stone tablet. A brand new set of characters emerged at the base of the monument, delicately inscribed, Grave Ghost, Blood Character Ghost. The instant these words appeared, the handful of fresh blood in Chu Qing's grasp seemed to boil with fervor, subtly resisting the infiltration of that peculiar force. However, this resistance was not particularly vigorous. Firstly, the blood character ghost urgently needed to find a place to dwell. As a unique and enigmatic type of earthbound spirit, this was inevitable. Secondly, Chu Qing's essence resonated with it to a degree, and in the face of Chu Qing, it exhibited no overt hostility. Unlike other supernatural entities, the death apartment did not exhibit an insatiable hunger for human life. It merely needed to fulfill the guidance of fate to reap its ethereal longevity and, in turn, grow. Ultimately, streams of blood began to flow gently, merging into the carved inscriptions of the monument. In that moment, Chu Qing felt an extraordinary connection with the blood character ghost. Every drop of blood coursing through his veins seemed to unify with the essence of the blood character ghost. It was as if the blood he had previously expelled was now reintegrating with him through this extraordinary phenomenon. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. Most importantly, at the moment the blood character ghost transformed into the tomb ghost, aside from an enhancement of its inherent abilities, a previously unseen mist gradually unveiled itself around the blood character ghost. Promotion requirement: complete over 10 instances of death guidance. Additionally, acquire a peculiar entity bearing the name door of the 9th grade to absorb for the promotion puzzle. Current completion: 1 instance. Upon observing the promotion requirements of the blood character ghost, even Chu Qing could not suppress a smile. A peculiar entity named door? Thus, the promotion requirements for the blood character ghost had been identified. However, he pondered what the promotion requirements for his other support, the Blood-Eye Dragon Lord, might be. Chu Qing did not dwell on it. The path would eventually reveal itself. He glanced at the desolate yet not lonely North Mountain Cemetery, contemplating that it would soon be bustling with activity. With this thought, he disregarded Enruashue, who was still lost in the feelings of the life buyer and its spectral powers, and lightly leapt onto the flat coffin lid beneath him. This night would be etched into the memories of countless individuals, a night that left an indelible mark in the river of time. As the long night lingered, Chu Qing gazed at the heavens through his blood-red eyes, observing the gloomy night sky seemingly obscured even the moon by malevolent energies, and could not help but softly exclaim, "The desolate autumn wind returns once more. A new world has emerged. Truly a splendid night." Chapter 42. The Golden Shrine, the Tomb of the God of Wealth. Can anyone tell me where that cursed mobile virus, which has persistently wished for my demise, originated from? Oh my, so you have it too. I thought it was my unique advantage. But what does this mean? Why has no one made a statement yet? What a so-called advantage. Humanity is on the brink of destruction, and I no longer care. Before I perish, I must indulge myself. What has happened to this world? The following morning, or rather, since the depths of the night, the entire blue planet, countless worlds and nations, numerous ordinary people, were abuzz with discussions regarding the sudden emergence of the Book of Life and Death. This seemingly viral phenomenon has instilled a profound sense of unease across the globe. Yet, the official channels from various countries remain silent. Was this a jest born from technological breakthroughs, or an enigmatic arrival? No one could tell. Even the authorities failed to provide any clarification. Finally, at 7:30, during a time when dawn should have already brightened the sky, the news broke. However, the nation's beloved morning news anchor offered no substantial insights. Her sole warning regarding the Book of Life and Death was clear. Under no circumstances should one exchange their lifespan. Do not succumb to the temptations of this entity. It was evident that within the 7 hours from midnight to 7 in the morning, many had likely tested this grim reality with their very lives. The entire world was engulfed in such discussions. Yet this was merely the beginning. The entire world has come to terms with the bizarre emergence of certain facts and the corresponding measures that followed, a process that has unfolded over the course of more than half a month. One cannot fault the authorities for their sluggish pace. Indeed, given the vast population base of the Dragon Kingdom, it stands as one of the most prompt official entities on the entire blue planet. Thus, after a night of toil, Chu Qing glanced at the morning news and perused various public platforms such as forums, group chats, and Weibo, before choosing to pay them little heed. In his previous life, he might have been among these individuals. As the new world's order and regulations took shape, those who swiftly adapted and engaged in action would likely secure a higher status in this emerging reality. Of course, the risk of demise would also rise correspondingly. And Enruashue has already departed. This place is not a sanctuary, and Enruashue has her own matters to attend to. She, too, understands that the pressing priority is to locate a suitable anomaly to serve as her grinding ghost. As for the anomalies within the North Mountain Cemetery, Chu Qing has already extended his utmost benevolence towards Enruo Shui. If she were to become a spectral entity, especially the first of her kind with special rewards, and yet remain unable to harness the anomalies, then there is no need for Chu Qing to concern himself further. If everything must fall upon his shoulders, what purpose would Enruo Shui serve? Regarding the possibility of finding other anomalies, once the bizarre phenomena manifested and the era of terror commenced, the quantity and frequency of anomalies would only increase, particularly in the unique locale of Luo City. Thus, discovering a manageable grinding ghost would not prove to be a daunting task. Present, Chu Qing's thoughts are scarcely occupied with Enruo Shui. Instead, they are entirely devoted to another matter, the Yin Sao Yijiao. This ability, bestowed by the first tomb guardian, allows for the observation of the peculiar and advanced construction requirements of tombs. For Chu Qing, it represents a lucrative opportunity. Thus, throughout the night, he immerses himself in the study of this capability. Currently, the only bizarre element that he can swiftly fulfill appears to be this very object before him. The dark bronze statue of the god of wealth bears a sinister smile. Yet, if one were to sense its aura, they would detect a hint of its sorrowful predicament. The black coin has finally returned to its rightful owner, leaving the god of wealth devoid of even the authority to safeguard it. Fortunately, it is this very object that Chu Qing is poised to engage with first. Indeed, through the scrutiny afforded by the Yin Sao Yijiao, it becomes evident that the easiest condition to satisfy pertains to the god of wealth. God of wealth, a 9th-tier special entity, suited for advanced tombs. Golden shrine, a shrine entirely crafted from gold, symbolizing boundless wealth. Construction requirements: 1 ton of gold, in lifespan, 100 days, area, 1 square meter. Tomb effect: upon the god of wealth's residency, after each day of guarding, the god of wealth gains an additional day of in lifespan, while the tomb guardian receives an additional day of ghostly currency in lifespan. The god of wealth, residing within the shrine, experiences an enhancement of its rule abilities. Indeed, these requirements represent the simplest and least demanding among the advanced tomb construction criteria present in the gathering of peculiarities. Moreover, this is something that can be accomplished with money. The reward is quite substantial, almost akin to a net profit for a guardian, transforming directly into ghostly currency. The abysmal exchange rate of that ghostly currency signifies that a single day's worth equates to the value of 12 days of one's lifespan. It is evident how compelling this allure is for Chu Qing. However, while 100 days of lifespan is manageable, where can one procure gold? Chu Qing rested his chin on his hand and searched for the gold price. Less than 700 yuan per gram. The price for a ton is 700 million. Tiske. Chu Qing clicked his tongue. He had never encountered such an immense sum of money in his lifetime. As for Enruo Shui, even if she were affluent, it is improbable that she possesses such a vast liquidity. Furthermore, considering the realities of the world, it is prudent for Enruo Shui to maintain her legitimate Lin company. Thus, where could he possibly acquire such a windfall? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chu Qing suddenly felt a peculiar wave of energy. In the next moment, his palm became intensely warm. A crimson hue seeped forth, manifesting directly onto the nearby glass door. It was none other than the current manifestation of his tomb's enigma, the blood character enigma. Before Chu Qing could fully comprehend the situation, the blood characters began to stir, reminiscent of the previous night. Location: Luoyang Villa District, Jinqiu Manor No. 2. Time limit: arrive before 10 o'clock tonight. Mission objective: locate the anomaly within the manor and either capture or eliminate it. Mission reward: abundant gold. The task failure penalty stipulates that the death guideline will not be activated again within 10 days. Staring at the blood-written words on the glass, Chu Qing was momentarily taken aback, slowly beginning to comprehend the terrifying nature of the ghost's ability, which pertained to fate. With little time for contemplation, he promptly accessed the local forum and various websites of Luocheng, searching for the illustrious No. 2 manor. Upon his first glance, he immediately spotted a striking announcement at the top. A bounty notice stating, the owner of the villa complex, No. 2 manor, Zhou Yingzhu, is offering 10 million for individuals from all walks of life to perform exorcisms. Zhou Yingzhu. Chu Qing furrowed his brow slightly. This name seemed familiar to him. Chapter 43. The Manor of Splendor. The Master S Professional Assessment. The Manor of Splendor is the most opulent and luxurious residence in all of Luocheng. Although it is not the capital of the Central Plains province, Luocheng, as a historical capital of multiple dynasties, is indeed more habitable. In the living room of No. 2 Manor, a woman appearing to be in her 30s held her phone with a weary and helpless expression. Suyun, rest assured. The person coming this time is a renowned expert from our Central Plains province. They will surely be able to locate and eliminate that ghostly entity. TSK. You are truly shameless. Am I not here accompanying you? What a lack of men. It truly feels unclean. I haven't slept well at your place these past few days. Hehe, alright, the doorbell has rung. Someone must have arrived. I shall cease our conversation for now, and we shall meet at the beauty salon tomorrow morning. The woman ended the call with a sigh. Yet, before the screen displaying Suyun could fade away, the mobile phone's display abruptly turned pitch black, and blood-red text emerged. Foolish woman, do you think you can enlist a bunch of useless individuals to confront that terrifying entity? However, it may not be a bad idea to find some sacrificial pawns. Perhaps it could delay your date with death, for there is no escape, is there? Thus, I would suggest that your best course of action is to hastily order a coffin and prepare for death, lest you end up without anyone to claim your remains. Of course, you could also opt to forfeit 20 years of your life essence in exchange for a shadowy existence. Perhaps I could reveal to you the method to ascend in rank, and by then you might acquire the strength to resist. Zhou Yingzhu's complexion soured considerably, her pale hand gripping the phone tightly, veins standing out in stark relief. She could not quite comprehend why, even in the face of such bizarre occurrences, her friend still believed that this world was devoid of the strange, attributing it instead to some chaotic virus. Yet, she was acutely aware that her home was indeed tainted. Others might be oblivious, but she knew, for in her dreams, she had sensed that unabashed malice. It was precisely for this reason, as the ledger of life and death indicated, that she understood. There was no escaping her fate. Could it be that she truly must sacrifice 20 years of her lifespan, as inscribed in this death ledger? Yet, 20 years is an eternity. She has scarcely over 30 years left to live. To relinquish such a substantial portion would mean she would instantly age into a matronly figure. Contemplating this, Zhou Yingzhu hesitated no longer. When the doorbell chimed once more, she pressed the button to open the door and stepped outside. The journey of nearly a mile was graced by the slow approach of a Range Rover. As the vehicle drew nearer, Zhou Yingzhu donned a radiant smile, gazing at the white-browed monk clad in a robe who was descending from the car. Master Zhishan, you have finally arrived. The monk, known as Zhishan, shook his eyebrows, seemingly unaccustomed to the freshly dyed color. Yet, today's task was evidently of utmost importance. Amitba, previously a disciple of mine, informed me, and I was skeptical, but upon seeing you today, it is clear that the darkening of your brow portends a potential calamity. Zhou Yingzhu's expression turned sour. Master, let us discuss this inside. Zhishan nodded to his assistant and disciple behind him, before following her indoors. It must be said that Master Zhishan's expertise was beyond reproach. Once inside, with just a few words, he had Zhou Yingzhu, once the big sister of Central Plains, nodding fervently in agreement, utterly convinced. In fact, without resolving the matter at hand, Zhou Yingzhu impulsively transferred a deposit of 1 million directly to him. Master Zhishan, producing the latest model of the iPhone, beamed with delight at the substantial sum that had just been credited. However, it was not long before the $1 million transfer was shrouded in darkness. The ominous mobile virus that had emerged earlier that morning reappeared. You employed exceptionally skilled rhetoric and professional deceit to swindle a considerable sum of money. You take pride in your silver tongue. Yet you have overlooked one crucial detail. What if there truly are spirits here? What will you do? Are you prepared for your very first professional assessment? Gazing at the blood-curdling text, Master Zhishan furrowed his brow. Not young by any means, he was not particularly well-versed in these modern gadgets. However, he had heard from his disciples that much of the morning had been devoted to studying this phenomenon. He was uncertain of its nature, and as for the existence of spirits, Master Zhishan clearly did not concern himself with that. After 2 decades in his profession, he was well aware of the world's mysteries. Yet, he was too indifferent to ponder it further and placed his phone on the tea table before him, intending to cultivate a closer connection with Miss Zhou. According to legend, her origins were remarkably special, linked to a notorious case in the Central Plains. Such extraordinary beauty, if only he could. Unfortunately, just as he was about to speak, a somewhat frantic voice crackled through the intercom at the entrance. Miss Zhou, a taxi has driven directly into your estate. Driven in? Zhou Yingzhu was taken aback. How could a taxi breach the grand entrance of her magnificent estate? Had it crashed through the gates? This was utterly absurd. Unquestionably, Zhou Yingzhu had not anticipated that her conjectures were indeed remarkably close to the truth. However, she had no time to ponder this further, as the sound of an approaching engine grew increasingly pronounced, ultimately halting before the villa's entrance. Through the expansive windows of the living room, she could see a taxi adorned in the distinctive blue and white hues characteristic of Los Angeles. A young man clad in a black trench coat emerged from the vehicle. Strangely enough, he held an object that appeared to be an unusual statue of the god of wealth. Without a hint of hesitation, the young man strode inside. Zhou Yingzhu furrowed her brow slightly, but soon relaxed, for it must be said that the youth was exceedingly handsome. Nevertheless, she maintained a stern demeanor and inquired, "Who are you and how did you gain entry?" It was none other than Chu Qing. He cast a calm glance at Zhou Yingzhu, already aware of the situation, and replied, "I am Chu Qing. I heard from Sister Yun that you require assistance in exorcising evil spirits. I have some knowledge in this area, hence my unsolicited visit." Upon hearing the name Sister Yun, Zhou Yingzhu's wariness diminished considerably. Yet, the venerable Master Zhishan, seated a short distance away on the sofa, could not remain composed. "Young benefactor, with me present, there is no need for your concern. This matter is not one that a novice such as yourself can resolve." As his words fell, Chu Qing remained unfazed, merely casting a cheerful glance at the old monk. "You are quite fortunate. Your inaugural professional assessment appears to have taken a fortuitous turn. Alternatively, you may choose to kneel and implore the forgiveness of the individual you have just offended." Gazing at his own mobile phone resting on the coffee table, the old monk became momentarily stunned, his eyes darting about. At that moment, Zhou Yingzhu interjected, "Master, this individual was introduced by my dear friend. Please consider it a favor for me." Master Zhishan feigned dissatisfaction, casting a glance at Chu Qing before stating, "If that is the case, so be it. Benefactor, please step outside. I wish to discuss Zhou's situation with you." Chu Qing found himself somewhat perplexed by the monk's intentions and followed him outside. The monk bypassed the disciples and assistants, who appeared to be preparing for a ritual, and ventured into the expansive garden beyond the villa. After glancing at the still absent Zhou Yingzhu, he leaned closer to Chu Qing and whispered, "My dear brother, let us come to an understanding. For today's transaction, we shall split the proceeds 50-50. Shall we?" His demeanor had shifted remarkably from the solemnity he had previously exhibited. Intrigued, Chu Qing responded, "What understanding?" The monk promptly produced his mobile phone, revealing the ominous crimson characters of the ledger of life and death, which continued to flash before him. "This device. The moment you arrived, it began to signal this. Remarkable. Previously, I had to resort to deception. Now, with this advanced technology, there is no need for further words. It simply works. Tell me, how did you come by this method? For this transaction, I propose a division of 3 for you and 7 for me. Does that sound agreeable?" Observing the seemingly resolute monk, Chu Qing could no longer contain his amusement. He found such an intriguing teammate utterly delightful, and he hoped that the little creature accompanying him shared this sentiment. The hoarse croaks echoed like the somber tolling of a death knell. Chapter 44. The Black Widow? To leave or not to leave? The prompt of the Book of Life and Death. Chu Qing felt somewhat powerless in this situation. The Book of Life and Death was beyond his control at the moment. This peculiar artifact could sense the strange quantities and auras surrounding Chu Qing, thus providing a general assessment of his strength. Unless one surpassed the owner of the book by 2 levels or more, achieving at least the mid-3rd rank, specifically entering the 6th rank, the book's probing could be somewhat obstructed. Otherwise, there were certain anomalies capable of shielding their perception. Nonetheless, even in such cases, the book could still discern the underlying reasons, thus offering the original owner a warning, an inevitability of sorts. It was precisely because of the book that many, like Master Zhishan, who were ambivalent, were swiftly eliminated in the early stages. Following the advent of the horror era, numerous ordinary individuals relied on the book to assess the situation, successfully evading numerous life-threatening crises. In other words, the Book of Life and Death significantly enhanced the survival rate of countless ordinary humans during the initial phase. As for whether this artifact exposed its own nature, Chu Qing felt it was of little concern. He had no need to masquerade as a fool to deceive others, nor did he seek to manifest his prowess before an audience. Apart from the grand aspiration of immortality and eternal existence, what Chu Qing currently desired was simply the position of king. Dear benefactor, what does your smile signify? Will you respond, or shall you remain silent? Chu Qing gazed calmly at him, meeting the latter's eyes, while Master Zhishan felt a chill enveloping him. Over the years, the master must have accumulated quite a fortune. I presume? Not much, not much. I merely act as a conduit for others' misfortunes, and there are costs involved. He chuckled. In truth, it may only be a few thousand. Have you seen the old monk's vehicle? A Range Rover, worth over 2 million. If you would kindly teach me this trick, and should you be willing to study with me for 2 years, I assure you, in less than that time, you too shall possess one like this. Master Zhishan declared with pride. Chu Qing smiled once more. Is that so? Indeed, you have earned quite a sum, master. Your fortune seems quite prosperous. Observing Chu Qing's attitude, Master Zhishan's smile widened. The young lad was rather perceptive. Thus, he began to share his experiences with Chu Qing, hoping to cultivate a relationship and acquire the young man's high technology. It must be noted that the old monk was indeed remarkable in this regard, akin to those lecturers who preach that gambling is a form of wisdom. After their agreement was reached, the great monk commenced to perform rituals in the living room alongside his disciple. Surprisingly, amid the commotion, it bore a semblance of authenticity. Meanwhile, Zhou Yingzhu appeared quite intrigued by the ever-smiling Chu Qing, who was observing everyone in the living room. Little Chu, what is your relationship with Su Yun? Sister Yun is my landlord. Oh, indeed, it is remarkably straightforward. Yet, if that were the case, why would she mention my affairs to you? Zhou Yingzhu clearly harbored doubts. Chu Qing chuckled softly. In truth, it has nothing to do with Sister Yun. I came here merely upon discovering your recruitment advertisement on the local website. As for how I became aware of your connection with Sister Yun, it was because I had previously seen the two of you together at the Happy Garden. Zhou Yingzhu paused, taken aback by the ease with which this young man divulged information. She raised an eyebrow. Little Chu, I shall not rush you. Just be cautious not to provoke Master Zhishan. After we finish lunch, you may take your leave, if only for Su Yun's sake. Her demeanor appeared amiable, yet it was evident that she fundamentally differed from the genuinely gentle and serene landlady, Su Yun. Beneath her composed exterior lay an unmistakable warning and an air of superiority. Chu Qing understood that this woman was not jesting. However, he remained unperturbed. Sister Zhou, do you possess a considerable amount of gold here? At this utterance, Zhou Yingzhu's expression remained unchanged, yet in Chu Qing's keen gaze, he distinctly observed her pupils constrict slightly. In the next moment, beneath her dark irises, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered. Indeed, it was a palpable menace. This woman had blood on her hands, and certainly not just one life. So, she is a Black Widow. How intriguing. Yet, it makes sense. Even if Chu Qing were oblivious to Zhou Yingzhu's background, an ordinary woman could not possibly manage such a substantial enterprise. Let us not speak of anything else. The mere value of this splendid estate amounts to several tens of millions. Yet what does that truly matter? Chu Qingxi remains utterly indifferent, even shifting his gaze from the probing eyes of the monk performing rituals to scrutinize every element within this villa. A chilling, ashen gray mist swirls beneath his gaze. Curiously, since his entrance into this villa estate, he has yet to encounter any discernible malevolent energy. What, indeed, is that peculiar entity? Chu Qing glances at the enigmatic deity of wealth that he had set aside upon entering. The longevity of this deity surpasses all the peculiarities he has encountered. Although its lethal principles are not as immediate as those of the head lantern or the blood-eyed specter, they are certainly formidable. In that brief span of time, those monks and disciples engaged in the ritual, including Master Zhishan, have cast more than a fleeting glance at the deity of wealth, evidently captivated by their avarice. Most notably, the lethality of this deity's principles intensifies in the presence of those who are greedier. It is evident that Master Zhishan and his entourage have not disappointed in their insatiable desire for wealth. Not to mention the ominous mark of the crow specter. Yet, the purpose of the deity of wealth's arrival is not solely for this. It possesses an acute sensitivity to wealth, and as gold symbolizes material riches in the secular world, Chu Qing is eager to discern whether the deity can detect it. According to the death guidance from the previous blood task, the rewards of this undertaking are evidently not bestowed without merit. Just as Chu Qing surveys his surroundings, the previously silent Zhou Yingzhu slowly speaks. "How do you know this?" Her voice was deep and resonant. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly, and a fleeting glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes before he exhaled a sigh of relief. In that moment, he genuinely believed that Zhou Yingzhu was the peculiar impostor within this villa estate. However, it was evident that Chu Qing's patience had nearly evaporated. He held no interest in the bizarre occurrences here. If possible, he would prefer to abscond with the gold, indifferent to the fate of those who perished in this place. Yet, it seemed that others, too, had lost their patience and enthusiasm. In the next moment, Zhou Yingzhu turned to face the industrious Master Zhishan and his companions, who were busily arranging the ceremonial candlesticks. She suddenly spoke. "Master Zhishan, I just recalled that during my previous discomfort, I encountered certain entities that have been residing in the study upstairs. I was too frightened to retrieve them myself. Would you accompany me to retrieve them for a blessing?" Zhou Yingzhu's smile was radiant, imbued with a hint of pleading, causing Master Zhishan and his disciples to flush with eagerness to impress this ageless enchantress. Even Master Zhishan waved his hand, exclaiming, "I see. Then, please lead the way, and allow this old monk to behold what manner of specters you speak of." Only Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing deeply at Zhou Yingzhu before realizing the truth of the situation. Zhou Yingzhu gazed at Chu Qing with a radiant smile, yet her eyes betrayed no warmth, only a chilling indifference, as if she were observing a lifeless corpse. "Little Chu, do join us," she urged, emphasizing the final 3 words with a weighty significance that was unmistakable. Chu Qing's lips curled into a smile. Certainly. He paid little heed to Zhou Yingzhu's penetrating gaze, fully aware of her ulterior motives. No wonder she had previously urged him to leave swiftly, under the pretense of Su Suyun's favor. The Black Widow is indeed one of the most cunning hunters, adept at crafting traps to ensnare her prey. Yet, one must ponder whether this particular Black Widow can ensnare a spider catcher well prepared for her web. Chapter 45. The image of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, accomplice to the beast. On the staircase of the 2nd floor, a procession of figures ascended. Chu Qing trailed at the rear, carrying the statue of the god of wealth, the ominous figure of the god of misfortune. Gradually, he arrived at the 2nd floor, where everyone gathered before a tightly shut door. It was evident that even Zhou Yingzhu, who had maintained her composure, took a deep breath, clearly revealing her anxiety. This scene stirred a sense of unease among the disciples and assistants of Master Zhishan. Despite having followed their master for many years, dismissing the superstitions of the world as trifles, the peculiar occurrence that had emerged that morning was undeniably unsettling. With a creaking sound, the door slowly swung open, leaving no room for further contemplation among the onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Qing's eyes had narrowed completely. He showed no urgency to enter. In fact, he did not even face the study door. As the saying goes, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its full strength. With so many pawns in play, what was the haste for him to advance? If these individuals were to sacrifice their lives in pursuit of the enigmatic rules of murder, it could be deemed a worthy demise. However, he did not witness any anomalies. Even the esteemed Master Zhishan, upon entering the door, circled around before inquiring, "Zhou benefactor, where is that malevolent entity you mentioned?" Yet, Zhou Yingzhu disregarded Master Zhishan, turning instead to the still-standing Chu Qing outside the door, and remarked with a smile, "Little Chu, one in your profession cannot afford to be so timid." Chu Qing chuckled and replied, "Caution ensures longevity." Nonetheless, he did not linger in concealment any longer. Instead, He followed Zhou Yingzhu into a study that was even grander than the living rooms of others. In an instant, his gaze began to roam, ultimately fixating on a particular object. An indescribable chill began to permeate the air. Indeed, this woman had long been aware of the strange presence. What caught his attention was a painting, a vertical scroll depicting the image of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. It was evidently an ancient piece, rather unremarkable in appearance. Perhaps it was precisely this familiarity that rendered it unsettling. The figure of Zhong Kuei in the painting appeared exceedingly frail, yet the fierce tiger beneath him was rendered with such vividness that it seemed poised to leap forth from the canvas and devour the living whole. Chu Qing understood implicitly. Master Zhou, what malevolent entity is this? Zhou Yingzhu pointed upwards, revealing the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. Master Zhishan took a glance at the artwork and stepped forward. To his astonishment, at the moment his gaze locked onto the fierce tiger depicted, it seemed to leap out of the frame, startling him into retreating several steps. He blinked, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Was it merely an illusion, or something else entirely? He surveyed the others present. Chu Qing had taken a seat behind a tea table, while Zhou Yingzhu stood at the doorway. His assistants and disciples looked on curiously, clearly unaware of the strange occurrence that had just unfolded. So, was it truly just an illusion? Master Zhishan cleared his throat and addressed the two individuals behind him. Shi Ming, Shi Yuan, come here and remove this painting from the wall. Yes. The two young monks promptly complied, advancing towards the painting of Zhong Kuei riding the tiger, ready to reach out. However, in that instant, their movements froze as if immobilized by an unseen force, leaving them standing motionless. At that moment, even Master Zhishan and the remaining assistants sensed something was amiss. Shi Ming, Shi Yuan, what are you doing? Move with more agility. Yet, before his words could dissipate, a terrifying roar echoed through the confines of the study. Roar. The roar echoed like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. So piercing, so resounding. Yet, the scene before them was drenched in blood. In the shocked and terrified gazes of Master Zhishan and his two remaining assistants, disciples Shiming and Shiyuan seemed to abruptly awaken from their state of paralysis. One clutched his abdomen while the other touched his neck. In the next instant, a horrific crimson spray erupted forth. One bore a gaping wound through his belly, his insides spilling out, while the other suffered a more tragic fate. His once bald head now vanished without a trace. The blood sprayed forth, staining the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, while the rest of the surroundings remained untouched. Then, the lifeless body appeared to be dragged by some unseen force. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, but it was not from Zhou Yingzhu, the only woman present, but from Master Zhishan himself. Without a moment's hesitation, the white-browed master dashed towards the door of Zhou Yingzhu's study. Yet, in an instant, his frantic motion halted, and he raised his hands, slowly retreating. Zhou Yingzhu's expression was indifferent. Unbeknownst to her, she had drawn a pitch-black pistol, its icy barrel aimed at the trembling Master Zhishan. Master Zhou, what are you doing? What are you doing? There are ghosts in this room, there are ghosts in that painting. Zhou Yingzhu replied coolly, I am aware of that, which is precisely why I sought the Master to help me exorcise them. Master, you've already accepted the deposit. You wouldn't wish to flee, would you? A deposit. Yes, a deposit. Master Zhishan hastily remarked, Benefactor Zhou, I shall return the deposit to you. Please seek another for this task. By the way, isn't Chu Qing still around? I shall give him the money. You may find him. The response came in the form of an exceptionally crisp gunshot. Bang! Even Chu Qing was taken aback by Zhou Yingzhu's sudden act of firing. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, resonated, accompanied by the crimson mark of the bullet on Master Zhishan's shoulder, confirming the trajectory of the shot. Master Zhishan, in Luocheng and indeed throughout the Central Plains province, had no one who dared to assert that my money, Zhou Yingzhu's, could be taken or discarded at will. She then cast a glance at the two men, equally filled with terror, her exceptional marksmanship rendering the confined space of the study devoid of any opportunity for retaliation. And you two now go retrieve that painting. However, after witnessing the fate of Shi Ming and Shi Yuan, no one dared to make a move. Master Zhishan, reacting with remarkable swiftness, noticed Chu Qing, who remained calm and composed, even pouring himself a cup of water from a nearby kettle. If there truly existed ghosts in this world, could that infernal phone be providing accurate alerts? Consequently, he crawled over, pleading, "Little benefactor, save my life, and I shall give you my Range Rover." Chu Qing glanced down at the white-browed monk clutching his pant leg and nearly burst into laughter. The effect of the shadow god of wealth is indeed quite remarkable. In such a life-and-death situation, this fellow still thinks only of securing a meager vehicle for himself? He chuckled softly and nodded, assuring the master with a sense of calm. He then set down his cup, took a sip and said, "Sister Zhou, shall we discuss a matter?" Zhou Yingzhu furrowed her brow, the dark muzzle of her gun already aimed at Chu Qing. "How many female devotees have you deceived, leading to the destruction of countless families?" Chu Qing placed his cup down. "Your words carry a hint of sincerity. Therefore, rest assured, considering Sister Yun's influence, as long as you provide me with what I desire, I shall also grant you a path to survival." Meeting Zhou Yingzhu's astonished gaze, Chu Qing continued, "What I wish to discuss is something else. After that creature inside has killed these individuals, please leave their bodies behind. I have a little one here who has been left hungry for too long." At this point, Chu Qing glanced out the window of the study. Unbeknownst to him, a black crow had appeared there, its blood-red beak pecking frantically at the window, its eyes fixated on the splattered blood and the two corpses within the room. The madness in its gaze sent chills down the spines of all present. Chu Qing approached the window, flung it open, allowing the ominous presence to enter, before turning to continue. "Of course, if you, the one aiding the tiger, are unable to take charge, then I shall act directly, and I can personally have a word with this little feline." Chapter 46. Is evil truly evil, or is it merely deceptive? Who is the more ferocious, the tiger or I? In ancient times, the tiger was revered by many as the mountain lord, an embodiment of ferocity and malevolence. It is said that a tiger, having attained a certain level of spiritual essence, could ensnare the souls of its victims, transforming them into malevolent spirits to lure others into becoming its prey. The phrase aiding the tiger originates from this very notion. Indeed, the figure before us, Zhou Yingzhu, is akin to the spirit of the tiger depicted in folklore. However, unlike the legendary specter, Zhou Yingzhu remains very much alive in this moment. The reason for this could be that she is merely a phantom of the tiger, not the true mountain lord. Silence enveloped the room. Zhou Yingzhu, wielding a black pistol, found herself momentarily at a loss. She was ignorant of Chu Qing's true identity and the source of his confidence. Within the confines of the chamber, apart from the incessant howls emanating from Master Zhishan, there was nothing else. As for Master Zhishan's two assistants, they appeared utterly stunned. However, at that moment, a scarlet light finally flickered to life in Chu Qing's eyes, fixating upon Zhou Yingzhu. In an instant, her mind became overwhelmed. Chu Qing leapt forth, swiftly snatching the dark pistol from her grasp. This scene unfolded in an instant, yet it allowed Chu Qing to secretly exhale a sigh of relief. In truth, without the head lantern and the ability to wield the power of darkness beneath its light, this contraption could indeed inflict harm upon oneself. At present, with the pistol disarmed, the only remaining threat in the room was another entity. However, this moment undoubtedly gave rise to certain misconceptions among those present. "My young friend, for today's events, this old monk shall surely offer his profound gratitude in the future." With that, he intended to lead his two assistants in a hasty retreat. Alas! With a resounding bang, a similarly crisp gunshot echoed, and through the haze of smoke, a pair of calm crimson eyes regarded the three of them. "When did I ever say that you three were permitted to leave? My young friend, you are not." Chu Qing smiled at the pallid face of Master Zhishan, who had grown pale from excessive blood loss, and continued with a cheerful demeanor. "Now, the three of you shall together retrieve that painting, Despair." At this moment, the hearts of the three individuals present were engulfed by despair. Yet, the gun barrel slowly trained upon them, coupled with the expressionless countenance of Chu Qing, made it abundantly clear that their fates had not shifted in the slightest. It was merely that the one wielding the knife behind the chopping block had transformed into another person. The weak possess not even the power to determine the manner of their demise. Thus, even as Master Zhishan feigned unconsciousness on the ground, The outcome was merely that Chu Qing aimed at his thigh, and with a gunshot, the silence was shattered. As the gun was aimed at the two individuals, the assistants could no longer restrain themselves. They frantically rushed towards the drawing, desperate to remove it from the wall. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Still that grotesquely brutal method of death, still that terrifyingly vast wound. Subsequently, Chu Qing, observing the master Zhishan writhing in agony on the ground, could no longer contain himself. He seized the master and hurled him before the painting. In the old monk's resentful gaze lay confusion. He could not comprehend why such malevolence truly existed in this world. Even more perplexing was why these two individuals were more wicked than the very malevolence itself. At that moment, he had forgotten the countless shattered families he had manipulated and the many women he had deceived under the guise of enlightenment. To them, how much greater was this Master Zhishan than the bizarre occurrences? Ultimately, the 5 individuals in the room met the same fate. They were all attacked by a ferocious beast, succumbing to the lethal fangs and claws that claimed their lives. At that moment, the presence lurking behind seemed exceedingly pleased with this bounty of prey. In the study, now only occupied by Chu Qing and Zhou Yingzhu, a satisfied roar erupted. Roar! The sound resonated like a tiger descending from the mountains. Within the vividly crimson depiction of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, the figure of the tiger became increasingly lifelike, while that of Zhong Kuei appeared to grow more insubstantial. It was as if the spectral judge could no longer restrain the ferocious tiger on the verge of emerging. Unperturbed by the circumstances, Chu Qing merely patted the restless black crow and calmly gazed upon the painting of the tiger descending the mountain. Despite having discerned some of the lethal rules associated with this peculiar artwork from the demise of the previous 5 individuals, Blood Eye remained undaunted in its scrutiny of the piece. The tiger riding the wind, grade, 9th rank, category, enigmatic artwork, lifespan, 3 years, 7 months, and 3 days, heart extraction of the black tiger, rule approaching within 1 meter of the original painting. The entrant will encounter the true form of the tiger spirit and engage in a phantasmic battle with the fierce beast. Should they fail to overcome the tiger, death is inevitable. If one manages to triumph over the tiger by sheer force, an opportunity for escape will be granted. For the tiger's favor, ability allows one human who enters the heart extraction zone of the black tiger to act as an accomplice to the tiger. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note: a curious entity of both good and ill, yet ultimately, it remains a mere beast. Indeed, the lethal principles of this enigmatic tiger were exceptionally straightforward and, albeit formidable, they were far more transparent than those associated with the God of Shadows. Furthermore, this entity possessed the ability to control its accomplices. If no unforeseen circumstances arise and the requirements for advancement are not excessively stringent, it holds substantial potential to ascend into the ranks of the mid-tier enigmatic beings. Indeed, while indulging in a bit of gluttony, Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction. He would not refuse such promising peculiarity. Coincidentally, his own quarters lacked an array of calligraphy and paintings, and he would find a suitable place to display this artwork splendidly. That creature is exceedingly ferocious. Now that it has satiated its hunger, it would be prudent for you to refrain from approaching. Chu Qing paid little heed to this. The woman had yet to grasp the gravity of her situation. However, it is understandable. As a puppet controlled by this fearsome beast, Zhou Yingzhu had long been acquainted with the terror and malevolence of such a creature, yet she remained oblivious to her own vulnerabilities. With a slight smile, Chu Qing continued on his way, unperturbed, and remarked, "How can you be so certain that it is more fearsome than I?" As his words echoed, he came to a halt and lifted his gaze. Man and beast stood in stark opposition. The man's blood-red eyes mirrored the beast's fierce gaze. The tiger bore its formidable claws, ready to strike. Chapter 47. Has it begun? It has already concluded. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through Chu Qing's ears, leaving them momentarily numb. Suddenly, the image of the tiger seemed to leap from the canvas before him. What a splendidly vicious beast, just as it is portrayed in the classics. A blood-drenched, raw body, legs adorned with crimson rings, fiery tufts of fur framing its face, and rigid brows standing tall. Its mouth, a gleaming array of steel-like teeth, and its eyes, 2 radiant golden orbs. With a mighty bellow, It exuded an aura of dominance, a commanding roar that resonated with authority. Such a fierce tiger, appearing so abruptly, was enough to unsettle the 5 individuals who had just moments ago faltered, unable to withstand even 10 seconds against this manifestation. Even though Chu Qing was aware that this was merely a manifestation of the tiger's malevolent spirit, crystallized within his consciousness, he instinctively retreated a step. This reaction was ingrained in the very DNA of humanity, a primal reverence for the apex predator. Yet soon enough, those piercing red eyes met the brilliant golden ones, and in that moment, the air itself seemed to freeze in anticipation. He could sense that this painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger was likely more formidable than the previous peculiarities. Just how many lives had that woman, Zhou Yingzhu, sacrificed to enable this entity to grow to such an extent in such a short period? As he felt the weight of the rules colliding, he speculated that it was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th rank. After a brief moment, the powerful tiger's figure lunged once more. Although Chu Qing was astonished, he remained utterly composed. He swiftly retreated without attempting to evade. Instead, his crimson gaze was fixated intently on his opponent. He even extended his hand, resting it just above the gaping maw of the beast, and in that fleeting moment when its momentum waned, he suddenly drew his head closer. The tiger's eyes, seemingly shimmering with golden light, and its sinister black-red pupils, were separated by no more than 3 centimeters. In that instant, the ferocity emanating from Chu Qing was indeed more awe-inspiring than that of the vibrant, malevolent tiger. What justified the blood-eyed Dragon Lord's status as one of the premier malevolent deities in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world in his past life? If, at the same level, he could be subdued by the rules after their interaction, then the blood-eyed Dragon Lord of that previous life might as well have jumped into the Yellow River to end his life. Thus, as Chu Qing boldly advanced, a thread of dark energy connected and controlled him. With a mere thought, countless strands of dark energy enveloped him. He maintained his elevated posture, holding the same stance. The painting of Zhong Kuei riding the tiger remained eerily silent upon the wall. Beside her, Zhou Yingzhu stood frozen, her mouth agape, as she posed a question that took Chu Qing by surprise. "Has it begun?" A flicker of fear coursed through her. She feared that her voice would transform that looming figure into yet another lifeless corpse, just as it had with the previous 5. She feared that, regardless of the outcome, her fate would remain unchanged. In that moment, she watched as Chu Qing slowly extended his hand, removing the painting that had become her nightmare from the wall, gently rolling it up. Then, a faint voice emerged. "Begin? It has already concluded." Zhou Yingzhu blinked. At the instant Chu Qing rolled up the painting, she felt the chilling aura that had enveloped her dissipate. The encroaching shadow of death that had loomed over her seemed, in that fleeting moment, to be gradually dispelled by a surge of crimson. She stood, entranced, as Chu Qing turned to face her. Unfazed by her astonishment, he stowed away the Zhong Kuei riding a tiger scroll before stating, "You can now provide an answer to the question I posed earlier." Gold. Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he extended his hand, tossing the black crow among the corpses strewn across the ground. He recognized that the Zhong Kuei riding a tiger could drag the bodies into the painting to consume them. Yet, having intercepted the situation, he would not hesitate to allow the black crow to feast a little more. After all, such creatures thrived on this very essence. I possess it here, gold. An abundant quantity indeed. Zhou Yingzhu has not deceived him. She truly possesses a vast amount of gold. Alternatively, the nascent form of the death apartment has been reduced to an eerie inscription of blood, heralding a fate that does not mislead him. Within the opulent confines of Zhou Yingzhu's second villa, nestled in the basement, lie gold bars filling 2 small storage boxes, their value conservatively estimated to exceed 1 billion. Why such a colossal sum would manifest in the depths of Zhou Yingzhu's basement is of little concern to Chu Qing. He is solely focused on the nearly 2 tons of gold itself. As for the aftermath, moreover, even the remnants have swiftly found their way into the belly of the Black Crow, rendering any further considerations of cleanup seemingly unnecessary. While 2 tons of gold appears substantial, in reality a moderately sized suitcase would suffice to contain it. The density of gold is immense, compact in volume yet undeniably heavy. Consequently, it was time for the satiated black crow to exert itself. This bird, only marginally larger than a typical crow, astonishingly lifted over a ton of gold and tossed it onto Chu Qing's taxi. Such formidable strength left Zhou Yingzhu utterly astounded once more. With satisfaction, Chu Qing entered the vehicle accompanied by the god of wealth. "Mr. Chu, could you provide me with a contact number?" Finally, Zhou Yingzhu, who had been bewildered from start to finish, shedding her earlier Black Widow demeanor, could no longer restrain herself. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Qing obliged her request. The woman possesses numerous connections. It is worth noting that firearms are not easily obtained by ordinary individuals in the Dragon Country. In the future, there may indeed be occasions when such resources prove beneficial. After exchanging contact information, Chu Qing gradually ignited the engine. Zhou Yingzhu, having regained her astute composure, promptly exclaimed, "I will call someone to assist you in opening the door." "No need," Chu Qing interjected. Subsequently, to Zhou Yingzhu's astonishment, he accelerated the taxi numbered 40004 directly towards the entrance. Contrary to expectations of a violent collision, there was only the sight of the blue and white taxi vanishing into the distance after passing through the gate. The taxi sped away, reaching an astonishing speed of 400 kilometers per hour in mere seconds. With ample gold now at his disposal, he was eager to witness the magnificent golden shrine of the god of wealth crafted within the corner of the underworld. As Zhou Yingzhu stood in a daze, she gazed after the figure until it completely disappeared from view. Only then did she glance at the contact she had just added on WeChat. The profile picture was rather simplistic, a mere expanse of black. Yet, the ID caught her attention, firmly embedding itself in her memory. Gravekeeper. Chapter 48. The shrine emerges. The god of wealth returns. Golden light shimmers. Although the resplendent hue of gold has fallen out of favor in contemporary aesthetics, it is undeniable that a display of over a ton, nearly 2 tons, of gold is undeniably striking. Seated within the security room of his abode, Chu Qing paid no heed to the heap of gold strewn across the floor. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the door's glass, which retained a persistent dark crimson hue even in daylight. Upon crossing the threshold, his blood inscription had already reacted. Mission accomplished. Locate the peculiar tiger riding painting within the Jingxiuan estate and successfully transfer it to the tomb. From the guidance of death, the blood inscription spirit has gained 20 days of lifespan. Executor's mission reward: a substantial amount of gold. Observing the inscription's notification, a faint smile graced the corners of Chu Qing's lips. The blood inscription spirit proved to be the optimal choice for a tomb guardian. At that moment, his own lifespan had also been augmented by 20 days. Indeed, after becoming a tomb spirit, the strange phenomenon accompanying Chu Qing in asymbiotic state had increased once more. While the consumption of lifespan had escalated, it was only natural that the lifespan acquired by the blood inscription spirit would seamlessly integrate with his own. This was also the primary reason he could confidently assert that the 100 days of lifespan expended for the Golden Shrine was trivial. More significantly, the quality of the lifespan gained through the tasks completed by the blood inscription spirit was comparable to that obtained via the office. However, this reference to lifespan quality pertains to the experience of Chu Qing's previous life as an origami figure. As for the lifespan associated with the Gravekeeper's office, Chu Qing had yet to experience it, leaving the quality undetermined. The era of terror has descended, and in less than a day, he has become a guardian of the tomb. He must await the dawn of the following day to attain his first measure of shadow longevity. Yet, he wonders when he will gather enough shadow longevity to ascend to the 8th rank. The 8th rank offers several choices for a guardian of the tomb. However, regardless of the path chosen, there are 2 unalterable prerequisites that he must fulfill. First, he requires a full 20 years of shadow longevity. Second, the tomb must contain at least 5 graves. These 2 conditions are fundamental, yet they do not guarantee a smooth ascension to the 8th rank. In truth, if it were that simple, the previous era of terror would not have led to such a drastic decline in population. Rapid ascension cannot fully assimilate the powers of shadow positions. Should he hastily claim 20 years of shadow longevity through slaughter, only to seek the ascension ceremony immediately thereafter, the inevitable outcome would be grim. Upon attaining the 8th rank, he would be consumed by the shadows, becoming a wretched being, devoid of humanity and reason. Akin to the tragic figure of Huang Hong, ultimately succumbing to true aberration. To ascend without trepidation, it is essential to acquire shadow longevity without excessive reliance on the bloodshed of others. More importantly, one must meticulously embody and comprehend the responsibilities and capabilities of the shadow position. Only through this thorough understanding can he fully digest the powers granted by the position and ascend without fear of consequence. However, this wisdom was only gleaned years after the onset of the Era of Terror. There are always those so-called enterprising individuals who, after fulfilling certain conditions and discovering the means to ascend to higher positions in the realm of shadows, eagerly seek to break through. Ultimately, they become a peculiar amalgamation of humanity and specters, existing in a shadowy corner of the underworld. This skill propels the profession of the Tomb Guardian into deeper realms, ensuring that the potential and future of the Guardian transcend mere influence over the ninth rank. Beyond merely expediting the Guardian's acquisition of ephemeral longevity, the most significant aspect is its capacity to enhance the potential of the bizarre phenomena within the tomb. Just this singular attribute renders the ability conferred by the shadowy realm as formidable as that obtained from promotions to the upper three ranks of shadowy positions. Contemplating this, Chu Qing slowly closed his eyes, channeling that thread of power. In that moment, he felt his entire consciousness merging with the expanse of the North Mountain Cemetery. While he could not claim to have mastery over every blade of grass and tree, his perception was exponentially heightened beyond that of mere mortal sight. In the next instant, a chest of gold that had been resting on the ground seemed to be lifted by an unseen chill, rushing towards the shadowy god of wealth positioned beside the counter. Clang! A clear sound echoed as countless gold pieces collided with the god of wealth. Subsequently, these once impenetrable gold ingots, enveloped in shadowy energy, transformed seamlessly into liquid gold. It was as though an invisible brush was delicately painting before Chu Qing's eyes, gradually sculpting an opulent and resplendent shrine. The entire structure is adorned in shimmering gold, standing approximately 1.70 meters to 80 in height. Its center is intricately hollowed out, embellished with various patterns resembling ancient coins. Beneath this altar, there are two small compartments that can be opened, each exquisitely carved with remarkable finesse. Typically, statues of the god of wealth are accompanied by sculptures of a child holding treasures. However, beneath this golden altar are 5 diminutive spirits kneeling, cradling golden ingots in their hands. Before Chu Qing could examine it further, the moment the altar settled into place, the hovering figure of the god of wealth seemed to respond to an unseen summons, propelling itself directly to the center of the golden shrine with a resonating thud. In that instant, Chu Qing sensed a transformation in the aura of the god of wealth. Positioned at the center, the deity exuded an air of solemn majesty. At that moment, Chu Qing distinctly perceived an unusual wave of negative energy emanating from the god. Merging with the arrival of the golden altar, an indescribable sensation arose from the presence of the god. While others might remain oblivious to its significance, Chu Qing understood that it signified the peculiar opening of a pathway to ascension, allowing the god of wealth to explore and establish his own means of advancement. Even he had not anticipated such rapid development. He turned abruptly to gaze at this seemingly inconspicuous god, the most subtle and unassuming entity amidst his quest for the extraordinary. It lay concealed between the sides of the altar, beneath the resplendent gold, a statue of the god of wealth, entirely cloaked in darkness, adorned with a smile that seemed to gaze down upon the kneeling devotees and the greedy supplicants before it. Within that smile resided an air of arrogance, a sense of the sublime, and an indescribable indifference of the divine. Yet, beneath the surrounding aura of malevolence, lurking behind that smile, were cruelty, bloodshed, avarice, and the grotesque wickedness hidden within the shadows. The dark god of wealth. The darkness precedes. The wealth follows. At the moment when Chu Qing opened his eyes and scrutinized this entity, a blood-red couplet slowly materialized on either side of the altar where the dark god of wealth was enshrined. The first line, "Only with 100 taels of gold can the god of wealth smile." The second line, "With 10,000 ghostly notes, one can halt the king of hell." The horizontal inscription, "Wealth can commune with the divine." Chapter 49. The Chaos of Luo City. Terror suddenly manifested. The emergence of the uncanny, too, possessed myriad channels and methods, often lacking any discernible pattern. Sometimes, It was simply that one's dark longevity had reached a certain threshold, resulting in an abrupt ascension. However, the strangeness of such ascension did not alter one's abilities or the rules of killing. Rather, it primarily involved a reinforcement of weight alongside the emergence of additional auxiliary capabilities. Furthermore, like the peculiar blood characters of Chu Qing, aside from dark longevity, certain other requirements needed to be met, the most crucial being the absorption of specific anomalies, forming a puzzle for ascension. The peculiar nature of this promotion, apart from the significant enhancement of one's abilities, is also largely intertwined with the bizarre powers that are utilized as mere pieces of a puzzle, leading to unforeseen advancements. As for the promotion of the shadow god of wealth, Chu Qing remains in the dark. After all, when it comes to an anomaly that one cannot control, it is only natural that the method of ascension remains elusive. Perhaps, in the future, as the rank of the blood eye elevates, there might be a chance to glimpse it. For now, however, it is evidently beyond reach. Yet, even if such a vision were attainable, Chu Qing harbors no other thoughts. Assisting in the ascension of this peculiar entity may yield only limited benefits, perhaps merely extending his lifespan through daily tomb guarding. Furthermore, after ascending to the 8th rank, who knows if the blood eye and the blood character could still suppress it. Without certainty, Chu Qing resolutely refrains from taking risks. The golden shrine has been placed in a corner of the security room. He surveyed the surroundings, glancing at another corner before retrieving the image of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger and hanging it on the wall. Almost instantaneously, as the artwork was affixed, Chu Qing sensed a mysterious connection forming with the Beishan cemetery beneath his feet. At that moment, the Book of Life and Death reappeared. Ding! Yet another brand new anomaly has joined the esteemed family of His Excellency Chu Qing. Let us applaud. The power of death is so effortlessly grasped by you. The authority of Yama is so casually wielded by you. My most esteemed His Excellency Chu Qing. As always, it is my honor to serve you. Certainly, I must remind you that despite your formidable strength, the city beneath your feet is rife with peculiarities of all kinds. Can you truly navigate this city, steeped in ancient secrets, without restraint? Observing the prompts from the ledger of life and death, Chu Qing's previously upward curved lips gradually settled into a serene calm. In this dark and despairing world of the uncanny, who can genuinely act without fear? Perhaps only that legendary figure, the true king of Chujiang, can achieve such a feat. In the city of Luo, the inspectorate has been in constant motion since the break of dawn. The operators have scarcely had a moment to release their telephones from their grips, inundated by a relentless barrage of emergency calls. An array of cases has emerged within the inspectorate, predominantly arising from reports concerning that enigmatic entity. However, at this juncture, the ordinary inspectorate is evidently unaware of the true nature of that thing and thus refrains from disseminating any information. Yet, amidst this flood of calls, there are also some alarming incidents. Almost every one of these cases is promptly directed to the Criminal Investigation Department. Inside the Criminal Investigation Department, in stark contrast to the bustling headquarters of the police, a profound silence prevails. Aside from a few reception staff, the offices are largely deserted, save for two figures. Captain Wang, gazing at the small blackboard, is overwhelmed by the sheer volume of calls received in just 6 hours since the start of the workday. He is a seasoned detective with over a decade of experience, a heroic figure battling on the front lines. However, in all these years, he has never encountered a scene quite like this. He gazes at the densely inscribed blackboard as if entranced, repeatedly recounting the cases he faced that day. Sun Ping and Zhao Chuan investigating the series of mysterious falls at the Hongxi building. Li Hongwei and Ding Lulu probing the tragic incident of a Buddha head falling from the Linai Yi Grotto, resulting in the deaths of 3 tourists. Zhao Yuan and Su Bufan delving into the murder case involving Tang Dynasty armor at the museum. Zhang Qing and Tan Yu investigating the strange sounds at Kaiyuan Lake. Chen Yupeng and Guan Su looking into the disappearance of vehicles on the Yellow River Bridge. The expressions on the faces of Zhang and his team grew increasingly grim as they spoke, and soon, Wang's demeanor began to reflect signs of a daze. Meanwhile, messages appeared on his phone, plunging this veteran detective into a state of self-doubt. Are you shocked? Are you fearful? Don't worry. This is just the beginning. They are reveling in the thrill of the hunt. They are savoring a rare delicacy. They are basking in the joy of creation. And you, Wang Wei, the guardian of the people, feel the weight of responsibility and mission bestowed upon you by your uniform, leaving you restless. But what can you truly do? In this new era, what can you possibly accomplish? Perhaps you are even less capable than the young girl beside you, are you not? Captain Wang gazed in bewilderment at the young princess beside him. At this moment, her royal identity could no longer stir his heartstrings. An entire morning had elapsed. Merely a morning devoted to reporting incidents. The death toll had surpassed 50, while the number of missing persons had exceeded 100. Was it merely in the city of Luo, or was it a phenomenon that extended across the nation and perhaps even the world? Captain Wang remained uncertain. Yet, seated across from him was the once spirited and cheerful inspector, now enveloped in a profound silence, sharing the same numbness. She too was fixated on her ledger of life and death. Unlike others, her ledger was an actual book. It was this very book that made every member of the Criminal Investigation Department acutely aware that this was not simply a case of a mobile virus. Are you frightened? Anxious? Fear not, for this game shall not befall you, at least not for now. As long as you remain sufficiently prudent and refrain from courting danger. The unspoken thoughts lingered in the air, but deep down you know you cannot remain idle. For Lu Lian embodies justice and compassion, just as your name suggests. Yet, only the divine possesses the capacity to show mercy to humanity. Perhaps your family, in a bygone era, resembled deities. But in this age, can you emulate the divine and shield others? Indeed, you cannot, nor can your family. All that you are left with is the grim reality of witnessing the unfolding tragedy. Witnessing the demise of those you vowed to protect while donned in uniform. Observing the loss of life among your companions. You yearn to take action yet remain uncertain of how to proceed. However, in contrast to those who are helplessly awaiting their fate, like the man before you, Lu Lian, you possess an alternative path. Seek him out, inquire about what you, mere mortals, ought to do in the face of such adversities. You are aware of his identity, are you not? Lu Lian gazed up in confusion, instinctively shutting her eyes. A crimson vision, reminiscent of the previous nights, materialized before her. Abruptly, she opened her eyes, staring at the now silent ledger of life and death, and unconsciously exhaled a single word, Chu. She parted her lips to utter the remaining words, yet silence enveloped her. Thus, no one would ever know whether she referred to Chu Qing or King Chu Jiang. Chapter 50. The Skull Tree, the New Tomb of Heads. In the Hongxi building, a series of tragic falls has resulted in 4 fatalities. Authorities have dispatched inspectors to the scene, urging the public to remain vigilant regarding their safety. This incident serves as a stark reminder of the critical importance of fire safety. Meanwhile, the Yeek grottos, having suffered from years of neglect, have witnessed the collapse of a Buddha head, prompting the detention of those responsible by inspectors. Today, the Yellow River Bridge is shrouded in an inexplicable fog, leading to the disappearance of numerous vehicles and vessels, which have consequently been sealed off. Citizens are advised to exercise caution as the Earth experiences uncharted magnetic disturbances, resulting in unknown changes and unusual life forms. Experts from around the globe are currently conducting research on these phenomena, and the public is urged to remain calm. On the television screen, the hosts of the Lo City Broadcasting Station, a man and a woman, wear grave expressions as they report on these alarming events that have unfolded within less than a day in Lo City. Chu Qing, while tenderly stroking his pet Xiantong, listens attentively to the news, his eyes casually fixated on the computer monitor, adeptly multitasking. He is acutely aware of the situation in Lo City, having encountered similar occurrences in his previous life, and possesses a certain familiarity with the notorious anomalies that initially sparked widespread concern. His rebirth has not significantly altered the course of these peculiar events. However, his resurrection has undeniably stirred considerable turbulence elsewhere. Indeed, his gaze is fixed upon the House of Strange Tales, where his post entitled Guide to Surviving the Strange has been prominently pinned at the top of the homepage in bold red lettering. The discussion surrounding the post has surpassed tens of thousands of comments, with viewership nearing a staggering 1 million. As for the points acquired from the haunted house, it is perhaps best left unmentioned. This is quite normal. With the advent of the era of horror, many aspects of this survival guide resonate profoundly. Naturally, the truly valuable elements, such as the promotion rituals associated with the shadowy positions, remain unspoken. Regarding his own background, Chu Qing could no longer discern it. A flood of private messages had nearly surpassed the capacity of the haunted house's back end. The only messages he could view were a few he had previously opened, thus appearing at the forefront of his private chats. Notably, there were only two of significance. One was a message from the Hell Society, which had once again extended an invitation to him, stating that a certain number of members had emerged within the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, Chu Qing felt no interest whatsoever. It was merely an organization of spirit controllers. Even if it became one of the largest in future times, it remained unremarkable. Such organizations proliferated as the era of horror stabilized. Not to mention an invitation to join, even if they offered him the position of their leader, he would still lack enthusiasm. Unless it were a situation where the entire faction served solely him, it would hardly entice him. After all, who among the kings would wish to play the role of a caretaker for others? Ignoring the message from the Hell Society, Chu Qing turned his attention to another notification that piqued his interest, the one from Zhang He, the individual trapped in the mirror realm in the provincial capital of Xingqing, in Central Plains Province. Dear host, are you still there? Dear esteemed host, I find myself trapped and in desperate need of assistance. This fragmented message continued for 2 hours, and yet another arrived. Are you still there? Yes, I am here. Dear host, I implore you for help. I cannot escape from this mirror. I am utterly terrified. As I glanced at the messages, my gaze remained calm, and upon observing the ominous blood inscriptions on the door, I discerned no signs of movement. Thus, I sent another message. How much longer must we endure this, dear host? Disregarding the incoming messages, a hint of derision flickered in my eyes as I turned my attention to the other posts in the forum. However, most were devoid of significance. Just as I skimmed through them, an eerie sound pierced the silence. Caw! The crow's call was as jarring as ever. Stepping outside, I waved and observed the descending crow, its body reeking of a ghastly odor. Beneath its sharp talons lay several peculiar items it had dropped before me. Were anyone else to witness this, they would likely cry out in fright. Yet, for me, it evoked a faint smile. There lay 6 or 7 skulls, some still adorned with strands of blood, rendering the sight profoundly unsettling. Well done. It seems you have unearthed quite a collection of peculiar remnants. Unlike many other anomalies, the cleansing spirit rarely engages in acts of aggression unless driven by extreme hunger. The powers of the Black Crow are supportive in nature, rather than malevolent or predatory. However, given the current situation in Luocheng, there is no need to search specifically. Numerous corpses left by various anomalies lie scattered about. Caw! It remains uncertain whether the Black Crow comprehends this, but it emits a couple of caws nonetheless. Indeed, this is what Chu Qing has tasked the Black Crow to collect. Regrettably, most of the corpses from the Jinsho Manor were decapitated by the Tiger Rider, and Chu Qing, unwilling to risk being labeled a pervert by Zhou Yingzhu, chose not to preserve the 2 remaining intact skulls. As for the reason behind this peculiar collection, it is quite straightforward. Crow Ghost, a 9th-tier corpse-eating spirit, suitable for advanced tombs. Skull Tree. Skull Tree. A terrifying nest formed entirely from a pile of skulls. Construction requirements: 500 fresh human skulls. Lifespan: 40 days. Area: 20 square meters. Moreover, each time an additional skull is added to the skull tree, the gravekeeper receives a day's worth of lifespan in return. In this world, skulls are not particularly rare, but they must be fresh, which complicates matters somewhat. Furthermore, the requirement of 500 poses a challenge, as Chu Qing is not one to indiscriminately shed blood. Within a single day, he has managed to gather this many, and judging by the current momentum, it seems he is far from finished. Nodding in satisfaction, Chu Qing, accompanied by the Black Crow, placed the collected skulls in a secluded corner against a mountainside at the rear of the North Mountain Cemetery. In the future, this will be the designated site for the skull tree. After confirming the location of its tomb lair, the Black Crow cawed once more before soaring into the sky, evidently continuing its quest for the skull. As a peculiar entity elevated from a Black Crow, its intelligence, while not akin to that of a demon or ghost, was evidently superior. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, pondering how grand the skeletal tree, yet to be constructed, could potentially grow into a towering giant in the future. Presently, within the graveyard, alongside the Black Crow and the god of the Underworld, there were also the head lanterns, faceless ghosts, and the recently acquired tiger riding scroll. While he had yet to examine the latter in detail, the former two evoked a sense of helplessness even in Chu Qing. The strength of this corner of the netherworld was formidable, yet completing all tasks as an ordinary gravekeeper posed considerable challenges. However, it was precisely this difficulty that rendered the endeavor intriguing, with the rewards promising to be bountiful. Before he could fully immerse himself in the vivid imagery of a blood-soaked underworld within his graveyard, the sudden ringing of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Upon checking, he discovered it was none other than Ruoxue. As soon as he answered, her first words made his brow raise. "Qinggo, I found the target for the grinding ghost." Chapter 51. And Ruoxue's choice. "I am the abyss." Do tell. Although Chu Qing had not considered participating in Ruoxue's selection of the grinding ghost, he was nonetheless intrigued and eager to discern her perspective. After all, Ruoxue and Fang Ping are the only two individuals who have imparted the arcane art of shadow occupation to him. While there has been little news from Fang Ping, who merely sent a text message in the dead of night to assure his safety, the correspondence with Ruoxue has remained relatively consistent. The situation is as follows. In the heart of Luocheng, within Kaiyuan Lake, there exists an anomaly, a disquieting visage resembling a human head. Chu Qing nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that Kaiyuan Lake is indeed a renowned attraction in Luocheng. However, he possessed only a vague recollection of the peculiarities associated with it from his previous life and had not delved deeply into the matter. Today, I have been vigilantly observing the developments here, and indeed the area around Kaiyuan Lake has been cordoned off. A team comprising 2 inspectors has arrived, but tragically, one has perished while the other lies gravely injured and unconscious. Nonetheless, they have unveiled certain rules pertaining to that entity. Based on my assessment, the entity appears to activate through sound. The surviving inspector managed to cling to life only after losing his sense of hearing. Were I to prepare more thoroughly, I feel there is a significant chance of subduing it. Sound? Previously, Chu Qing had shared some insights with Ruoxue, and naturally, upon assuming her shadow occupation, she would have developed a certain understanding of it. The simpler the rules governing an anomaly, the greater its potential tends to be. If it is indeed activated solely through sound, this presents a rather compelling anomaly, quite suitable for my endeavors. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing nodded affirmatively. "Very well, if you are confident, then proceed forth. Brother Qing, won't you lend me a hand?" The woman's sultry voice echoed from the other end of the line, yet Chu Qing maintained an air of tranquility. "This will be the norm in our world henceforth. I may assist you this once, but should you find yourself in peril again, your fate will be sealed. Furthermore, let us not forget that I have already rendered you my greatest aid." After a brief pause, he added, "However, you will indeed need to come over shortly. I have an experiment to conduct." "Very well, when should I arrive?" Chu Qing glanced at the sky. It was 2 in the afternoon, and the sun hung low, gradually slanting towards the west. The daylight hours were becoming increasingly fleeting. He contemplated for a moment before replying, "In about an hour." "All right." The call ended, and Chu Qing casually surveyed his surroundings. Before he could take in much of his environment, the sound of an engine echoed at his doorstep, followed by the cheerful voice of Lu Lian calling out, "Chu Qing, are you inside?" Chu Qing was not at all surprised by Lu Lian's arrival. Merely a day had passed since their last encounter, yet she appeared notably more haggard and pale. Upon entering the security room and noticing the resplendent golden shrine, Lu Lian was visibly taken aback, seemingly astonished that Chu Qing could procure such a striking object in less than a day. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further, her gaze towards Chu Qing laden with complexity. Chu Qing, possessing neither the inclination nor the time to engage in a silent game with this young woman, reopened the peculiar tome of stories while inquiring, "What brings you here?" Lu Lian opened her mouth and finally spoke. "Zhang Qing is dead." With a slight furrow of his brow, Chu Qing was not troubled by the death of a certain individual or their connection to Lu Lian. Rather, he felt a twinge of discomfort as this person shared his name. Tanyu had suffered a grievous fate, his ears pierced, leaving him permanently deaf. Lu Lian continued, her bright eyes now rimmed with red. Chu Qing, however, was momentarily taken aback before finding clarity, feeling no emotional stirrings, for this was merely the beginning. Do you wish for me to investigate or perhaps seek vengeance on their behalf? He inquired. No. Lu Lian shook her head resolutely. They sacrificed themselves in the line of duty. The responsibility for vengeance lies with us, and besides, that place is far too perilous. A smile crept onto Chu Qing's lips, brightening his demeanor in response to Lu Lian's presence. She gazed at him with anticipation. Chu Qing, you know what to do, don't you? You know how to deal with those things, correct? Chu Qing remained silent, his calm gaze fixed on the agitated Lu Lian before he posed a question. Lu Lian, do you aspire to be a hero? She paused, momentarily bewildered, shaking her head in denial. Yet, after observing Chu Qing's expression, she bit her lip, her resolve crystallizing as she nodded with determination. This sight elicited a chuckle from Chu Qing, for it was evident that the young girl had misconstrued something. Becoming a hero is quite simple, he remarked with an air of nonchalance. Now, rally the forces at your disposal and orchestrate the relocation of everyone in Luo City. Ah! Lu Lian seemed to have misheard. Disbelief etched across her face. Let all the inhabitants of the City of Angels relocate. Let these millions either journey to Xinqing or to Kyoto and depart from this place. Chu Qing slowly rose, gazing out through the window of the security room. The sight of her turned back rendered Lu Lian's complexion pale. Yet, before Lu Lian could inquire further, her phone abruptly rang, and she hurriedly answered. Hello? Lu Lian, where are you? Came the voice of Captain Wang from the other end. Captain Wang, is there something amiss? You must come to the station at once. A special operations figure from Kyoto has arrived. He insists on meeting you, claiming your safety must be assured first. Lu Lian hung up, lifting her gaze, only to find Chu Qing smiling at her, urging, go. Lu Lian opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. She turned and left through the door. Chu Qing did not see her off. But just as Lu Lian was about to close the door, she suddenly heard Chu Qing's voice. Pure souls can never be extinguished, and anything capable of doing so cannot truly be called human. Thus, never chase after these things excessively. Live well and depart from the City of Angels. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Lu Lian stood momentarily stunned, her body stiffening. She lingered behind the open glass door, instinctively asking as the door began to close, what is the abyss? As the dark red glass door slowly shut, it separated the two, and Chu Qing's final words echoed from beyond. Before the dark red glass door, the shadow within the room grew increasingly elusive. Justice is the most extravagant, the most costly, yet simultaneously the most trivial element in this world. To combat it, to subdue it, to eradicate it, one must embody a greater madness, a deeper malevolence, a more profound cruelty becoming more inhuman. Thus, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. In a previous life, Chu Qing lingered at the edge of a precipice for an extended period. In this life, King Chu Jiang leaps forth, declaring, I am the abyss. Apologies for the delayed update. I humbly seek your ratings, and I express my gratitude. Chapter 52. The Contractor, the Choice of Fate, and Ruoxue possesses the key to Beishan Cemetery. After obtaining Chu Qing's permission, she approaches with the key in hand. Upon entering the security room, she finds Chu Qing standing against the wall, observing something upon it, and Ruoxue is momentarily taken aback. How could such a significant transformation occur within the security room in just one day? The god of wealth, how is there now a resplendent shrine? She recalls that Chu Qing previously despised such ostentatious aesthetics. Has he truly altered his disposition? And what of that painting? And Ruoxue is no longer the naive individual she once was. In merely a few days, she has encountered experiences that others may never witness in a lifetime. Moreover, she has now become a genuine ninth-ranking officer, the foremost sole buyer in this terrifying era. Another peculiar entity has arrived, and Ruoxue nodded. Indeed, Chu Qing did not hasten to discuss the matter at hand. Instead, he gazed at the open painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. What do you think of this artwork? He inquired, although Ruoxue felt an indescribable thrill of trepidation merely by standing at the doorway and observing the piece. She dared not refuse Chu Qing's invitation. Moving closer, she remarked. It seems to depict a tiger? Chu Qing shot her a sidelong glance, feeling somewhat as though he were playing a lute to a cow. Yet, he understood. During her time at school, she had not been part of the arts department. To her, this was simply a painting, an ancient one at that. As he gently caressed the scroll, the fierce visage of the tiger became increasingly vivid, while the figure of Zhong Kuei, who should have commanded the center stage atop the tiger, appeared alarmingly insubstantial, as if the ink might vanish entirely. He paused before stating, "Once this Zhong Kuei in the painting completely fades away, this artwork should ascend to the 8th rank of the uncanny." The mention of the 8th rank caused Ruoshue's breath to quicken. As a life buyer, she had come to understand the vast disparities in the grades of the uncanny. Among the realm of shadowy occupations, several were centered around paintings, and should this depiction of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger become one of their controlled anomalies, it would indeed be akin to adding wings to a tiger. "Enough," he said, turning to face Ruoshue. "Now, tell me about the anomaly you have identified. How did you come across it and what transpired afterward? Please share everything." He turned around and sat down, yet he did not listen intently to Ruoshue's words. Instead, his attention and gaze gradually settled upon the blood-red glass door. His eyes were shrouded in darkness. As Ruoshue spoke, Chu Qing sensed that wisps of breath slowly coalesced upon that glass door. However, the blood characters that should have emerged did not seep forth, causing Chu Qing to furrow his brow slightly. Observing this scene, Ruoshue mistakenly believed she had misspoken and hurriedly halted her discourse. Chu Qing glanced at her and reassured, "It's fine, please continue." Then, astonishingly, he simply closed his eyes, and Ruoshue's words continued to echo in his ears. "The power of fate is both wondrous and elusive. Such is destiny." The blood characters symbolize the uncanny force of fate. However, even if he were to master it as a grave ghost, Chu Qing could not wield it with the same dexterity as the blood eye. After all, the blood eye was completely integrated with his body, its very essence entwined with his soul and nerves, maintaining a semblance of independent consciousness, albeit with minimal influence. Conversely, the blood characters, though manipulated by the ghost's shadowy nature, were still separated by a layer. Thus, he needed to undertake numerous attempts to unravel the rules governing the blood characters, enabling him to better command this force of destiny. Paramount among his endeavors was the imperative to thoroughly comprehend the conditions under which the blood character's death guidance manifested. Yet, he could distinctly feel the connection between himself and the blood characters through the great tomb beneath his feet. Even the ominous blood sigil brewed its essence upon that oft-appearing grand door. However, the infernal contract of death remained conspicuously absent. He was acutely aware of this absence, a reflection of his own desires intertwined with the demands emanating from the vast sepulchre beneath his feet. Yet, in stark contrast, the grim harbinger of demise that haunted the resplendent manor had not manifested at all. In a fleeting moment, Chu Qing discerned the reason behind this phenomenon. The harbinger of death was bound by intervals of activation, could only materialize once within a day. Given that it had manifested once the previous night and again that morning, the temporal constraints might not be rigidly fixed within a mere 24 hours. Thus, could one hasten the cooling period of this harbinger of death? This was not mere folly on Chu Qing's part. In the realm of the bizarre, some abilities indeed required a period of respite. For instance, the darkness beneath the lantern of the head lantern could not be sustained indefinitely. Conversely, others, like the blood eye, could remain activated without cessation. However, even the blood eye could not perpetually invoke an eye for an eye. In his past existence, Chu Qing had comprehended this principle. It was precisely this understanding that enabled him to transcend limitations and wield his peculiar abilities once more. With his eyes closed, he began to draw upon the waning remnants of his less than a year of life. In the next instant, blood began to seep slowly from the glass door. Upon the glass door materialized a series of blood-red characters. Chu Qing abruptly opened his eyes and gazed in that direction, and Ruoshue, sensing Chu Qing's movement, curiously turned her head as well. There, on the glass door, appeared the ominous text, "Location: within Ka Yuan Lake, Luo City. Time limit: before dawn tomorrow. Mission objective: discover and capture the anomaly within Ka Yuan Lake. Special mission restriction: and Ruoshue must undertake this task alone and complete it. Mission reward: The exorcist and Ruo Shui will gain a contract connection, becoming one of the signatories of the Hellish Pact marked by the blood characters. Mission failure penalty, and Ruo Shui faces death. This blood-lettered mission bore an additional special restriction compared to the previous two. It was this very limitation, accompanied by the dire consequence of failure, that left an Ruo Shui's complexion pale. At that moment, the book of life and death flickered to life. The death of fate, the fate of death. That existence guides you once more to the crossroads of choice. You ought to be grateful that it is currently too weak, thus allowing you a semblance of choice. Yet, do you truly possess the freedom to choose? Do not be disheartened. Do not surrender. This is not an unfavorable circumstance. For within the guidance of fate, each trial may bestow upon you a gift of destiny. However, do not forget, every gift from fate bears its own price tag behind it. The one who buys lives, make the choice you deem correct. Chapter 53, Lu Lian's Decision. Once again, it is the king of Chu Qing, the inspection office. A middle-aged man, whose physique bears the traces of exercise but has succumbed to the comforts of life, occasionally wipes the sweat from his brow. He finds himself perplexed. In this city of Luo, he is considered a prominent figure, having encountered many esteemed individuals, including those who have graced the news from the capital. Yet, none have instilled in him the same level of pressure as the man before him, who appears to be in his 30s. This is not merely the aura of someone in a high position, but an indescribable sensation. Particularly, the way the man regards him, with a subtle gaze that conveys an ineffable depth, suggests that the entire inspection office holds no significance for him. The only person of concern to this man is one singular individual. After wiping away countless beads of sweat, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes from outside the office. In truth, this director remains unaware of the true identity of the captain before him. The reason is simple: the item presented by the other party, aside from the crucial emblem representing the Dragon Kingdom, bears only the words, "Top secret." With this thought, the director bids farewell and exits the office, thoughtfully ensuring the door is securely closed behind him. It is evident that Lu Lian is already well acquainted with this Captain Qin. "Brother Qin, what brings you here in person?" The previously expressionless man finally exhaled, revealing a faint smile upon seeing Lu Lian. "Brother Qin, is this your father's wish or your grandfather's?" Captain Qin glanced at Lu Lian. "It also reflects your brother's sentiments." "My brother?" Lu Lian paused, taken aback. When had it ever been her brother's turn to speak at home? However, she dismissed the thought and bit her lip. "I must leave, but what will happen to the ordinary citizens of Luo City?" Captain Qin furrowed his thick brows, then let out a sigh. "Shaolian, you are unaware of the current circumstances. Although Luo City is not small in scale, the situation has changed dramatically. Moreover, even if you remain here, what can you truly do? You are merely an ordinary person, oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead." Before he could continue, Lu Lian resolutely interjected. "I understand the situation perfectly. It is precisely for this reason that I refuse to leave. Is it not those strange occurrences? The malevolent spirits that kill indiscriminately? I am not afraid." Captain Qin opened his mouth, but soon a smile crept across his face. "When you trained with me in marksmanship, I sensed it. The young lady is indeed the daughter of a tiger." The conjectures of the old leader and grandfather were not misplaced. Lu Lian was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Yet, given the events of the day, should she choose to depart, her life would likely never find peace again. In this world, there are certain matters that one cannot truly disregard. Captain Qin calmly gazed at Lu Lian and then slowly spoke. "Shaolian, the old man and the former leader didn't say much, but before my arrival, Lu Ci left a message for you after you made your decision. Do whatever you wish. This is a catastrophe that all of humanity must confront, and no one can escape it. If you should tragically fall in Luocheng, then it would be a noble sacrifice for your brother. If not, one day, he will ensure that no strange being remains in Luocheng." "Brother," Lu Lian murmured softly. "Very well, let us proceed. I have come to Luocheng with a mission," Captain Qin said with a smile. "Mission?" Lu Lian blinked, somewhat puzzled, yet she stood up and followed Captain Qin, opening the door to the office. However, as soon as the door opened, both of them were taken aback. Outside the door stood several figures, seemingly having materialized there unnoticed. Lu Lian widened her eyes. Lu, Zhao Chuan, Yuan, Captain Wang. She was bewildered, but in the next moment, a round of applause erupted. The woman named Ding Lulu, a detective inspector, gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Lu, you are remarkable. The usually taciturn Zhao Chuan rarely smiled, saying, well done. Captain Wang revealed a fierce expression. So that thing truly is something strange. Damn it, what is there to fear? Lu Lian's cheeks flushed slightly, but soon her expression turned pale as if a thought had crossed her mind. Fortunately, at this moment, Captain Qin beside me interrupted the atmosphere, turning his gaze towards Director Zhang, who stood at the periphery. Director Zhang, may I temporarily borrow your inspectorate's conference room? And regarding the earlier matter, Director Zhang nodded. Rest assured, all inspectors within the inspectorate are fully prepared and ready for deployment at a moment's notice. Excellent. Please have them convene in the conference room. Captain Qin responded. I kindly request that all those who are able to attend ensure their presence within 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, in the inspectorate's grand conference room, Captain Qin stood at the podium, addressing a gathering of inspectors clad in uniforms. After adjusting the microphone, he began. Greetings, everyone. Time is of the essence, so allow me to introduce myself. I am the captain of the Kyoto Special Operations Bureau. My surname is Qin, and you may address me as Captain Qin. The purpose of my visit today is to enlighten you on how to safeguard your lives and the security of public property in the turbulent times that lie ahead, as well as to foster a general understanding of certain matters. Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted into a flurry of murmurs. Clearly, although some had speculated previously, the gravity of the situation became palpable once it was articulated. Finally, there was someone who understood. Even Lu Lian, seated among the audience, clenched her fists in excitement. Ignoring the whispers from below, Captain Qin continued, Now, let us familiarize ourselves with the concept of the bizarre. As he spoke, a PowerPoint presentation illuminated the large screen behind him, displaying a document. The PPT document clearly displayed several prominent words. Guide to Strange Survival. This guide meticulously elaborates on the peculiar characteristics of the strange and categorizes various types of the bizarre. Captain Qin stated calmly. Immediately, someone raised their hand. It was none other than the most fervent Captain Wang Wei from the Criminal Investigation Department. Captain Qin, was this guide to strange survival authored by the Special Operations Bureau? Captain Qin pondered momentarily before shaking his head. Not exactly. However, there are indeed records of such matters within the Bureau, though none are as clearly organized as this document. This particular document was published by an individual with the ID Chu Jiang Wang on that website. With that, Captain Qin redirected everyone's attention, swiftly bringing focus back to the matter at hand. His words quickly restored concentration among the crowd, except for Lu Lian, who sat there, staring blankly at the screen. Again. Chu Jiang Wang, Chapter 54. The Floating Head, the Voice Under the Moon. Nightfall. Although the clock indicated it was merely 5:40 p.m., describing the current environment and atmosphere with such terms seemed rather illogical. The once bustling Kaiyuan Lake Park was now completely sealed off. At the same time, the street illuminated by the streetlights was enveloped in an eerie silence. The orange streetlights not only failed to dispel the oppressive darkness but also infused the night with an indescribable sense of the uncanny and the sinister. At this very moment, within this eerie realm shrouded by the veil of darkness, a figure slowly approached. She paid no heed to the warning tapes inscribed with no entry, instead directing her gaze towards the distant expanse of Kaiyuan Lake. In truth, though this entity is referred to as a lake, one must ponder how it could be so vast, especially situated in the heart of Luoqing. Even during daylight, one could see individuals waving from the opposite shore. Yet, at this seemingly insignificant lake, the figure stood at the water's edge, taking several deep breaths to muster the resolve and courage before finally stepping forward. Indeed, the arriving figure was none other than Ruoxue. And Ruoxue once again checked the earbuds nestled in her ears. All sounds of the world were rendered inaudible, enveloping her in an extraordinary silence. Although Ruoxue found this absence of sound somewhat disconcerting, the events of that day lingered vividly in her memory. Those two inspectors, seemingly entranced by the cacophony, had walked toward the lake, one plunging completely beneath the surface while the other lay gravely injured, on the brink of death, rendered deaf. Yet, Enruashue understood that the primary reason she could hear those sounds with such clarity without being affected was that she was no longer an ordinary person but rather a bearer of a dark duty, a life buyer. She was destined to confront this day eventually, and moreover, she had taken every precaution to ensure her safety. Enruashue cast a glance at the small wooden boat moored beside Kayuan Lake. With a gentle leap, she began to row while glancing at the life and death ledger on her phone. The buyer of life, you have made an extraordinarily wise choice. The favor of fate cannot be easily rejected. Accepting its grace is your sole dignified opportunity. Most importantly, your discernment has earned the approval of that individual, thus granting you the privilege of this transaction. Although the cost you have paid is substantial, 6 months' worth of ghostly currency, merely in exchange for a chance to borrow the mysterious. Nonetheless, buyer of life, as a competent trader, you must understand that while money may be one of the most significant assets, life is singular and irreplaceable. Indeed, life is but one, though half a year's worth of ghostly currency holds great significance. And Ruashua comprehended that only by mastering her own grinding specter, only by truly controlling the eerie, could she attain a measure of self-preservation. With this thought, Ruashua tightened her grip on the scroll nestled within her bosom. She vividly recalled Chu Qing's words, further affirming the direction she must pursue. For Chu Qing had warned her that any misstep in manipulation could lead to an existence far more terrifying than the peculiarities of Kayuan Lake. The small boat drifted slowly. A strange, indescribable chill enveloped the air, as if it were weaving through her beige Chanel coat, penetrating her skin and reaching her very bones. And Ruashue instinctively tightened her clothing. However, at that very moment, she abruptly sensed an indescribable sound emerging. This sound resembled the soft whispers of a lover by one's ear, compelling an involuntary smile and inducing a state of enchantment. Yet, it also bore the characteristics of the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, inciting an urge to swat at it, though one could never find a suitable target. And Ruashue's expression shifted dramatically as she realized that the instant this sound manifested, her heart was inundated with an inexplicable agitation. This was indeed eerie and extraordinary, yet, the more peculiar it became, the more she felt compelled to maintain her composure. Fortunately, the chilling sensation emanating from the scroll in her embrace somewhat alleviated the disquiet that had settled within her heart, granting her the courage to gaze towards the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to her, she had drifted to the very center of Kayuan Lake. At last, she beheld the culprit gradually emerging. A head slowly broke the surface of the water, and in sync with the frantic beating of Enruashue's heart, it opened its ashen lips. The lingering spirit, filled with sorrow, calls out for her beloved. Beneath the red plum blossoms, unforgettable remains. By the great lake, heartfelt confessions are shared. Confess, oh confess your heart's longing. And Ruashue instinctively attempted to cover her ears, wishing to block out the ghostly, eerie tones of the operatic lament. Yet soon she regained her awareness. Upon the desolate expanse of the great lake, a melody reminiscent of the infernal realms echoed, sending shivers through Ruashue, her teeth chattering in response to an indescribable chill that transported her back to that fateful day in the taxi. At that very moment, the ledger of life and death flickered to life once more. It has manifested. You endeavor to communicate with it, yet regrettably, its might surpasses your wildest imagination. The elephant does not heed the ant's entreaties. You must display your prowess or perhaps your wealth. Fortunately, you have engaged its services, and you have become well acquainted with its rules. Indeed, this is the gift of fate, is it not? At last, you comprehend that, in order to subdue this entity, you must employ that very tool. Beneath the cold, desolate moonlight, the crystalline waters of the lake reflected the resplendent moon above. In this serene realm where the moon and the great lake converged, a sudden roar of a tiger shattered the tranquility of the night. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the distant side of Luo City. Meow! In the North Mountain Cemetery, Chu Qing had fortuitously placed a rocking chair amidst the tombstones, reclining comfortably as he gazed with a smile into the distance. A jet-black cat with mysterious eyes darted through the night, swiftly pursuing a faceless specter. Its movements were both agile and keen, leaving the specter no time to evade. Of course, the primary reason lay in the fact that a pair of crimson eyes was fixed upon it, rendering any swift escape utterly impossible. The bizarre was a uniquely rare and exceptional phenomenon in this age of terror. Xian Tong possesses the potential to become an otherworldly entity. However, unlike other peculiar beings, this transformation requires gradual nurturing and growth. Recognizing the rarity of such a promising candidate, Chu Qing was reluctant to hastily elevate her, fearing the squandering of this innate talent. With a chuckle, Chu Qing once again cast the startled Xian Tong aside. Whether human or supernatural, extensive training is essential for mastery. Chapter 55. The Favor of Destiny. Trembling and cold. And Ruoxue did not anticipate that the waters of the lake in September would be so frigid. Perhaps it was not the lake beneath her feet that was cold, but rather the object she held in her hands. At this moment, she held the scroll aloft, positioning it in front of herself, shielding it from the cursed visage before her. She felt as though her arm had nearly succumbed to frostbite. The life buyer had not significantly enhanced her physical strength, causing her raised arm to tremble slightly. Yet, even so, and Ruoxue showed no inclination to lower the scroll. Though the life buyer was not a combat-oriented figure, she possessed a certain affinity for the supernatural, coupled with a degree of perceptiveness. In this fleeting moment, and Ruoxue had begun to grasp the rules governing the head-like entity before her. She could distinctly sense the dynamics at play between both parties as they vied for dominance. Clearly, the earlier admonition from Chu Qing resonated in her mind. The painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger must be retracted entirely after a maximum of 3 minutes. Simultaneously, she perceived a wisp of energy beginning to seep from the illusion emanating from the tiger-riding artwork. The shadowy powers of the life-taker had been wielded with remarkable finesse on this particular day. Suddenly, an instinct surged within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly rolled up the painting that had been displayed with its back turned and refashioned it into a scroll. A roar, reminiscent of a tiger's growl, echoed with a sense of reluctance. Yet, intriguingly, the ability to kill by adhering to the rules is inherently bound by those same rules. The Zhong Kuei riding the tiger painting, despite its formidable ferocity, harbored a critical flaw. This was the primary reason why Chu Qing could afford to lease it to Ruoxue for a single use, expending 6 months' worth of ghostly currency. As long as one did not face the painting directly, they would be immune to the black tiger heart extraction. Therefore, regardless of the painting's unwillingness, it could only be rewrapped by Ruoxue, who had rehearsed this maneuver several times prior. Once she secured it, her gaze returned to the peculiar human head before her. She sensed that this head seemed to transmit an indescribable message through its gaze. It was injured. Although the recent encounter with the riding tiger painting did not yield a clear victor within the confines of the black tiger's heart extraction rules, it had undoubtedly suffered severe repercussions. Thus, Ruoxue, through the life-taker's shadowy powers, could discern the head's enigmatic intentions and the nature of its abilities. Life-taker, this was initially a perilous crisis for you. At the crossroads of fate, you navigated this threat with an unexpected ease. Upon witnessing your capabilities and hidden strengths, the figure before you strangely expresses a willingness to engage in a communication of an unusual nature. Through the influence of your life buyer, you have begun to delve deeper into the peculiar rules governing this figure, unraveling some of the intricacies of its abilities. This power is related to sound, yet it transcends mere auditory phenomena. It resonates within the depths of your heart, and once you behold its true form, the sound penetrates your very soul, unimpeded. However, your abilities have made it aware that you are not akin to the lambs awaiting slaughter. What course of action will you choose? Glancing at the prompt on the death ledger, Ruoxue cast a fleeting glance at the now dormant figure, contemplating her decision. She extended her hand and grasped the peculiar head, feeling an inexplicable reduction in her fear after experiencing that genuine clash of the uncanny. Come with me. Together, you shall grow at a swifter pace, she beckoned. The figure offered no resistance and followed Ruoxue as they gradually departed from the lake's surface. Approximately an hour later, a police car, flashing red and blue lights amidst the shadows, came to a gentle stop by Kaiyuan Lake. For figures emerged. None other than Captain Qin from the Inspection Bureau, accompanied by Lu Lian, along with Captain Wang from the Criminal Investigation Department, and another inspector who had recently joined the special operations team. The 4 individuals bore expressions of utmost seriousness. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of excitement and anxiety in Lu Lian. Yet none of them uttered a word. Their discussions had already transpired during their journey, in the vehicle, and even before their departure. Now that they had arrived at this juncture, there seemed little left to say. They exchanged glances, remaining silent, until Captain Qin made a gesture, prompting them to nod and board a small vessel nearby. Previously, there had been sacrifices made here, yet they had also gleaned substantial intelligence. It was established that the peculiar entity here utilized sound as its method of attack. Thus, the 4 were well prepared for the encounter. The small boat glided slowly across Kaiyuan Lake, yet tension enveloped them. It was not until the vessel reached the center of the lake that they observed anything unusual. They exchanged bewildered looks, each reflecting astonishment and peculiarity. According to prior reports and the footage captured by the accompanying inspector's camera, the entity's influence was believed to extend across the entirety of Kaiyuan Lake. How could it be that they encountered nothing? Could it be that the strange being chose not to manifest during the day? That seemed implausible. After all, it was illogical for such a phenomenon to appear only at night. Moreover, as per the previous guide on the mysterious entity, most anomalies seemed unaffected by the transition from night to day. Yet what was the current scenario? The 4, unwilling to let their guard down, continued to row across Kaiyuan Lake for an additional half-hour, ultimately confirming that the peculiar presence had indeed vanished in the daylight. At that moment, the 4 individuals simultaneously lowered their heads, their life and death registers positioned at their collars, allowing them to perceive any critical information at a moment's notice. This was a precautionary measure implemented by the Special Operations Bureau. In unison, their registers delivered feedback. Do not seek further. What you seek has already vanished. This is fortuitous. For just moments ago, an encounter far beyond your level transpired here. Though it may be immature, it is not something you are equipped to engage with at this time. You should be grateful for this encounter. Otherwise, the price for your presence here would be unimaginable. They are not as simple as you presume. Thus, cease your search, and do not recklessly pursue the unknown. In the fortuitous embrace of fate, strive to survive. The 4, bewildered, raised their gazes to the placid expanse of the ancient lake, momentarily lost in confusion. They sensed that beyond the dark city of Luo, there seemed to exist a deeper, unseen force manipulating the very essence of fate in the shadows. Chapter 56. The Exorcist, the bewildering head of the frightened, the 9 ranks of Yin positions, the promotion methods for pastoralists. The 9 ranks of Yin positions, the promotion methods for scribes. The 9 ranks of Yin positions, the promotion methods for mountain dwellers. The 8 ranks of Yin positions, the promotion methods for performers. The 8 ranks of Yin positions, the promotion methods for corpse retrieval workers. The 7 ranks of Yin positions, the promotion methods for corpse chasers. The 6 ranks of Yin positions, the promotion methods for spirit mediums. In the stillness of the night, seated before the grand gravestone in his family's Northern Hill Cemetery, Chu Qing sat cross-legged before the monument inscribed with his own name. A series of blood-red characters emerged in tandem with his thoughts, manifesting upon the stone. However, once penned, they swiftly vanished, merging into the very essence of the monument. Chu Qing's gaze remained tranquil, showing no concern for the madness that his writings would incite among the ordinary folk of this era. This knowledge constituted a rare treasure within the recesses of his mind. Having conducted preliminary experiments with the blood character Enigma, Chu Qing had begun to form an understanding. The blood character Enigma, a precursor to the Death Apartment, Hell Hotel, and Scarlet City, had already been validated in his previous life. Evidently, from the first promotion of the blood character Enigma, it was clear that future advancements would likely necessitate the completion of numerous death guidance tasks. It would be challenging for him to tackle everything alone, nor was it essential. Thus, in the future, individuals like an Ruoxue, driven by the blood character Enigma, would proliferate just as they had in his past life. This segment is shrouded in the ominous presence of blood curses, controlled in the shadows by the enigmatic spirit masters. Much like in a previous existence, they can accumulate points through the completion of death guidance tasks associated with these blood curses. Naturally, Certain peculiarities and ghostly artifacts rightfully belong to the master of the hidden death apartment. He is aware of a portion of the spectral hierarchy, both domestic and foreign, which he discovered only long after in his past life. Some of these he deems unnecessary for himself and can thus offer as rewards to those spirit masters who serve him discreetly. In his previous life, the betrayal orchestrated by Ding Xie and the treachery of the Chu family, who had once aligned with him, made him acutely aware that the human heart is far more terrifying than the supernatural. Only by fully grasping the life and death contract can he truly tighten the reins around their necks. It remains uncertain whether his own ascension and the advancement of the blood curse will alter this situation. However, there is no immediate urgency. As the blood curse has yet to ascend, it typically issues a death guidance task at most once a day. The completion of this task alongside an ruoxue is already sufficient. With this in mind, Chu Qing gazed at the spectral hierarchy he had just inscribed. The 6th rank specter, the spirit medium. This is one of the higher-tier occupations following the previously inscribed 9th rank specter, the herdsman. Its primary abilities, aside from the spirit control of the two deities, notably include the acceleration of the birth and growth of monstrous apparitions, a particular type of supernatural entity. Indeed, the reason for his slight intrigue stems from a recollection of the mysterious eye and this unique specter occupation. In his previous life, he maintained a rather amicable relationship with a third-tier spirit controller, known as the Qingqiu Ming Shui, who had ascended through the ranks of the supernatural. Although his rank was relatively modest, the primary reason for their camaraderie stemmed from the connection between the herdsmen and the practitioners of the supernatural arts, where the third tier represented a pinnacle, devoid of further avenues for advancement within the realm of shadowy positions. Nonetheless, owing to the peculiar powers derived from the supernatural arts and the demonic entities, this individual garnered considerable renown within the spirit-controlling circles of Longua and beyond. In his previous existence, prior to the ceremony for ascending to the title of King of the Chu River, he had heard whispers that this individual had discovered a path to elevate his shadowy position abroad, outside the confines of Longua. However, it remained uncertain whether that path had granted him passage. This fellow possessed undeniable talent. In the future, should the blood-lettered enigma successfully evolve and establish a task that leaves a trail of death in the external world, it could potentially usher him into the ranks of spirit controllers prematurely. As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Qing seemed to sense something, directing his gaze towards the doorway. In the abyssal realm, the eerie head clasped within his grasp slowly opened its eyes, surveying its surroundings. It found itself in an unfamiliar place, yet the dense aura of malevolence enveloping the area was to its liking. Clearly, it was not fundamentally different from the majority of the supernatural beings. It possessed no remarkable intellect, only the primal instincts of a beast and an inherent malice towards other living entities. This is the essence of the supernatural. Thus, as an entity of the uncanny, the instinct to hunt and kill is a vital means of survival. Thus, it opened its mouth, and a sound gradually emerged. Ya. However, as soon as this sound materialized, a crimson light descended. An indescribable sense of strangeness enveloped it, and the feeling of rules colliding re-emerged. The bizarre human head lifted its gaze to glance at the large red lantern hanging above. Rationality prompted it to close its mouth. Though lacking in wisdom, it understood that in this peculiar realm, unleashing its abilities equated to provocation. Indeed, this was the case. It was grasped in a hand, and the lantern suddenly descended. It could even see the grotesque human head within, the radiance instilling a sense of dread. Fortunately, the human spoke. Upon uttering this voice, the large lantern ceased its movements, and the surrounding crimson glow diminished significantly. However, it remained fixed in the air, staring intently at it. Sensing the atmosphere, the senseless human head cast aside all reservations and continued to open its mouth. Ya. This sound seemed to attract the attention of something. The head suddenly noticed a faceless figure lurking nearby, glaring viciously at it. The entity's visage was obscured, yet this only intensified the palpable malice, and an overwhelming fear began to spread throughout its entire being. An indescribable chill and immense terror enveloped the bizarre head. Once again, the power of rules manifested, yet this time even the collision of rules failed to trigger. Its abilities seemed entirely ineffective against the other. However, This sense of dread compelled the being to instinctively seal its lips. Its scant knowledge informed it that this defied logic, that it was not a matter of the arcane. It yearned to sing, yet found the endeavor exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the individual nearby seemed accustomed to the peculiarities of the situation. Casting a glance at the darkened security room, he proceeded towards the mausoleum cluster in the rear. At long last, it beheld a human, a source of sustenance. The individual beside it was formidable, yet devoid of intellect, and upon glimpsing the man crouched beside the grand tombstone, it instinctively opened its mouth. Eek! Then it observed the human lean closer, his eyes transforming into a vivid crimson, the depths of his gaze a void, with blood-red irises fixated upon it. Such immense terror, more terrifying than the combined horrors of the previous two encounters. The being's mouth snapped shut once more. Subsequently, 2 streams of tears began to flow slowly down its countenance. Reminiscent of humanity, it was uncertain whether the tears were born of fear or the frustration of failing to unleash its abilities thrice. The being abruptly turned to Enruashua, and this time, she, empowered by the forces of the soul buyer's shadow, easily discerned the being's intentions. Chapter 57. The Beautiful Head, an Unexpected Assault. Is this the anomaly of Kaiwan Lake? It appears rather unimpressive, does it not? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing activated the blood pupil's ocular gem, directing his gaze toward the peculiar entity known as Beautiful Head Grade, 9th rank, category, spiritual anomaly, lifespan, 9 months and 3 days, yin-yang ensemble. Rule: any living being that hears its melodic voice will be irresistibly drawn to it. Should they sing along, they will trigger a lethal rule leading to death. Mind's resonance, ability: the emitted sound can penetrate into the hearts of others to a certain extent, with enhanced efficacy upon visual contact. Spirit entity, status: typically imperceptible and capable of traversing physical barriers. Each passage consumes a portion of its lifespan. Promotion requirements: unknown. Note: a beauty? This entity holds significant potential. With further evolution, it may become even more aesthetically pleasing. Human, perhaps you should entrust it to me for proper indulgence? Despite recognizing the potential of this beautiful head, Chu Qing felt little intrigue, not to mention the unknown challenges of future promotion or the weight of the rules. The mere difficulty of triggering these rules was already noteworthy. However, it was precisely due to this broad release of rule capabilities that the overall weight of the rules would not be excessively high. This was evident from the tests conducted with the lantern head and faceless ghost upon entering the cemetery. Yet, this anomaly seemed quite suitable for Enruashua. The effect of mind's resonance could allow her to control this beautiful head, facilitating initial communication and trade with other entities. Contemplating the transaction, Chu Qing raised his gaze towards Enruashua. Understanding his intent, Enruashua took out the Zhongkue riding the tiger painting from her bosom and handed it to him. At that moment, her book of life and death illuminated. Buyer of life, due to the inherent stance brought forth by the choices of fate, you have completed your first transaction in life. This exchange, a mutual benefit, holds immense significance for you. You have utilized 6 months of your lifespan to acquire the peculiar rights from the entity before you. Your transaction is now fully realized. The scales of fortune are weighing the gains and losses of this exchange to determine your recompense. Having expended half a year's worth of lifespan, the peculiar entity has saved your life and unveiled the complete rules governing its nature. You may choose to acquire this peculiar entity as a grinding ghost. Upon evaluation, it is determined that you have struck a remarkable deal in this transaction, granting you a 50 profit rebate on the currency expended, thus gaining 3 additional months of lifespan. What an exhilarating transaction this is. Your understanding of the buyer of life role has deepened considerably. Of course, you must recognize that such opportunities are rare and fleeting. Thus, it is essential to seize the generosity of this employer. Feeling the words of the Book of Life and Death resonate, and Ruashua's lips curled into a subtle smile, Chu Qing mirrored her expression. The value of half a year's lifespan is indeed substantial. As for the woman's trading profits, Chu Qing felt no envy. Firstly, such a lucrative deal is a rarity, and it was only because he witnessed Enruashua signing a hellish contract, becoming a contractor bound by the blood letter, that he granted her this opportunity for a lease. Secondly, such profits are ephemeral. However, for those who purchase lives, this ephemeral existence holds little utility. She must convert the ephemeral into nether currency. Although the exchange rate for those purchasing lives is not as abysmal as the ordinary 12:1 ratio faced by typical spirit controllers and common folk, the actual amount received is still significantly diminished. Not to mention, those purchasing lives do not always earn rebates on every transaction. Losses are an inevitability as well. For him, the Gravekeeper, the dawn heralds the arrival of 6 days of ephemeral existence, along with the black copper coins and the golden shrine, plus an additional 2 days of nether currency. It may not seem substantial, yet this is a guaranteed income, and it is merely the beginning. Furthermore, the Gravekeeper's earnings serve as a baseline, and he possesses another crucial source of income. He slowly rose from behind the dark tombstone and spoke. The dark red glass door swung open, and Ruoxue entered the room, carrying the head of a beautiful woman. The door closed behind her, evidently, and Ruoxue understood Chu Qing's intent. The tungsten filament bulb flickered to life, and the two turned their gaze toward the dark red glass door. Although Ruoxue had entered the graveyard clutching the beautiful head, ostensibly fulfilling the task of death inscribed in blood, her presence here undoubtedly lent an air of ritualistic significance. Task completed, the peculiar beautiful head found in Kaiyuan Lake, successfully brought into the mausoleum. In the guidance of death, the blood-lettered ghost reaps 20 days of dark longevity. Executor's task reward, and Ruoxue acquires a hellish contract, becoming a contractee. A surge of crimson suddenly projected from the dark red glass, enveloping Ruoxue's form. In the next moment, an irregular blood-red symbol manifested upon the back of her hand. Chu Qing harbored no doubts regarding his grave ghost's abilities. In fact, the rules of the hellish contract were profoundly inclusive, and Ruoxue's ascension as a contractee was indeed part of the guidance of death. The power of fate lies not in passively accepting one's destiny but rather in the transformative acts within its confines. This is the essence of fate. Regrettably, the woman before him lacked the depth of understanding that Chu Qing possessed. She blinked at the symbol adorning her hand, her eyes glinting with delight as she turned to Chu Qing. "Qing Gu, can you control this symbol?" Chu Qing raised an eyebrow and nodded. "What is it? It's just too ugly. Could you perhaps change it for me and reposition it? Anywhere but on the back of my hand?" This was indeed a trivial matter. Chu Qing nodded in agreement. "Sure. Tell me, what kind of symbol do you desire, and where would you like it placed?" And Ruoxue suddenly became excited, pulling out her phone to begin her search. Soon, she found something that caught her fancy and handed it to Chu Qing. However, upon merely glancing at it, the corner of Chu Qing's eye twitched involuntarily. Wasn't that some sort of tattoo? He resolutely chose to disregard it, saying, "Don't be foolish." And Ruoxue pouted, then glanced at the flickering tungsten bulb before suggesting, Qing, even if you're going to stay here indefinitely, you should at least arrange for a better living environment. Look at this place. It lacks even decent tiles." He abruptly turned his gaze to his wrist. As expected, the life and death ledger that had been absent for quite some time suddenly emitted a peculiar notification. "Esteemed sir, I regret to intrude upon you at this moment. However, I must implore you not to forget that certain entities are always lurking in the shadows, watching you. These are the true threats that the city poses to your existence. They await patiently, gathering strength, preparing. They are unaware of when they shall present you with some small gifts. Beware, they are coming." Chu Qing's pupils constricted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, his crimson eyes flared to life. He leapt through the doorway, and in an instant, a crimson glow landed in his hand. It was the human head lantern. The terrifying red light of the lantern spread instantly. The next moment, a thunderous roar resonated. Both Chu Qing and Ruoxue understood clearly that it was the sound of a vehicle's engine. Yet even more horrifying was what lay ahead. The sound emanating from just beyond the cemetery, despite its proximity, showed no signs of abating. Bam! The colossal iron gate was shattered, accompanied by the resounding crash of the adjoining wall collapsing. Yet this was far from the end. Although the momentum of the massive entity had diminished, the frantic beating of Chu Qing's heart offered no respite. As anticipated, in the next moment, amidst the dimness of the night, the object that Chu Qing finally discerned erupted in a burst of flames. It was an oil tanker. Now, the tanker had exploded. Boom! Chapter 58. Ghost Delivery. The Assault of the Maternal Ghost. Chu Qing had never felt so utterly invincible in this bizarre era. Such a notion was unfathomable. Indeed, the prowess of the blood-eyed dragon lord was acknowledged in later times. Yet the blood pupils he possessed now were not the same as those of the blood-eyed dragon lord of the future. In the span of just a few days, his growth had been remarkable. However, as the Book of Life and Death had indicated, in this city, one that had been marked as a realm of terrifying spirits by the world's ghost tamers, could he truly roam unhindered? The scene before him jolted Chu Qing from the complacency that his recent progress had afforded him, starkly revealing the grim reality. The terrifying tremors and the fierce blaze were overwhelming. Were it not for the ability bestowed by the Lantern of Heads and the fortification provided by the Gravekeeper's physique, Chu Qing, standing perilously close, would have surely met his demise in that very moment. Yet, even so, he witnessed firsthand that, aside from the complete destruction of the gate to his family's Beishan cemetery, the humble abode he had been criticized for by Ruoxue had collapsed as if the very bones of the structure had been dislodged. Fortunately, the area enveloped in darkness was still quite expansive. Such a magnitude of collapse, judging by the circumstances, should not pose any threat to the elusive deity residing within the house. However, it was undeniable that the dwelling was no longer habitable. He had no time to concern himself with Ruoxue's ominous predictions. His blood-red eyes were fixated on the burning and shattered fuel truck. Amidst the flames, a figure staggered down from the wreckage. It seemed oblivious to Chu Qing, the fire-scorched body swiftly locking onto a particular object. Upon recognizing that object, Chu Qing's mind suddenly cleared. Indeed, this swaying figure engulfed in flames was heading towards the abandoned taxi numbered 40,004 not far away. Chu Qing's blood-red gaze darkened ominously. So, this entity had come knocking? Since it had arrived, it would not be permitted to leave. In an instant, Chu Qing's pupils locked in, his eyes sharpening as he beheld this bizarre apparition. As expected, ghost delivery, rank, 9th grade, category, subghost, lifespan, 3 days, pickup rules, must follow commands. Upon arriving at a designated location, a specific item must be retrieved. Failure to retrieve will trigger a lethal rule. Race against time, ability can operate any vehicle to reach the destination, significantly reducing the effectiveness of restrictive rule-related abilities. No circumstances shall impede the swiftness of action. The subdemon, status a subordinate of the demon mother, upon exhausting its lifespan, does not perish but rather consumes the lifespan of the demon mother. However, should the demon mother meet her demise, all subdemons shall likewise perish. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. This entity again. Humanity. I find myself increasingly intrigued by what lies behind it. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing abruptly approached the side of taxi number 40004, gazing at the entity before him. It was engulfed in fierce flames yet appeared to be merely an ordinary human. Its gaze seemed fixated solely on the taxi number 40004. With a swift kick, Chu Qing struck. This ghostly courier was evidently not a spectral anomaly. The force of his kick sent it staggering to the ground a short distance away. The ghostly courier slowly raised its head, its face charred by flames, with its exposed eyes firmly locked onto Chu Qing. The delivery, mine if not die. Chu Qing disregarded the entity's invocation of rules. His blood-red pupils firmly locked onto it. Without a second thought, he instantly activated eye for an eye. Terrifying energy surged forth, accompanied by his scarlet gaze, as a chilling wind swept past, stirring the distant flames and his inky black hair. In that moment, against the backdrop of the blazing inferno, Chu Qing resembled a fearsome demon emerging from the depths of hell, more so than the ghostly courier itself. His crimson pupils, amidst the darkness, wove a thread of blood-red light that swayed slightly with his gaze. The fate of the ghostly courier mirrored that of the previous ghostly taxi, with no discernible difference. The swirling malevolence enveloped them, akin to a terrifying vortex that tore their bodies asunder. And Ruoxue stood not far away. Though it was not her first encounter with such a sight, the scene still sent chills coursing through her. Moreover, it was not only she who felt this dread. The beautiful head she held tightly quivered in response to the man being violently shredded by the flames. Both she and it could sense the fury and ferocity emanating from that figure. The body, torn apart by the dark energy, was once again drawn into the crimson vortex created by Chu Qing's eyes. His pitch-black eye sockets overflowed with blood, resembling an eye wash tinted with red paint, saturating the entirety of his eye area. Chu Qing closed his eyes, and from the corner of his eye, a trickle of blood flowed out, covering his eye socket as if adorned with a blood-red eyeshadow. After 3 seconds, he reopened his eyes, revealing a chilling madness and bloodlust that Underworld had never witnessed before. He gazed indifferently at the entrance engulfed in flames. The blaze from the oil tanker would not persist for long. In places thick with malevolence, such ordinary flames do not burn for an extended duration. However, in the wake of the recent explosion, his sanctuary had been utterly obliterated. He turned to Underworld and inquired, "The Lin family's company is responsible for real estate development, correct? Please ensure that the main gate is repaired in the coming days. Remember, only the gate and the area in front of it are to be touched. No one is permitted to enter the back tomb." "Understood," she replied. He calmly walked out of the collapsed room. The notebook, television, and other items were all utterly destroyed. Yet, as he had anticipated, the Een god remained unscathed in the corner, thanks to the presence of that golden shrine. Since it had not been affected, he felt no inclination to intervene further. As for the blood-written specter, it posed no concern. The glass door was merely its habitual abode, while its true dwelling was the entire Beishan cemetery. Standing before the partially collapsed doorway, Chu Qing suppressed the unsettling and bizarre thoughts once again threatening to engulf him, redirecting his focus to the ghostly courier and the spectral taxi service. The collision of formidable anomalies and the exchange of information were of paramount importance. This was also the reason for the blood-eyed ghost's overwhelming power. As his thoughts gradually unfurled, a frown creased Chu Qing's brow. From the ghostly courier, he recalled the previous spectral taxi service, and soon he arrived at a crucial piece of information. With this realization, Chu Qing retrieved his phone from his pocket and glanced at 2 numbers that could potentially provide a solution. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to open the newly added WeChat contact, Zhou Yingzhu. Lu Xi had cautioned him in a previous life that the intentions of the Chu family in their association with him were far from pure. Though he owed her a minor favor, given the formidable strength of the ghostly matron behind the scenes, it was unnecessary to put Lu Lian at risk of peril. Thus, in the depths of the night, Chu Qing swiftly typed a message. "Please investigate whether there are any abandoned bus stations, passenger terminals, or train stations in Luocheng, where any tangible anomalies have been reported. If this task is executed well, I can offer you an opportunity." Chapter 59. The Ghostly Mother. The world of it. Villa No. 2 of the Splendid Manor. Lying on her custom-made H-Sten's bed, Zhou Yingzhu exhaled deeply. It had been a long time since she had experienced such quality slumber. Thoughts of the events from the morning resurfaced, particularly the enigmatic man. How had he come to wield such power? A glimmer of yearning flickered in Zhou Yingzhu's eyes. Her journey from humble beginnings to her current status had instilled in her an unquenchable desire for strength and authority. The day's events had made it abundantly clear to her. The rules of the world had irrevocably changed. Death, perhaps, was the best conclusion one could hope for. Zhou Yingzhu pondered the 5 monks, including Zhishan, whom she had inadvertently sent into the jaws of danger, and let out a sigh. She had contemplated reaching out to her close friend for insight, yet she hesitated, unsure of Chu Qing's temperament. Would her covert inquiries provoke ire? From their brief interactions, it was evident that the man exhibited an even greater indifference to humanity than she did. He was truly someone who regarded human life as inconsequential. Perhaps only such individuals could amass such power in such a short span of time. Just then, her phone, which she had set aside, suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow. "Zhou Yingzhu, fate has favored you. In this wave of transformation, your wealth has granted you the opportunity to touch the truth of the world. That being requires your assistance. You should feel honored. Seize it tightly. This may very well be the most significant opportunity of your life." Zhou Yingzhu gazed at the flickering red light of the death ledger on her phone, momentarily taken aback. Almost instantaneously, a message via WeChat emerged from her now-functional device. Upon reading the contents, Zhou Yingzhu abruptly sat up in bed, disregarding the ensuing holy light that appeared. A bus station? A passenger station? Even a train station? She found herself perplexed by the man's peculiar requests. Yet, as the death ledger indicated, there was no need for her to comprehend the reasons. She merely had to comply. "Hey, Ah Chang," she instructed, "command the brothers to carry out a task for me tonight." Chu Qing lay within the confines of the coffin, devoid of any drowsiness. The gravekeeper's ethereal influence rendered him less reliant on sleep. And Ruo Shui had departed. Previously, she had not fully grasped the reins of the Senmu group, and now she bore the consequences, successfully harnessing a grinding ghost, which equated to possessing the extraordinary ability to silently dictate the fates of others. Chu Qing felt no anger. The losses were merely external matters of little consequence. As long as the peculiarities he had collected remained intact, all was well. Moreover, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the ghostly mother behind this childlike specter. What manner of entity could conjure such bizarre phenomena? The capabilities of this uncanny delivery service were undeniably impressive. Not to mention it had previously produced a ghostly taxi and the fabled 40004 taxi. Thus, what reason was there for anger or resentment towards such formidable yet mindless anomalies? Such emotions are only fit for fools. On the contrary, the formidable presence of the opponent only deepens Chu Qing's intrigue. Moreover, this recent assault has not been without its advantages for him. Within the dark ledger of life and death, crimson characters emerged. A bizarre attack caught you off guard. Nevertheless, as a gravekeeper, you adhered to your duty, successfully safeguarding the resting souls within the tomb from undue disturbance by the assailant. You have gained a deeper understanding of your role as a gravekeeper. Indeed, while there may have been no tangible feedback in terms of ethereal longevity, the advancement in the integration of his role serves as the finest reward. This will expedite his future ascension to the 8th rank. With this thought, Chu Qing closed his eyes. Throughout this day, he had exerted himself excessively, compounded by the consumption of ethereal longevity from the golden shrine, which inevitably left him feeling fatigued. As he sensed the connection with the vast graveyard beneath him, Chu Qing's condition began to rejuvenate swiftly. At an unknown moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, sensing an odd fluctuation. He rose slowly from the coffin, gazing towards the east. At 8 o'clock, the sun finally unveiled a sliver of pale dawn on the horizon. Chu Qing understood that the time had come for his inaugural duty as a gravekeeper to guard the tomb. Accompanying his patrol, feedback appeared on the ledger of life and death. You are patrolling within your graveyard. At the threshold between darkness and dawn, all souls have returned to tranquility. Yet, daylight is not a shackle that confines them, but rather a mark of respect for the gravekeeper. During this patrol, you have grasped the profound responsibilities of the gravekeeper, gaining a deeper understanding of their role. You have acquired 6 days of ethereal life, and due to the unique nature of the high-level tomb, the Golden Shrine, you have also received an additional day of spectral currency. Within the tomb, all inhabitants are present, and you have impeccably fulfilled your duties as a guardian. Consequently, all the serene anomalies within the tomb have likewise earned an extra day of ethereal life. At this moment, you can allocate the 6 days of ethereal life you have obtained directly to the other anomalies through your Gravekeeper's monument, without the need to convert it into spectral currency. Sensing the feedback from the Book of Life and Death, Chu Qing chose not to distribute this exceptionally precious ethereal life, instead absorbing it entirely into his own being. He slowly opened his eyes to find that dawn had already broken. Chu Qing gazed toward the east, where the blood-red sun was gradually rising. Unbeknownst to him, even the sun had transformed in such a manner. He paid it no mind, as he had long since become accustomed to such sights in his previous life. However, at that moment, a phone call came through. Chu Qing glanced down to see that it was none other than Zhou Yingzhu. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had underestimated her capabilities. Indeed, the voice on the other end of the line belonged to Zhou Yingzhu. "Mr. Chu, regarding the special location you mentioned, we have found one during the night, but we are unsure if it is the one you are seeking. Could you please clarify where it is?" Chu Qing promptly interrupted. "The starting station of the abandoned number 14 bus stop in the old district of Luo City. I have sent you the location, and I am currently en route there. Do you wish to accompany me? Zhou Yingzhu's actions greatly pleased Chu Qing. I shall arrive shortly. Do not act recklessly. With that, Chu Qing abruptly ended the call. He cast a glance around, contemplated for a moment, and picked up a nearby lantern. Yet he chose not to utilize it, instead placing it within the coffin alongside the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. Most crucially, Chu Qing turned his gaze towards his grand tombstone. He felt no tremors of fate. Why was the blood-lettered ghost so tranquil? Was it still bound by the so-called cooling period, or was it that even it trembled in fear of that entity? Chu Qing was uncertain. He only knew that whether it was a mule or a horse, one must lead it out for a stroll. Thus, this time, he did not summon taxi number 40004. Instead, he tilted his head to gaze at the sky. Caw. The black crow revealed for the first time its utility against Huang Hong. Chu Qing grasped its sharp talons as the world beneath him gradually lifted into the air. In the old city, with the location pinpointed via WeChat, Chu Qing swiftly identified the site. To Zhou Yingzhu's astonishment, Chu Qing's speed matched her own arrival. Mr. Chu. Zhou Yingzhu lifted her gaze, observing the enormous crow perched upon Chu Qing's shoulder and the lantern he held, nervously swallowing. Chu Qing cast a satisfied glance at Zhou Yingzhu. Not only had she come personally, but more importantly, she had not brought anyone else along. What manner of place was this? Mr. Chu, this is an old bus stop from the previous era, serving as the starting point for bus route 14. This route traversed the entirety of the old city, but later, as urban beautification efforts transformed the area into a tourist destination, this outdated bus line was discontinued. Consequently, I heard that numerous locals sought explanations from the authorities, yet most left empty-handed. Zhou Yingzhu had evidently done her homework during the night. Despite the slight darkness under her eyes, she remained remarkably spirited. I instructed my subordinates to scour every bus station, large and small, throughout Luocheng last night. While there are various ghostly rumors, most proved unfounded, except for this place. What is wrong here? Noticing Zhou Yingzhu's hesitation, Chu Qing turned his gaze toward a rather unremarkable bus parking lot nearby, where several old houses stood in the background. In the distance, the lot bore remnants of faded yellow parking lines. Here, the disparity with the revitalized tourist area of Luocheng was striking, almost as if they belonged to different cities. This shadowy corner is a common feature in every city, instinctively concealed by its inhabitants, who wish to present only the polished and vibrant aspects to outsiders and superiors. Here, no reports are made. Throughout the night, 4 of my subordinates ventured into this area for investigation, yet as of now, they remain unreachable. Chu Qing exhaled deeply, realizing that this was indeed the place. He focused on the bus station's departure point, then slowly advanced forward. However, at that moment, in the dawn of Los Angeles, an inexplicable chill enveloped Chu Qing entirely. The watch on his outstretched left hand illuminated at that instant, signaling the timely feedback of the ledger of life and death. Yet this time, the content that emerged left Chu Qing utterly astonished. Are they human? Perhaps they are. In the eyes of the city, they are hurried worker ants, the very cogs of urban operation, the expendables of civilization's advance. In the perspective of many people, they are not regarded as human. They may serve as representatives of humanity's historical narrative, immortalized in chronicles, yet often recorded not as humans but as mere numbers. They thrive within this city. Here, the vast majority of their kind converge. Here, their inevitable path is born. Until one day when people deem that they, it, and the notion of existence itself have lost all significance. Then what meaning lies in the morit? Esteemed sir, are you prepared to enter the realm of it? Chu Qing's breath caught abruptly, his gaze fixed in horror upon the distant bus stop, seemingly lying in wait. He never anticipated that on merely the first day of the era of terror, a bizarre mystical domain would emerge in Los Angeles. Chapter 60. Route 14 of the Old Town Bus Clang. 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 The sound of vehicles slowly rolling by stirred Chu Qing from his slumber. Blinking in a daze, he glanced out at the world beyond. The aged streets, the dimly lit throngs of people, and the incessant chatter surrounding him. What was he doing here? All right, he had finished work early today. He was a courier. Today, It was said that the road connecting the old town to the high-tech district was undergoing repairs, hence his early departure. Although he could not fathom how the construction on that side bore any relevance to the logistics of the old town, why dwell on such matters? After all, being able to leave work sooner was undeniably a comfort. With that thought, he stifled a yawn, yearning to lean back in his seat and steal a few more moments of rest. There were no parents urging him to bear the burden of a 30-year mortgage. No disapproving glances or cold words from relatives and friends. None of those suffocating pressures. However, a single remark abruptly snapped his attention. Have you heard? Due to city beautification efforts, the bus route map for the old town is being completely restructured. It seems that now, only Minxing Road will serve as the bus line for the old district. What? How could that be? The old town is so expansive. Were they to rely solely on their feet after descending from Minxing Road? This was unavoidable, they claimed, as they aimed to establish a beautiful tourist city with a comprehensive bus service, ensuring that visitors did not perceive any issues with the environment of Luocheng. Previously, the subway had not included our area. Alright, let us refrain from saying too much. Clang, clang, clang. The muffled hum of the bus on Route 14 rendered him incapable of slumber. He gazed vacantly at the world outside. A native of this city, he felt an unsettling disconnect from it. This aging district constituted the bulk of his impressions of the city. The very bus he had taken since his school days was now a mere remnant of familiarity. Would he, too, vanish like this bus, this route, and this old neighborhood? Indeed, such a fate seemed inevitable. He understood with clarity that the city perhaps had little need for him. A sense of resentment brewed within him. He yearned to be among those naturally elevated, to be regarded with genuine acknowledgement rather than merely being defined by his role as a courier, which encapsulated his entire identity and the essence of his existence. He envied those endowed with talents for other pursuits, pondering if he too possessed a hidden gift, yet lamentably, he had yet to uncover it in his lifetime. With a sigh, he felt an indescribable loneliness intertwined with an even more profound sense of absurdity. Uncertain of the origin of this feeling, he continued to observe the world beyond the window as vehicles glided past. His home had long since arrived, or perhaps it had already slipped by. This Route 14 bus encircled the entire old city, and if the previous lady was correct, he longed to truly see it, to witness the lives of those who resided here. Perhaps one day, he would find himself unable to witness it again. The site of 1401, once a primary school, is situated in the old town, which was not always considered old. This place has known prosperity in the past. The primary school thrived as well. However, it is evident that educational institutions are never devoid of funds. For even in poverty, education must prevail, and children must never endure hardship. The aged walls are adorned with climbing ivy. His formative years were spent here. Regrettably, before he could linger a moment longer or reminisce about the name of the little girl at his side, who sported 2 braided pigtails, the vehicle jolted back to life. The rhythmic clanking of the bus echoed, and soon it came to a halt once more at a disheveled street corner. This was the morning market. Despite its untidiness, it exuded a certain vibrancy of life, even as the locals, in the presence of relatives visiting from afar, spoke of it with a hint of embarrassment, their cheeks flushed. In his youth, he relished visiting this place, not for the fish sold at the stall, but for the little cat that often lingered there. He adored cats. At times, he pondered what life would be like as an agile feline. In another lifetime, he mused, perhaps he would prefer to be a cat. For the burdens of human existence are wearisome, fraught with complexities. A stray cat's sole concern would be the pursuit of sustenance. The bus rattled to life once more, its rhythmic clanging echoing. The next stop is by the riverbank, a small tributary of the Luo River. However, what was once a serene spot has now become a fetid drainage ditch, reeking of unpleasant odors. In the past, a wealthy investor from Luo City poured a significant sum into this area, supposedly to enrich the local populace and enhance some GDP metrics of which he had little understanding. All he knew was that the prosperous entrepreneur eventually departed, having amassed a fortune, while the factory was shuttered. The riverbank, once a cherished place where he played and bathed in his youth, now stood abandoned. Once again the bus revved up. Passengers boarded and alighted as he cast a fleeting glance, choosing not to dwell on them. his gaze drifted to the hurried world outside, while his mind wandered through the fragments of his 20-plus years spent in the city. Those memories, trivial in nature, seemed inconsequential compared to the grand narrative of Luo City's development. Yet, to him, they represented everything he held dear. It has been said that maturation entails a loss of certain things while gaining others. Seated on this number 14 bus, Chu Qing found himself in a contemplative stupor, acutely aware of the many losses he had endured, yet feeling as though he had never truly gained anything. Now, it appeared that even the last vestiges of his possessions were slipping away, as the unmistakable ding-ding of the horn signaled the approach of the old bus stop, weathered by over 20 years of wind and rain. Unbeknownst to him, he suddenly realized that, at some point, he was the sole remaining passenger on the bus. For reasons he could not fathom, as he gazed at the approaching station, both a departure point and a terminus, a wave of inexplicable dread washed over him. The orange sun descended in the west, casting its warm glow upon the bus as it traversed the road. Lost in thought, his gaze seemed to drift languidly. Facing the sunset, he felt as if he transcended the confines of the bus, observing himself from a divine perspective, seated within that very vehicle, the scene imbued with warmth and exquisite composition. Everything he had just experienced unfolded before his eyes. Yet, the beautiful tableau gradually began to shift. All colors faded, and vitality dissipated, resembling a worn-out film reel projecting a lifeless black-and-white silent movie. Chapter 61. Life and Death. The Ascension Technique of the Blood Eyes.
Come fort. Come fort.
This is our home. Do you not wish to join us? Board the bus. Let us embark. A chorus of voices echoed in his ears. The cold. Oh, how piercingly cold the air felt. Chu Qing had never experienced such chill before. Even when he held the title of Lord of the Yellow Springs in the second rank, having immersed himself in the so-called Yellow Springs, it paled in comparison to the current frigidness. This was the sensation of death. Indeed, only when fully enveloped and shrouded by the rules could one truly feel such a chill. It was not merely the body that felt this cold. Even the essence of his soul, whatever it may be, was ensnared in this frost. Yet why must one meet death? Have I truly perished? Am I not aboard that bus? No, that cannot be right. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through Chu Qing's body, as he resisted the frigid grip of death that had nearly enveloped him entirely. After all, he was a gravekeeper. Yes, he was not merely a courier. He was Chu Qing, the gravekeeper of the 9th rank, the former king of Chujiang. In an instant, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged from his pupils. His crimson eyes lifted to gaze into the distance. Though uncertain of his destination, the rules of death loomed ominously, threatening to consume him. Yet, on this precipice of life and death, Chu Qing was acutely aware that it was observing him. From his prior encounter with the faceless ghost, Chu Qing understood that the activation of his blood pupil required not a conventional eye-to-eye confrontation, but merely a fleeting connection of gazes. As long as the other party directed their attention toward him, his blood-red orbs, now fervently awakened for the first time, would inevitably turn toward it as well. At that moment, the consciousness that had seemed shrouded in a haze was finally restored. Chu Qing felt an icy chill enveloping him, and the bloodlight emanating from his eyes began to seep forth, leaving droplets of crimson in its wake. The wildly darting blood pupils appeared as though they might leap from his eye sockets, a manifestation of madness unlike anything Chu Qing had ever witnessed. Suddenly, he sensed it. That gaze, he could feel it. He sensed the presence of something behind him. However, this time, the blood-red gaze, which had always been advantageous, failed to exert its expected effect. This mutual gaze endured. Chu Qing understood that his opponent had likewise activated the rules of murder. The imminent touch of death he had nearly encountered served as the most compelling evidence of this. Yet, the retribution he sought through an eye for an eye did not yield its full potential. The most probable explanation was that his adversary's weight was not inferior to that of the blood-red gaze. At the very least, the disparity in their exerted weights was negligible. Nonetheless, the effect was not entirely absent. The frantically swirling blood-red gaze was a vivid crimson, while the chill of death that had brushed against Chu Qing began to dissipate. The warmth of life re-emerged within him. In that moment, his perception of the outside world was finally restored. He could sense the scrutinizing gaze and the activation of the death rule gradually coming to a halt. Clearly, His opponent recognized that they had missed this opportunity, the very chance to eliminate Chu Qing. Chu Qing pursed his lips and surveyed his surroundings. However, what he never could have imagined was that at this moment, he remained merely standing there. In the distance lay an abandoned, dilapidated bus stop. His hand was even extended, maintaining the pose of observing the life and death ledger on his left wrist. Yet, even without entering the secret realm, Chu Qing understood that he had truly circled around the gates of the underworld. Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu. The voice of Zhou Yingzhu echoed persistently behind him. However, Chu Qing chose to disregard it, instead directing his gaze once more to his left hand. As his consciousness regained clarity, and with the gaze of the unknown ghostly mother shifting away, the death and life ledger pulsated once more, revealing characters. Esteemed sir, you have been deceived, have you not? Of course, this is not necessarily a misfortune. Believe me, it truly is not. It serves to enlighten you that its possessions are not easily acquired. And you have made it aware that your existence cannot be so easily manipulated, even with intentions masked. The journey of that ghostly courier is so humble, so insignificant, yet for one as great as you, it presents a different sort of amusement, does it not? Perhaps both of you should realize that, in the current circumstance, neither can truly dominate the other. Thus, perhaps a temporary truce would be a wise choice for both parties. Would you not agree? Nevertheless, I reiterate, esteemed Chu Qing, this is not a misfortune for you. Chu Qing observed the responses of the death and life ledger, comprehending the nature of the earlier scene. So it was. The ghostly courier, slain by his hand, upon arriving here, enabled the ghostly mother to activate its memories, even prior to his entrance into the secret realm, invoking the rules of death to cast a curse upon him.
No wonder.
Chu Qing's gaze revealed no discernible turmoil, just as the ledger had articulated. At present, having successfully countered the initial strike of this malevolent spirit, it would be exceedingly difficult for the adversary to launch another assault, unless he willingly ventured into the secret realm. The recent confrontation had revealed the terrifying nature of this specter. To rashly intrude upon her territory would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, time was on his side. With this thought, Chu Qing exhaled deeply and stated, "All right." Zhou Yingzhu dared not utter another sound. After all, he had only been reborn for less than a week. However, the ominous signs of revival had been evident for at least half a month, if not a month. Luo City was one of the cities most plagued by supernatural occurrences in his previous life. The existence of this ghostly matron was undoubtedly one of the earliest manifestations of formidable malevolence. Otherwise, a secret realm could not have been formed. Power. In such a terrifying era, strength was the most reliable asset. With this in mind, Chu Qing chose not to linger and promptly turned to leave. Zhou Yingzhu was perplexed until Chu Qing's voice soon echoed, "Come with me. You will drive to Beishan Cemetery." Understood. Seated in Zhou Yingzhu's Bentley Continental, Chu Qing slightly closed his eyes, his brow furrowed. Once again, he felt the sharp pain that accompanied his initial fusion. In an instant, a crimson hue enveloped his vision anew. However, the reappearance of the blood-red subtitles left Chu Qing momentarily stunned, as he finally comprehended the true meaning behind the life and death ledgers. Indeed, this impending crisis of life and death was not entirely a misfortune for him. At this very moment, beneath the perception of the blood-eyed ghost, the long-awaited method of ascension finally materialized amidst the looming crisis of death. Chapter 62. Special Ascension Requirements. The Ghostly Hand. The roads of Luocheng were strikingly desolate. Even though it was not the weekend, and despite it being daytime, the streets were eerily void of life. Not only were the highways barren, but even the bustling locales of Luocheng were regrettably empty. She remained oblivious to Chu Qing's thoughts, and thus could not comprehend the tumultuous nature of his emotions at this moment. The thin line between life and death, coupled with the symbiosis between the blood-eyed ghost and himself, had prompted this entity to sense the imminent threat of death, unleashing its latent potential and finally perceiving its method of ascension. However, upon witnessing the ascension method of the blood-eyed ghost, even with the mindset of someone who has lived 2 lifetimes, Chu Qing could only express incredulity. Has this bizarre creature overindulged? In truth, from an external standpoint, the ascension of the blood-eyed ghost appeared rather uncomplicated, even exceedingly simple. Yet, were it not for Chu Qing's awareness of their symbiotic connection, he would seriously suspect that this creature had been seduced by the ghost mother within the secret realm, conspiring to take his life alongside that entity. Indeed, he once again lifted his blood-red eyelids, gazing upon the condition of the blood-eyed specter. Blood-eye, rank, 9th grade, category, symbiotic anomaly, lifespan, 10 months and 16 days, eye for an eye rule upon locking eyes. One may disregard the opponent's rule-based abilities and rebound them. If the adversary possesses no rule-based ability, the power activates to control the blood energy of the living beings, specters, causing it to flow backward, spill forth, and perish. The activation requires a gaze, with the effect's duration dependent on the disparity in rank and innate talent between both parties. Eyes and orbs, ability capable of probing into living beings, underworld artifacts, etc. Discerning rank, essence, rules, abilities, and lifespan, among others. Symbiosis, state currently coexisting with a human, doubling the consumption of lifespan, while simultaneously awakening a nascent intelligence. Promotion requirements. Devour 5 anomalies of higher rank, and a portion of the symbiotic entity's body must merge into the anomalous body, with the anomaly's rank not falling below the 9th grade. Note: human. What do you mean? How dare you question me? You are far too weak. I exist to protect you, this human, alongside myself. Indeed, the promotion of the blood-eyed specter could be deemed rather simple. Astonishingly, it requires no consumption of lifespan. The number of anomalies to be devoured poses no significant challenge for the blood-eye. The sole aspect worth mentioning is that its promotion necessitates Chu Qing to once again coexist with another anomaly. It cannot be akin to the grave specter, which is commanded. Rather, it must be a fusion similar to itself. Just as he contemplated upon his recent rebirth, humans need not rely on the methods of positions to control anomalies. It is through the peculiar fusion and symbiotic relationship with one's own body that enigma manifests. Yet the risks associated with such endeavors are extensive. In the previous life, among the 5 kings who had already established their positions, the coroner king, also referred to as the king of senses, was particularly adept in this field, though Chu Qing had limited interactions with him. Naturally, the other party would not divulge any secrets or techniques. Thus, to persist in such a state, utilizing his own body for this strange amalgamation, he must continue to embrace danger. Chu Qing harbors no fear of peril. Otherwise, he would not have resolved on the very day of his rebirth to merge with the initial form of the blood-eyed dragon lord. However, he is now the first tomb guardian, and the tomb spirits are but a prototype of the death apartment, compounded by his integration with the blood-eyed dragon lord, which significantly diminishes the necessity for further risks. Yet, the blood-eyed spirit seems intent on courting danger. Clearly, this confrontation with the mother and child ghost has instilled a sense of crisis in this prideful blood-eyed specter. Chu Qing closed his eyes once more, rubbing his temples that throbbed with pain. In truth, despite feeling somewhat speechless, he does not resist. Rather, he finds himself filled with anticipation. What is the meaning of a smooth-sailing journey? In an age of terror, as in any era, those who rise inevitably possess a gambler's mentality and unwavering confidence. This encounter has reaffirmed his understanding that, in this terrifying epoch, one must navigate against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. If one does not progress or if growth falters, countless enigmas will swiftly hunt and flourish. To achieve the aspirations he yearns for, the pursuit of power must never cease. If one could achieve eternal existence, if one could attain immortality across the ages, what would it matter if they were beset by vengeful spirits? He resumed his quest to sift through the recesses of his mind. To refrain from action is simply to refrain, yet to act demands an endeavor to excel. Moreover, in this world, it is not merely the feeble or the lacking in potential that face a diminished mortality rate after an eerie amalgamation. If that is the case, and since fusion is inescapable, then it is entirely reasonable to opt for a more formidable anomaly. Although it may be challenging to rediscover something as formidable as the blood-eyed dragon lord, one cannot settle for any random substitute, for it is something that will integrate into one's very being. Thus, which of the powerful anomalies from the last life possesses a foundational form that can merge with a human essence? Chu Qing fell into contemplation, Then, he recalled an entity he could access at present. Luo City was the epicenter of the most severe ghostly afflictions in his previous life, its multitude of anomalies rendering it a veritable hell on earth within a mere 3 years. Yet it was precisely for this reason that, during the early days of the chaos in Luo City, certain ghost tamers emerged prominently in the public eye. Although Chu Qing had fled Luo City long ago, he had kept a watchful eye on some developments. Among them was one who particularly met his criteria. In fact, during the initial outbreak of the anomalies in his previous life, a fortunate convergence allowed some to master and merge with these entities. After all, there are feats that Chu Qing can accomplish, and others can achieve them as well. While there were casualties, there were also those who survived. In his previous life, he had heard of a certain individual by the name of Ghost Han Du Baifan while closely observing the circle of spirit tamers in Luocheng. It was said that this individual rose to prominence through a peculiar phenomenon that manifested within his palm. Subsequently, after the announcement of the Yin positions on official platforms and forums, he transitioned to the role of a night watchman, becoming one of the most esteemed spirit tamers in Luocheng, garnering significant attention and acclaim. Even in Xinqing, some sought to ally themselves with him, drawn by the enigma of his hand. Legends suggested that anything ensnared by that ghostly hand lost all capacity to resist. Although Chu Qing did not possess extensive knowledge regarding the specific rules and abilities associated with it, he later learned that, despite having fled Luocheng and attaining the rank of a 4th-tier in position known as Nocturnal Wanderer, this individual ultimately met his demise within a certain secret realm. Nevertheless, the ghostly hand's notoriety during the early, terrifying days of the era was evidently significant. As for whether that man had managed to locate the ghost hand, merge with it, or master it, Chu Qing was rather uncertain. Furthermore, he had little understanding of what this person had been engaged in before the advent of the Eerie Age. Contemplating this, Chu Qing unexpectedly inquired of Zhou Yingzhu, "Are you familiar with someone named Du Baifan from Luocheng?" Zhou Yingzhu hesitated momentarily, then pondered before replying, "The name sounds somewhat familiar. If you are not in a hurry, may I take some time to investigate?" Chu Qing nodded in agreement, certainly. Since Zhou Yingzhu is quite familiar, she must not be an ordinary person. Moreover, her name is not particularly common. After pausing by the roadside for about 10 minutes, Zhou Yingzhu's voice finally resonated in my ears once more. "I have found it, Mr. Chu. I am uncertain if you are referring to this Du Baifan, but he is the only one I know of." Du Baifan, a resident of Luocheng, was the founder of Wanhua Building Materials, a company that had gained some renown in Luocheng and even in the Central Plains. However, the company eventually went bankrupt, leading him to leave Luocheng for Xinqing, where he currently serves as the general manager of the Gaojian Group in the provincial capital. Suddenly, Chu Qing's eyes flew open in surprise. Is the bankruptcy of his company related to the Senmu Group in Luocheng? Upon hearing Zhou Yingzhu's words, a knowing smile graced Chu Qing's face. So that is how it is. Chapter 63. The Unvarnished Business Battle. Devoured whole. In the heart of Luocheng stood a rather splendid skyscraper, once the object of envy for many. However, at this moment not a single person, including the upper management, could maintain their composure at work. Any piece of news from the death ledger could render them restless. Although merely a day had passed, numerous photographs had already circulated online. Previously, some had scoffed at these supernatural claims, dismissing them entirely. Yet now, faced with the possibility that such occurrences might manifest in their midst, how could they continue to work? Indeed, this world is never devoid of those who toil away at their jobs. In truth, today marks merely the second day of an uncanny outbreak. Though a sense of trepidation lingers in the heart, the grim reality is that countless lives are lost each year to traffic accidents. Should we then choose to abstain from work due to fear of calamity? The majority remain oblivious to the true peril of this bizarre upheaval, a situation that necessitates a transitional phase. For instance, if Chu Qing's lantern were to ascend to the 7th tier, the darkness beneath would activate, enabling a single surge to whisk away hundreds, if not thousands, into a spiraling ascent. Hence, despite the current circumstances, the building emblazoned with the name Senmu Construction still harbors a considerable number of employees. Although present, few are genuinely focused on their tasks. It was not until the crisp sound of clicking heels echoed through the air that all eyes turned toward the source. A figure clad in a tailored suit, perched upon glossy high heels, gracefully emerged from the elevator. Upon witnessing this apparition, no one uttered a word, yet many exchanged glances, a flicker of mischief igniting in their eyes. Just days prior, upon learning of this woman's identity, they had showered her with obsequious flattery, for she was to be the future mistress of the establishment. Now, however, the landscape had irrevocably changed. In this strange epoch, who could predict whether one might meet their demise in the next heartbeat? Even absent such grim prospects, the news had already spread. Senmu Construction, which had long dominated the construction sector in Luocheng and ventured into real estate, was on the verge of being assimilated by the Gaojian Group of Xingqing. Currently, the chairman of Gaojian Group, who is also the second-largest shareholder of Senmu Construction, Mr. Gao Hong, has come to an agreement with the various shareholders of the group. They have resolved not to acquire the shares of Senmu Group held by this woman. In due course, they can compel her to sell her shares to Mr. Gao at a meager price. At this moment, Ruoxue has evidently transformed from the prospective matriarch into a pitiable figure, akin to a futile endeavor in a bamboo basket. However, Ruoxue seems oblivious to this reality. After casting a glance around, a glimmer of icy disdain flickers in her eyes. She dismisses these insignificant individuals and strides directly into the innermost office. She knocks on the door and, without waiting for an invitation, enters and states coolly, "Secretary Zhang, please inform the board of directors that in 1 hour, I will convene a shareholders meeting in my capacity as the heir of the Lin family shares. I hope the esteemed shareholders will attend as promised. Those who choose not to come shall bear the consequences." Without waiting for the board's secretary to respond, Ruoxue ascends the elevator to the upper-level boardroom. She waits calmly within the meeting room, and aside from the distinctive Hermes bag, she clutches a peculiar plastic tote bag without faltering. The hour swiftly passes, and one by one, figures begin to enter, seemingly unaware of one another's conversations, entirely disregarding Ruoxue, seated at the head of the table. They appear to believe that she is indeed insignificant in their eyes. She is merely a gold digger, fortunate enough to ascend the branches and aspire to be a phoenix. Now, just a few days after the demise of the Lin father and son, she is so eager to come to the company, which clearly indicates that the Lin family's vision has been clouded. At this moment, she should be on her knees, pleading with them to purchase her insignificant remaining shares at a high price. Unfortunately, that is an impossibility. Of course, Chairman Gao had previously remarked that this young lady possesses considerable charm, and with her identity as a backdrop, if she is willing, it could indeed be feasible. Ruoxue observed the board members, who wore expressions of mockery, with a tranquil demeanor. Perhaps they had long since deemed her to be a mere lamb destined for slaughter. Ruoxue smiled and, once everyone was seated, finally spoke. "I am the heir to the inheritance shares of the Lin family. As of now, I hold 42 of Senmu Construction's shares, and it is only natural that I assume the role of chairman." At her declaration, everyone was momentarily taken aback, soon followed by expressions of disdain, and one voice interjected. "Little girl, while the shares may indeed be in your possession according to procedure, whether you can enter the board of directors still hinges on a vote by all board members. Uncle Li, are you not bullying her?" Ruoxue chuckled, having never heard of a shareholder with nearly 50 of the stakes needing the approval of other board members to join the board. A clear case of this old man taking advantage of her. Fortunately, she still has him, and she has it. Coincidentally, this old man who has made his presence felt is a most suitable target. Mr. Li smiled. Bullying? How could this possibly be considered bullying? Moreover, what of it if it were? She gazed at the elderly man who had spoken, then slowly retrieved an inconspicuous plastic bag. Her eyes fixed upon the face of the man who had spoken earlier, and in an instant, her once radiant smile, as vibrant as summer blossoms, turned icy and malevolent. "You arrogant old fool." The man, referred to as Uncle Li, was momentarily taken aback, attempting to rise, yet he froze in place. From the plastic bag, Ruoxue slowly extracted an object that left everyone in the room utterly speechless. It was a severed head, a woman's head, meticulously groomed, with a hint of blush and lipstick adorning her face. It was neither a replica nor a prop, for as everyone beheld it, it seemed to gaze back at them. Ruoxue turned her attention to the old man, offering a subtle smile. Let us send him on his way. Clearly, after last night's gruesome display, it had become exceedingly obedient to her will. Her gaze swiftly locked onto the board member surnamed Li. Then a voice emerged. A lamentation, haunting and delicate. A whisper that tugged at the heartstrings. A call that ensnared the soul. And an echo from the depths of the underworld. As all present were enraptured by this voice, the next moment, they beheld old Li. His fingers plunged into his throat, crimson splattering everywhere, erupting into a frenzy of screams that engulfed the conference room. Yet, the figure seated at the head of the table remained remarkably composed. And Ruoxue paid no mind to the lifeless body before her. Perhaps, as Chu Qing remarked after transitioning to the realm of the dead, what once struck terror into the hearts of ordinary people has now become commonplace for them. Thus, upon hearing the piercing screams of the men around her, she impatiently furrowed her brow and softly uttered, "Silence. Please." This voice, akin to the beauty beside her, pierced through the eardrums of all present, resonating deep within their hearts, compelling them into silence. Subsequently, and Ruoxue, with profound sorrow, declared, "The city of Luo has erupted in mystery, and our esteemed director Li Chuanfeng has met an enigmatic demise. In my capacity as the chairman of the Senmu Group, I call upon all board members to observe 3 minutes of silence in memory of Director Li." What? Observing the bewildered expressions of those around her, and Ruoxue feigned an expression of concern and then turned to them, "Do any of you harbor dissenting opinions?" Instantly, all present closed their eyes, pretentiously beginning what they termed as silence. Watching these individuals and Ruoxue, after all had shut their eyes, abandoned even the pretense of participating, instead caressing the beautiful head resting on the table. At that moment, emulating Chu Qing's gesture, the wristwatch at her side illuminated with a message. What is the highest realm of commercial warfare? When the bazaar clings to their necks, siphoning their blood and souls, they will naturally come to understand, will they not? Though the transactions may involve these inferior ordinary humans, there is no distinction in the magnitude of trade. You have gained a deeper comprehension of the essence of commercial warfare, and your understanding of the life buyer in the realm of the dead has significantly deepened. Even such a seemingly inconsequential transaction may yield unexpected assistance for those desperate for survival. For instance, at this moment, your grasp on these matters and the forthcoming phone call bears considerable significance. The final digit illuminated, and almost instantaneously, the phone nestled within Ruoxue's bag rang. The contact name was strikingly darling. Ignoring the terrified expressions of those around her, she retreated to a secluded corner before hastily answering the call. Without any superfluous words, a calm voice emerged from the other end. Chu Qing instructed, "Quickly devise a way to summon Gao Hong from the Gao Jian group, along with their general manager, Du Baifan, to Luoqing." Understood. And Ruoxue never expressed any further commentary on Chu Qing's commands. Yet curiosity and excitement bubbled within her. "Qing, what are your plans?" To leave no stone unturned. Chapter 64. The Skull and the Executioner. Caw. The jarring caw of a raven echoed from the heavens. Chu Qing disembarked from the luxurious vehicle, casting a glance at the ominous black bird. Ever since this creature underwent its evolution, it had been a constant companion, yet its utility remained disappointingly elusive. Despite his relentless invocation of the death knell rule, the outcome was lackluster. He had failed to ensnare even a lowly supernatural being. A perilous encounter with a vengeful spirit had nearly cost him his life. The results were, quite frankly, mediocre. Chu Qing felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he understood the situation. After all, the rules governing ghouls were peculiar, and he was already a gravekeeper. Moreover, with the advent of the Terror era, many eerie entities offered themselves as food without any need for him to venture out in search of wild game. Contemplating this, Chu Qing turned his gaze towards Zhou Yingzhu, who had yet to depart. Meeting his scrutinizing look, Zhou Yingzhu inquired, "Mr. Chu, do you have any further instructions?" She refrained from mentioning Chu Qing's prior promise, presenting herself as a diligent and uncomplaining subordinate. It was evident that her rise to prominence was likely predicated upon this very demeanor. After a moment of thought, Chu Qing asked, "Do you know where I could acquire a substantial quantity of skulls?" Regardless, it was imperative to commence the construction of the high-ranking tomb for the Black Crow. This endeavor would not only augment his longevity but also deepen his comprehension of his role as a gravekeeper. While collecting skulls to erect the tomb, he could await the arrival of Du Baifan and Gao Hong. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu furrowed her brow, pondering for a brief moment. Well, I am uncertain whether Mr. Chu seeks new skulls or old ones. New, he replied. If we are to acquire new ones, it is likely that we would need to source them from hospitals across various regions. I can explore the possibility of retrieving the bodies of those who perish in the morgue daily. Chu Qing looked at Zhou Yingzhu, inquiring, approximately how many could be procured in a day? Had it been earlier, there would have been merely a handful of individuals, perhaps no more than 10 in a day. However, the current situation is rather uncertain. I estimate there could be anywhere from 30 to 50. Yet, to amass 500 would undoubtedly require a considerable span of time. Chu Qing furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with such a pace. Another concern lingered in his mind. He was uncertain about the criteria employed by Yincao Yijiao to deem these 500 skulls as viable. What if he held onto them for a few days only to discover they had surpassed their expiration? Moreover, the more skulls one possessed, the better, for even if the skeleton tree were successfully constructed, placing a skull atop it could provide a day's worth of longevity through the mausoleum's construction. This was precisely why Chu Qing placed such importance on the development of the skeleton tree. Noticing his discontent, Zhou Yingzhu pondered for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Mr. Chu, there exists another method. We could swiftly procure that item in considerable quantities. Chu Qing regarded her with interest. Zhou Yingzhu, unperturbed, candidly stated, in this world, while many things are lacking, people are in no short supply. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes, seemingly in agreement as he nodded slightly. Indeed, there is no shortage of people. Zhou Yingzhu's spirits lifted. If you require assistance, I can take care of it. His rhetorical inquiry left Zhou Yingzhu momentarily taken aback. I am aware that some individuals in Los Angeles possess unscrupulous tendencies, yet they have been preserved due to their influential backgrounds and undeniable utility. These individuals are deserving of death. Eliminating them would raise little suspicion during these turbulent times, and would certainly not bring you any trouble. Furthermore, I have devised a means to procure 500 skulls from the hospital within a day or two. Since they are indeed deserving of their fate, let the execution commence. He cast his gaze towards the dimming sky, which seemed on the verge of twilight. Suddenly, memories of certain individuals from his past life flooded his mind. Among them, two stood out distinctly. One was Lu Lian's elder brother, the head of the Bureau of Exotic Affairs, the illustrious king of the Underworld, Lu Ci. During a series of high-level meetings of exorcists in the Dragon Kingdom, he had implored many senior exorcists on multiple occasions to refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering innocent lives. His presence was instrumental in ensuring that the Dragon Kingdom retained the largest population within the Blue Star. However, there was another remarkable figure who had left an indelible impression on him. This was the Wheel King, with whom he had a cordial relationship. He had once remarked that if an exorcist were to kill in pursuit of enhancing their own power, it could not be deemed as malevolent murder. For only when the elite exorcists grow in strength can they stand against the malevolent deities. Thus, every life taken embodies the hopes and aspirations they carry. The more lives claimed, the heavier the burden of responsibility they must shoulder. Chu Qing vividly recalled the Wheel King's expression when he uttered these words, one of profound compassion, as if he had taken it upon himself to save all of humanity. He is indeed a madman, no doubt about it. Yet, to survive until that time and become such a formidable spirit master, who among them is not touched by madness? Even Lu Ci, when it comes to his sister, has committed acts akin to a massacre. Chu Qing sighed. He seldom desired to engage in indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of power, especially against ordinary people or lower-tier spirit masters. Thus, he could only prepare for a modest act of punishing evil and promoting good. These individuals would inevitably meet their demise at the hands of the anomalies in the future. To be eliminated by the anomalies, thus prolonging their dark existence and hastening the growth of the anomalies, it would be more prudent to surrender their lives and heads to him, as a contribution to the salvation of Luo City. With this thought, Chu Qing began to comprehend the intentions of the Wheel King. However, he suddenly recalled a peculiar position within the realm of shadows. He gazed at the person before him, Zhou Yingzhu, The future of the death apartment requires such talent. Despite the fact that he could effortlessly execute the death guidance of the blood character Ghost, the requirements for ascending to the 8th rank reveal that such advancement will likely necessitate the completion of numerous death guidance tasks. Clearly, one cannot achieve this alone. In this terrifying era, spirit masters with potential are certainly worthy of being nurtured. This potential encompasses not only temperament and capability but also appearance. Even though Chu Qing may not have any immediate intentions, having a strikingly beautiful woman in his presence is undoubtedly more pleasing to the eye than witnessing a burly man come and go. Why would he not choose the latter, when there is nothing amiss with him? Among the myriad of 9th-grade shadow occupations, there exists a particularly unique echelon that was fervently sought after by numerous spirit tamers in a past life. Some even went so far as to proclaim it the foremost shadow occupation due to its formidable combat prowess and inherent advantages. For outsiders, the rare and precious Underworld artifact is a treasure, yet this shadow occupation comes equipped with one by nature, and it is of a progressive nature, capable of evolving alongside its master's rank. In ancient times, the executioners responsible for carrying out capital punishment were a notably exceptional group. Armed with great blades, they would sever the heads of criminals at a mere command. The splatter of blood served as a grim reminder to all onlookers of the dire consequences of opposing the imperial authority. They were the enforcers of feudal rule, instruments of power meant to underscore dominion. They possessed the most formidable fates and the most ominous destinies. In a time of terror, such individuals transformed into shadow occupations, and indeed they became a remarkably potent one. Indeed, this is the 9th-grade shadow occupation, the executioner. At this thought, Chu Qing abruptly raised his head and inquired of Zhou Yingzhu, "Have you ever taken a life?" Chapter 65. The Departure of the Pork Rice. Upon hearing Chu Qing's question, Zhou Yingzhu opened her mouth, then opted for candor. "To be honest, Mr. Chu, during my early days in the world, I was known among the brothers as Little 13 Sister." Chu Qing was taken aback, casting a dubious glance at Zhou Yingzhu. "I wouldn't he have guessed?" Zhou Yingzhu found herself at a loss for an explanation. After all, who does not possess a shadowy past? However, her history was undeniably one steeped in darkness. However, she was somewhat modest regarding her nickname. In truth, at the height of her prowess, she was known as the blade-wielding demoness. Chu Qing, indifferent to this, asked, "All right, since that's the case, do you possess any particular knife that you excel in using?" Zhou Yingzhu, somewhat perplexed, nodded and replied, "Yes, I have a finely forged Miao knife with a sharpened edge stored at my home." "Excellent, let us set off now. We shall retrieve the knife and then proceed to our task." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu hesitated slightly. "What is it?" Chu Qing inquired, his brow furrowing. Before she could respond, her answer was already evident. Gulp. For the first time, a flush of embarrassment graced Zhou Yingzhu's cheeks. Chu Qing remained unfazed. Since his transition to a gravekeeper, his dependence on food had diminished to some extent. Having gone over a day without sustenance, he felt no significant discomfort. However, considering his invitation from the previous night, it was indeed taxing for Zhou Yingzhu to complete her task so swiftly, enduring a night without food or rest. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing glanced at her and said, "I have limited time. You may go find something to eat. There will be ample opportunities for you to rest later. But if we miss this village, the opportunity may never return. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Chu." Just as Chu Qing was about to enter the vehicle, an inexplicable wave of sensation began to emerge, as if the first domino in a line had been toppled, setting off an unforeseen chain reaction. Chu Qing abruptly turned his head. Upon the massive tombstone behind him, a trickle of fresh blood slowly coalesced, and then lines of text materialized before the two. Location: unknown. Time limit: before 1600 hours tonight. Task objective: find a restaurant and order a delicious bowl of pig trotter's rice. Task reward: unknown. Task failure penalty: none. The corner of Chu Qing's right eyelid twitched. In that fleeting moment when he thought of food, the first thing that came to mind was indeed pig trotter's rice. Fate, it seems, is a series of choices and coincidences that emerge once a singular anchor point is selected. To master one's destiny is to transform advantageous choices and coincidences into inevitabilities. Thus, after some contemplation, Chu Qing decided to take along the lantern that resembled a human head. This peculiar item had proven to be the most useful among his strange possessions, albeit it had always been taken for granted. It was rather formidable, and he felt a twinge of concern that he might struggle to control it if it were to soar too high. Currently, until he achieved a breakthrough into the 6th rank, the physical form of a spirit master remained vulnerable to attacks and weaponry from the material realm, rendering the lantern's value unparalleled. Reflecting on this, Chu Qing suddenly thought that perhaps this item was a bit underappreciated. Well then, in future guard duties, he would allocate a day or two of the 6 days of life he earned to the lantern as a token of gratitude for accompanying him. With this thought, Chu Qing refrained from further delay and gestured to Zhou Yingzhu, beckoning her to join him in a taxi. "Let us go." Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward. Is this truly an ordinary taxi? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Yingzhu found herself devoid of the luxury to ponder further as the speed reached an astonishing 400 kilometers per hour. What does it feel like to collide with a person while driving a high-speed train? She was now acutely aware of that sensation. 3 minutes later, the velocity began to diminish. Chu Qing arrived at a quaint little street lined with restaurants, not far from the Beishan Cemetery. Although it was merely 3 in the afternoon, the sky had already descended into a shroud of darkness. It was too early for the streetlights to illuminate, rendering the entire city, the whole street, akin to a forsaken ghost town. Occasionally, a few homes flickered with light, yet they did not meet Chu Qing's expectations. Soon enough, the duo spotted a restaurant. Its tungsten filament lights, reminiscent of the dim ambience in Chu Qing's security room, flickered with a warm glow, adorned with the bold inscription, "Authentic Guang-style Longjiang pig trotter rice of Luocheng." It was a quintessential hole-in-the-wall eatery. The two alighted from the vehicle and stepped inside. The establishment, though modest in size, was relatively clean and tidy. It seemed to acknowledge the arrival of customers as a muffled voice emanated from the kitchen. "You may order by scanning the code." Chu Qing glanced at the menu and ordered 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. "Mr. Chu, do you also enjoy pig trotter rice?" "It's not bad. Back in my school days, I used to work part-time and developed a fondness for it." Zhou Yingzhu observed Chu Qing's demeanor, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her as she recalled her own past. "When I dropped out of vocational school and went to work in Guangdong, I had my first taste of this pig trotter rice. The local dialect was perplexing to me, and I misread the sign, initially thinking it was made from pig's feet. Only after tasting it did I realize it was actually pig's knuckle. It was surprisingly delicious. At that time, my favorite dish was undoubtedly pig trotter rice. Unfortunately, my monthly salary was barely 1,000 yuan, and it was only on payday that I allowed myself the indulgence of savoring a meal." Gazing nostalgically at Zhou Yingzhu, Chu Qing pressed his lips together. He had little interest in Zhou Yingzhu's tale of struggle and rise. Oblivious to Chu Qing's expression, Zhou Yingzhu inquired, "Have you been to this place before?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qing nodded again. "I suppose I have." The vague response puzzled Zhou Yingzhu. "How is the food here?" she asked. "Haha, I haven't enjoyed pig trotter rice in many years," he replied. "This establishment is an old restaurant. If it has managed to thrive in Central Plains Province, it must possess considerable culinary skills." Chu Qing reflected. "Wow, to have the esteemed Mr. Chu's approval. I must relish it thoroughly," Zhou Yingzhu exclaimed. Before they could linger in conversation, a figure approached, carrying 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. Chu Qing's gaze fell upon the person delivering the dish, clad in an oversized apron, a chef's hat, and a mask, revealing only a pair of dull eyes, indicating an impressively corpulent physique. Chu Qing understood immediately. Meanwhile, Zhou Yingzhu's attention was captured by the pig trotter rice placed before her. The dish gleamed with a golden hue, while the rich red sauce soaked into each grain of rice, its intense meaty aroma evoking an involuntary salivation. Zhou Yingzhu, having claimed to have savored countless delicacies, now found herself entranced, gazing at the dish with the fervor of a starving soul. "This is simply too delectable," she exclaimed, "compared to that abalone and the like. This is far more fragrant. It is quite surprising that such a skillful little establishment exists in Los Angeles. The chef is truly underappreciated here," Zhou Yingzhu praised. "What a pity. If it weren't for the current circumstances, such an extraordinary restaurant would surely be bustling with business." Chu Qing pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the business is quite good. Without the assistance of waitstaff, this small eatery often finds itself overwhelmed during mealtimes, especially with the three of them dining in. As Chu Qing gazed at Zhou Yingzhu, his hunger finally got the better of him. After taking a hearty bite, he advised, "Chew a few more times. Do not rush to swallow." Zhou Yingzhu paused, then nodded. "Indeed, that's better for the digestive system. By the way, Mr. Chu, do you know the owner of this place?" Having frequented the establishment long ago, he naturally had met them numerous times. The owner's wife hails from Sichuan. She is a good person, albeit a bit fiery. They have a son whose academic performance is commendable. He must have just completed his college entrance examination this year, and under normal circumstances, he should be heading to university once classes resume in September. Their family possesses kind hearts. Occasionally, the owner and his wife will generously provide food to sanitation workers and beggars. The owner adores his wife, though he enjoys a drink or two. However, he is somewhat henpecked and harbors a fear of his wife. I recall several instances when they quarreled because of his penchant for sipping a little wine alone in the restaurant at night. In truth, his wife was justified in her anger. With a chuckle, Zhou Yingzhu remarked, "This individual is quite amusing. However, Mr. Chu, given your familiarity, why did he not greet us upon his departure? It would have been a chance for me to meet him." Yet, Chu Qing displayed no sign of amusement, his gaze steady as he directed it towards Zhou Yingzhu. "You have already made his acquaintance," he stated calmly. "Really?" Zhou Yingzhu was taken aback, her formerly rosy lips, glistening with the greasy broth of the pig trotter rice, wore a look of confusion as she regarded Chu Qing. He had yet to touch his chopsticks. With an air of composed detachment, he lifted his chin slightly and continued in his unchanging, tranquil tone. "Their entire family resides within your bowl." Chapter 66. The Master Chef. The legendary utensils. Ugh. Observing Zhou Yingzhu, who was retching while clutching the table, Chu Qing's expression remained unperturbed. Zhou Yingzhu had hardly taken a few bites, and at that moment, she expelled everything, even the yellow bile. However, this was certainly preferable to losing one's life, was it not? Chu Qing cast a glance at the 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. A sinister aura enveloped the air, and a ghostly presence lingered. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that, based on the presentation and the expression Zhou Yingzhu had displayed after tasting it, the dish appeared to be an improvement over previous culinary endeavors. Even for Chu Qing, who had little regard for culinary delights, he felt a flicker of temptation upon witnessing it. Yet, this fleeting impulse was swiftly suppressed. His attention shifted to the entrance of the small kitchen at the back of the eatery. A figure seemed to linger there, concealed behind the kitchen, observing the only 2 patrons within the establishment. Chu Qing exhibited not a trace of alarm. The enigmatic nature of such phenomena, once one comprehends the essence of the entity, need not evoke excessive fear. However, when humanity confronts the unknown, terror often coincides with the dissolution of rational thought, ultimately rendering individuals as mere prey under the lethal rules of the other. Upon discerning certain regulations possessed by the entity, even an ordinary person may find a glimmer of hope for survival when faced with lesser anomalies. Thus, among these abilities, the head lantern and the faceless ghost, which obscure human perception and cognition, can be deemed some of the more terrifying manifestations in the early stages of the bizarre. As for the blood letters, the moment one uncovers the rules, it often coincides with death, a lesson learned from the initial experiences of Chu Qing. The entity before them evidently possesses the capacity to influence human psyche to a certain extent. However, it lacks the exaggerated effect of the head lantern and the faceless ghost. Of course, this is true for Chu Qing, while for an ordinary individual, the impact remains substantial. This is evident from Zhou Yingzhu, who, after an involuntary bout of retching, stood up with an almost luminous gaze fixed upon the bowl of pig trotter rice. Yet, the mere thought of its contents prompted her to continue gagging, even as her eyes betrayed an insatiable greed, akin to that of an addict. Despite its potency being far greater than that of other substances, Chu Qing swiftly gestured, causing 2 bowls of pig trotter rice to crash to the ground. Zhou Yingzhu, rendered speechless, clutched her mouth and fled outside. With a deep sigh, Chu Qing's gaze returned to its usual indifference. He then slipped his hands into his pockets and slowly rose to his feet, making his way to the kitchen door. With a swift motion, he kicked open the closed door. Inside the pitch-black kitchen, the full appearance of a figure remained obscured. Its stout frame was accompanied by labored breaths. Upon sensing Chu Qing's presence, the figure abruptly turned, its eyes, concealed behind a mask, fixated intently on him. This unsettling scene, which would send shivers down anyone's spine, did not faze Chu Qing in the slightest. His own eyes had long since turned a striking red. The figure posed little threat. Chu Qing had sensed that from the very first moment it appeared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so leisurely engaged in conversation with Zhou Yingzhu. Chef of swine? Rank? 9th grade. Type? Humanoid aberration? Lifespan? 2 months and 7 days. Feast. Rule: the food it prepares possesses an unimaginable allure to all living beings. Consuming beyond a certain limit triggers a murderous rule. Recipe: ability: highly skilled in culinary arts, capable of researching recipes based on available ingredients. Dishes created from these recipes possess certain special effects. Current mastered dish: pig's trotter rice. Pig's trotter rice requires rice and pork. After consuming a certain amount, any being will transform into a pig-like form, with further effects unknown. Promotion requirements: unknown. Note: it smells divine. Humanoid aberration, akin to a mother and child ghost, is an exceedingly rare phenomenon in its early stages. In the previous life within the Dragon Kingdom, the initial onset of the peculiar was marked by a scarcity of such anomalies. Conversely, other nations, particularly in the West, experienced a greater prevalence of these occurrences. Generally speaking, the capabilities governed by these anomalies tend to be relatively feeble and limited in scope. Thus, even when confronting such peculiarities during hunts, the approach primarily revolved around lethal strategies. It was only when faced with insurmountable challenges that one might resort to desperate measures. For instance, at this moment, the corpulent figure wielded a crimson kitchen knife, its grip firm, while the pig-like eyes glinted with an indescribable, bloodthirsty ferocity. Regrettably, once Chu Qing's scarlet gaze locked onto him, the once fearsome chef froze in place. At that instant, both the malevolent aura and the blood were entirely dominated by the blood-red pupils. Chu Qing remained stationary, contemplating how to handle this entity. His initial impulse was to eliminate it without hesitation. However, this was not motivated by a desire for vengeance on behalf of the original family, for he harbored no such inclinations, nor had he developed any significant rapport with them. Moreover, to kill in the realm of the strange was akin to humans consuming pigs or sheep. It was an immutable aspect of nature's hierarchy, a manifestation of survival of the fittest. Allowing this to influence his judgment would be folly. His intention to slay was purely driven by the desire of the blood pupil spirit to ascend. To achieve this, it required the fusion of peculiarities and the consumption of 5 additional anomalies. As it stood, the blood pupil had only devoured 2, leaving a deficit of 3. Nevertheless, witnessing the chef's formidable abilities, Chu Qing found himself wavering in his resolve. The creature's capabilities were indeed impressive. Though the rules may seem stringent, what truly captivates Chu Qing is the potential inherent in the recipe. This capability holds vast promise for the future. A single dish of pig trotter rice, upon consumption, can transform a living being into a pig. Imagine the possibilities if more dishes are developed. Most importantly, Chu Qing recalls a treasure puzzle from a past life. It comprises a series of exquisitely high-grade underworld artifacts in puzzle form. Although it pales in comparison to the complete version of the black coin, it remains a coveted item among many ghost tamers. In the previous lifetime, no one managed to assemble a complete underworld artifact over the span of 2 decades. Yet the individual effects of the separate pieces were quite remarkable. Indeed, these pieces are kitchen utensils. This set of underworld kitchenware is famously referred to as the legendary kitchenware. Fortuitously, Chu Qing knows precisely where to acquire one of them. Chapter 67. Shadows of the Divine. In front of the dimly lit little shop, Chu Qing emerges slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He reflects on how, upon his rebirth, seeking out the blood-eyed dragon sovereign and merging with it was undoubtedly the wisest decision he could have made. He steps into the vehicle with a lightness in his stride, while Zhou Yingzhu, pale-faced, gazes at him. She opens her mouth, yet before she can utter a word, Chu Qing's voice cuts through the air. Are you still hungry? If so, we can seek sustenance elsewhere. At that moment, Zhou Yingzhu's previously quelled nausea surges once more. Yet it is evident that there is nothing left to expel. No. Never mind. Let's eat something instead. I suspect that soon there will be a time for vomiting. No, I can't eat anymore. Chu Qing glanced at the feebly gesturing Zhou Yingzhu. He could somewhat empathize, not solely due to the consumption of that pig trotter's rice. Once the wave of ominous energy subsided, the overwhelming aroma could induce dizziness, triggering an instinctive urge to vomit. However, understanding aside, Chu Qing's actions did not falter. He pressed down on the accelerator, propelling the vehicle to a staggering speed of 400. In a short while, they arrived at the familiar entrance of Villa No. 2 at the Jinxiu Manor. Zhou Yingzhu trembled as she disembarked from the taxi, yet she did not forget the matter at hand. In truth, all the calamities they faced were for the sake of this goal nestled in her heart. Despite her uncertainty about their true purpose, she firmly believed that Mr. Chu would not act without reason. After entering, she allowed Chu Qing to sit for a moment as her complexion regained some color. Only then did she approach a safe, unlocking it to retrieve a long-sheathed blade. The Miao knife, slender and elongated, did not quite align with Chu Qing's intentions. Yet, being a connoisseur, he recognized the blade as it was drawn. Its surface gleamed like autumn waters, the patterns akin to swirling mists, indicating that it was no ordinary trinket. The sharpened edge alone was enough to suggest that, in ancient times, it would have been a treasure beyond measure. A fine blade, he remarked with genuine admiration, tossing it to Zhou Yingzhu, who beamed with pride, her demeanor noticeably brightening. Chu Qing was pressed for time, hence he inquired, "Where are the individuals you mention now?" Zhou Yingzhu's complexion improved slightly before she replied, "Please hold on a moment. I need to make a phone call. Mr. Chu, those individuals are currently in their stronghold, the Divine Society. Their leader is named Wei Xiongguang, who is the actual head of many entertainment and gray market industries in Luo City." Searching his mind for any recollection of the name, Chu Qing found none and nodded affirmatively. "All right, let us proceed." Zhou Yingzhu, observing Chu Qing rise, expressed her concern, "Mr. Chu, should we bring some people along? They might be armed." "Unnecessary. Just bring an umbrella," Chu Qing replied nonchalantly as he stood up, then hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "However, I still recommend that you eat something before we go." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu, who had just regained some composure, opened her mouth. "Ugh." After a brief moment of retching, she quickly added, "Wait, Mr. Chu, it seems there are some complications on his end." In Luo City, the Divine Society stood as the largest leisure and entertainment venue. Yet, what should have been a brightly lit establishment now had its doors firmly shut. In the office at the top of the 4-story building, a figure puffed on a cigar, gazing out at the pitch-black city. The man glanced at the time. It was only 6 o'clock. At this hour, even the streetlights were yet to be illuminated. Yet the darkness was impenetrable. What in the world is this nonsense? Where on earth did these chaotic things emerge from? The man, Wei Xiongguang, glanced at the phone beside him and cursed vehemently. Once a figure of great renown in the city of Luo, he now found himself ensnared in a web of dread. The establishment he was in, the Shendiu Club, was known for its exclusivity, frequented by prominent individuals and the scions of influential families from the province. Yet now, everything had changed. He and his subordinates had become like turtles retreating into their shells, too fearful to venture outside the club. The reason was evident. The man cast his gaze toward the street, where a figure loitered ominously. Even in the pitch black of night, illuminated by the lights surrounding the club, the silhouette was unmistakably discernible. It appeared to be more profound than the darkness itself, capable of consuming everything, including one's gaze. The entity was indistinct, its features and form obscured, resembling a shadow standing vigil, haunting the grounds of the Shendiu Club. The vast expanse of the club, encompassing several hundred acres including the parking lot, seemed insignificant in the presence of that lurking figure. Anyone daring to step outside would inevitably encounter that shadow. Wei Xiongguang would never forget the horrifying image of a guest who, merely the previous morning, had his head brutally twisted off by that very apparition. And it was not merely that guest. Even if several individuals ventured out simultaneously, that entity could divide itself, confronting them all at once, severing their necks with ease. Upon reaching this point, Wei Xiongguang's anger surged within him. Damn it, those wretched inspectors, why can't they just remove this useless thing? Those two worthless individuals who came here are merely courting death. I truly cannot fathom how I have squandered my money on such a bunch of incompetence. Wei Xiongguang seethed with impotent rage. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. As the door swung open, a subordinate entered. Boss, there's hardly any food left in the club. What should we do now? What should we do? Wei Xiongguang's eyes blazed with fury as he seized the ashtray and hurled it. The subordinate, paralyzed with fear, could not even evade it and was struck, blood streaming from his head. Damn it, I run such a large establishment with numerous dining options, and within just 2 days it's nearly all gone? Are you all pigs? The subordinate trembled uncontrollably. Boss, the issue is that there are too many people in the club. Everyone is aware of that ghastly thing outside, including many technicians, waitstaff, previous customers, and even our own people. A frigid glint flickered in Wei Xiongguang's eyes. Go summon Black Tiger and his crew. Cut off those rascals' provisions. Anyone who dares to cause a ruckus, let Black Tiger and his men take care of them. Kill them on the spot. It's obvious to me that it's not just us. The entire city of Luo is likely in disarray. At this moment, we cannot afford to worry about anything else. Survival is paramount. Furthermore, forget those technicians. If there are any decent-looking guests among them, bring me too. Understood, boss. As the younger man departed, Wei Xiongguang exhaled softly, attempting to quell the fury that had been simmering within him. The oppressive feelings of recent days had eroded the qi cultivation he had diligently practiced over the past decade. All that remained was a profound sense of repression, accompanied by an indescribable fear buried deep within his soul. Perhaps he could indulge himself with a couple of women. If all else failed, he could resort to murder. In his youth, he had not shied away from taking lives. Annihilating a single existence was the only means by which he could release all his pent-up emotions. This was especially true when it came to beautiful women, as the thrill of obliterating something exquisite sent shivers through his entire being. Suddenly, he glanced over, and his eyelids twitched in response. It was not a call or any other distraction. Rather, it was a message rendered in blood-red text against a pitch-black background. Are you feeling oppressed? Are you engulfed in despair? This is the very essence of your era. Wei Xiongguang, what you are currently experiencing is merely the beginning. The enigma outside will undoubtedly not spare you. Barring unforeseen circumstances, you are destined for 3 possible outcomes. First, you shall lead your followers in ruthless oppression of all, only to ultimately perish in a state of exhaustion. Second, your cruelty and madness will instill dread in your subordinates, prompting them to eliminate you first. Third, when you find yourself devoid of resources, you will attempt to break free, only to inevitably meet your end at the hands of that enigmatic force. This is your fate, a fate steeped in despair. Yet, all it takes is a mere decade. Transfer to me 10 years of your life, and perhaps I can reveal to you the means to break this impasse. 10 years, in comparison to a single life, is not a loss, is it? Glancing at the prompt from the Book of Life and Death, Wei Xiongguang pressed his lips together. Just a day prior, he was reluctant to accept that he could truly be ensnared by that object. However, 2 days had passed, and he felt as though he was indeed heading in that direction. But 10 years, in this cursed object, he discovered that his remaining lifespan had dwindled to merely 23 years. Thus, Wei Xiongguang gritted his teeth and chose to pay, tapping on the Book of Life and Death while cursing vehemently. If I cannot escape this wretched place, I shall shatter this accursed thing. Oh, Wei Xiongguang, your discernment is remarkable. 10 years of shadowy life. Its essence is utterly intoxicating. In that case, my foolish friend, let me enlighten you on how to escape this cursed realm. It is quite simple. All you need to do is to assume one of the shadowy positions, harness the power of that role, and become a ghost master. With the power of the shadowy position, you can command that eerie entity. Not only will you escape peril, but you shall also wield the power of the shadowy position and the uncanny. Shadowy positions, eerie entities. Power. Wei Xiongguang's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze sparkling with newfound hope. This expenditure of lifespan must be worthwhile. Yet, as his excitement intensified, he peered at the book of life and death on his phone. What gives? Why the silence? How does one transition to a shadowy position? Oh, my foolish friend, the span of this decade is limited to the means by which I can guide you out of peril. And now, I have imparted that knowledge to you. Have I not? As for how to transition to the realm of the departed, I regret to inform you. In exasperation, Wei Xiongguang could no longer contain himself and hurled his phone against the wall, where it shattered with a resounding crash. Just then, the television beside the office flickered back to life, displaying the same ominous crimson text. My foolish master, why must you be so irritable? Whether your fortune is favorable or not, your situation has encountered a glimmer of hope. Do take a moment to gaze out the window. After doing so, you shall see that I have not deceived you. It is also an opportune moment to behold that formidable power. Confused, Wei Xiongguang quickly turned his gaze toward the window facing the entrance. At the dark end of the street, two figures had appeared, though he could not discern their features. As the clock struck 6:30, the cursed streetlights of Luo City finally flickered to life, illuminating the figures. In that instant, he was able to make out that one figure bore a black umbrella while the other wielded a red one, positioned one behind the other. Wei Xiongguang's eyes widened as he fixated on the shadowy figure with the black umbrella. True to his expectations, as the two figures stepped onto the street, the shadow approached ominously. However, the anticipated scene of a neck being snapped did not unfold. Uncertain of the reason, beneath that dark umbrella, a shadowy figure stood motionless. Meanwhile, the two silhouettes holding the umbrella continued to amble forward. Wei Xiongguang felt a surge of electricity coursing through his entire being. This is the realm of the dead. This is the spirit controller. This is an uncanny power? He swallowed hard. He yearned to seize this force. The eerie entity that had ensnared everyone here was discarded like a stray dog kicked aside on the roadside, no longer able to captivate the attention of that figure. Under his gaze, the figure approached directly beneath his office and, simultaneously, before the grand entrance of the city. Just as he found himself at a loss, bewildered by the meaning of this so-called spirit controller, the figure seemed to sense something. The ominous umbrella was raised. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, he could not discern the features of that face, only a pair of blood-red eyes and a faint voice echoing in his ear. Open the door. Chapter 68. The Art of Slaughter. With a dull thud, the door swung open abruptly, colliding forcefully with a one-eyed man who had just arrived at the threshold. However, at that moment, Wei Xiongguang was clearly too preoccupied to concern himself with the well-being of his capable subordinate. His footsteps were swifter than when he had previously been pursued with a blade. Behind him, his loyal subordinate was perplexed. However, seeing their leader sprinting desperately, it was only natural for the devoted follower to follow suit, hastily dashing alongside his boss. They descended from the 4th floor to the ground floor without even stepping into the elevator. This scene bewildered several waitstaff and departing guests, leaving them to ponder the intentions of the formidable Wei. Where could he possibly be headed? Could it be that the enigmatic figure stationed at the entrance had vanished? With this thought, the onlookers grew agitated. Due to the angle, the vast majority were oblivious to the events unfolding at the doorway. Yet, human beings are inherently inclined to follow the crowd. Witnessing Wei Xiongguang leading a throng towards the entrance, they exchanged glances and instinctively made their way to the lobby on the 1st floor. Fortunately, the lobby was indeed spacious, as the Divine Guild rightfully claimed its status as one of the largest entertainment venues in the entire city of Luo. Standing before the tightly shut doors, even Wei Xiongguang's seasoned demeanor could not suppress a deep breath. He was reminded of 13 years prior when, with a youthful and unrefined visage, he approached a small business owner overseeing renovations in Luo City, taking on the task of displacing a stubborn tenant. That fateful night, he had used an excavator to bury a family of 6 beneath the rubble. That marked the inception of his journey. Now, however, Wei Xiongguang felt even more apprehensive than before. It was as if he stood at yet another crossroads in life, one far more significant and profoundly stirring than the last. Brother, have you discovered a way out? I was certain that following the elder brother would lead to a way out. The flattery from the younger brothers behind him prompted him to turn around, glaring at everyone. Enough of the idle chatter. He then tidied his disheveled attire, hastily adjusting it after his swift run, before finally opening the outer door. Under the harsh, pallid glow of the harsh lights, Wei Xiongguang finally beheld the scene he had glimpsed from above earlier. 2 black and red umbrellas were raised, accompanied by a large red lantern held in hand. Among the leading figures, even with only half of his face obscured, one could discern an air of calm indifference. "Please, come in, please." Previously, in front of everyone, Wei Xiongguang had exuded a fierce and brutal demeanor, yet now he was dripping with obsequiousness. Those observing exchanged suspicious glances, pondering the identities of the newcomers and, more intriguingly, how these two had managed to enter from outside. The eerie shadow from outside had previously snapped the necks of the 2 arriving inspectors, a sight that had not escaped anyone's notice. And now 2 had entered from the outside? Were they the reinforcements summoned by their own leader? Chu Qing's gaze swept over the man before him. He possessed no knowledge of physiognomy, yet he could sense the aura of malevolence that enveloped the figure. It was evident that during the past half-month, as the eerie began to stir once more, this individual had blood on his hands. Indeed, as Zhou Yingzhu had remarked, this fellow was no paragon of virtue. However, regardless of whether one was virtuous or vile, the crows do not discriminate when it comes to heads. Thus, in response to Wei Xiongguang's ingratiating smile, Chu Qing gradually stepped forward. "Ah!" As footsteps drew near, Wei Xiongguang's voice suddenly faltered, his gaze shifting to the figure behind Chu Qing. He beheld Zhou Yingzhu, clad in a pristine white dress that exuded an air of chilling elegance. The woman remained silent, simply bestowing upon Wei Xiongguang a faint smile. Naturally, he recognized Zhou Yingzhu. In a city as small as Luocheng, this formidable woman had ascended to her current stature, making it inevitable that they were acquainted and had exchanged pleasantries. In fact, they had shared some interactions in their earlier years. However, Zhou Yingzhu had since chosen to avoid conflict with him, and they had coexisted peacefully for many years. What was she doing here? He was uncertain, yet upon seeing Zhou Yingzhu, the fervor in Wei Xiongguang's heart was doused as if by a bucket of cold water. Chu Qing, oblivious to these undercurrents, furrowed his brow and surveyed the bustling lobby of the Shindushi, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people present, surely over 1,000. He turned to Wei Xiongguang and inquired, "You are Wei Xiongguang?" "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" Wei Xiongguang responded, though Chu Qing disregarded his question, instead tapping the blood-red lantern in his grasp before asking, "Are all these people yours?" Wei Xiongguang cast a glance around, unable to decipher Chu Qing's intentions. Nevertheless, one thing was clear. This individual was human, not a ghost. As long as they were not those spectral entities, dealing with a human was far more manageable. Furthermore, Black Tiger and several trusted subordinates were armed with shotguns, ensuring a formidable presence. He spoke candidly. "Sir, these security personnel and attendants are here, and as for the rest, they are merely technicians and guests who have yet to depart. Do you have any instructions?" Chu Qing nodded, pondering for a moment before responding. "Very well. Let the inconsequential individuals proceed first." Wei Xiongguang could discern nothing from Chu Qing's indifferent tone. Moreover, he prided himself on being a genuine stranger to the man, not to mention having no intention of offending him. Simultaneously, he harbored immense self-confidence. Wei Xiongguang adhered to a principle in his dealings. He would never provoke those he could not afford to antagonize, and should he ever find himself entangled with such individuals, he would meticulously investigate their entire network of connections, ensuring to eliminate any potential threat entirely. As for Zhou Yingzhu, he had never encountered any conflicts of interest with her. Over the years in Luocheng, they had maintained a respectful distance, and she had no reason to act otherwise. Thus, he cast a glance at the onlookers gathered at the periphery, turned, and gestured with a slight bow. "Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed. I, Wei Xiongguang, assure you that I will safely escort you away from the clutches of that malevolent entity. I implore you to trust me." He adopted a demeanor of solemnity, and at first glance, one might mistake him for a noble protector of the innocent. This was precisely the effect he aimed to achieve, as the origins of the gathering were shrouded in mystery, and a touch of theatrics seemed harmless. Unfortunately, his actions only elicited a hint of derision in Chu Qing's gaze. Then, he turned around and approached Chu Qing with an air of resignation, asking once more, "Sir, do you have any further instructions?" Chu Qing glanced at the number of individuals remaining, which was indeed considerable, men and women alike, totaling approximately 400 to 500. He nodded. The task at hand was substantial. However, for the sake of the tomb's construction and the advancement of his duties as a gravekeeper, he knew he must exert some effort. Thus, he disregarded Wei Xiongguang's inquiry and swiftly tossed the lantern in his hand, its crimson light no longer concealed. He then spoke, "Commence." His tone was flat, as though he were merely discussing an inconsequential matter. Perhaps it truly was so. He derived no pleasure from slaughter, for the act of killing was inherently monotonous. Yet, if possible, Chu Qing wished to unearth a flicker of enjoyment amidst this tedium. The black and red umbrellas were once again opened. Viewed from above, under the illumination of the blood-red lantern, they resembled two ballet dancers illuminated by flashing lights upon the stage. Art, after all, transcends mere canvas. Chapter 69. What justification is needed to act on behalf of heaven? Splatter. Vivid crimson sprayed forth, not only staining the pristine white dress but also casting an unusual hue upon Zhou Yingzhu's face at this moment. During their journey, Chu Qing had already informed her of the task she was to undertake. The role of executioner among all the shadowy professions is relatively straightforward in comparison to the likes of paper artisans and stands as one of the few transitions that does not necessitate eerie participation. Moreover, the formidable prowess of the executioner, once they have transitioned into their role, starkly contrasts with their peers among the Onmyoji. Paradoxically, this dark profession was not among the first to be revealed. Rather, it emerged later. The reason is quite straightforward. To become an executioner necessitates an immense amount of bloodshed, decapitating foes and letting rivers of blood flow. In a world already teetering on the brink of apocalypse following the emergence of the eerie, how could it possibly withstand such internal carnage? Consequently, in the previous life, few were initially aware of the requirements to pursue the path of the executioner. Furthermore, the potential for advancement within this profession is relatively modest. Compared to positions like the gravekeeper or ferryman, which directly ascend to the esteemed rank of first-class specters, it lacks a certain depth of heritage. Nevertheless, as previously mentioned, this dark vocation possesses its own advantages. Zhou Yingzhu gazed at her once delicate and pale hands, now stained with the crimson hue of blood, reminiscent of tender green onions. A severed head gradually rolled away from her, akin to a deflated ball cast aside. She exhaled a breath, feeling a twinge of relief that she had consumed some food on the way. Otherwise, the earlier exertion would have sapped her strength to continue wielding her blade. Yet even now, her fingers trembled slightly, nearly causing her to lose grip on the red umbrella in her other hand. Fortunately, in the next moment, a peculiar shift reignited her strength, which also transferred to the life and death ledger on her watch, revealing a line of text. Slaughter is the privilege of the strong. As you wield the formidable blade, striking towards the head of your foe, the death you bestow serves as a testament to your dominion over the life and death of another. What a sharp knife! What a ferocious individual! With your blade in hand, let us indulge in a sanguinary revelry. In that moment, feeling the surge of power within her, Zhou Yingzhu noticed the ominous prompt of the ledger of life and death. Her gaze shifted to the others, who, beneath the crimson glow, stood as if stripped of all sensation, like marionettes devoid of souls. Zhou Yingzhu understood that this was a gift from Chu Qing. She had to kill as much as possible in the time that lay ahead. Thus, the elongated blade, akin to a harvester in a slaughterhouse, was drawn. Draw the blade. Strike down. The act of slaughter was astonishingly simple. The lives of sentient beings appeared so frail. You know you must continue the killing. If you refrain, the next severed head may very well be your own. Slay. Let his head roll. Slay. Let the rivers run red with blood. Slay. Let there be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Slay. Let the heavens and earth be turned upside down. Zhou Yingzhu's eyes glowed with a crimson hue. Her arms, her palms, trembled incessantly. The forceful grip had rendered her fingertips pale and purple. She could scarcely feel pain anymore. All she knew was that the version of herself from years past had been resurrected within her heart. Originally, that crimson and viscous liquid proved to be far more pleasurable than the oils used in a spa. It became evident that the spiraling and airborne objects, reminiscent of balloons, were far more intriguing than luxury cars or target shooting. As the death ledger indicated, kill. At this moment, the woman, who had long shed her martial demeanor, finally discovered that which her heart yearned for the most. Only through such slaughter could she be awakened. Her heart raced with fervor, providing her with an inexhaustible, seemingly overwhelming strength. Consequently, those figures became mere prey beneath the long knife and the red umbrella, akin to sugarcane cleaved in twain by a scythe. Gradually, Zhou Yingzhu lost count. She could no longer recall how many times she had swung her blade, nor could she remember how much crimson had splattered upon her snow-white dress. All she comprehended was one singular truth: to kill. She knew only one target, the vulnerable spot 3 centimeters beneath the jaw, the weakest point where the obstruction of the spine was minimal. At last, her watch displayed a series of messages. Without madness, there is no survival. Amidst the frenzied carnage, you sense that the knife in your hand seems to have come to life. It calls to you. It yearns for you. It anticipates the harvest of more lives. It reflects back to you, assuring that as long as you continue to kill, it will bestow upon you a unique power. This power is sufficient to ensure your existence in this world. This power, known as the Shadow Duty, endows you with the title of Executioner. Executioner. The final 3 words, along with the intent imbued within the long blade, left Zhou Yingzhu little room for contemplation in that moment. She struck once more. However, this time, upon making contact with that fleeting silhouette, the figure's gaze gradually returned, from confusion to shock and then to agony. Zhou Yingzhu realized that the terrifying lantern effect hovering above the hall was nearing its expiration. It turned out that these phenomena were not without limitations. The fading of that effect signified that these individuals were no longer mere puppets, standing idly for her to cleave as she wished. Yet, instead of instilling fear, this realization ignited within Zhou Yingzhu an inexplicable thrill. What distinguished her prior carnage from the slaughter of chickens and sheep in an abattoir? Her speed intensified beneath the long knife, which had begun to ripple with dark currents. At last, with a decisive blow that severed the arm of the person instinctively attempting to shield themselves and cleaved through their skull, an indescribable sensation enveloped Zhou Yingzhu. O Executioner, the blade of slaughter is your innate weapon. O Executioner, the headless specters beneath your knife are your reliance. O Executioner, you possess a profound mastery of the blade and know how to effortlessly extinguish a life. O Executioner, with each strike that claims a being and a grotesque head, you shall reap a portion of your reward. O Executioner, your fate is steeped in darkness, your destiny foreboding. Yet, even so, your life shall not endure for long. O Executioner, you are the first of your kind to emerge in this world. In the midst of carnage, countless deranged executioners, in a display of their admiration and gratitude towards you, have bestowed upon you a unique token of your grim vocation amidst the ceaseless madness. May you be worthy of their appreciation and thanks. O Executioner, seize this power and revel in the ecstasy of slaughter. Blood saturates the air, and the stench of death is overwhelming. This is the sole scene that Wei Xiongguang perceives upon awakening. Where is this place? Is it the fabled Underworld? Indeed, for one such as him, death ought to lead to hell. Yet, before long, a shiver traverses his spine. He discerns a familiar figure clad in a dark trench coat, standing with their back to him, seemingly arranging something. What could they be organizing? Wei Xiongguang yearns to see clearly, and indeed he does. However, it is precisely for this reason that he stands there, rendered speechless. Chu Qing, sensing something amiss, turns to glance at him, offering a smile he has never seen before. Ah, you've recovered? Fortune smiles upon you. His luck is indeed remarkable. To commend the successful endeavor of the head lantern, Chu Qing has deliberately allowed this fearsome entity to indulge in the flesh. Yet, Wei Xiongguang feels a sense of bewilderment as he gazes upon the multitude of corpses around him, many of whom are familiar faces, brothers, subordinates. He turns to Chu Qing in confusion and asks, "Do I know you?" Chu Qing shook her head. "I do not recognize you. This is indeed our first encounter." Wei Xiongguang continued to inquire, "Have I offended you in any way?" Chu Qing shook her head once more. "We are complete strangers. How could there be any talk of offense?" At that moment, Wei Xiongguang seemed to be struck by something profound. exclaiming, "If we are strangers and I have not wronged you, why do you treat me in this manner?" Chu Qing regarded him with a hint of amusement. "What sort of words are those? When you trample upon lives, traffic in women and children, coerce the innocent into vice, and commit murder and arson. Did you ever pause to reflect?" Wei Xiongguang appeared bewildered until Chu Qing spoke calmly. "Thus, I come to enact justice on behalf of the heavens. What further justification is required?" After saying this, Chu Qing chuckled lightly, "Just teasing you. It merely happens that I require a few heads, so fear not." Wei Xiongguang was taken aback until the exuberant sound of a severed head lantern hovered above him, proclaiming, "We're taking off." The voice from within the lantern echoed with enthusiasm, akin to the resounding gavel before Yama's throne, accompanied by the piercing laughter of the Underworld's minions. Chapter 70. The Executioner's Power. The Ghostly Blade. How does it feel? In the taxi, Chu Qing observed Zhou Yingzhu, whose eyes still sparkled with lingering excitement, and curiously inquired, "How was it?" "Thrilling," Zhou Yingzhu replied, her body drenched in blood, yet utterly unperturbed. Chu Qing nodded, "As long as you find it thrilling." The blood-red eyes activated once more, casting a glance at Zhou Yingzhu. The capabilities of the executioner were nearly comprehended, yet the reward bestowed upon the first executioner was undoubtedly a novel sight for Chu Qing. Zhou Yingzhu, grade 9th rank, Yin lifespan. None, Yang lifespan, 1 month. Executioner. Yin position, a ruthless butcher, wielding the blade to sever the uncanny. Amidst the act of killing, one seeks life within death. Each day, 1/50th of total Yang and Yin lifespan is consumed. Should this amount be insufficient within a day, an entire day is forfeited. Death ensues when both lifespans reach 0. Accompanying the deadly blade, ability, a beheading sword, born alongside, capable of striking at bizarre spiritual entities to a certain extent. Concurrently, your mastery of the techniques and skills associated with this cursed blade is unparalleled. Execution and decapitation. Position for every creature's uncanny head severed. An increase in Yang or Yin lifespan is granted based on the opponent's grade. Ghost under the blade. Ghostly manipulation technique. The uncanny beings whose heads are severed by your cursed blade can be controlled as ghosts under your command, without incurring additional costs to your Yang or Yin lifespan. Current ghost under the blade, none. Ghost blade, ability, you may additionally sacrifice your Yang or Yin lifespan to empower the blade temporarily, enhancing its lethal capabilities. Furthermore, the ghost under your command can acquire the killing promotion method, advancing in grade through acts of slaughter. You may also command an additional ghost under the blade. Status: infused with the essence of slaughter, mind invigorated. Promotion requirements: unknown. Note: indeed human, you are akin to my esteemed self. How about this? The beauty of humanity shall belong to you, while the beauty of the uncanny shall be mine. What do you say? Chu Qing cast another glance at the absurd remarks of the blood-eye demon, feeling a twinge of doubt once more. After his rebirth, he had found himself drawn to 2 potential contractors of the death apartments, both of whom were not only female but also strikingly beautiful. Could it be that the influence of the blood-eye demon was at play? This individual had once orchestrated a peculiar selection of brides in Luocheng amidst the supernatural, even garnering attention from the House of Strange Tales, thus revealing his nature. Indeed, to master the supernatural, one must pay a corresponding price. However, if this price were to be merely that, it might be somewhat acceptable. The Ghost Blade was an ability that Chu Qing had never heard of in his previous life, yet it was undeniably formidable. In addition to enhancing the combat prowess of the executioner, it also paved a new path for the cultivation of the souls beneath the blade, which was its most significant attribute. The evolution of the supernatural demanded a myriad of transformations, and there were numerous peculiarities with arduous advancement requirements, like that of the blood-eye demon. In contrast, the Ghost Blade granted the ability to fulfill the conditions for advancement through slaughter. While not necessarily simple, it certainly offered greater convenience. Moreover, this ability could even allow the wielder to command a supernatural entity beneath the blade. One must admit that Zhou Yingzhu's endowment of this power was undoubtedly the most direct and effective in the early stages. In comparison, both Chu Qing and Ruoxue possessed abilities that leaned more towards late-game efficacy. Yet, in such a bizarre era, who could confidently assert that they would survive long enough to witness those later stages? However, Chu Qing felt no sense of imbalance within himself. From a long-term perspective, his abilities were indeed inferior to the elusive skills of the Yin Chao and the affluent prowess of an Ruoxue. This was simply because, in terms of controlling the supernatural, the ghost blade could only wield an additional entity. Likewise, the wealth that flowed abundantly could temporarily harness and control the supernatural, all while being subject to interest. The Yin Shou Ming Chao in the Age of Horror was undoubtedly a hard currency. With this thought, Chu Qing cast a glance at Zhou Yingzhu's blade. The Miao knife had been sheathed once more. However, in the eyes of a Yin-position ghost controller, the long knife, still within its sheath, was enveloped in wisps of black, eerie energy. It was no wonder that this executioner had been sought after by countless ordinary individuals in a previous life. Her survival skills in the face of the supernatural were indeed remarkable. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that his efforts had not been in vain. Very well, I possess a supernatural entity, but it shall not be relinquished to others. The ghost beneath your own blade must be sought by you alone. Each supernatural being brought to the Beishan Cemetery is a genuine asset of mine, and thus cannot be given away freely. Having acquired the first Yin position and, through interaction, gained experience with the supernatural, if one still cannot master it, it merely reflects a lack of capability. Zhou Yingzhu nodded, firmly grasping the long knife. Clearly, having mastered the role of the executioner, she now brimmed with confidence. Chu Qing paid it little mind as he glanced outside the vehicle at a small delivery truck approaching in the distance. "Is that your companion?" he inquired. This trivial matter went unnoticed by the two. Zhou Yingzhu nodded and, after sending a message to someone on her phone, lamented, "Mr. Chu, that peculiar entity from just now." Chu Qing understood Zhou Yingzhu's implication. Indeed, the bizarre being surrounding the divine capital had already been dispatched by Chu Qing along the way, serving as nourishment for the blood-eyed ghost. It was indeed a pity to consume such a strange entity as mere sustenance. However, considering that Zhou Yingzhu had just recently become a spirit master of the Yin profession, Chu Qing offered an explanation. "That entity is not suitable to be your ghost under command, nor can I take it away. It is a bound spirit, though its abilities and rules for killing are undeniably formidable, making its loss regrettable. The recently encountered anomaly had rendered many within the divine capital unable to escape, a testament to its power. The rules and abilities of such a being were quite straightforward. As long as a person possessed a shadow, it could emerge from within the realm of the bound spirit and snap their neck, leading to death. Thus, countering it was actually quite simple. One merely needed to extinguish all the incandescent streetlights surrounding the divine capital. Indeed, it was that uncomplicated. Yet, low-level anomalies are often like this. Once the rules are understood, they are not difficult to deal with. The challenge lies in discerning those rules in the first place. Moreover, the strength of this ability and its rules was indeed formidable. In the early days of the anomaly era, light remained a crucial reliance for the vast majority of people. The power of shadows is truly terrifying. Unfortunately, it was a bound spirit, constrained to this street. While there were methods for a bound spirit to escape, they were far too cumbersome and not worth the effort. Thus, let the blood-eyed creature serve as sustenance. These matters are trivial. Even the slightly unsettling dark emotions that lingered after the peculiar devouring were thoroughly purged in the recent carnage. Consequently, Chu Qing found his spirits notably elevated. Before the entrance of the divine abode, figures with ashen faces, some evidently having just retched, carefully retrieved the meticulously arranged spherical objects and loaded them into the vehicle. Subsequently, they departed. Chu Qing also slowly ignited the engine of taxi number 40004. The high-ranking tomb of the Crow Demon had at long last been completed. He was eager to behold the skeleton tree, which required so many heads, and to discover what manner of entity it truly was. Chapter 71. The Placement of the Skeleton Tree, the Truth of the World. Beyond the vast cemetery, a pale crimson crescent moon hung in the night sky, casting its light upon the desolate, silent graveyard. Caw! A chilling, hoarse cry echoed from the branches above, as a black crow perched there, its wolf-like eyes glimmering a ghastly green, clenching strips of flesh in its beak. Over 500 meticulously arranged skulls lay stacked, still smeared with remnants of blood and flesh, presenting a horrifying spectacle. Nonetheless, as Chu Qing stood upon this land, his expression exhibited not a single tremor. He glanced at his remaining lifespan. 1 year, 1 month, and 7 days. Previously, he had merely 10.5 months left. But after fulfilling the sanguine directives of the pig chef and consuming that earthbound spirit, he had once again surpassed the 1-year mark. Alas, this figure would soon decline anew. Chu Qing surveyed the heap of skulls on the ground. Yet there was no urgency in his demeanor. Here lies the secluded rear of the Beishan Cemetery, a place where few wander. Chu Qing slowly closed his eyes, allowing a unique essence of dark energy to surge forth from his control once more. The vitality of his own shadow life transformed into the purest form of yin energy, merging seamlessly with the entirety of the Beishan Cemetery beneath him. In the next moment, reminiscent of the previous golden shrine, the skulls amassed here seemed to awaken to an indescribable force, gradually melding and dissolving into one another. Chu Qing perceived the white bones sprouting branches within the grave. He witnessed flesh blossoming into flowers amidst death. This time, the scene unveiled by the tomb belonging to the Black Crow transcended Chu Qing's imagination. In stark contrast to the golden shrine, this skeletal tree truly embodied all that Chu Qing envisioned regarding the peculiar powers of the Yin realm. Countless skulls formed the trunk, as if layers of flesh and bone had created nests above the branches. This terrifying sight appeared potent enough to drive an ordinary person to madness with just a single glance. Ding, esteemed Lord Chu Qing. A unique tomb of bones and flesh takes root under your watchful gaze. It serves as a sanctuary for the crow spirits and a splendid showcase of your spoils. You can sense the unwavering loyalty and submission of the crow spirits that accompany this phenomenon. The role of the gravekeeper may encompass far more than merely guarding the cemetery. You have gained profound insight into the shadowy duties of the gravekeeper. You have taken a significant stride on the path to greatness. Esteemed sir, on this journey through the night, I am willing to walk alongside you. In the heart of Xinqing, within a towering edifice, as the provincial capital of Central Plains, one can behold nearly the entirety of Xinqing. Even as the night envelopes this place and death spreads its shadow, 2 figures stand tall, surveying all. Bai Fan, what is your perspective on the current situation? Bai Fan, a refined man in his 30s adorned with spectacles, possesses an eccentricity. Even in the depths of night, he wears an unusual leather glove. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, ever since that peculiar entity appeared, the circumstances have taken a turn for the bizarre. The slightly portly figure nodded in agreement. Indeed, that thing spoke of the arrival of a strange era, a cacophony of nonsense. Most crucially, following my examination by Fan, do you know what that entity subsequently revealed? What was it? I instructed someone to convert their lifespan to a spectral one, and then exchanged it for the method that entity mentioned to harness and control those ghostly beings. The result? It declared that one must become what it termed as a yin position. What on earth is that? Do they think this is a game? The plump figure exclaimed in astonishment. Did that entity not elaborate on how to attain the so-called yin position? Not at all. The two fell into a brief silence, and Du Baifan slowly extended his palm, furrowing his brow as he spoke. That thing mentioned earlier has foretold that I have less than 7 days of life remaining. Gao Hong glanced at Du Baifan's hand, which had removed its glove. It was an extraordinarily emaciated hand, and beneath the almost skeletal surface, something seemed to writhe within. Even more unsettling was the transformation of the once flesh-toned nails, which had turned jet black. This is of no consequence, Director Gao. The ability to merge with this entity has unveiled the extraordinary nature of that statue of the god of wealth, which I presented to Lin Yuancheng, allowing me to exact my revenge. That alone suffices. Du Baifan appeared unfazed, yet the madness and resentment flickering in his eyes betrayed his true sentiments. Gao Hong pondered for a moment and remarked, "Did you not previously say that by using this hand to take lives you could prolong your existence? I have procured some individuals for you. Is it that their essence is ineffective? Indeed, those ordinary souls provide insufficient sustenance. I can sense that this hand craves the slaughter and consumption of more exceptional beings. Only the bizarre will suffice." Director Gao. Regarding the statue of the god of wealth in Lin Yuancheng's home, I wonder. Du Baifan's words drew a slight frown from Gao Hong, who then replied, "There have been some minor issues over in Luocheng. Do you recall the last time concerning that young bride from the Lin family? Gao Hong nodded, affirming, indeed. I have just received news from Los Angeles. Today, within the Senmu group, Old Wang sent me a message indicating that a girl named Ruoxue, in full view of the public, has killed Old Li. What is even more alarming is that this girl possesses a ghastly object, a woman's head, whose precise capabilities remain unknown, yet it is undeniably terrifying. Moreover, this afternoon, the girl took the initiative to call me, expressing her desire to meet with you and me in Los Angeles to discuss the acquisition of Senmu Group. Upon hearing this, Du Baifan furrowed his brow, questioning, what did Wang Hang say? Is the girl's strangeness not inherent to her? Gao Hong continued, nodding, indeed. She retrieved it from a plastic bag, and it has been resting on the table without her having touched it directly. At this revelation, Du Baifan's eyes suddenly brightened. Could it be that the girl has mastered some other method? Old Gao, we must go. Absolutely. However, they remained oblivious to the ominous message displayed on the mobile phone resting on the coffee table behind them. The dark path ahead is bewildering and disorienting. Does the power you wield truly belong to you? The true nature of the world seems poised to reveal itself. Go forth, seek the truth of this world, even if it requires paying any price. Chapter 72. The Carnivorous Kitchen. The cemetery expansion and renovation commenced. Before Chu Qing stood a massive figure, a colossal pig's head. This was the true visage of the culinary pig. However, the once daunting presence that had instilled fear in Zhou Yingzhu now resembled a naive child, exhibiting a trivial intellect that was both peculiar and fitting. Yet, Chu Qing remained indifferent to the pig chef's intelligence, as it bore no impact on his anticipated gains. His primary concern lay with the implications of this arrival on the advanced tomb situated in the shadowy realms. Aside from the crow demons and the shadowy god of wealth, the blood-lettered specter was of no consequence, while the faceless ghost and the human-headed lantern posed considerable challenges. The riding tiger specter, albeit dangerous, seemed manageable. Chu Qing harbored doubts about the potential recreation of the advanced tomb, fearing that the daily enhancements to his shadow lifespan might lead to the pig chef ascending to an 8th-tier anomaly. At that juncture, he could not guarantee his ability to control such a being, hence, it would not be prioritized for the time being. As for the culinary pig before him, it appeared rather docile. Most importantly, the advanced tomb feedback from the shadowy realm seemed promising. Culinary pig, a 9th-tier humanoid anomaly, suitable for advanced tomb. Blood and flesh kitchen. Blood and flesh kitchen. A kitchen overflowing with various unidentified meats, exuding a nauseating and pungent scent of blood. Construction requirements. A human kitchen, a diverse assortment of meats totaling 100 tons. Lifespan. 60 days, occupying an area of 60 square meters. Tomb effect. Upon the arrival of the chef pig, an additional day of lifespan is granted for each day he supervises. As long as the ingredients are ample, the chef pig will remain within the blood and flesh kitchen. His abilities will be enhanced, and there is a certain probability that he will develop recipes with beneficial effects. Furthermore, the blood and flesh kitchen can operate externally, collecting lifespan currency, with the chef pig required to pay a tax of 50% on his earnings. The blood and flesh kitchen requires minimal materials for the chef pig, which is a stark contrast to the crow ghost. The only aspect that causes a slight hesitation for Chu Qing is the issue of space. 60 square meters, along with the necessity of a human kitchen as a prototype. While this may appear modest within the expanse of the North Mountain Cemetery, it poses considerable complications, sufficient for a 2-bedroom apartment. Moreover, this establishment can operate externally. Of course, Chu Qing has not entertained thoughts of transforming anyone into a pig to eliminate them. However, the chef pig's potential for recipe development offers promising prospects for the future. Thus, Chu Qing is convinced of the chef pig's considerable potential. It is for this reason that he feels the need to devise some plans. Just as he contemplates this, the sound of an engine pierces the midday air, followed by the distant voice of Ruoxue calling out, "Brother Qing." Simultaneously, Chu Qing perceives a distinct set of footsteps. There are others present. With a slight furrow in his brow, Chu Qing approached the front, and as anticipated, there stood a figure beside Ruoxue. It was a man who appeared to be no older than 30.
Du Béfond?
No, Chu Qing immediately dismissed that notion. The man was notably withdrawn, standing behind Ruoxue with an air of submission. Brother Qing, allow me to introduce you. This is the chief designer from the renovation company under Senmu Construction. You can call him Ah Tai. We brought him here to assist you with the planning and decoration. What do you think? Chu Qing nodded, casting a glance at the man. Indeed, and Ruoxue had providently brought him a pillow while he was contemplating whether to plan the perimeter of the Beishan cemetery, and here was a professional at hand. Very well. Do you have any ideas? Chu Qing inquired, surprisingly taking the initiative to seek Ruoxue's opinion. And Ruoxue, somewhat taken aback, nodded, Brother Qing, I would like to establish several apartment buildings or some individual residences here. Do you think that's feasible? Chu Qing regarded the expectant Ruoxue. He understood her subtle intentions. Although the peculiar density of anomalies in Luocheng was unparalleled, it was precisely his presence that rendered this place safer, was it not? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Qing considered that the future expansion of the Beishan cemetery would undoubtedly necessitate a significant increase in its encompassing area. The power of the underworld would require ample space. However, the actual establishment of an apartment building or several individual residences within that scope was not an insurmountable task. Especially for a contractor like Ruoxue, the blood-lettered mystery cannot detach from the North Mountain Cemetery, making it more convenient for contractors to undertake tasks. Not only Ruoxue, but also Zhou Yingzhu can do the same. Moreover, the recent flesh kitchen of Chef Zhu has inspired him with certain ideas. Since Chef Zhu can accept ghostly currency for business and even pay taxes, Chu Qing ought to provide a source of customers for him, right? Although it may be sparse for the time being, in the future, the contractors of the death apartment might very well bring in a substantial amount of ghostly currency. Past experiences have taught Chu Qing that directly depleting resources is akin to fishing in a dried-up pond. Only through sustainable and intermittent harvesting can he ensure that more spirit masters join the ranks, allowing him to remain in the shadows, comfortably fishing. Contemplating these thoughts, Chu Qing nodded, that works, but do choose the location wisely. Once you have a plan, let me have a look. And Ruoxue beamed with joy. As for the current cemetery surroundings, she wouldn't trade her place for even the Lin family's villa estate. Not even for a chance to reside in the Bai Palace. Having discussed these trivial matters, it was time to address more serious affairs. And Ruoxue glanced at the figure of Atai behind her, her expression returning to a serene demeanor as she instructed. Atai, please take the tools and measure the area. With that, Ruoxue paid no heed to Atai's expression, and she and Chu Qing leisurely walked to the grand tombstone, where she softly remarked. Atai watched the man and woman, solitary in the dark, standing at the center of the grand grave. His trembling hand shakily retrieved some measuring instruments from the toolkit he had brought. 3 days prior, had someone informed him that he, a renowned chief designer with numerous prestigious awards, was to venture into such a dismal place to design a burial site, he would have undoubtedly dismissed them with a contemptuous slap. What was his standing? He was no geomancer, yet now, he comprehended the meaning of being compelled to bow one's head under a roof. With a stern expression, Atai approached the crumbling corner of the wall with his tools, instinctively lifting his gaze as he measured. Within the dim, dilapidated chamber, a flickering golden light caught his attention. He squinted and directed his flashlight towards the source. Beneath an ornate golden shrine, a grinning statue of a wealth deity seemed to be fixated upon him. In that fleeting moment, a chill of perspiration cascaded down his back, and inexplicably, he felt as though the deity's effigy possessed a life of its own. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, instantly drying his sweat, while an indescribable chill began to permeate the air. Turning around, he spotted a colossal raven, its eyes glinting like those of a predatory wolf, fixated upon him. Even more terrifying was the shadow lurking below the raven, within the depths of darkness, from which an ominous rustling sound emerged. Above, illuminated by a crimson glow reminiscent of blood, he faintly discerned what appeared to be the hazy outline of a pig's head. An overwhelming dread enveloped him. Who could possibly elucidate the nature of this sinister place? Chapter 73. The Arrival. Blood-red eyes and black hands. Morning broke, and though it was only 8 o'clock, many still found themselves unaccustomed to the day. Despite the apparent indifference between day and night for those extraneous beings in this world, many individuals still prefer to act during the daylight hours. For instance, at this very moment, a Maybach is traversing the streets of Los Angeles. What does that young girl truly intend? Why summon us to such a place? Could there be a hidden trap? Gao Hong furrowed his brow as he drove. Du Baifan pressed his right hand and then replied, irrespective of any potential snares, we must proceed. Moreover, at this juncture, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Du Baifan's eyes. It is not entirely in vain, for you seek to claim her dubious head, do you not? Gao Hong remarked nonchalantly. The two appeared to possess an unwavering and ample confidence, regarding Ruoxue as though she were already deceased. Subsequently, Gao Hong expressed a tinge of regret. Alas, it is unfortunate that this world has descended into such a ghastly state. Under these circumstances, the significance of Gao Jian consuming Senmu diminishes greatly. I have heard from locals that the frequency of anomalies here in Los Angeles far exceeds that of Qing. Once we manage this affair, it would be prudent for us to avoid returning to Los Angeles. No.
Du Baifan interjected firmly.
Gao Hong cast him a peculiar glance. A spark of excitement flickered in Du Baifan's eyes. That artifact has been tested. The one in my possession revealed that it is of the 9th grade. If there exists a grading system, then there must be a means for advancement. The very fact that ascension is possible indicates that such power possesses a medium and methodology for mastery. Los Angeles, indeed, harbors far more enigmas than Qing. It is precisely for this reason that it presents an opportunity. I must seize this chance. Step by step I shall ascend. I aim to reach the pinnacle. Gao Hong cast a glance at Du Baifan, whose countenance was twisted with a fervent excitement that bordered on savagery. This subordinate, once a close ally and friend, seemed to have transformed into an entirely different individual unbeknownst to him. A chilling sensation surged within Gao Hong, a disquieting realization of the price one pays to wield such power. Yet, the strange allure of that power was undeniable. Who wouldn't he yearn to grasp it? Nevertheless, Du Baifan retained a modicum of rationality. Suddenly, he turned to Gao Hong and inquired, Old Gao, did you bring that thing? A flicker of fear crossed Gao Hong's eyes, yet he nodded in affirmation, it's in the trunk. That's splendid. Du Baifan exuded confidence. At that moment, however, he instinctively reached for his phone, gazing at the obsidian screen where crimson letters began to seep forth. You possess great courage. Or rather, you have no choice but to come. You understand, this may be the sole opportunity to eliminate your troubles and concerns in one fell swoop. Even though you are unaware of the true nature of what you are about to confront. Yet, its might instills within you an immense confidence. However, in this world, what is most abundant are those various entities. And even more so, those who, due to their overconfidence and arrogance, ultimately meet their demise. Are you one of them? No one knows, but, my dear friend, I can share one thing with you. It is ready, but what about you? This is a confrontation between hunter and prey, a battleground where the victor takes all. So, tell me, are you the hunter or the hunted? Du Baifan gazed at the blood-red text on his phone, rendered speechless. It was the first time he had encountered something that elicited such a profound reaction. What exactly did that little girl possess? In that moment, his former confidence evaporated entirely. Amidst this silence, a voice emanated from the navigation system. Ding! You are 500 meters from your destination, with a parking spot selected for you. Please prepare to disembark. They instinctively turned their gazes toward the intersection not far ahead. Strangely, despite the early morning light, there was an inexplicable sense of foreboding at the end of the road. The dilapidated cemetery marked on the navigation appeared like a malevolent specter with its gaping maw, fierce and ominous, sending chills down one's spine. As night turned to dawn, Chu Qing embarked on his patrol. You once again traverse your cemetery, and beneath your footsteps, this restless graveyard exudes an unusual atmosphere. They remain obedient. During this patrol, you have truly grasped the essence of the gravekeeper's duty, deepening your understanding of this sacred role. You have been granted 7 days of extended life, and due to the unique nature of the advanced tomb, Golden Shrine, you have also received an additional day of spiritual currency. Such a tranquil cemetery is a testament to your efforts. However, in such serene surroundings, there are always a few unwitting souls who dare to intrude upon this peace. Nevertheless, this poses little concern for you. Let them comprehend the nature of the existence they covet. The feedback from the Book of Life and Death brought a subtle smile to Chu Qing as he stood before a grand stone tablet inscribed with his birth details, located centrally in the North Mountain Cemetery. It seemed that both his emotions and the responses of the book resonated with another peculiar entity that he governed, one that similarly held sway over fate, and which now emerged from the shadows, unwilling to remain dormant. Blood-red characters began to seep from the inscription, coalescing into the guiding force of death's destiny. Location: North Mountain Cemetery. Time limit: none. Mission objective: eliminate the audacious intruders. Mission reward: unknown. Mission failure penalty: inability to invoke the guiding force of death for 10 days. Chu Qing's gaze swept over the blood-red text, which gradually faded away, merging into the stone tablet. As anticipated, a sound akin to an engine shutting down reverberated from just beyond the entrance. Chu Qing could discern that the voice did not belong to an Ruoshu's vehicle. As anticipated, he turned his gaze toward the source, where a dilapidated gate, barely ajar, was slowly pushed open. Two figures emerged from the narrow crevice of the gate. As soon as Chu Qing laid eyes on these silhouettes, they too caught sight of him. One pair of blood-red eyes and a single dark hand stood in stark contrast against the backdrop. Chapter 74. The Trump Card. The Scapegoat. A crisp caw of a crow echoed, neither abrupt nor particularly attention-grabbing. The two figures simply materialized before the door. Indeed, it was he. Chu Qing's gaze lingered on the gaunt man, whom he had once encountered on a forum. At that time, Du Baifan stood at the pinnacle of his life, wielding the power of the ghost hand and the strength of a fourth-tier in position, the night roamer, making him a formidable presence throughout the Central Plains. Even the nascent Anomaly Bureau sought to recruit him as the regional leader of Central China. Now, however, Du Baifan appeared shrouded in gloom, an aura of death surrounding him, evidently nearing the end of his lifespan. This was not surprising. Firstly, upon merging with an anomaly, one's lifespan would drastically diminish, a fact Chu Qing was all too familiar with, having witnessed his own 60 years of vitality dwindle to a mere 3 months after merging with the Blood-Eye Ghost. Secondly, if an anomaly was pushed to its limits, forcibly activated, much like Chu Qing had done with the Blood Character Ghost, it would similarly deplete one's lifespan. No words were exchanged. The two individuals were not fools. Upon opening the door, they noted the unanticipated gaze of Chu Qing and the conspicuous absence of an Ruoshua, which led them to realize certain truths. Almost instantaneously, they executed entirely different actions. Gao Hong swiftly drew a pitch-black handgun from his jacket, while Du Baifan, despite appearing feeble, propelled himself towards Chu Qing with remarkable speed. His dark hand, adorned with glistening, sinister nails, was fully revealed. Their coordination was impeccable. It was evident that they understood the peculiarities at play. However, they were mistaken about one crucial aspect. Chu Qing regarded the firearm with a hint of disdain. In the outside world, that gun might indeed pose a lethal threat to him. Yet, this was the North Mountain Cemetery, within the confines of a gravekeeper's domain. The more feeble the gravekeeper appeared externally, the more it attested to the extent of his power within the tomb's precincts. In truth, outside, the gravekeeper possessed negligible supernatural abilities, and even the tomb spirits were almost non-existent, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Thus, within the tomb, his might surpassed that of even the executioner Zhou Yingzhu. With a deafening bang, the sound of the gunshot pierced the air. Yet, at the moment the noise erupted, Chu Qing merely sidestepped slightly, allowing the bullet to whiz past him. Evading a bullet? Moreover, was it not a mere evasion amidst rapid movement, but rather a maneuver executed post-stationing? At the moment of firing, is this individual truly human? Gao Hong was astonished, while Du Baifan was filled with exhilaration. Such reflexes are certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. However, despite the toll that the mastery of the peculiar had taken on his body, diminishing day by day, he was resolute in his belief that the opponent's prowess stemmed from more than just the command of the uncanny. He had indeed made the right call. The indications from that entity proved to be accurate. This individual, along with that young girl, harbored great secrets. Alas, their astonishment and excitement were fleeting. For in the next moment, they perceived a shift in the entire world around them. Chu Qing had vanished without a trace. The once clear morning sky had inexplicably succumbed to darkness. The only sounds that persisted were the haunting caws of crows. The two stood frozen in place, as if all they had just experienced were mere illusions. Did that man with the slightly blood-red pupils truly exist? Or was that being even human? Was it a creature capable of inducing hallucinations? Thus, was the earlier act of dodging bullets merely a fabrication? An inexplicable fear began to spread within their hearts. Baifan. Ultimately, Gao Hong, an ordinary man at heart, could no longer restrain his voice. Even though he had encountered the bizarre before, and had repeatedly assured himself that all of this was mere illusion. However, the incessant spread of that dread had driven his nerves to their breaking point. Perhaps he should never have come here. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him, just behind his back. Gao Hong turned to look, but found nothing. It was as if the flicker in his peripheral vision was merely a trick of the mind. Yet, Gao Hong could sense the presence of that fleeting figure. He could even smell its chilling aura. It was the essence of the uncanny, as Du Baifan had once informed him. Finally, Gao Hong could no longer contain himself. He retrieved a peculiar object from his pocket once more. He did not flee, for he and Du Baifan had faced far worse scenarios before. He understood that the more one fled, the more one lost all rationality, succumbing to terror. Thus, the swifter the demise in the presence of such entities. Therefore, he unveiled this trump card, one of Du Baifan's secrets as well. It was a tiny origami figure, no larger than a fingertip. However, the craftsmanship of the origami was exquisite, distinct from those folded by Chu Qing and Fang Ping. The expression on the figure's face was remarkably lifelike. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it bore a smile, an expression of sheer delight and triumph. Gao Hong pressed the origami figure against his forehead. Without any adhesive, astonishingly, the figure adhered to his brow, unwavering. At that moment, the previously restless, faceless spirit halted its advance. Simultaneously, Gao Hong shouted loudly, "I am the substitute for the dead. Should anyone attempt to take my life, the next unfortunate soul to bear the consequences shall be you. Young lady, I am aware of your presence in the shadows. Do not hesitate to emerge, for our conversation need not be adversarial." His voice seemed to resonate with a certain effect. The cawing of the crows above appeared to grow slightly more subdued. The entire world seemed to slow, as if in response to the emergence of this so-called scapegoat. Indeed, the influence of this scapegoat had manifested. At this moment, even the calm and composed Chu Qing, who was observing the two individuals trapped by the faceless specter, could not help but raise an eyebrow and then widen his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the scapegoat. The reason was simple. The paper figure of the scapegoat was all too familiar to him. In his previous life, it was the first peculiar entity he commanded as a paper artisan. Chapter 75. The Truth of the World. Are you satisfied? This included the time he journeyed alongside the Inn Lady of the Yellow Springs to attain the second tier. Among them, the first peculiar entity that Chu Qing commanded left a profound impression on him. For that entity had completely dissipated, and he had been the one to witness its dissolution firsthand. In truth, initially, Chu Qing did not hold the paper artisan in high regard. His ascension to the sixth tier was merely a result of encountering a crisis and, by a stroke of fortune, altering his path. It was this very alteration that led to the disintegration of that peculiar entity. Naturally, Chu Qing held no fondness for that peculiar being, as it was exceedingly weak. Just like the scapegoat before him, or perhaps, it is merely a singular entity, a curious trinket birthed from the folds of a peculiar existence endowed with formidable powers. Thus, could this scapegoat be the one associated with Chu Qing? He himself could not ascertain. Yet, a fervent glimmer ignited in the depths of Chu Qing's eyes. The paper lady had that renowned anomaly, which held great notoriety in the Central Plains during the early days of his past life, already emerged in the nascent phase of this terrifying era? At that moment, Chu Qing's eyes bore not only a crimson hue but also an emerald glint. The reasoning was simple. Should he possess this particular anomaly, adept in the manipulation of paper, his ascension to the 8th grade position of grave offering would be expedited, perhaps even shortening the duration required to progress from 8th to 7th grade significantly. As for the possibility of misidentification, that was utterly inconceivable. In his previous life, Chu Qing had gritted his teeth and elevated that feeble scapegoat to the 7th grade, even engaging directly with the paper lady once. Fortune smiled upon him amidst a perilous encounter, allowing him to escape unscathed. Therefore, while he might misidentify other anomalies, he would never mistake this scapegoat, meticulously folded by the paper lady herself. He must locate it. With the paper lady's rank potentially not yet too formidable, he had to acquire it. Chu Qing never anticipated such an unexpected boon. However, despite the fervor within, he swiftly regained his composure. The true strength of the faceless ghost lay in the terror it instilled, an inexorable dread that no living being could withstand. Do not speak of others. Even the formidable and enigmatic Chu Qing, accustomed to various powerful and bizarre phenomena in his past life, found himself affected by the presence of the faceless ghost upon their first encounter, succumbing to the influence of fear. How much more so for others? Moreover, Du Baifan's dark hand seemed destined to be thwarted by the ghost, as the ability to create illusions was inherently governed by the rules of terror, rendering any interaction futile. This explains why Chu Qing refrained from utilizing the head lantern. A lantern, typically infallible, would likely falter should it come into contact with that dark hand. Yet, it appears that this is where the matter concludes. My dear friend, though your fate was sealed the moment you decided to embark on this journey, I still wish to impart a cautionary word. Restrain the fear that resides within you. Though challenging it may be, to succumb to the looming presence before you is not an ignoble defeat. Indeed, even now it has yet to truly engage. Nevertheless, the ominous warnings of the Book of Life and Death no longer sway Du Baifan. Or perhaps he now questions the veracity of its advice. The illusionary wall is a commonplace yet profoundly terrifying ability, as it distorts the perceptions of living beings and amplifies their innermost fears. Yet, Du Baifan continues to wield his strength. The inky blackness of his nails and the flesh within his palm, seemingly writhing, this time offered no infallible assurance. Instead, he was met with an increasingly piercing coldness. Why has this come to pass? He shouted in despair, yet only the incessant cawing of crows echoed from the heavens, as if death were knocking at his door. At last, a shadow gradually emerged from a distance, a spectral figure from which he could discern nothing but its form, lacking even a face. Almost as soon as he caught sight of it, a chilling voice, penetrating to the marrow, whispered in his ear, "Do you see my face?" A profound terror, accompanied by an indescribable oppression, shattered Du Baifan's sanity. He struggled to maintain his nearly crumbling will, yearning to reach out and grasp that entity. However, he suddenly felt his body seize up, an unexplainable coldness enveloping him entirely. In that moment, the world seemed to plunge into an eerie silence. Then, in the next instant, the universe trembled. The pitch-black sky appeared to leak a sliver of brilliance. Du Baifan's frigid form seemed to awaken some semblance of resistance, igniting a desire to struggle. He yearned to unveil the true nature of this world, to discern when he had slipped into this illusion. Yet, above all, he longed to ascertain the truth of that man, the young man, whether he was real or an illusion, whether he was human or something sinister. The transformation of the world seemed to accelerate in tandem with his thoughts. Du Baifan found himself unable to move. His outstretched right hand appeared to writhe, as if seeking to escape, to flee from Du Baifan's very being. At this moment, Du Baifan was evidently too preoccupied to concern himself with anything else. His eyes were wide open, fixated in terror. He understood that this sensation was akin to the feeling of death. Yet, precisely because of this, he yearned to perceive the world clearly, just as the Book of Life and Death had intimated. He sought to unveil the truth of existence. What indeed is the essence of reality? A chilling death enveloped him entirely. At this instant, only his consciousness and senses remained. Finally, the shattering of the dark illusion materialized before his gaze. Suddenly, Du Baifan's eyes widened even further, the corners straining to the point of splitting under the pressure. He fixated intently ahead, for there, at the precipice of the world's collapse, within a mere 2 meters of him stood a figure. The man clad in a black trench coat had not moved an inch, remaining as still as he had been upon entering. He stood calmly before the grand tombstone, a silent witness to Du Baifan's fated demise. Looking into those crimson eyes, he discerned no trace of humanity, only a void of emotion. Yet within those eyes lay fear, madness, anguish, resentment, and confusion. Bang! At long last, that black hand relinquished its grip just before his death, severing at the wrist without a single drop of blood escaping. It was precisely for this reason that Du Baifan suddenly felt a mysterious vitality surge within him just before his demise, prompting him to part his lips and utter a question. "Are you human?" This inquiry, often exchanged in jest among friends, carried profound significance at this moment. It marked the inaugural dialogue between them following their encounter, and it was the first sentence Du Baifan had spoken to Chu Qing. Gazing at Du Baifan, whose face was awash with hope, Chu Qing's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet he slowly replied, "I suppose so." In that instant, the terror, madness, and agony that had once marred Du Baifan's visage dissipated, replaced by a fleeting smile of relief as he faced the specter of death. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground. His phone, dislodged from his grasp, tumbled before his closing eyes, revealing a blood-red message that gradually materialized. "Dear friend, are you content with the truth of the world?" Du Baifan lacked the strength for any final gesture. He simply surrendered to the darkness, his eyes finally shutting. Death arrived as anticipated, accompanied by a whisper that faded in his ears. "As long as one is human, that is enough, in such a world. To die now is truly regrettable." Chapter 76. The Black Sinister Hand, the substitute death paper figure, lying motionless at his feet. Du Baifan had utterly ceased to exist, yet Chu Qing's gaze lingered not on him. Instead, his attention was fixated intently on the writhing black hand on the ground. It resembled not a mere palm, but rather a convulsing, contorted cephalopod. Blood-red characters materialized before his eyes. Black mysterious hand, grade 9, category, entity, symbiotic, anomaly, lifespan, 1 day, lone hand cannot clap, rule upon contact with a living being's palm. A lethal rule is triggered. As easy as palm, ability any anomaly grasped by the hand cannot exert any rules or abilities. Entity symbiosis, stayed upon the death of the symbiont, one's own abilities and rule effects are significantly diminished. Death ensues when the lifespan reaches 0. Promotion requirement. Unknown. Note. Hand. Humanity. This is our hand. The madness of the blood-red gaze was anticipated by Chu Qing. He calmly regarded the shadowy hand, which was now writhing at an increasingly languid pace. Yet, Chu Qing remained vigilant and retrieved a plastic bag, using a twig to ensnare it within. The palm exhibited minimal movement, as if it had succumbed to death within the confines of the plastic. Having effectively subdued it, albeit through somewhat rudimentary means, he let out a sigh of relief, finally allowing a smile to grace his features. Indeed, the effects of this black hand were as he had recalled. Although the rules governing it were rather unremarkable, requiring contact with a living being's palm, it was evident that only humans and humanoid anomalies possessed hands. Would the absence of hands imply the absence of rules for these anomalies? Nevertheless, the capabilities of this black hand were truly formidable, possessing the power to suppress all rules and abilities of anomalies. Upon encountering the bizarre essence, it was akin to standing directly upon the scales of victory. Naturally, Chu Qing surmised that this ability must possess an element of weight. If some peculiar rules of power surpassed its heft, the effectiveness might significantly diminish or even render it null. However, Chu Qing's extensive experience far surpassed that of others. Judging by the stringent rules associated with this black right hand, its weight would likely be substantial. Yet, he pondered the state of its integration. With this thought, a sense of urgency surged within Chu Qing, prompting him to abruptly turn his gaze toward that direction. The wall of the faceless ghost gradually dissipated, and as Chu Qing's eyes shifted, Gao Hong followed suit, looking toward him. The corpse sprawled before Chu Qing, the severed right hand. Along with those blood-red eyes, he shuddered violently, retreating hastily, filled with dread as he stared at Chu Qing. However, it seemed he recalled something, suddenly pressing down on the peculiar little paper effigy atop his head. This substitute for death had now become his sole reliance. Yet, it must be acknowledged that he was indeed correct in his thoughts. Were it not for this paper effigy, he would have already joined Du Baifan in the afterlife. Chu Qing regarded him, or rather, the paper effigy. Substitute paperman, grade, 9th rank, category, entity of the bizarre, lifespan, 1 year and 7 months. Attachment, rule capable of protecting a living being to a certain extent from bizarre harm. The attached individual must expend a significant amount of yin and yang lifespan daily and can never part from the substitute paperman for life until the living being's demise. Borrowed life ability. Once the borrowed life is extinguished, the paper figure of the deceased transfers to the entity responsible for their demise, adhering to them for sustenance. After being bound by the deceased, the recipient experiences a significant increase in an inexplicable allure. The rules and abilities of the deceased are perceivable by other entities. Entity, state indestructible, capable of moving with the wind. Daily consumption of vitality is doubled. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, a dish unappetizing in nature, yet at this moment, I am not one to be picky. Gazing upon this eerily familiar ability, Chu Qing felt a twinge of novelty. This peculiar artifact had ensnared him more than once in his past life. Nonetheless, its effects were undeniably potent. Although it lacked proactive rules or abilities, its primary function lay in rendering one incapable of retaliation. Upon my demise, rest assured you shall not find peace either, a strategy that is more about mutual detriment than harm. One could hardly fathom how Chu Qing had managed to ascend with such an oddity in his previous existence. With these thoughts lingering, Chu Qing approached Gao Hong, who clearly had no intention of inviting him indoors for a discussion. As Chu Qing advanced, his blood-red eyes met Gao Hong's, who trembled yet forced himself to regain composure. He managed to articulate, I am unaware whether you are human or spirit, but my presence here is at Du Baifan's behest. I am merely a driver and do not know the whereabouts of an Ruoxue. I have no desire for that Senmu group. Chu Qing chose to disregard his articulate expression of his predicament and instead inquired, where did you acquire this paper figure? Upon hearing this, Gao Hong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was a human being. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Gao Hong's eyes as he continued, Your Excellency, should you desire this paper figure, you ought to know that it. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Qing impatiently interrupted. I have already stated that I am asking where you obtained this item. The whereabouts of the paper lady were of paramount importance to Chu Qing. In this peculiar era of revival, it was improbable that the paper lady possessed significant strength. This substitute paper figure might very well be the first creation of the opposing party, and uncovering its origin could potentially lead to the paper lady's location. Gao Hong hesitated, seemingly oblivious to Chu Qing's impatience. Your Excellency, when Du Baifan and I first acquired this item, it was not without considerable difficulty. Moreover, only the two of us are privy to its location. Chu Qing narrowed his faintly crimson eyes, intrigued. Oh, and what do you propose? Your Excellency, Du Baifan and I have been ensnared by this entity, and there is a chance it may one day cost us our lives. Thus, if you assist me in liberating us from this predicament, I shall reveal to you the location of this item. Chu Qing smiled lightly. Rest assured, this substitute will no longer trouble you. Gao Hong was taken aback, observing Chu Qing's demeanor, clearly in a state of indecision. Without further ado, Chu Qing activated his blood-red pupils and fixed his gaze intently upon the substitute paper figure. A crimson hue suddenly erupted, expanding with terrifying intensity. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. That paper figure bore no distinction from the previous spectral shadows, the ghostly courier, or the sinister taxi. Ultimately, within Chu Qing's eyes, which had transformed into a vortex of blood red, it morphed into countless shards of dark energy, drawn into its depths. Observing the crimson blood trickling from the corners of Chu Qing's closed eyelids, Gao Hong trembled with a mixture of fear and a hint of exhilaration. This man was incomparably more formidable than Du Baifan, and most importantly, he possessed knowledge. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Chu Qing slowly opened his gaze. Now, may I inquire, where did you acquire this item? Gao Hong chuckled softly. Your Excellency, Is it possible for me to harness such power? Let us strike a bargain. If you divulge the method to acquire this ability and the origin of this paper figure, I shall certainly reveal to you the location known only to myself and the deceased Du Baifan. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Qing laughed. A faint yet resonant voice echoed throughout the cemetery. You may part ways. Gao Hong was initially bewildered. However, it did not take long for him to comprehend, as the sky darkened once more. This time, a red light appeared overhead, and the cawing of crows beyond his sight grew increasingly urgent, as if imploring, "Leave me a remnant." Chapter 77. The Fusion of Dark Deception. The Scales of Destiny. I was mistaken. I beseech you, spare me. Spare me. I know where to find it. In the Yongxiang Wreath and Joss paper shop at the eastern suburb crematorium. A desperate plea echoed. Please, spare me a life. Spare me a life. Ah, do not approach, do not approach. Chu Qing observed calmly as the faceless ghost manifested before Gao Hong, subsequently peeling away his face. After toiling for quite some time, the faceless ghost was indeed due for sustenance, having feasted well on a human head lantern the previous day. However, a slight furrow formed on Chu Qing's brow as the negative emotions swirling in his mind began to cloud his judgment. In his past life, he had ventured to Xinqing, the only significant human gathering in the central province that resonated with the distant capital. The eastern suburb, crematorium, funeral home? The paper lady was not merely strange. She was mobile. Following the outbreak of the bazaar, such places would initially attract a considerable number of visitors. Would the paper lady still be there?
Chu Qing ponder, un xe tin.
Yet, he had never anticipated a smooth progression of events. While curiosity lingered in his mind, he understood that it was not a matter to be rushed. Present, his focus should shift to another pressing concern. He turned his gaze to the ghostly hand in his possession, as the negative consciousness in his mind gradually began to subside. Within the tomb, the presence of the gravekeeper's spectral duties could barely contain the situation. Finally, he exhaled deeply. After a prolonged absence of the emotion tension from his heart, a sense of unease began to creep in. Merging with the bazaar using one's own body was an exceedingly perilous and terrifying endeavor for any level of ghost master. However, Chu Qing remained indecisive as he sat within his grand coffin. Placing the dark, spectral hand before him, he seized the bloodied kitchen knife from the chef's grasp. After a brief comparison, he struck down with a single, decisive blow. It was evident that the Guardian's enhanced physique yielded remarkable results. Blood continued to flow profusely, and a searing pain coursed through him. Yet, in contrast to the previous occasion, Chu Qing found himself able to endure it. More importantly, he sensed a semblance of tolerance. Of course, his agility was undoubtedly diminished compared to before. The Guardian, preserving life and overseeing death, was intrinsically tied to this experience. Despite beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Chu Qing maintained a tranquil demeanor. He calmly discarded the twisted black hand onto the ground and gently reconnected the severed wrist to its former position. The chilling sensation, even amidst the flowing blood, could not be suppressed. Chu Qing's gaze fell upon the palm, and in that moment, he felt as though the hand was scrutinizing him in return. This spectral hand, previously severed from Du Baifan, seemed to be appraising whether this second individual, daring to undertake such an act, was worthy of a symbiotic union. After all, following its previous bond with Du Baifan, it had endured a relentless cycle of hunger. Yet now it appeared that there was no room for contemplation. Chu Qing sensed an overwhelming chill enveloping his entire arm, as if the connection to his torso had been utterly frozen, rendering him immobile. An indescribable bond began to emanate from his fingertips. However, Chu Qing was acutely aware that the bizarre fusion and the peculiar resistance were but one facet of the matter. A far more pressing concern lay in whether the human body could achieve complete symbiosis with the supernatural. Should this prove impossible, the number of onmyoji who could survive would be exceedingly scant. With his eyes closed, Chu Qing fervently endeavored to shake off the frigid grip of his limbs, striving to gain mastery over the ghostly hand, his right hand. Yet, he gradually sensed an intensifying chill enveloping his being. What had begun as a creeping sensation from his wrist had now spread throughout his entire arm, encroaching upon his torso. In that fleeting moment, half of his body became utterly rigid, rendering him immobile. Veins bulged upon his forehead as he exerted every ounce of strength, desperately attempting to connect, to harness, and to control this eerie appendage through the neural pathways. Nevertheless, the cold continued its insidious advance, subtly creeping toward his neck and head. Should this chill encapsulate his entire form, he would meet the same fate as Du Baifan before him, destined for death. Chu Qing pressed his lips together as blood-red pupils began to manifest involuntarily. His mind raced frantically, scanning the landscape of possibilities for a means of escape. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the severed right hand, and he instinctively maneuvered closer. He brought the frigid right hand to meet his own. A gesture driven by a singular motive. Chu Qing did not wish to perish, and this peculiar entity, too, harbored the same desire for survival. Even devoid of wisdom, nothing is willing to dissipate without cause in this world. This palm does not resist merging with him. Rather, it is the current intensity of their mutual repulsion that is formidable. He must revive this hand, enabling it to exhibit a measure of power, in order to conquer this repulsion and achieve a harmonious fusion. Indeed, it has been proven that Chu Qing's composure in the face of adversity played a crucial role. The moment the two palms made contact, the dormant black hand seemed to spring to life. The ability of the black hand is activated through contact with the palm of a living being. The adage solitary hand cannot clap rings true. Now, this interaction has awakened it. Amidst the coldness, Chu Qing sensed a flicker of vitality emerging from the depths of the chill. Tentatively, he wiggled his fingers. The cold still lingered, yet its source had vanished. Under the influence of the Gravekeeper's shadowy power, this deathly chill swiftly dissipated.
Chu Qing what chết, captivat.
As his thoughts stirred, he slowly raised his right hand. The palm retained its original appearance, starkly contrasting with the withered state it bore when attached to Du Baifan. It was elongated, smooth, and devoid of visible pores. The only notable difference was the pitch-black nails adorning the 5 fingers of the right hand. A spark ignited within Chu Qing's heart. On the side of the Book of Life and Death, lines of information gradually emerged. Chu Qing. Rank, 9th grade, Een lifespan, 2 months and 10 days. Yang lifespan, none. Gravekeeper Een position. Ghost control, ghost manipulation technique. Coexistence, status significantly reduced personal lifespan, capable of entirely commanding the blood-eyed ghost and the black enigmatic hand. Daily consumption of Een lifespan amounts to 4 times that of an ordinary person. Status unknown. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Esteemed Lord Chu Qing, you have vanquished the intruders and safeguarded your grave. Your understanding of the Een position of Gravekeeper has deepened. You are 1 step closer to the path of greatness. Your will is more unyielding than the hellish prison stone. Your spirit is more indomitable than a bird soaring without wings. Your decisions are more resolute than the blade of an executioner. Even though I know you are weary of my words, I must reiterate, it is my utmost honor to serve you. Chu Qing paid no heed to the flattery behind the Book of Life and Death. He felt a stirring within and turned his gaze towards the stone tablet placed before the grand coffin. The blood-red characters slowly seeped forth. Task completed. All intruders daring to invade have been eliminated. From the guidance of death, the blood-letter ghost has harvested 40 days of Een lifespan. Task reward obtained, fusion of the black enigmatic hand. Gazing at the ominous crimson inscription, Chu Qing could no longer contain himself. A smile, radiant and joyous, graced his lips for the first time since his rebirth. This was the weight of destiny. In the grand game of fate, he was invariably the victor. For the scales of destiny were eternally within his grasp. Chapter 78. The agitation of the blood eye. Even in the early hours of the morning, the sky was shrouded in a drab gray, resembling a colossal ghostly visage looming overhead. Clearly, it was not a propitious day. Yet, Chu Qing's spirit soared. His frigid hands melded seamlessly with his being, harmonizing perfectly. In stark contrast to the blood eye, which often complained and indulged in trifles, this dark hand toiled dutifully, silent and unyielding. Most importantly, it lacked that insufferable wisdom. Chu Qing glanced down at the 2 individuals on the ground. Good souls indeed. He seldom employed such a term for humanity, but it must be said, these 2 were genuinely benevolent. Not only had they traversed 100 miles from Xingqing to deliver two peculiar individuals, but they had also brought along two lifeless bodies. With one hand grasping each corpse, Chu Qing hurled them backward. The ravenous crow demon, eagerly awaiting, seized them with its claws. Before long, the ledger of life and death provided him with feedback. Another two prey and spoils. Their heads constitute the sole value of your commendable trophies. Simultaneously, the skeletal tree has granted you 2 days of shadowy longevity. While this may not seem substantial, esteemed sir, you are well aware that many a little makes a mickle. Chu Qing cast another glance at his remaining lifespan. 3 months and 22 days. After merging with this sinister entity, his lifespan had precipitously decreased. Simultaneously, the daily consumption of his lifespan had astonishingly escalated to an alarming 4 days. He had no choice but to sustain 3 peculiar beings. Without the assistance of the blood character ghost, it would have been rather insufficient merely relying on the duties of a gravekeeper. However, the blood character ghost significantly alleviated his concerns regarding his lifespan, enabling him to focus without excessive anxiety. Thus Chu Qing exhaled slowly. In that fleeting moment, the corners of his eyes began to quiver uncontrollably. The blood-red pupils re-emerged, almost beyond his control, as rivulets of blood streamed from his eye sockets. Chu Qing could sense its urgency. It was desperate. Indeed, merging with another entity was not his primary objective. The true reason for the fusion was the elevation of the blood character ghost. This was the most crucial matter at hand. He needed to ascertain whether the other party had successfully completed the accumulation of rules, and whether the amalgamation of multiple peculiar entities had formed an insurmountable rule. Only when the blood character ghost ascended to the 8th tier would he possess sufficient confidence to venture into Xing City in search of the special entity, the Paper Lady, which would greatly aid his forthcoming promotion to the 8th tier of the shadow position. Grave right. The blood character ghost could scarcely contain its excitement. It yearned to consume that final entity to complete its ascension. Its exhilaration was overwhelming, to the point where even Chu Qing had to gently press his palm against his eye sockets and softly murmur, "Do not rush, do not rush. Ultimately, one must venture forth. At this moment, haste is unwarranted." As he felt the sanguine gaze within his eyes, Chu Qing finally found tranquility and exhaled deeply. He remained acutely aware of his dwindling lifespan. Less than 4 months of shadowy existence remained. That was sufficient. In truth, it was not only the sanguine gaze that could hardly contain itself. Having already grasped the essence of the black deceitful hand, how could Chu Qing refrain from testing its formidable powers? Thus, he stood before the grand tombstone of his family, slowly closing his eyes. The entire cemetery melded with his being at that moment, and the blood character ghost likewise lingered within. To consecutively invoke the abilities of the blood character ghost necessitated a sacrifice of his lifespan. The last time, during an Ruoshua's pact, was Chu Qing's initial forcible activation, trading his lifespan as the price. At that time, the cost was a full month. Although an Ruoshua subsequently fulfilled her infernal contract and replenished a portion of his sacrifice, it was still a net loss. This time, to activate the powers in succession would undoubtedly yield a similar deficit. Yet, Chu Qing found himself unable to endure any longer. The threat posed by that maternal ghost was too great. A terrifying era had just begun, giving rise to a realm of horrors. Even without advancing to the 8th grade, it seemed imminent. Should he delay even a single day, the adversary might very well ascend before him. At that juncture, the outcome would be uncertain. Most critically, Chu Qing harbored a profound curiosity regarding that bizarre entity. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, pouring his scant remaining lifespan day by day into the capacity of the blood character ghost. Suddenly, upon the massive stone tablet, blood began to gradually coagulate, desperately seeping outward. The sky was engulfed in darkness, and the once gray clouds transformed into an oppressive black. Chu Qing stood beneath the murky heavens, leaning against the colossal stone monument. He could sense that something was beginning to permeate outward. At this very moment, 20 days of his life force had already been expended, yet it was still insufficient. The guidance of fate, under the current circumstances, could not illuminate a pivotal path for Chu Qing. 22 days, 25 days, 28 days. As he infused his life force, his grip on the stone tablet tightened. The dark clouds above grew increasingly foreboding. Within the vast cemetery, a rustling sound echoed. The wind had risen. Chu Qing's eyes remained tightly shut. 30 days. 35 days. It seemed as if his life force was being poured in without restraint. Finally, upon the stone tablet, a stream of blood began to flow and congeal. However, this blood was still in motion, seemingly surveying the chaotic future in search of the desired outcome. 40 days. All previously accumulated life force had been exhausted, yet Chu Qing remained unperturbed. Indeed, if 40 days proved insufficient, he could continue to infuse more. In that fleeting moment, the once darkened sky suddenly brightened. A second later, a thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens, crashing into Chu Qing's ears. Boom! The terrifying rumble of thunder resonated as if a divine entity were striking a drum, deafening in its intensity. A blinding light illuminated Chu Qing's tranquil face, eyes still closed. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes. Meanwhile, upon the immense stone tablet, lines of blood-red characters began to seep forth. The guiding hand of fate had arrived. Chu Qing's pupils darted frantically. This time, however, he did not intervene. This was a long-anticipated new quarry for him and them. Whoosh! The fine raindrops finally descended. I wonder if a stormy day is indeed a fortuitous time for hunting? Amidst the wind and rain, Chu Qing, clad in a black trench coat, slowly raised the ebony umbrella once more. Chapter 79. Strolling in the Rain. A performance in the Little Theater. Location: any place within the urban center of Luo City. Time limit: before the rain ceases. Objective: on this rare rainy day, take a leisurely stroll with an umbrella. Special task restrictions: none. Failure penalty: none. Boom! Amidst the thunderstorm, Chu Qing, holding the black umbrella, contemplated the recent guidance from the blood-red specter. This forcible summoning, akin to the previous instance with the pork rice dish, lacked a precise target, and there was not even a penalty for failure. He had begun to discern the patterns of this blood-red specter. Such entities, which he had not previously encountered, did not issue strong directives, thus rendering the absence of task penalties. However, once a peculiar target was established, failure would inevitably incur consequences. Therefore, the guidance of this blood-red specter could not guarantee that Chu Qing would encounter the intended target. Yet, even in the absence of the specter, it was inconceivable for Chu Qing to remain confined within the confines of the North Mountain Cemetery. For the remaining guardians of the graves, their own cemeteries offer the utmost safety. Even the malevolent Ding Xie would only take action after complete assurance and preparation. However, Chu Qing is different. The guidance of the blood character ghost merely serves as a conduit for him to harness the power of fate. Yet, the ascension of the blood eye necessitates this journey. Here, in a rather unremarkable district of Luo City, the towering residential buildings and surrounding amenities are sufficient to attest that, in comparison to the outskirts of his Beishan cemetery, this locale is indeed at the heart of Luo City. The rain-soaked, pitch-black asphalt road lies desolate, devoid of any presence. The torrential downpour coincides with the resurgence of the supernatural, rendering the world seemingly inhabited solely by Chu Qing. He is not daunted by this ambience. On the contrary, he revels in it. Thus, he retrieves his Bluetooth earphones from his pocket and connects them to his phone, randomly playing a song. This is his playlist. Yet for Chu Qing it feels strikingly unfamiliar. The music hails from 2 decades past, evoking myriad traces of his former life. It encompasses both the lofty and obscure art of solo piano compositions and those trivial, viral songs dismissed by many. To him, they are essentially indistinguishable. Often, they merely serve to evoke emotion. Emotion is precisely what Chu Qing requires at this moment. He glances at the title of the piece, The Sound of Silence. The piano notes emanating from the Bluetooth earphones, intertwined with the surrounding sound of rain, create the most exquisite harmony. He traversed the center of the road, umbrella in hand, relishing the solitude amplified by the enveloping stillness. The torrential rain cascaded down, and his dark silhouette, sheltered beneath an equally dark umbrella, moved through this vibrant yet desolate world. Towering skyscrapers loomed above, their heights piercing the clouds. He continued his stride, as the music in his ears shifted. The change that raised his brow was not a solo piano piece, but rather an old love song adorned with lyrics. He had forgotten its title and found no concern in doing so. It seemed that he sensed a transition in the melody, and not far ahead, he finally discerned two indistinct figures. They appeared to be two human beings, although in a city filled with people, such terminology felt rather peculiar and jarring. Chu Qing stood on the street, gazing up at a storefront on the upper floor of a dimly lit building. Within that shadowy structure, lights flickered, and the two figures seemed to be engaged in a heated argument. It was precisely this commotion that drew his attention. Clearly, they were a couple, for the strident voices pierced through even the song that had finally emerged from his headphones, mingling with the sound of the rain. Regrettably, this was not a masterfully crafted script, but rather a trite and all too familiar tale. Damn it, how have I treated you since our marriage? Is this how you repay me? The sounds of the wind and rain intensified, growing ever more insistent. At last, within Chu Qing's headphones, the lyrics of an old love song emerged. Your face bears traces of weariness. Your eyes hold remnants of tears. The music echoed harmoniously with the scene before him. I risk my life to find food, and you bring that pretty boy home. Do you? Are you hoping that I will be killed by that ghostly doll in the neighborhood? Is that it? A sharp slap resonated, accompanied by the woman's muffled sobs. In this tempestuous weather, the complexity of emotions surpassed even the lyrics in his ears. He slowly held up his umbrella and positioned himself directly beneath the window. I have spent the entire night trying to discern between you and me, who would love whom a little more. The rain intensified. Finally, the cries ceased, and the next moment, a resolute voice emerged from the window. Let us get a divorce. What did you say? Divorce? I no longer love you. What do you mean? You're not pretending anymore, are you? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Yang He, is this really amusing to you? Yaru, let us take a moment to calm down and talk this through. Chu Qing's gaze remained tranquil. Human emotions are indeed a curious and intricate phenomenon. I would rather watch you sleep so peacefully than witness your heartlessness when awake. The song, at this moment, seemed to ascend gradually, while the silent couple upstairs slowly intensified the atmosphere. Yang He, how shameless can you be? I've already put the hat on you, and yet you still refuse to divorce? Well, since the air has been cleared today, and you even resorted to violence, I owe you nothing now. I will tidy up and leave shortly. No, you can't go anywhere today. You cannot leave. Get away, Yang He. Are you out of your mind? What do you want to do? Let go of me. Cough. Let go. Let go. No. You are not allowed to leave. The woman's cries of struggle were piercingly loud. The man, seemingly pushed to his limits, responded, Fine, you still want to leave, right? Go. I will let you go. Yang He. What are you doing? Don't act impulsively. Filthy woman. I will let you go. I will let you go. Help. Beneath the second-floor window, Chu Qing held her black umbrella against the rain cascading from the eaves, slowly lifting her gaze. The originally dim corner by the window, with its beige curtains, gradually became splattered with vivid crimson. At that moment, the window was unexpectedly flung open. Within the confines of the modest room, a woman's body hung precariously over the ledge. Clad in a white camisole, her long black hair cascading down, a ghastly wound marred her neck. The crimson blood flowed steadily, merging seamlessly with the rain, fortuitously landing upon the black umbrella held below by Chu Qing. It transformed the once pitch-black canopy into a canvas adorned with a few blossoms of crimson plum. He paid it no mind. In fact, he finally recalled the title of the song playing in his earphones. As the familiar chorus resonated, he found himself with the leisure to hum along. You said you wanted to escape, yet it is destined to settle. Love extinguished, affection faded. What remains is emptiness. Do you desire it? The lifeless body of a woman, draped languidly, was buffeted by the howling winds outside, seemingly echoing the melancholic refrain, reminiscent of aged cured meat hanging on an iron hook, waiting to dry in the winter moonlight. Chapter 80. Echoing Ghost Child. The Transformation of the Black Umbrella. 10 minutes later, Chu Qing stepped leisurely out of the community named Fushi Garden. In his left hand, he continued to hold aloft the ebony umbrella, while in his other hand he grasped something else. To be precise, it was not merely an object, but rather a small doll, appearing to be no more than 2 or 3 years old. Its skin was pale, though marred in places by shades of blue, purple, and even black. Nevertheless, it was undeniably ghostly white, reminiscent of porcelain. What was particularly noteworthy was the doll's hollow eye sockets, from which thick, purplish-black blood flowed. In both his past and present lives, one of his greatest aversions had been unruly children. Undoubtedly, this little being epitomized a troublesome child. While other children clamored for action figures, computers, and mobile phones, this one was no different. The mischievous child not only coveted his eyes but also sought his very life. It was evident that Chu Qing could not possibly surrender his existence and sight to such a creature. Thus, deprived of both his eyes and his life, he retaliated with a formidable slap, effectively subduing the fiend in an instant. This peculiar ability, while commonplace, proved remarkably effective. Had circumstances been different, perhaps Chu Qing might have considered keeping it as part of the future Northern Mountain Cemetery. Regrettably, the present did not permit such indulgence. Nevertheless, he refrained from hastily allowing the overly enthusiastic blood eye to consume the creature. Initially anxious, this agitation gradually dissipated after nearly half an hour of serene walking in the rain. He understood that having devoured a doppelganger earlier that morning and merged with the Blackhand fiend, consuming another anomaly would likely lead to an escalation of his own aberration. It was essential to mitigate the emotional turmoil wrought by his previous insatiable appetite. Undeniably, the guidance of the bloodletter fiend held its merit. Strolling calmly amidst the torrential downpour significantly aided his recuperation. He continued to traverse the rain-soaked streets, where the entire city appeared to awaken from its slumber. Yet it was not solely the city that had come to life. The rain, once tumultuous, seemed to soften. The sound of raindrops on his black umbrella grew increasingly hushed. This tranquility momentarily caught Chu Qing off guard. At last, he slowly gazed ahead. The curtain of rain persisted, yet beneath that inky umbrella, the clamor of the outside world grew remarkably faint. He slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the black umbrella. This umbrella was once the most ordinary of its kind, left behind by an unknown caretaker of a cemetery in the northern hills. When Fong Ping recounted tales of the lantern of severed heads, Chu Qing surmised that the mystical properties of the lantern were intrinsically linked to the light it emitted. Thus, with considerable confidence, he grasped this umbrella and ventured forth in search of the lantern. In subsequent encounters, whenever the formidable and eerie power of the lantern manifested, Chu Qing would invariably wield this umbrella to counteract its area of effect, thereby preventing collateral damage. Remarkably, this was the first occasion on which Chu Qing employed the black umbrella for its intended purpose, as a rain shield. Amidst the gentle patter of rain, he sensed that this umbrella, which had accompanied him for some time, was beginning to undergo a transformation, influenced by the surrounding environment. The emergence of the blood-lettered anomaly made it clear to Chu Qing that the birth of the uncanny was devoid of rules. However, objects frequently entwined with malevolent energy and appearing alongside the supernatural, while serving specific functional effects, were indeed prone to change. Take, for instance, this black umbrella. Throughout its use by Chu Qing, it had consistently served one purpose: to shield against the terrifying and bizarre powers of the lantern, thus earning its rightful commendation. On this extraordinary day, the previous accumulation of events seems to have finally culminated in a rather remarkable transformation. As Chu Qing gazed at the black umbrella, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his eyes had turned a deep crimson. Indeed, the blood-red gaze appeared to have captivated by the changes in the umbrella, momentarily ceasing its insistence for him to swiftly absorb the ghostly doll, and instead fixated on the black apparatus. It seemed to sense the scrutiny from his blood-red eyes. Compared to the intricate formation of the blood character, the black umbrella was undoubtedly less complex. Consequently, the transformation of the umbrella accelerated in this moment. What was once an ordinary plastic canopy began to gradually morph into a peculiar paper-like material, darker than before, imbued with an indescribable, unique texture. Yet, that was all there was to it. The bizarre transformation, its appearance, was of little consequence. Nonetheless, Chu Qing found himself intrigued. He understood that this was the moment when the black umbrella was transitioning into something uncanny. However, he was indifferent to what form the umbrella might ultimately take. In comparison to the blood character, the black umbrella held no significance or value for him. Thus, he lifted his gaze and soon spotted the woman from the Fushi community, who had just been suspended at the window. The whereabouts of her husband remained a mystery. Had he fled, or had he chosen to accompany her in death? Chu Qing was oblivious to the answer and indifferent to it. He retraced his steps and returned beneath the windowsill, his blood-red eyes suddenly locking onto their target. Subsequently, the wound that was nearly dried up began to flow once more, as blood coursed slowly from it. The blood I commanded, the very essence of life's blood. The droplets, precise and deliberate, fell upon the black umbrella that was undergoing a pivotal transformation. Approximately 50 milliliters dripped down, and as Chu Qing gradually ceased the flow under his control, he stood beneath the eaves and began to improvise with the professional knowledge he had nearly forgotten. Using his fingers, he painted with blood, slowly sketching on the dark surface of the umbrella. The result was an exceedingly abstract piece. To an onlooker, it might appear as mere meaningless scribbles. After all, creating a depiction with blood on the umbrella's surface was a daunting task. Yet, fortunately, this umbrella, which was gradually metamorphosing, seemed to comprehend Chu Qing's intentions. It depicted buildings, streets, and the drifting blood rain. Indeed, what Chu Qing inscribed upon this transforming black umbrella was none other than the city of Luo, or rather, the future Luo city, a city he envisioned, a city steeped in wrongful deaths. Chapter 81. The black umbrella calls the rain. Moths to the flame. After the new rain on the empty mountain, the weather turns to autumn. This was a rain imbued with ominous energy, pouring down upon the city of Luo, adding to the already innumerable peculiarities. Among them was Chu Qing's umbrella. The ghostly doll remained clutched in his right hand as if it were a chick, while Chu Qing paid it little heed, redirecting his gaze to the umbrella in his grasp. The umbrella remained as profoundly dark as ever, yet it possessed an indescribable, unique texture. This transformation was elusive. If one were to liken its previous state to that of a subpar online game aesthetic, then at this moment the black umbrella evoked the essence of Unreal Engine 5. However, beyond its appearance, what truly mattered was the emergence of its peculiar abilities. Black paper umbrella, grade, 9th rank, category, entity anomaly, lifespan, 7 days, wind and rain invocation, rule blood rain descends, living beings drenched to a certain extent will trigger death per the rule. Wind and rain shielding, ability capable of obstructing anomalous rule abilities transmitted through water and light. Entity state cannot move freely, but daily consumption of lifespan is halved. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note. Human. I am aware of your satisfaction with your creation, having viewed it multiple times. Let us now delve into the main subject. Chu Qing grasped the black umbrella, and under the scrutiny of his blood-red eyes, crimson raindrops began to descend from the sky. Upon activating the rule, intricate scarlet illustrations emerged upon the once pitch-black surface of the umbrella. These were none other than the representations of the city and streets of Luo City, which Chu Qing had just depicted. With a satisfied smile, he folded the umbrella, causing the blood rain above to vanish as well. Though this anomaly was birthed from his own hands and differed from the blood-lettered specter, it emerged fortuitously. Nevertheless, the future prospects of this black umbrella remained exceedingly bright. The rules and capabilities at play here are extraordinarily exceptional. Contentedly, he placed the black umbrella inside the coffin. Such entities, peculiar in nature, do not wander aimlessly. They serve as the quintessential offerings for the bestowal of longevity within the cemetery. His gaze finally fell upon the small doll clenched in his hand. The doll had lost all semblance of resistance, akin to a tattered rag tossed aside carelessly. Bereft of the oppressive grip of the dark hand, the ghostly doll attempted to rise slowly, yet Chu Qing denied it the opportunity. His blood-red eyes locked onto it, evoking once more that sensation of having it within his grasp. The little trinket before him resembled meat on a chopping block, and indeed, that was precisely how Chu Qing regarded it. The ghostly doll seemed to sense something, an inkling of fear stirring within it, as it yearned to flee. It no longer desired the gaze of this man. Alas, at this moment it was clearly beyond its control. Blood flowed, cascading from Chu Qing's eye sockets and dripping into the doll's vacant eyes. It was astonished, afraid, gripped by terror. Even the eerie can feel fear. Yet, regrettably, All of this served only to heighten the excitement of the owner of those blood-red eyes, yielding no other purpose. Finally, with a howl that was entirely distinct from that of the ghostly doll, its form began to disintegrate into fragments. Those blood-red eyes transformed into swirling crimson vortices countless times. The shattered remnants surged toward Chu Qing's eye sockets, merging to become part of those blood-red orbs. In that moment, the entire world was enveloped in an overwhelming shade of dark crimson. The icy chill numbed Chu Qing's mind, yet simultaneously plunged his thoughts into a tumultuous frenzy. Countless negative and chilling whispers, akin to those of a demon, echoed in his ears: murder, devouring, madness, ferocity, malevolence. All the accumulated malice paled in comparison to what Chu Qing bore at that moment. Although he had anticipated this, the act of slaying the bizarre entity that consumed lifespans was far more perilous than extinguishing the lives of mere beings. For a spirit master who coexisted with the uncanny, the danger was even greater. At that instant, Chu Qing's eyes were unable to close. His blood-red irises darted erratically within their dark sockets. Blood trickled down from the corners of his eyes. He endeavored to rein in his thoughts, even as his visage resembled the most sinister of specters, exuding a chilling aura. Yet, he remained firmly seated within that grand coffin, utterly motionless. The spirit master is the embodiment of humanity's resistance against the aberrant. This time, undoubtedly, marked the most intense confrontation Chu Qing had faced since his rebirth. He could sense that with the dissipating and consuming presence of that ghostly doll, a layer of crimson, resembling a cornea, enveloped his entire field of vision. The blood-red irises had begun to exhibit signs of disturbance. The clarion call for ascension had commenced. Across the storm-laden skies of the northern mountain cemetery, the cold currents converged, surging into his blood-red eyes. Ascend, ascend. At this moment, his irises fervently echoed these two words. Under such circumstances, Chu Qing forcibly directed his gaze towards the imposing stone monument before him. Blood slowly seeped and coalesced. Yet this time the characters that emerged left him somewhat disheartened. Task completed, wandering through the city on a rainy night. Under the guidance of death, the blood character ghost reaped 15 days of lifespan. Reward obtained: the transformation of the black paper umbrella. No elevation of the blood eye. This signified that, on this occasion, even the destiny guidance of the blood character ghost could not offer assistance to the elevation of the blood eye. In that fleeting moment of disappointment, Chu Qing swiftly adjusted his mindset. Often, it is not the certainty of knowledge that renders an experience meaningful. The capriciousness of fate must be personally endured to truly grasp its essence. And now, it was once more the time for Chu Qing to confront the whims of destiny. The bizarre elevation was an endeavor fraught with even greater uncertainty than the promotions of the ghost tamers. For one could not ascertain whether, after such an enigmatic advancement, one could still harmonize with the ghost tamers or whether it would result in a backlash. Elevation entails not only the enhancement of power but also the acceptance of greater risks. Yet power possesses an intoxicating allure. Even when one realizes that the odds of reaching that unknown pinnacle might be infinitesimal, there will always be those who choose to forge ahead resolutely. Chu Qing closed the coffin, reclined once more in the pitch-black confines, and shut his eyes. However, what should have been darkness before him shone like a glaring red sun. He did not flinch or shy away but instead embraced the piercing crimson, feeling as though a red wax candle was scorching before him. Yet he resolutely hurled himself into the flames like a moth drawn to the fire. Chapter 82. Elevation of the Blood Eye. The Eye of the Soul Thief. A sea of blood red. The entire world seemed devoid of all other colors. Chu Qing felt as though he was traversing this boundless expanse of crimson. He was uncertain of when he would reach the end, or when he might escape. This sanguine realm lacked boundaries, devoid of any concept of earth and sky. He sensed that he was ensconced within a swirling arc, seemingly unable to break free. Where was this place? Chu Qing did not know. He only understood that he must find a way out. There was little of commendable merit within him. Perseverance was the sole attribute worthy of mention, a remnant of his existence at the end of Qingping. Human, allow me to seize your body and everything that belongs to you. Peculiar voice resonated, or rather, the voice coalesced into words that appeared before Chu Qing's eyes. Merely a human dares to aspire to command me? Its words dripped with arrogance, yet brimmed with confidence. Do not fret. I shall elevate your body, along with all your peculiarities, to the pinnacle of this world. As for you, a mere human, destined to languish in this endless sea of crimson. Chu Qing dismissed the blood-red characters materializing before him with a swift wave of his hand, shattering them into fragments. He then continued his silent journey towards a direction within this infinite scarlet. Are you not weary, human? I have witnessed all that you have done since our union. Are you not exhausted? Compared to before, the tone had softened considerably. However, Chu Qing's steps remained unhalted. The words could not sway him. Do you comprehend the extent of my current power, mere human? I possess the ability to obliterate you and all that you hold dear. Severed from you, I might very well continue to exist. Such threats, even more trivial than those uttered moments before, failed to incite Chu Qing to pause or observe. Amidst this endless sea of crimson, he continued to walk outward, undeterred. Very well, human, let us negotiate. How about this? Allow me to exert my control for 5 hours each day. For hours. This is my absolute minimum. 3 hours. Without my presence, you would not escape. 2 hours. Just 2 hours. Rest assured, I shall not act out of line. 1 hour. Surely that is acceptable? Chu Qing paid no heed. He had never been one to engage in bizarre bargaining, nor to yield. It finally dawned upon him where he was and what he was doing. Damned human. A mere 9th grade. How dare you treat me so? Upon witnessing the creature's increasingly frantic words, Chu Qing finally halted. Within this sanguine consciousness, he slowly uttered his first words. Have you forgotten that even before I became the guardian of the tomb, I could command you? He merely let this statement float into the air, and the ominous blood-red letters fell silent. For indeed, this was the truth. Yet, Chu Qing's footsteps did not falter as he traversed this boundless crimson expanse. Suddenly, the blood-red hue seemed to culminate at a point. At that terminus, a patch of profound darkness emerged. This darkness was not an end, but rather an exit. He melded into the shadows, extricating himself from the endless scarlet. Within the obsidian coffin, a pair of eyes rapidly flickered beneath their lids. At last, they abruptly opened wide. Those eyes appeared somewhat vacant, seemingly struggling to acclimate to the present moment. It was as if an i5 CPU had been paired with a 4090 GPU, experiencing an indescribable dissonance. However, it was not long before Chu Qing regained his composure. He slowly rose from the coffin. Simultaneously, the watch on his wrist suddenly illuminated with crimson characters. Esteemed sir, your ambition is truly commendable. I am uncertain what compels you to ascend so swiftly. Nevertheless, dear Lord Chu Qing, as one who has steadfastly followed you, I wish to offer a word of caution. Seizing opportunities amidst peril has never been a commendable trait. Strategic planning is essential. Yet, of course, you have triumphed. As a gambler who laughs last, esteemed sir, please verify the rewards that rightfully belong to you. Clearly, within the resonance of the ledger of life and death, the actions of Chu Qing bore a significant risk of failure. Should the blood-eyed entity choose to resist until the bitter end, both would suffer, leaving Chu Qing with little to gain. Fortunately, however, Chu Qing pushed open the coffin. The sky above had already turned pitch black. A glimmer of starlight and moonlight illuminated the ethereal sky. Chu Qing took out his phone and gazed at his reflection. Within his blood-red pupils, he finally beheld for the first time the successful transformation of his blood eyes. Still encased in the darkened sockets, the twin orbs glowed crimson like blood. Yet this time, a peculiar arc of light had appeared within the pupils. Upon activation, the entire rim of his eye sockets formed a sanguine outline, enveloping the inky darkness within. Naturally, the alteration in appearance did not concern Chu Qing. In that fleeting moment of observation, all the abilities of his blood eyes materialized anew before him in vivid scarlet text. Soul-thieving blood eyes, grade, 8th rank, category, entity, symbiotic, anomaly, lifespan, 2 months and 27 days, eye for an eye rule after a sustained gaze. One can disregard the opponent's rule-based abilities and rebound them. If the adversary lacks a rule-based ability, the activation will compel the essence of living beings or spirits to have their blood, energy, reverse flow, spill forth, leading to their demise. The activation requires a gaze of variable duration depending on the rank disparity between the two parties. Once the gaze is locked onto the other, the latter will inevitably engage in an uncontrollable stare under certain conditions. Eyes and Pearls ability enables the ability to probe living entities, infernal artifacts, etc., discerning their ranks, essence, rules, capabilities, and lifespans. Soul-thieving eye ability within any anomaly locked by eye for an eye. One can employ the soul-thieving eye ability to seize the corresponding anomaly's powers, exerting the weight of their own rank's anomaly. Currently, one may only thieve once per day, and the stolen ability remains effective for a duration of 1 day. Coexistence, state 8th rank, daily consumption of 2 days of lifespan. Currently coexisting with humanity, resulting in doubled lifespan consumption, while simultaneously awakening a certain level of wisdom. Promotion requirements. Unknown. Note: despicable humans, you have managed to prevail. However, your current form is somewhat more pleasing to the eye. Are you astonished by my formidable power? The ramblings of this entity left Chu Qing perplexed. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the leisure to ponder its meaning. For as this being stated, despite Chu Qing's prior anticipation, he had not expected that after the Blood Eye's ascension to the 8th rank, this new ability would manifest in such a manner. Chapter 83. A Terrifying Station. Has he been here? The Eye of Soul Theft. Chu Qing's understanding of the Blood Eye Dragon Monarch from his previous life was rather limited. In that lifetime, the person most acquainted with this entity was likely Lu Xi. He had engaged in numerous dealings with the Blood Eye Dragon Monarch, as he was the director of the Department of Extraordinary Affairs at the time, and had sought multiple times to eradicate the ghostly afflictions plaguing Luocheng. Conflicts had undoubtedly arisen. However, even though Chu Qing was prepared, he could not have anticipated that the ascension ability of the Blood Eye would manifest in this way. An anomalous ascension could either signify a substantial enhancement of inherent rules and abilities or the acquisition of entirely new powers. Of course, there are instances where both occur. Presently, aside from the enhancement of the rules and abilities, it is evident that this newfound power has utterly reshaped Chu Qing's understanding. Copying, in truth, is not particularly rare. However, the results of such replication can rival the bizarre, and indeed may even surpass them, which is rather extraordinary. The Eye of Soul Theft embodies this notion perfectly. This ability signifies the limitless potential of the Blood Eye, which cannot be precisely targeted. For even when one is aware of this capacity of the Blood Eye, no one can predict what kind of ability it will replicate. In the depths of Chu Qing's eyes, a blood-red arc glows, emanating an aura of terror that is utterly captivating. He and the entity reflected in his gaze are both impatient, yearning to uncover the true nature of the ghostly mother behind the child ghost. Amidst the pitch-black moonlit night, is this the place? Yes, this is it. Two voices slowly reverberate through the dimly lit street. Yet, surrounding these two figures, several others stand in silence, their expressions filled with anger as they gaze towards the distance. There lies a bus station. Indeed, an abandoned, dilapidated bus stop, a remnant of the old cityscape. At this moment, all present, including Captain Wang, direct their attention to the two individuals beside him. They are none other than Captain Qin Wei from Kyoto and Lu Lian. Nevertheless, Captain Wang, along with many others, finds their gaze irresistibly drawn to another object, the white mask held in Captain Qin's hand, evoking a sense of curiosity and excitement. Lu Lian, however, exhibited no signs of emotional turmoil. In merely a few days, the once impetuous and fervent girl seemed to have matured significantly. She nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Nevertheless, the feedback from the death warning is exceedingly peculiar. It does not specify what is anomalous, nor does it forewarn of death. Instead, it states that this is an extraordinary world. I am perplexed by its meaning. In the bizarre survival guide of the Chu River King, I did not encounter this particular circumstance. Could it be an anomaly that has not been documented? The death warning is her term for the ledger of life and death. Thus, I implore you, Brother Qin, to come forth. I wish to utilize that artifact for exploration." Lu Lian also gazed at the mask in her hand. It was a snow-white mask adorned with an eerie smile, the upturned corners of its mouth reminiscent of a jester's grin. This object was brought to Luo City by Brother Qin. It is indeed a true anomaly. However, the utility and capabilities of this anomaly are rather extraordinary. As long as one refrains from emitting laughter within a 10-meter radius, the death rules will not be triggered. Once its rules are comprehended, the chances of survival are significantly enhanced. Yet, its abilities are exceedingly practical. This artifact can detect danger from a certain vicinity. By donning it upon one's face and directing one's gaze towards a specific area within 100 meters, one can acquire a sense of the peril. In moments of utmost danger, this whimsical mask will transform from its playful visage to one of stark indifference. Should it retain its original form, all is well. However, if one bursts into hearty laughter, it signifies that the ominous threat is not particularly grave. The most perilous individuals have been duly marked. Qin Wei nodded in acknowledgement. The smiling mask is not something to be donned casually. Once adorned, it compels an involuntary smile. Only those with exceptional emotional and facial control can wield it. Clearly, Qin Wei is such a person. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Qin Wei gradually placed the mask upon his face. Then, as with any previous occasion, he gazed towards the distant station. He did not venture down the small path, for, as Lu Lian had indicated, the warnings from the Book of Life and Death instilled a sense of trepidation. Yet, even so, before the eyes of all, this eternally smiling, snow-white mask revealed an expression no one anticipated. Its countenance swiftly morphed into indifference, and the corners of its mouth slightly drooped. Subsequently, 2 crimson tears began to flow from the eye sockets of that mask. Or rather, it broke down in inconsolable weeping. In the pitch-black silence of the night, amidst the old streets of this historic district, a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down everyone's spine and evoking a profound sense of dread from deep within. Almost instinctively, Lu Lian's expression changed dramatically as she seized Captain Qin and urged him to retreat. "Withdraw. Wang. Secure the perimeter. Allow no one to enter." Understood. The investigations by the inspectorate achieved remarkable results. They merely need to detect hazardous areas and subsequently restrict access, all while ensuring that societal order operates to a reasonable extent. However, the terror emanating from the abandoned number 14 bus stop surpassed everyone's imagination. "Xiao Lian, are you not leaving?" Qin Wei inquired, his brow furrowed. For safety reasons, their residence had been relocated to a nearby communal dwelling repurposed as dormitories. Lu Lian shook her head, picking up a small USB drive. "I have copied the surveillance footage from the intersection in front of the number 14 bus stop. I intend to see who has entered that area, and if possible, I will send a notice of bereavement to their families." Qin Wei shook his head in resignation. Well, it's fine, just don't stay too late." Soon, the office was left with only Lu Lian's solitary figure. As she had mentioned, she swiftly reviewed the sole surveillance footage captured under the cover of night on that desolate street. Within the lens of the camera, the desolate street appeared as a ravenous abyss, an insatiable entity that allowed entry but denied exit. Intermittently, 2 or 3 dozen individuals had ventured in, never to return. Lu Lian furrowed her brow, capturing screenshots to document their characteristics. However, she soon found herself momentarily stunned, for in the next instant, a deep blue Bentley Continental emerged from the very street that offered no egress. This in itself was unremarkable, yet atop the elegant blue coupe, she discerned a familiar figure, a raven, its feathers a haunting blend of blood red and pitch black, perched above the luxurious vehicle. In that early morning hour, an ominous aura of death lingered. Lu Lian's pupils abruptly contracted. Had he been here? Chapter 84. Entering the Secret Realm. A circle. You have finally awakened. You have been in slumber for a full day and night. Of course, the power you have gained, for which you have sacrificed this time, is merely an appetizer. However, Zhou Yingzhu, while cherishing this hard-earned strength, be mindful that your lifespan is now alarmingly brief. Within the dimly lit room, the outside world appeared to have succumbed to night. Zhou Yingzhu, having finally awakened, felt a sense of bewilderment. How long had she been asleep? As she glanced at the prompts from the Book of Life and Death, the memories of the events preceding her slumber flooded her mind. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the long knife resting beside her pillow. The familiar chill of the blade brought her immense reassurance. She sprang to her feet, paying no heed to the blood-stained dress that had yet to be cleaned. With a sudden flourish, she drew the knife, wielding it with a grace that transcended mere weaponry. It became an extension of her very being. She had never felt such an intimate connection with this blade, nor had it ever felt so effortlessly effective. This was the power of the Underworld. Yet, as she excitedly glanced at the readings from the Book of Life and Death, a frown quickly creased her brow. The book's indication was accurate. Since merging with the executioner late the night before last, her remaining lifespan had dwindled to 1 month. Yet, after a day and a night had passed in this new dawn, only 28 days remained. This was the reality of the executioner. Contemplating this, Zhou Yingzhu felt a subtle heaviness settle in her heart. Soon, her phone lit up, prompting Zhou Yingzhu to hastily reach for it. To her surprise, the message was from none other than her dear friend. "Yingzhu, would you like to step out for a spa? Didn't we agree on this? You aren't going to stand me up again, are you?" Clearly, only one person could speak to her in such a manner, and that person was also the one she found it most difficult to decline. "Are you heading out?" A message from Su Suyun arrived promptly. "You little rascal, you stayed over at my place a few days ago, and now you want me to come to yours? I think it's high time you found yourself a man." Zhou Yingzhu chuckled silently, choosing to disregard her friend's playful banter as she stepped outside. "Meat? And 100 tons at that?" Zhou Yingzhu surmised that this must be a manifestation of Chu Qing's peculiar abilities, yet she could not fathom the nature of such oddities. However, she had little time to ponder, for at that moment, just as she was about to leave, a figure stood at the entrance of her magnificent garden estate, ringing the doorbell. Zhou Yingzhu paused, her attention drawn to the young lady before her. With years of experience in discerning character, she instantly recognized that despite the ordinary inspector's uniform, this girl possessed an extraordinary aura. "Good day, Mrs. Zhou." "Hello. May I ask who you are?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Lian, an inspector. I have come to inquire about certain matters." Beishan Cemetery had never been so bustling before. After completing the morning grave-guarding expedition, Chu Qing cast a glance at the entrance, where a construction team marked with the emblem of Senmu Construction was measuring the distance before preparing for the work ahead. And Ruo Shui, having swiftly exited the vehicle, paid no heed to the surrounding workers. With a cheerful demeanor, she hurriedly presented some unopened packages to Chu Qing. "Qinggu, here's your laptop. After the house collapsed last time, I noticed yours was damaged, so I specially brought this for you." Chu Qing, indifferent to her exuberance, merely glanced at her and inquired, "Has Gao Hong's aftermath been handled adequately?" "Yes, that's satisfactory," she replied. "It's better to avoid unnecessary complications." In these moments, when remnants of social order still lingered, Chu Qing consistently adhered to this principle. "Qinggu, you have no idea. Those who once commanded my utmost respect now appear so diminutive in comparison." Chu Qing observed and Ruo Shui, who had finally articulated her feelings, and then responded, "Do not be careless. The abilities of the spirit tamer hired to protect you are rather feeble. If someone were to strike unexpectedly, your life would still be at risk. That's precisely why I wanted to stay here with you," and Ruo Shui remarked, pointing at the architectural design with a radiant smile. Chu Qing nodded. "All right, you must oversee the construction personally. Ensure they do not venture towards the back mountain, to avoid unnecessary troubles." "Qinggu, are you heading out?" Chu Qing affirmed with a nod. The lantern of human heads and the black umbrella, two peculiar instruments he wielded with utmost finesse, were now fully prepared. At long last, he awaited the completion of the final piece of the puzzle. Location: Bus Stop 14 in the old district of Lo City. Time limit: within a day. Mission objective: explore the source of the bazaar within the secret realm, eliminate or subdue. Mission special restrictions: none. Mission failure penalty: no death guidance will appear for 20 days. Chu Qing smiled faintly, dismissing in Ruoshua's astonishment behind the stone tablet. He cast a glance at Beishan Cemetery and made his way directly to the summit of the rear mountain, where the crow demon spread its wings upon the skeletal tree and settled upon his shoulder. In the next moment, the man and the black crow soared above the city. The bus stop 14 remained unchanged. Chu Qing immediately noticed the barriers set by the inspectorate surrounding the area, but paid them no heed as he descended ahead. It was here 3 days prior that he had nearly succumbed entirely to the terrifying and bizarre illusion of memory. Yet now he returned once more, eager to discover what kind of horror could, at the onset of terror, conjure a secret realm through its own power. Time flows inexorably. An era of transformation. Some things may be destined to remain absent from this world. Many indeed have been thoroughly discarded in the tides of time. Those numbers that fail to keep pace with the times. Is there yet a vehicle capable of carrying you towards a new era? Or perhaps, will you instead embark upon a journey into that utopia known as the past? Esteemed sir, you have once again graced this place with your presence. Are you prepared to enter the realm of it? As the tome of life and death resonates with the allure of this mysterious realm, Chu Qing hesitates no longer. Clutching a lantern and an umbrella, he resembles a wanderer traversing through the long night, bearing light. With a single step forward, the blood-red characters of the Book of Life and Death materialize once more. Welcome to the world of it. You have entered the secret realm. A circle. Chapter 85. The enigmatic secret realm. The zero frame begins. Clang, clang, drip. The familiar sounds echoed, albeit perceived from an entirely different perspective. Hey you there, child. What purpose does that lantern serve? If you're not boarding the vehicle, kindly step aside and allow the townsfolk to enter the city. Chu Qing abruptly turned his head, his blood-red eyes flashing into view, only to be momentarily taken aback. Before him stood an elderly man, garbed in humble attire, seemingly from another era. His sun-kissed skin bore a reddish hue, and the wrinkles etched on his cheeks resembled deep ravines. He wore a vintage polo shirt, white but slightly yellowed with age. Yet, that was not the most significant detail. At this very moment, he appeared to be standing still. This place, too, seemed to function as a station, albeit distinctly different from the previous bus stop. This is a bus station, and behind him lies not the old town, but rather a village characterized by dusty, gravel roads. At this moment, a number of young individuals and elderly people burdened with large and small luggage frown at him, evidently obstructed from boarding the bus. Chu Qing's eyes narrow slightly, the crimson hue within them seemingly unnoticed by the crowd. Nevertheless, he steps aside. Through the lens of his blood-red gaze, he perceives no immediate threat. These individuals appear to be nothing less than genuine humans. Chu Qing surveys the realm around him. The blazing sun illuminates the azure sky. Lush green foxtail grass casually lines the roadside, while a small river meanders in the distance, where several children are playfully catching shrimp. Free from smog and pollution, this tranquil village seems to have emerged from the strokes of an oil painting. The people here are vibrantly alive, a stark contrast to the peculiar tones of the era he hails from. For the first time, Chu Qing experiences a sense of bewilderment. An inexplicable strangeness envelopes him, as if he has finally stepped into a truly authentic world, while the grotesque reality he once knew now feels utterly illusory. Hey there, are you getting on the bus or not? Today, there's only this one trip into the city. A weathered old man calls out from the open window of the bus, his face resembling the parched skin of a shriveled orange. Chu Qing squints, and even with the prowess of his 8th-grade blood-red vision, he finds himself unable to discern anything. Not only did he scrutinize those individuals, but he also examined the seemingly public bus meticulously several times, yet he could discern no clues. After pondering for a moment and nodding, he ultimately decided to board the vehicle. He was eager to uncover the true essence of this mysterious realm. What peculiar and enigmatic phenomenon lay hidden within? Upon stepping onto the bus, a faint smirk graced Chu Qing's lips. The reason was simple. There was no driver at the helm of the bus. Indeed, something sinister was afoot. Chu Qing glanced around and noticed that the bus was sparsely populated. Although a considerable number of passengers had boarded earlier, they were now scattered throughout the vehicle, leaving only a few behind. He chose not to dwell on the oddly dressed individuals any longer, instead directing his attention towards the ticket seller, the sole distinctive figure aboard. This young man, in his 20s, wore a cheerful smile as he addressed the passengers. Prepare yourselves, the fare is 5 yuan. What an exorbitant price. Meat costs only 80 cents per jean. He mused. Well, I have exchanged quite a bit of meat and grain coupons for money. I intend to venture into the city. This is the only bus that passes through our village. It is my first time riding. he exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Ha! Brighter days lie ahead. Chu Qing observed the vintage banknotes in the young man's hand. Merely 5 yuan, yet he hesitated, his brow furrowing in confusion. The reason was straightforward. He was devoid of funds. The young man beside her seemed to have discerned Chu Qing's predicament. After a fleeting glance at her appearance, he inquired, "Are you from elsewhere?" Chu Qing nodded, while blood-eye scrutinized the young man before her without reservation. To her surprise, in contrast to the so-called ordinary people, this young man appeared far more intricate under blood-eye's keen observation. Grade: unranked. Category: unknown. Lifespan: 17 years, 3 months, and 4 days. Status unknown. Promotion requirements: unknown. Note: a human. Our adversary is rather extraordinary. Be prepared. Without Blood-Eye's reminder, Chu Qing had already perceived the anomaly. Moreover, having traversed numerous secret realms in her previous life, she was no stranger to various peculiarities. An unranked entity with an enigmatic category yet possessing a daunting lifespan of nearly 20 years. Even a layperson would sense that something was amiss. The young man, however, appeared entirely unconcerned by Chu Qing's scrutiny, smiling as he said, "In that case, I shall waive your fare, but do share the stories of the outside world with me. By the way, do you have a destination in mind? We could converse further." Chu Qing narrowed her eyes, regarding the young man before nodding in agreement. "Certainly. What would you like to discuss? Let us talk about the world beyond. What is it like out there now?" The young man seemed like an ordinary youth from a small town, filled with an insatiable yearning for the vast unknown of the outside world. However, Chu Qing was acutely aware that this young man was fundamentally different from all those who followed. He chose not to speak, merely gazing silently ahead. The door of the vehicle slowly closed. At that moment, the entire automobile transformed into a sealed arena. Subsequently, this vehicle, devoid of even a driver, began to move at a languid pace. It embodied all of Chu Qing's impressions of antiquated automobiles. The unmistakable noise of the engine resonated, while from the window, black exhaust fumes jetted out, accompanied by a lurching start. All of these factors attested to the fact that this was an aged bus, one that did not belong to this era or perhaps paradoxically belonged entirely to it. Yet, the other passengers on board were filled with exuberance. They, or rather it, peered eagerly at the swaying vehicle, excitedly clinging to the windows. However, neither Chu Qing nor the youthful ticket collector paid heed to such antics. They exchanged smiles, gazing at one another with warmth in their eyes. Chu Qing gradually straightened his posture, clutching the lantern in his hand, his palm enveloped in darkness within the confines of his sleeve. Thus he spoke, "Ah, the world outside. It is truly magnificent, where the strange and the human coexist harmoniously, unlike here, where there is only the strange devoid of humanity." Instantaneously, the atmosphere inside the vehicle shifted. All laughter and astonishment faded into an eerie silence. It seemed that no one had anticipated Chu Qing's abrupt interjection. Outside, the springtime light took on a spectral and uncanny quality in that moment. Chapter 86. The Resonance of an Era. Its Rules. In the face of the enigmatic realm, what might be the most prudent course of action? When one finds oneself lacking in strength yet yearns for survival, the key lies in diligently seeking out the potential rules that may exist within the crevices of that realm. Conversely, when one possesses power, the optimal strategy is to endeavor to shatter the very rules of the mysterious domain. This was precisely the approach taken by Chu Qing, who had already prepared himself for an instantaneous strike. However, to his astonishment, the youth before him merely smiled faintly and replied, "Is that so? That indeed sounds splendid." The expected manifestation of the eerie rule ability did not materialize, nor did the terrifying specter that had transformed the entire vehicle. Instead, there remained only the indifferent gaze of the young man and the resumption of the vehicle's clamor. Yet, whether it was Chu Qing's words that extinguished the young man's interest, he seemed to have little desire to engage further in conversation. Instead, he withdrew an object from his pocket. Chu Qing remained vigilant. It was a harmonica, an object both remarkably vintage and harmoniously aligned with the current era. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes as his blood-red pupils re-emerged. though they were soon obscured by the young man's hands. Then, a melodious sound filled the air. It was a prelude unfamiliar to Chu Qing. The moment it emerged, that enchanting sound ensnared his ears, compelling him to listen further. However, at that instant emotion and reason took divergent paths. Chu Qing's dark hand shot out abruptly, his blood-red gaze fixated intently on the youth clutching the harmonica. The young man scarcely emitted a scream before he dissipated into a wisp of shadow, vanishing from sight. However, before Chu Qing could react, the young man and the harmonica appeared almost instantaneously at the original location of the vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing activated his blood eye once more. The youth displayed no sign of resistance and met his demise again. Yet he reappeared beside them. The consecutive deaths had no discernible effect on the harmonious notes that gradually filled the air, echoing the sounds of an era. Yet, the presence before him resembled an indomitable monster, one that could not be vanquished. Was it 8 times or 10? Chu Qing found himself unable to keep count. Ultimately, he realized that such actions were futile. This mystical realm could not be unraveled through brute force. Moreover, he began to form some conjectures regarding this peculiar entity. The young man paid no heed to Chu Qing. He remained unfazed by his previous deaths. Instead, he sat there, playing the harmonica with an air of nonchalance. At last, the melody concluded, and the vehicle gradually came to a halt. It was still a bus station, yet it bore a fundamental distinction from the rural station they had just encountered. It had taken on a certain scale. "Aren't you getting off?" The young man smiled, yet for some inexplicable reason, there was an aura of profound weariness in his gaze. Chu Qing silently regarded the young man before him. The peculiar harmonica did not elicit any change in him. The feedback from his blood eye remained exceedingly clear, with no influence from any discernible rules. He was genuinely intrigued to see what tricks this entity would unveil next. He remarked casually, "Did you not just suggest that we converse further? In this brief moment, what can we discuss?" Well, he fell silent once more, while the passengers in the vehicle began to embark and disembark. However, this time, the newcomers were markedly different from those who had come from the countryside before. Most of them were brimming with enthusiasm and excitement. "Ha! I've been recognized for my contributions. Now, can that scoundrel Li Laosan still claim that my work is unremarkable? What is so impressive about that? I've heard Li Laosan has ventured to the South Seas and amassed a fortune. What good is that? I am a worker, he is merely a speculator." If only it had been a few years earlier. Chu Qing listened intently, his brow relaxing slightly. This time, he refrained from acting impulsively. Throughout the previous journey, he had been focused solely on eliminating a certain entity, neglecting to observe the world outside. Now, he turned his gaze outward and was profoundly captivated. Yongshun Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Central Plains Steelworks, and the like. The crisp sound of bicycles rang out, seemingly overshadowing the dull clatter of the aging vehicle, allowing Chu Qing's thoughts to return to clarity. Just then, as the melody concluded, the familiar voice of the young man echoed once again. "So, what do you think?" Chu Qing shook his head and furrowed his brow slightly. "Not much. Why not? Here, labor is rewarded. Here, resources are shared. Here is a place that countless people dream of. Do you not wish to descend and explore?" The young man spoke with implication. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qing mused. "In a world such as this, if I were to exert more effort, what justification do I have to receive an equal share as others? If I am capable of achieving what others cannot, why should I be entitled to the same distribution?" His eyes, once suffused with a crimson hue, now reflected a stubbornness against the potential for injustice. The young man remained silent, for as the melody concluded, the vehicle finally came to a halt once more. Previous passengers disembarked, while new ones boarded with an air of sophistication. "Hey, we struck a deal today," one remarked. "What deal?" Another queried, as if it were a matter of great importance. "It's about those mobile phones. They're quite the lucrative venture. Just hold it in your hand and you can call without wires." "Really? If they're so profitable, how come we've never heard of them? Phones still require lines. You must be mistaken. Just wait and see." Chu Qing continued to withhold his words, furrowing his brow as he gazed out once more. The melody began anew. Time seemed to accelerate within the confines of the bus, resuming its rapid passage. This time, landmarks such as Durunfa Supermarket, Shirdai Zinj, and Wanha Furniture City flitted by. As the tune came to an end, the dilapidated vehicle arrived once again at the familiar station. Outside, a throng of passengers continued to board and alight, yet only Chu Qing remained, seated alone in the frontmost seat. Is this also not acceptable? In that moment, the young man had transformed into a middle-aged soul. His visage belonged to a type that one could glance at yet never truly remember. The kind of face that could be encountered anywhere, yet would forever escape one's recollection. He epitomized the most ordinary of individuals. Chu Qing shook his head, expressing his disinterest. Is that so? I have often heard that this era is rife with golden opportunities. As long as one is willing to toil and dare to strive, fortune will surely follow. Chu Qing pondered once more. It feels rather meaningless. Ultimately, it all hinges on luck. I lack connections, resources, and knowledge of this place. It's simply too challenging. He genuinely believed this. The young man, now transformed into middle age, chuckled softly, signaling his understanding. Soon, the vehicle halted, and more passengers boarded. What can I say? Our nation's internet is a vast blank canvas. However, as the times progress, the future presents a blueprint for over 1 billion people. I have resolved to create an instant messaging application. Surely, it will thrive in the market. Instant messaging? What is that? Behind him, a bespectacled young man excitedly addressed his companion. Chu Qing remained silent, calmly gazing out at the world. Towering skyscrapers ascended, and resounding signs illuminated the streets. A dazzling array of wonders birthed by the internet left one awestruck. As the performance concluded, the vehicle came to a stop, and they disembarked. This time, Chu Qing took the initiative to shake his head and said, "Let us go." The middle-aged man, with graying temples, looked puzzled. Why? This is an era that many dream of. The internet is the pinnacle of this era and the future. By simply following one of its currents, or even by doing nothing at all, one can acquire a wealth of power beyond imagination. Chu Qing blinked, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, what is it that I truly desire? It is truly regrettable that you have missed one final opportunity. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of pity for Chu Qing. This time, many people boarded at the station below. However, in stark contrast to their previous exuberance and spirited enthusiasm, they appeared exceedingly weary. No one engaged in conversation or uttered a word. They were clad in various uniforms: security personnel, delivery workers, couriers, and taxi drivers. The train was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle sounds of snoring. On this occasion, the sound of the harmonica was imbued with a sense of desolation and melancholy. The once youthful individual had transformed into an elderly man, his hair now a crown of silver. The train moved particularly slowly this time, as if reluctant to awaken those ensnared in the hardships of life from this singular refuge of peace. It may be gentle, at least in its treatment of them. Yet, every journey must ultimately reach its destination, and every melody will eventually cease. In the end, the interior of the train was enveloped in silence, and the station where Chu Qing disembarked was one she knew all too well. It was the stop for bus number 14. Everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream. "Stranger, it is time for you to alight. We have arrived at our destination." Chu Qing gazed into the inky darkness outside. This place was not particularly dilapidated, yet it certainly lacked the freshness of a new bus station. Surrounding the station were old, crumbling tenement buildings. Observing the motionless Chu Qing, the old man chuckled and asked, "Do you regret your choice? There were so many glorious eras, were there not? In those times you could live carefree, indulging in food and work. There, you could reshape your destiny under the watchful eyes of the masses. There, you could redistribute the wealth of this world. There, you could possess the power to command your own life." Chu Qing stared at the open station and the ajar door, hesitating to disembark. He wore a look of confusion. Yet the old man continued, "However, here you can only toil like everyone else. But this is your choice, young man. Fear not, for once you have performed well enough, once you have earned sufficient rewards, you will have another opportunity to choose. Go forth." His smile radiated warmth and encouragement. Slowly, Chu Qing rose and approached the door, only to find that he was now utterly alone. The lanterns and black umbrellas had vanished without a trace. Yet, it seemed that the most significant thing had also slipped away, his memories. Just then, under the old man's encouraging gaze, Chu Qing gradually turned his head. In that moment, the old man was momentarily taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Qing's once-lost crimson eyes slowly re-emerged. Chu Qing's gaze was devoid of any trace of confusion or helplessness, replaced instead by a serene calmness, as still as death itself. At that moment he slowly spoke. "What if I choose not to disembark?" The old man was taken aback. "Young man, when the bus arrives at the station, one must alight. It is the rule, is it not?" Chu Qing nodded. "Indeed, that is the rule. It is the most terrifying, the most flawless, and the most inscrutable of rules. However, there is one aspect of your earlier statement that I cannot accept." "Oh, what statement?" The old man seemed intrigued, gazing expectantly at Chu Qing. His eyes were gentle and calm, devoid of any malice or oddity. Chu Qing paused for a moment, then continued, "Power has never been about mere sustenance. It is about life and death. What I seek is immortality. Can your era, the era you represent, grant me that?" Chapter 87. The Memory Projection. It awaits you. Within the dark confines of the bus, silence reigned. Chu Qing stood there, composed, his eyes fixed upon the aged man before him, whose white hair bore witness to the passage of time. The disappearance of the lantern and black umbrella did not capture his attention. In fact, he was aware that these two trivial items had been concealed. Yet even he, seemingly tranquil at this moment, was internally apprehensive. It was a near miss, just a fraction away from triggering the death rule. Chu Qing was 100% certain that once he disembarked and entered the station, even with the blood-red pupils, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. That would be one of the worst outcomes, for this enigma, to a significant extent, did not fear the blood-red gaze. Just as in the previous encounter, his escape from the periphery of this mysterious realm required a profound understanding of its peculiarities. In truth, this experience was not devoid of rewards. He had discerned his greatest reliance, the rules of the blood eye. Thus, even in his ignorance of the true nature of this entity, it endeavored to ensnare him within its fatal game, unbeknownst to him. It must be acknowledged that it succeeded, for the current state of Chu Qing was indeed that of a deadlock. He found himself incapable of remaining in the vehicle for an extended duration, not to mention the bizarre, indestructible entity, a manifestation that could not be vanquished, along with that peculiar harmonica. Moreover, to escape the realm, one must uncover the enigmatic core lurking behind it. Yet, even in light of this, the hidden force remained indifferent to him, evading the gaze of his blood eye, biding its time as death slowly threatened to engulf Chu Qing, or perhaps, to transform him into its most invaluable passenger. Accustomed to confronting countless life and death crises, even at this critical juncture, Chu Qing's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He gazed into the endless, dark night outside, a void more profound than anything else. "Young man, it is time to disembark," the elder said calmly, directing his gaze towards him. At that moment, a smile crept onto Chu Qing's face. He turned to the elder, grinning as he spoke. "Just now you seemed so eager to converse with me. What is it, no longer wish to speak?" The elderly man remained unperturbed. "Do not struggle. Whether you wish to or not, you must descend, mustn't you?" "Yes, but before I do, I still wish to converse with you. I am pondering, what exactly are you?" The old man gazed at the reseated Chu Qing, reflecting momentarily before replying, "I am a human." However, Chu Qing shook his head resolutely, stating, "No, you are not." The old man did not refute this. Instead, he paused and said, "What I believe I am suffices." Chu Qing's eyes had never been so piercing. "No, I know you are a conglomerate of them." The old man squinted, once again caressing the harmonica in his hands. A tumult of memories surged within Chu Qing. He had lost much, yet the recollections from before his rebirth seemed impervious to erasure, allowing him to effortlessly extricate himself from the shadow of death brought forth by confusion. Now he sought to truly find life amidst impending doom. "I understand. You and it are not the same entity. You represent them, a unique existence forged from the collective memories they embody. Am I correct?" "Yes, you are right," the old man finally conceded. Chu Qing exhaled, having ascertained the identity of this being before him, despite having previously harbored suspicions. In this era of terror, the extraordinary abounds. Beyond the myriad bizarre rules, there exist peculiar entities, and the old man is one among them. Such beings typically arise within secret realms and are referred to as memory projections. Lacking capability and devoid of rules, what remains are merely fragmented memories amalgamated from the multitude of lives lost within the enigmatic realm. Such entities are relatively unique, yet more often than not, they are subjugated by the peculiarities of this mystic domain. Nevertheless, their fragmented recollections signify a semblance of wisdom. Thus, in this life and death crisis he faces, the pivotal breakthrough may lie within this very essence. His understanding of it is woefully inadequate. He must devise a means to extract as much intelligence as possible from this entity. Chu Qing's voice softened. Therefore, your assertion of being human is not entirely misplaced. Yet, even in your humanity, you remain aware of the entity's strangeness. Do you not? The elder cast a glance at him. And so what? In this world, many individuals are even less than strange. Look at us. We are oppressed by society, trudging along the lowest rungs of existence, where anyone can trample upon us at will. What distinguishes those individuals from the bizarre? Chu Qing chuckled, observing the discontented elder, and responded. Then, what is it that you wish to change? The elder mechanically turned his gaze towards him. We have already changed. Has it transformed through the harmonica in your hands? That so-called illusory change? Shall they eternally succumb to that deceptive dreamscape at the moment of their ultimate demise? At this juncture, a sense of bewilderment also enveloped Chu Qing's heart. Or rather, it is precisely due to this contemplation that he nearly lost all semblance of reason and memory while aboard this vehicle, teetering on the brink of plunging into an abyss of darkness, where life and death hung in the balance. Is everything he knows real or illusion? Chu Qing remains uncertain. Thus, within this vehicle, he briefly succumbs to a state of bewilderment. Hence, when he poses this inquiry, it is imbued with an ineffable significance. The elder merely gazes at him with a detached demeanor. At the very least, we have found some measure of satisfaction. When confronted with it, we bear no regrets. Is that so? If there are no regrets,